I crossed over to become Sun Lianqing in the name of the people. But I don't love power struggles. I love technology. Whether it's space leap technology or two-way foil technology, I can easily handle them with the help of the system. Li Dekong held a live broadcast of a lazy governance training session across the network. Wanting to target me first, he excitedly picked up the controlled nuclear fusion design drawings I had researched and started accusing me of being ignorant. However, the content on the page he kept waving in his hand alarmed the national leaders. Soon after, the residential area where I lived was sealed off layer by special police and personnel from the National Security Department. With the entire area under martial law, Li Dekong was then accused of leaking state secrets, and Secretary Shah was also stunned when he learned the truth. At this moment, I am using a telescope on the balcony to look at the stars in the sky, while also recording something by my side. I am not an astronomy enthusiast like the original owner, but because the controlled nuclear fusion research I am currently working on is only one step away, and the key to this data lies in the movement of the stars I am observing. Suddenly, I raised the data I had just calculated and exclaimed excitedly, "It's done!" My wife, Li Hua, walked over with a smile and asked, "What's done? You look so happy." I pointed to the materials in my hand and laughed. "My research. With this data, controlled nuclear fusion can be achieved immediately." Li Hua didn't understand what my research meant. She just handed over the cooked noodles with a smile and said, all right, you're the best. Hurry up and eat while it's hot." Actually, it has been more than a year since I unexpectedly came to this world and became Sun Lianqing. At the same time, I also awakened a black technology system. Being familiar with the plot of In the Name of the People, I know well that as a neighborhood chief without money or background, it is better to stay away from the power struggles among various interest groups. Of course, I won't just sit and wait for death. If Li Dekong wants to use me as a sacrificial lamb and send me to the youth palace to watch the stars with the children, I have no objection. But if you want to send me for disciplinary action, then I will definitely resist to the end. So, in order to seek another way out, in this past year, I have written and published more than 30 academic papers and have over 50 personal patents. Therefore, I am now somewhat famous in the academic world, but I am relatively low-key and use the pseudonym Thomson when publishing. In the past 6 months, my focus has been on the research of quantum satellites and controllable nuclear fusion. So, after work every day, I am either observing satellites with a telescope or pondering over controllable nuclear fusion in the underground warehouse. Now, with the support of the system buff, the research on controllable nuclear fusion is also nearing completion. Just as I was happily eating my late-night snack, my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was my secretary, Xiao Lu. Normally, after work hours, I don't answer work-related calls, but today I was in a good mood, so I decided to answer the phone. "Xiao Lu, what's the matter so late at night?" Xiao Lu sounded a bit surprised when I answered the call. "Director Sun, there's something going on here. I just received a notice that you must personally attend a cadre training session tomorrow night." But all my focus was on research at the moment, and I had no interest in attending any training sessions, so I asked in confusion, "What training session? Why do I need to attend that?" Xiao Lu explained helplessly, "You must attend this training session because Secretary Li Dekong organized it, and he specifically named you to attend." It dawned on me instantly that what was meant to happen would happen, but as a time traveler, I knew the importance of this training session for the original host, Sun Lianqing. It all started when Xia Ruijin went to the Bright District's petition government office for inspection and ended up scolding Li Dekong over the issue of low windows and small chairs, and Li Dekong, in turn, blamed the original host with resentment. This led to the organization of a lazy cadre training session to educate the lazy cadres led by the original host. In the original drama, Sun Lianqing was reassigned to the youth palace and felt wronged. But for me now, this was definitely a good thing. It's great to go to the youth palace to stargaze, so I won't have to struggle in the political arena every day, and I can focus on my research in peace. Xiao Lu noticed my silence and kindly reminded me. "I heard from the cadres below that Secretary Shah and Secretary Li had a big argument in the petition hall today, and they have strong opinions about you. If you don't attend this training session, the consequences might not be as simple as a demotion." In Xiao Lu's eyes, the original host, Sun Lianqing, was a very serious and responsible leader. How could a lazy cadre be busy on the front lines from morning till night? How could a lazy cadre meet dozens of people in a day? He was busy every day, even having to empty the trash can outside 3 times a day. In his view, the leader was just being delayed by the situation and couldn't act. Xiao Lu thought I would continue to resist with various excuses, and just as she was about to persuade me again, I burst out laughing and said, "All right, I must go." "What time? Where? Send me the details later, and I will definitely arrive on time tomorrow." Xiao Lu was puzzled, thinking, what's wrong with the leader today? Why is he so eager? What kind of trouble is he planning to cause now? Any normal person would refuse to attend such a training session, so why did he agree so happily? I hung up the phone happily, thinking that I would finally be able to escape this abyss, but Li Aihua, who overheard the conversation, had a serious expression. You need to be careful with this training session. I heard they are investigating you recently. A colleague came to our house a while ago and stared at your telescope for a long time, even taking pictures before leaving. Are you being targeted by the Anti-Corruption Bureau? I quickly dispelled her doubts, saying, it's not about the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Li Dakong organized a lazy cadre training session and specifically requested my attendance. Besides, if I really resign this time, I'll take you out for good food and drinks, and we can enjoy stargazing and research. It'll be great. Li Aihua still expressed some concern, saying, you're taking it lightly. This training session is not about training. I think Li Dakong wants to use you guys for political achievements. Well, if you have to resign, as long as you're not targeted by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, it's good to step down safely and not have to worry every day. On the other side, after the secretary Xiao Lu hung up the phone, the whole person was relieved. It's not easy for your father to come back from vacation. You don't talk with him, you net worry about your leaders, Xiao Lu's mother said as she gave him a piece of ribs into the bowl. That's not the way to put it. It's a good thing for a kid to be dedicated and take his job seriously. Speaking is a middle-aged man. The man with glasses looks courteous and refined, permeated with a cultural atmosphere. He is Xiao Lu's father Lu Yonggang. Lu hemmed and hawed, focusing on his father. Dad, how long is your institute taking this vacation? Lu Yonggang took a bite of the food and ate it as he returned. Put in half a month. Ha? Only half a month? Ah. You haven't come back for most of the year. It's not easy for you to come back home and stay for half a month. Is that how you CAS oppresses you old professors? Xiao Lu's mother couldn't help but complain. Lu Yonggang explained with a smile. You also said it's been most of the year without a vacation. Mainly because our project is really urgent. This time we're not allowed to make progress before giving the big guys a vacation. As a scientific researcher, you have to be a little bit of ideological awareness, is not it? Xiao Lu's father, Lu Yonggang, an associate professor of nuclear power research, has been working at the Chinese Academy of Sciences on nuclear power research. Speaking of the progress of the project, Lu Yonggang's eyebrows cannot hide the joy of emotion. For such researchers, experimental success is more pleasing than anything else. Xiao Lu instantly became interested and curious. Dad, you're making progress on nuclear power. So is your program almost done? You have a chance to be promoted from associate professor to full professor? Lu Yonggang looked at his son and patiently explained. What's almost done? Do you think this kind of thing is just a game? Saying that it will be accomplished? How many scientists dedicate their entire lives to a single project and fail to accomplish it for decades? By progress I mean finding a direction. It'll probably be another decade or two before we have concrete success. Family members only know that he is doing research in nuclear power. What exactly is not clear. So Lu Yonggang did not explain in detail. After all, this is separated from the line of work, and also involves state secrets. There is no need to let them know too much, but when it comes to progress, it's bound to be huge. With their latest research, controlled fusion could become a reality at least 10 years ahead of schedule. Although the news was not announced to the public, as a participant in the research, the joy could not be hidden. After a few brief words, a few people changed the subject and continued eating. The next day, after work, Sun Liancheng, in line with the principle of coming to the office for the last time, purposely put the materials and all the scientific research results into a briefcase before hoofing it to the training place. This lazy training is set in the Municipal Party Committee office building. In addition to him, the scene also came to a dozen cadres, the scene of the people, half of whom he has seen. Yo, Old Li, you're here too. Old Zhang, you're here. Sun Liancheng found a seat and familiarly greeted the big guys. His presence made the whole atmosphere in the training room odd. Everyone else is sad and full of sorrow. As a cadre, but was pulled to participate in this lazy cadre training course? This kind of thing to say out. That is simply disgrace to the grandmother's house. Moreover, it is said that today's training will be broadcast live. Cannot be successfully completed will be straight down 3 levels? The future, not to mention the promotion, their own position cannot be kept. Such a serious matter. He Sun Liancheng good. Not angry sad even if. Why so happy? I heard that today's lazy cadres training course. It is secretarially rushed Sun Liancheng to do. Today's letter and visit office thing. To secretarially angry half dead. Isn't that right? Secretary Shah went there too. And Secretary Li got a good scolding. Right. And you see, we are all at the county level. The scene is Sun Liancheng at deputy hall level cadres. He does not even feel ashamed? Why is he still smiling and so happy? The murmurs of the crowd resounded around them, but Sun Liancheng didn't care at all. Anyway, He left at the end of today. What is sad? This official he is a day when he cannot go on. Who love to be who when? After the comfortable and beautiful to engage in scientific research, that is simply too fragrant. He took advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do to check the controlled fusion material to make sure he hadn't missed anything, or he would have to make another trip to the office tomorrow, a place he didn't want to go to anyway. It didn't take long for Lee Kong to come in from outside with a cold face. The secretary, Kim, followed along with the cell phone and holder, and Kim came in and found a suitable spot to prop the phone up. Seeing this, the hearts of all the people were cold. The whole live broadcast, their face was going to be lost all over the country. The crowd had put their heads down a bit to avoid giving the camera a full face shot as much as possible. On the contrary, it was Sun Liancheng, who was not half embarrassed and just sat straight in his seat, staring at Lee Kong. There was a bit of nonchalance in those eyes and temperament. His performance, Lee Kong naturally saw in his eyes. His heart was suddenly unhappy. Today's lazy training course is open to her Sun Liancheng. Good guy. This person even has not even the slightest sense of shame. Lee Kong coughed, officially starting today's training. Comrades, how does it feel to be sitting on the spot today? Is it like sitting on pins and needles? Let me tell you, it is hard for you to sit down, but I am even harder than you at this moment. And all of you are cadres of the state and servants of the people. After saying these two sentences, he purposely walked over to Sun Liancheng's side and knocked on the table to continue. As a result, some people think they are cadres. How do they usually do things? Do you know what the people say about you? The people say that they hope that the heavens will be long-eyed, so that certain cadres can be laid off quickly is the blessing of the people. Lee Kong was speaking impassionedly, and the scene, in its entirety, appeared in front of the live camera. On the court, Sha Ruijin just finished a lap of exercise. Secretary Xiaobai holding a cell phone. The two watched Lee Kong's performance. Secretary Lee is really daring. Sherry King commented lightly, and from the smile in the corner of his eye, he could tell that he was satisfied with today's training session. Secretary White said, "Yes, I think this video is going to be a hit online." Serkin nodded. Now the people hate the most is when the officials do not act. Today this live format is very good, conducive to expanding publicity and influence. Right. You arranged to send all of today's live broadcasts to the cadre groups at all levels, so that everyone can learn together. Chapter 003, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Sun Liancheng, right? Give me a good check. On the other side, the Anti-Corruption General Bureau of Jiangdong Province. Ho Liangping sat in his office and also had a live cell phone in front of him. The image on the live stream is of this very lazy cadre training course. Director Ho, you had to let me get this live broadcast for you, and as a result you don't watch it. It's not a waste of my time and energy. Lin Huahua, a section officer of the Anti-Corruption General Bureau, propped his chin with both hands and grumbled with some dissatisfaction. It's political awareness, you know? Besides, Sun Liancheng isn't in the training course. Compare and contrast the information to see what's suspicious. Ho Liangping did not raise his head, focusing on the information in his hands to look over. This information is not someone else. It is Sun Liancheng, the vice mayor of Guangming District. Director Ho, what's there to investigate about this Sun Liancheng? He's notorious in Arjingzhou City for his oil and salt laziness and inaction, but with a little bit of motivation, he wouldn't have to attend this whatever training today. I can understand you being new, but it's not a needless waste of everyone's time. Lu can also put the information on the table. To view the information is not interested. Originally on the Ho Liangping on the director of the thing she has a little bit of opinion. At this time to speak is also a gun with a stick. Ho Liangping shook his head. You guys don't understand. I've seen a lot of people like Sun Liancheng, good at disguise, likes to give himself a persona. Some people are full of benevolence and morality, full of people for the sake of the people. Behind the scenes to do things shot are not enough. Take Ding Yizhen. His image outside is not also very good. The result of corruption and bribery is no mercy. Taking a step back, lazy government inaction doesn't mean that he, Sun Liancheng, is not greedy, right? You guys don't think about it. An ordinary cadre of the provincial party committee, with a salary of less than $10,000 per month, has $1 million astronomical telescope at home. Is this scientific? Hearing this, the eyes of both Lu Jia and Lin Huahua lit up. $1 million telescope? Are you serious? Ho Liangping spoke the information on the table, slowly took out 2 photos from the drawer. Check it out. The crowd reported it. In the photo is a set-up astronomical telescope, and unlike the ordinary hobby use, this astronomical telescope is not only the texture or the shape looks like a cheap goods. Most importantly, you can tell just from the photo that the telescope has an aperture that is as big as 40 to 50 centimeters. Although the model of this astronomical telescope I didn't check, but the related knowledge I understand some. This caliber telescope, The cheapest on the market are more than 800,000. Hearing this, the two of them sucked in a cold breath. 800,000. He Sun Lianqing is what income? The hand of this information table that is at a glance. Although the annual income plus subsidies on more than 100,000, which still have to live expenses, all kinds of expenses. Each year can save a few tens of thousands of dollars would be good to say that he also bought to buy, but who will put more than 10 years of income saved to buy more than 800,000 astronomical telescope? There's definitely something wrong here. This astronomical telescope is the breakthrough. Like this people's assholes, we must get him out. Ho Liangping knocked on the table and swore. At this moment, the live broadcast screen landed on Sun Lianqing's body again, even giving him a close-up shot. In the comments section of the live stream, the netizens were not idle. This Sun Lianqing secretary I'm familiar with. I went to line up to find him to do things before. The result, queuing are 4 or 5 days. 4 or 5 days? This is not all considered good. At least you still see on. Our district leaders I lined up for a month people did not see on. What can I do if I see him? This district governor's son also has a hobby. He likes to look at the stars. You guys say he's a cadre who doesn't serve the people properly. What's he looking at the stars for? Is he engaged in scientific research or something? Upstairs. You say that's not right. Even the leading cadres can have hobbies. Well, watching the stars is not quite good, quite pattern well. In front of the computer, Xiao Lu knocked down such a string of text, before leaning back in his chair somewhat helplessly. I can't believe you boys are quite protective of the leader. Xiao Lu's mother brought in a fruit plate and put it on the table. Mom, where's my dad? Xiao Lu forked a piece of watermelon and asked in passing. Oh, your father is on the phone, saying that a leader from their institution is coming to Kyoto State tomorrow to attend the inauguration of some kind of science and technology park. Huacheng Science and Technology Park. Right, that one I know. Xiao Lu let out an oh-so-quiet sound and continued to eat the watermelon. Soon, Lu Yonggang came in from outside after making a phone call. This is your training course on lazy governance and stuff. This kind of training should be held more often. Lu Yonggang sat down next to him. Xiao Lu couldn't help but explain. Dad, you don't understand. The training is good, but our leader, it's really quite wrong. He's in this position. He's already doing a good job. If it were up to me, I might not be able to do what he's doing. Oh, Lu Yonggang held up his glasses, came to be a little interested in this Sun Lianqing. In the end, he is also a person from Beijing State. He has heard some things about this side, but when he heard about Sun Lianqing, it is true that he did not have anything good to say. So tell me specifically what your leaders are like. Mentioning this, Xiao Lu that came to be interested. Well, no one by one and father told once. After hearing this, Lu Yonggang's expression was also a bit gloomy. According to you, it is indeed quite difficult to do. It's true that you can only send sentiments on stargazing. Mind the universe. It can't be helped. What's this? Chapter 004, Stargazing? What kind of stars are these? As he spoke, Lu Yonggang suddenly noticed a drawing in the hands of Sun Lianqing in the live broadcast. Oh, our leader likes to study the stars. I guess it's a nebula drawing of sorts. Xiao Lu explained casually. Lu Yonggang held up his glasses and was about to come forward to take a closer look when the camera cut away and turned to Li Dakong. District Governor's son, we are lazy cadre training today. I know you like to look at the stars, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to bring your stars on an occasion like this? Li Dakong stood in front of Sun Lianqing. His face was grave, and his expression could not hide his anger. Comrade Sun Lianqing, you may not know very well, this colleague of ours likes to look at the stars, and usually does not act in his official position. His attention and energy are all focused on this looking at the stars. Since you're not doing anything in your position, why don't you go to the children's palace and look at the stars with the kids? The tone of his voice was subdued, and at the end of his words, his entire vocal tone rose. The atmosphere of the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. At this time, Sun Lianqing slammed the table and rose indignantly. Li Dakong, how do you want us to act? He stood up, his whole body trembling a little, and to an outsider, one would think he was nervous, but only Sun Lianqing himself knows that he is excited. After waiting for a long time, finally the opportunity to rage against Li Dakong, finally the opportunity to dislike him. He was excited. If it is not the system requirements, may not take the initiative to leave. Otherwise he would have left his post and put down the challenge to engage in scientific research. Who is here by Li Dakong's anger? Li Dakong, you were scolded in the petition office and turned your head to find fault with me. Let me ask you, why didn't you care when he, Ding Yizhen, built the petition office like that? Now that there's a problem, you're throwing it on my head and asking me to revamp it? If you want to remodel it, why don't you give me the money? You don't even give me the money. You're just talking, right? The bamboo stool you sat on in the petition office today was paid for by me. The words fell, and there was silence. Everyone looked at Sun Lianqing with wide-eyed incredulity. What's he doing? Li Dakong is the head of the capital city, a big leader at the provincial party committee level. He's Sun Lianqing so broad daylight, in front of the live national audience so talk? In the past, Sun Lianqing is not the most honest. Today this is what? Ate a gun drug? Just before everyone could react, Li Dakong was about to open his mouth to rebuke, but Sun Lianqing didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. What you, Li Dakong, are best at is being generous at the expense of others. Before, for the matter of the Dafeng factory's employee resettlement fee, you had the nerve to ask me, Guangming District, to take out $20 million? You threw the responsibility on me in order to curry favor with Chen Yin. And you don't think about it. Our Guangming District has long been emptied out by your incarnation. Ding Yizhen, $20 million? Where did the $20 million come from? Aren't you trying to force me to learn Ding Yizhen's play money and power routine with the Shanshui group? And that Dafeng factory? You're asking me to grant land? Ding Yizhen sold the land in Guangming District long ago. You want me to grant land? I'll create a land for you out of thin air? These words gave Li Dakong a red face. Sun Lianqing, is this something you, a district committee member, say? What does Ding Yizhen's lawlessness have to do with me? The people below all turned pale and watched the two of them, too nervous to speak. Crazy, crazy, absolutely crazy. Who does not know that the system is the most concerned about the human condition? See the leadership. Slinking to please the flattering are too late. Sun Lianqing even pointed to Li Dakong's nose to scold. He's letting go of decades of official accomplishments? 25 years in office for 25 years. This curse out. 25 years of hard work risk can be all down the drain. He's Sun Lianqing later. Not to mention the promotion. The system do not want to stay down. Sha Ruijin, who was watching the live broadcast, also had a slightly sunken face for a while, and was more or less surprised by Sun Lianqing's seizure for a moment before smiling faintly. This district governor's son. He's quite hot-tempered. Secretary White smiled awkwardly. District governor's son really doesn't act quite the same today. Normally he's quite gentle. Sherry Kin didn't say anything, just nodded faintly. On the other side, Ho Liangping and a few others, seeing this, were all a bit excited as well. I'll go. Is this district governor's son so fierce? Blasting Li Dakong? Lin Hua was eyes widened with a look of watching the fun. Ho Liangping revealed a mocking smile and put the information in his hand aside. I told you that this information is not accurate. This Sun Lianqing is not the kind of honest and rebellious master in the information. Let's see if this dislike of Li Dakong hits the nail on the head. Lin Hua bristled. Where did he get such a big nerve? This is Li Dakong, Beijing City, a hand. Sun Lianqing, this is not want to do it. Ho Liangping knocked on the table and leaned back in his chair with a raised eyebrow. Dare to talk like this? There must be a backer behind it. I just don't know whether it's money or power. He believes in his own intuition. Not to mention the millions of astronomical telescopes at home. Just look at his current performance. Li Dakong are not in the eyes, if not behind the back of the mountain. How dare he be so arrogant? This time, when he came to Jiangdong to take office, he happened to catch Sun Lianqing as an anti-corruption model, which is also considered to pave the way for his career. The live broadcast is still continuing. Sun Lianqing today is completely let fly. Anyway, is about to usher in a brand new life. How have to scold Li Dakong comfortably? How does it not matter? Li Dakong, you for the sake of political achievements condone Ding Yizhen. He did those hooks, you dare say you do not know? What the people of Beijing City are talking about? I don't believe it won't reach your ears? Oh yes, you have bad ears. Including your wife Ouyang Jing accepting bribes to collude with Ding Yizhen, thing you have not heard. Li Dakong's chest rose and fell, and his eyes were about to burst into flames, but he was still trying his best to suppress his anger. Li Dakong, vice ministerial level leader. Even Sha Ruijin, they had never talked to themselves like this, but now he was pointed at the nose by a deputy district committee member, thinking that he was still on the air. Li Dakong could only suppress his anger and said word for word, Comrade Sun Lianqing, it seems that you have a lot of opinions about me. If I have a problem, the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Anti-Corruption Bureau will come to investigate. There's no need for you to say this. Don't you forget we're talking about you today. Li Dakong walked to the front and his eyes happened to fall on the notes on Sun Lianqing's desk. Only instead of notes, the notes were a few pages of something like drawings, with things drawn in stars and some formulas written on the side. The moment he saw this, Li Dakong immediately associated it with Sun Lianqing's hobby of looking at the stars, and the anger in his heart found a cathartic point, and he snatched the drawings over. Good, then I'll talk about our good comrade, good cadre Sun Lianqing. Come on, let's take a look at this diagram. Isn't it kinda like the same thing? It seems that Comrade Sun Lianqing not only wants to look at the stars but also engage in scientific research, said the man. picking up the drawings and purposely placing them in front of the camera to show them off, his tone full of irony. Don't forget, we're here today to have a lazy training session, not to attend an interest class. If you like looking at the stars and doing research so much, why don't you just quit, go focus on your research, and become a counselor at the Children's Palace? This last sentence, the tone of voice is pulled up, the words are harsh. Anyone can hear that he is serious, is really going to kick Sun Lianqing out of the team. The scene was clear to the netizens, and just as clearly seen, there was Xiao Lu's family. It's over. It's over. District Governor's son, you mustn't be tough. Xiao Lu anxious as a head of sweat. As Sun Lianqing's secretary, Sun Lianqing usually how he looked in the eyes. This will also be anxious for him. He happened to cover the computer with excitement and was yelled at by his father. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Only then did Xiao Lu notice that his father's entire body looked like he was electrocuted as he stared dead at the screen, and his mouth seemed to be chanting something like it was impossible or something like that. Dad, Xiao Lu shouted in a small voice, and only then did his father react from the state he had just returned to, getting up and violently yanking on Xiao Lu's wrist. The footage just now. Get me the footage from just now. Chapter 005. Something's wrong. A major state-level secret. Seeing his father's reaction, Xiao Lu was confused throughout. Ha? What image? Lu Yonggang stood in front of the computer, wanting to operate something, but they do not know, can only be anxious dry stomping. It's the image that was just there, the drawing that was just there. Your leader Sun Lianqing that drawing. Although Xiao Lu didn't know what was going on, but seeing his father in a hurry, he could only follow what he said and find the playback clip just now. Fixing the video on a close-up of the drawing, Lu Yonggang stood in front of the computer, his eyes staring at the screen with a deadly stare, itching to read every word on it clearly. What's going on with your dad? Xiao Lu's mother had a question mark on her face. Xiao Lu also shrugged his shoulders, and he was 10,000 times more puzzled by his father's behavior. A few minutes later, seeing that Lu Yonggang had not yet moved, Xiao Lu could not help but open his mouth. Dad, isn't that just a drawing by my leader? What's there to see? He's got a bunch more in his office. Hearing this, Lu Yonggang moved and turned his head to look at him. Seeing the expression on his father's face, Xiao Lu and his mother were startled. His face was serious, so gloomy that it was about to drip, and it was only after a few seconds that he squeezed out these few words. Something's wrong. Before Xiao Lu could open his mouth, Lu Yonggang took his cell phone and rushed out of the study at fire speed. What's wrong with you, baby daddy? Bang! With a click, the bedroom door closed. Lu Yonggang to the bedroom, rushed out of the cell phone dialing, but because of nervousness, the hands are still trembling, pressed half a day before the number successfully dialed out. It can't be wrong. He checked carefully and nothing could be wrong. Although the camera only captured part of it, the formulas and data on it checked themselves as the result of their experiments. Their entire experimental team. Hard research for 5 years. 5 whole years. It was not easy to make some progress recently. 5 years of hard work in exchange for the formula. At this moment even appeared on the live broadcast of a lazy cadre training course. He had just taken a cursory look at the live broadcast, which had more than 100,000 online viewers. Meaning that more than 100,000 people had seen their data. Thinking of this, Lu Yonggang only felt his scalp numb, and did not dare to delay for a moment. A few seconds later, the call was answered. Professor He, our research results have been leaked. Inside the lazy cadre training course, I checked. This youth palace counselor is what level? No level. Just right for comrade Sun Lianqing. You since you like to look at the stars, like to engage in research, this work also needs you such a comrade. I'll go and give notice. Tomorrow you, Sun Lianqing, will report to the Children's Palace. At the end of his words, Li Dakong endured to use his hand to knock the table hard. If the usual even if, or today this kind of live occasion, Li Dakong most valued is not the face of political performance. From now on, there will be no more Guangming District Deputy Secretary Sun Lianqing this number of characters. Sun Lianqing Sun Lianqing. You say you, who can not offend, but to offend Li Dakong. The crowd all looked at Sun Lianqing with some sympathy. 25 years 25 years of struggle in Jinghua City. But today it is ruined. Li Dakong narrowed his eyes, uttering the words he had just said before finally relieving his anger. He lowered his head to look towards Sun Lianqing, originally expecting his face to show remorse and panic. But in the end, what he saw was a smiling face. That's right. Sun Lianqing leaned on the back of the chair, and there was no half panic in his expression. On the contrary, he was very calm, and even had a smile on his face. He looked straight at Li Dakong and slowly stood up straight. Isn't it just to go to the juvenile palace? No problem. I'll report tomorrow. Secretary Dakong. Since I'm not your subordinate anymore, then I won't participate in the training. Ha, goodbye you Lu. With that, he shoved the information into his file bag and left the training room with such a flair and fanfare. Only the dumbfounded crowd was left behind. This scene, honestly left an indelible impression in the hearts of all the people, but more than that, it was still the shock of this careless behavior of Sun Lianqing. Live streaming front. Comrade Sun Lianqing is quite a character. Xia Ruijin did not even expect that Sun Lianqing would suddenly come to such an outburst. Said to go, said not to do it. Even if it is a long time in the officialdom of him, these decades are the first time to see someone dares to be so tough in front of the leadership. To be honest, this behavior but let him on this Sun Lianqing some impressed. Saying such words on such an occasion, Secretary Sun's official career is considered to have come to an end. Secretary White sighed. More or less regretfully, Sherikan let out a laugh and said lightly, I see that Secretary Sun is very fond of the work of the Children's Palace. He himself is very happy. Respecting the wishes of cadres may not necessarily be a bad thing. Maybe our comrade Sun Lianqing in the Children's Palace can also do some new achievements. White nodded without saying anything, but more or less guessed the leader's attitude. Dry achievement is impossible. Sun Lian is not a professional background. Left the management position. Relegated to the Children's Palace can have what development achievements. However, the leader's attitude is also very clear. Only those who listen are good cadres. If even the leader dares to point his nose and scold, how can he manage in the future? Today's training course did a good job. After that it is possible to carry out a few more sessions. Today's video back to copy down, so that the leaders who did not see it also learn to learn. As soon as Sherikan's words fell, the live broadcast on his cell phone was suddenly interrupted, leaving only a black screen. After a few seconds, it suddenly displayed there is a network failure in this live broadcast. Please try again later. Sherikan frowned. What's going on? Xiaobai rushed to take over the phone, re-clicked in to try. The results so repeatedly refreshed a few times. The live room also still cannot enter. It's probably a signal malfunction. It won't swipe out. White operated for a while still without result. Sherikan waved his hand, not really caring. Forget it, then. Go back and watch the reruns. At his level, he just knows what's going on, and doesn't have to read the whole thing. At this time, meeting the same situation is also Ho Liangping's side. A few people were discussing it when the livestream was just interrupted without warning. Manhwa debugging for a while or no result. Can only stop. I have a hunch that Sun Lianqing is a big fish. Otherwise, how would he dare to talk to Li Dakong like this? And guess how much money he had to embezzle before he couldn't even look at the district committee position. I'm just afraid it's not simple. And it's not simple at all. Ho Liangping looked at several people with an air of determination. Lin Huahua, from tomorrow onwards, you'll be responsible for keeping an eye on Sun Lianqing, and report back to me anytime there's anything out of the ordinary. Yes. Lin Huahua nodded his head as several people had some new expectations for the identity behind Sun Lianqing and the big fish that might be involved. Chapter 006, The State is Out in Force. Come with us. On the network, about the sudden interruption of the live broadcast, netizens are also controversial. The scene this side, Li Dakong's secretary Jean, but also take the equipment repeatedly debugging, even if it is reopened. Live is still interrupted. The lazy cadres training course had to be put to rest. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. In the early hours of the morning, an airplane slowly docked at Kyoto City Airport. Lu Yonggang waited in the pickup area early, poking his head inside while pacing back and forth, beads of sweat on his forehead because of his anxiety. After waiting for a while, he finally saw a familiar face, which he hurriedly greeted. Professor He, you're here. The visitor was slightly older, with a thin figure. He wore a simple washed and somewhat white shirt, looked to be in his 50s, and like Lu Yonggang exuded a strong sense of bookishness, but his temperament had more traces of age than the former. The visitor, He, was a professor in nuclear power research and the head of nuclear power research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and was Lu Yonggang's immediate leader. He came to Beijing, China this time, originally to participate in a government and the Chinese Academy of Sciences tomorrow's Science and Technology Park landing activities. Who knew that as soon as he got off the plane, he saw Lu Yonggang's message. Have you contacted national security? He Zhongjing was also a bit anxious at this time, and was busy asking about it as soon as they met. Lu Yonggang nodded. I contacted them the first time I saw it, and the national security side has now deleted everything related to it from the internet, and this side is already trying to control the impact as much as possible. He Zhongjing nodded his head. Controlling the situation first is the most crucial now. Suddenly he thought of something else and asked in a hurry. Did you get a good look at what's in there? Sure it's the results of our tests? Lu Yonggang frowned and nodded his head fiercely, after which he took out his cell phone again. Professor He, take a look at this. It's a screenshot from that time. He Zhongjing took over the cell phone and brought it to his heel, and then hurriedly took out the glasses from his clothes pocket, which made him look carefully. The moment he saw the contents, the flicker of luck in his heart instantly dissipated, and his face lost its blood color. This wasn't the result of their experiments. The formula that took dozens of people in the entire lab, night and day for 3 years to work out, had just leaked. Although they hadn't researched it completely yet, it was important to realize that it was a crucial step in the research of controlled nuclear fusion. With the data, they had even crossed the threshold of controlled fusion, and everything became possible. The world is currently conducting research on controlled nuclear fusion, and if these things are leaked, their efforts will be in vain. Not to mention that they will be doing a favor to others, letting others step on the scientific research funds and experts of the Dragon Kingdom to achieve achievements. But these things, surprisingly, just leaked. At this moment, he couldn't afford to analyze which part of the process had gone wrong and where it had leaked from. The most crucial thing at the moment was still to control the impact of the matter. Seeing Professor He's pained expression, Lu Yonggang could only try his best to comfort. Professor He, national security is already handling it. I believe there shouldn't be too many people who saw it. Your side still has to participate in the activities of the new district tomorrow. It's better to hurry back to the hotel to rest. Your body is important. I'll follow up on this side of things, and I'll let you know the first thing that happens. He Zhongjing waved his hand, trying to calm himself down. No, I'll call the national security side now and ask them to investigate urgently. We still don't know how much this person actually knows. It has to be investigated urgently. I don't feel at ease if we don't. After saying that, He Zhongjing picked up his cell phone and called the national security side. This is something you must take seriously. It's a Class A leak. Early morning, 7 o'clock. The entrance to the family courtyard of the Beijing Municipal District Committee. A black car slowly pulled up on the outskirts of the neighborhood, and 3 men in plainclothes got out of the car. A few people walked to the edge of the neighborhood as if nothing had happened, and found a hidden position to crouch in. But judging from their figures, they were obviously well trained. Or we could just go to the house and take the people away. Save the guard. The 1-inch man spoke up. No, the word from above is that we mustn't frighten the snakes. The meaning from above is to take the person away for interrogation first, and wait until we get to the bottom of it. The other man pulled a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it and took a slow drag. Several people also received the task in the middle of the night yesterday. Sleep did not wake up was arranged to this side of the squatting arrests. This a cigarette down. Finally some sobriety. What I hate most is this kind of spies. Eating the country's food and turning around to send intelligence to foreign countries. Tell me, can they be good when something happens to the country? That's right. This time it's also a leader of the district committee. I don't know how much he's leaked. Now it's all infiltrated inside our organization. How come there are assholes everywhere? A few people crouched down while getting indignant, although they didn't know the exact reason for the arrest. But when it was the turn of the national security to take action, it was naturally related to jeopardizing national security. And it was reasonable to treat Sun Lianqing as a spy. Inside the neighborhood, Sun Lianqing woke up and stretched beautifully. Not to mention, today is the happiest day since he went to work. For no other reason. No longer have to go to work in the district committee. No longer have to face the masses of those insoluble problems, but also can focus on their own research. Think about it, is beautiful. The research is all pretty much done. Now all that's left is the ignition test. When we get the information together again today, we'll come back tonight and do the ignition experiment. He muttered twice to himself, his eyebrows unable to hide his excitement. Hurry up and wash up for dinner. It's your first day at the juvenile hall today. Don't be late. Li Aiwa's voice came from the kitchen. Okay. Sun Lianqing changed his clothes in 3 times and came to the dining table after washing up. Soy milk, eggs, buns, and a pretty hearty breakfast too. Yesterday you offended Li Dakong. I reckon he's waiting to put shoes on you. You mustn't be late today. His wife pinched a bun and put it in Sun Lianqing's bowl. Whatever. I'm working as a counselor at the children's palace now. It's not like he's in charge of Li Dakong. Sun Lianqing took a big bite of the meat filling, and it was fragrant. Hey, Li Aihua couldn't help but sigh. Her husband is addicted to stargazing, and has recently fallen in love with research and drawing. It's not that it's bad. She thinks it's good for the family to be at peace. But Li Dakong is not a broad-minded person. I'm afraid that this juvenile palace will not necessarily stay afterward. After eating, Sun Lianqing stuffed the information on controlled nuclear fusion into his briefcase and went downstairs with his wife. Li Aihua teaches language at a nearby middle school, and Sun Lianqing is going to the children's palace in exactly the opposite direction. The two went their separate ways out of the neighborhood. It was only when this had just taken a few steps and reached the corner position that 2 people suddenly came out in front of him. Sun Lianqing, I think, come with me this way. Chapter 007 Leaker Caught? The inauguration site of Huaqing Science and Technology Park. Li Dakong arrived at the event location early and waited for Xia Ruijin and Professor He to appear. Huaqing Science and Technology Park is one of the city's key projects, but also with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. For a city to develop inevitably have to go high-end technology. Li Dakong made a round to make sure that there was nothing wrong with today's activities before he asked towards his secretary. Xiao Jin, what was the feedback from the webmasters on yesterday's lazy training session? The lazy politics training course has a very important role to play, and that is his Li Dakong's personal show, to show him as a good leader who looks out for the people. The show, his own words criticizing the lazy cadres, were the result of fine-tuning, and the people were bound to enjoy them. Little Kim was a little embarrassed. The video is gone. All videos about what was on the air were deleted after the live stream malfunctioned yesterday. Dakota Lee frowned, looking over in confusion. No, it's all good. How come it's gone? Yeah, not to mention the video, there's no screenshots or discussion. Nothing is searchable online right now. Hearing this, Li Dakong's face sank. This was not a situation he had ever encountered, but out of political sensitivity, he could basically guess that it must have been a move from above to clear the video. But why? Secretary Dakong, do you think it could be because of Sun Liancheng? What he said last night is really affecting the cadre's image among the masses? Jean asked in a small voice. Li Dakong thought for a moment, before nodding. That's a real possibility. After all, Sun Liancheng is also a cadre of the district party committee. Insulting the leader in front of the audience. This kind of thing spread out really bad influence. It's just a drag. What if the leader misunderstands himself because of the video? Think of it this way. It's good that the video is gone. But this Sun Liancheng, everything is because of him. He does not become an official even if, but also affect his own performance. You go keep an eye on the Children's Palace, and as soon as Sun Liancheng reports for duty, immediately send a picture of him as a tutor to the group of cadres at all levels in the city of Beijing. Let everyone know what happens when lazy cadres don't act. Kogai nodded. Yes, I've already spoken to the juvenile hall on my end. I'll follow up in a few minutes. While the two were talking, they were notified that Xia Ruijin was here with Professor He. Li Dakong hurriedly walked out to greet the duo, full of smiles, as if he was a different person compared to just now. Secretary Xia, Professor He, you're here. Shuriken nodded faintly and took the initiative to introduce himself. This is Professor He Zhongzheng He, the Vice President of our Chinese Academy of Sciences Nuclear Power Research Institute. This is Secretary Li Dakong of Beijing Municipality, who is also the main promoter of this project, Huaqing Science and Technology Innovation Park. Li Dakong shook hands warmly. Professor He, we can finally expect you to come, to be able to cooperate with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Our city of Beijing can only dream of it. Li Dakong is clear that this introduction is actually not comprehensive. The Chinese Academy of Sciences, as a state directly under the state, and He Zhongzheng is the vice president of the Nuclear Power Research Institute. He is a full ministerial leader at the same level as Xia Ruijin, coupled with the fact that he was originally in Kyoto, in the political center of the country, around the political resources or influence, are also the top of the existence, and therefore, Li Dakong treats He Zhongzheng very enthusiastic. However, CC Ho had been engaged in research work and didn't pay that much attention to human affairs, so he just responded politely when he spoke or whatever. Where words, this kind of national key project, our Chinese Academy of Sciences or more help. Hey Qian, halfway through speaking, He Zhongzheng let out a big yawn and was a bit embarrassed for a moment, rushing to apologize. Sorry, Dakota Lee asked with concern. Did Professor He not get a good night's rest last night? Mentioning this, He Zhongzheng's face changed slightly. Something came up on the research program, but it's all sorted out. It's not a big problem. The specific ones didn't do much explaining, just two simple sentences to perfunctorily pass by. Xia Ruijin and Li Dakong, two people, did not ask more questions. Are in politics, naturally clear what should ask, what should not ask. Just then, He Zhongzheng's cell phone rang. His face, which had been somewhat tired, instantly perked up. I'm really sorry, you two leaders. I'm going to take a call. After explaining, he hurriedly took his cell phone and went to the corner to press the answer button. Professor He, the comrades from the Human State Security Department have captured them. Lu Yongdun's voice was a little excited. He Zhongzheng tightly gripped his cell phone, and his hanging heart sort of loosened up a bit. It's good that the person is caught, as long as they catch the person. How much he knows and how much he leaks. At least they have a bottom in their hearts. It's good that you've caught him. Let the national security comrades interrogate him properly in a while and see how much he really knows. Yes. Then I'll follow the interrogation on my side first. Professor He, you should be busy with things over there first, and I'll keep you informed of any progress on my side. Well. He Zhongjing breathed a deep sigh of relief before putting the phone away. Professor He, the inauguration is about to begin. Dakota Lee smiled and came over to give a notice. He Zhongjing nodded and followed him to the scene. Chapter 008, Astonishing. Unprecedented Great Discovery. Other side. Beijing Municipal State Security Bureau. An interrogation room. Sun Lianqing sat in the interrogation chair, in front of two uniformed public security comrades. These two were the ones who brought him back, except that they had changed their uniforms at the moment, and their temperament had changed significantly from what they had looked at earlier. The two looked serious, staring at Sun Lianqing as if they were looking at a prisoner. Be honest with yourself. Where did this data come from? Sun Lianqing only felt a brain of question marks at the moment. What data? Where did what come from? He was inexplicably invited to the national security. Even if it is not enough, this up is also like a prisoner interrogation. In the face of this situation, if the usual people have long panicked, but who is he Sun Lianqing? At least as a cadre for more than 20 years. Of course, the original body had been a cadre for more than 20 years, and he had still seen many of these big scenes. Sun Lianqing leaned his body on the chair and asked calmly, "This comrade, you invited me here. You should always say what's going on. In the end, it is also within the system. Do not speak without a head. What data? You should always say clearly." Seeing Sun Lianqing not the slightest panic, the two national security comrades looked at each other, but some surprise, not humble, in the end is a person who has been a leader. Seeing that Sun Lianqing didn't say anything, the two thought that he was going to continue to talk tough, and opened Sun Lianqing's briefcase again, taking out the information inside and placing it on the table. What's with all this information? When he spoke, his tone was noticeably heavier than before. Seeing the duo's attitude, Sun Lianqing pondered the cause in his mind. Your own information? Your own data? Do you need national security to come out? And for interrogation? To be honest, up until now, he hadn't been able to figure out what was going on, and the whole thing was still a bit confused. Where did that come from? I researched this myself. Of course, he answered truthfully. Hearing these words, some impatience came through the expressions of both state security comrades, and their tones became harsher. Don't be honest yet. We've already looked into your background. How can you do your own research with a liberal arts background and no scientific background? You honestly explain. Did you use your position to steal this classified information? These last words, which were even more resounding, echoed throughout the interrogation room. By this point, Sun Lianqing had sort of understood the situation. He had just wondered what he had committed that he had invited the national security. Dare these two national security comrades are treating themselves as spies, and he this spy to steal, but also these data. To be honest, I was worried that Li Dakong might have put shoes on him and forged some evidence to get him in. As long as it is not Li Dakong, everything is fine. As for this spy information and so on, originally his own research, of course, is not necessary. Comrade, I think you've got the wrong idea. The information is indeed good for me, but they're my personal research. There's no such thing as stealing or anything like that. But this answer obviously did not convince the two men. Sun Lianqing, you are at least a mass cadre. Have you ever thought about whether you can afford the party constitution on your body when you are a spy? One of them got a little angry, slapped the table and roared out. But this time, but also to Sun Lianqing angry. He knew that the main thing is to explain not clear. His innocence can be lost in this place. And so the whole thing got serious, too, and the aura was all over the place. This comrade, you also know that I'm a cadre. I'm at least a sub-provincial leader. You guys always have to talk about evidence. It's certainly fine if there's evidence that I'm a spy. But, if it's a slander, you should know what the consequences are. His reaction gave both of them a shock as well. Not only the duo, but even the director of the State Security Bureau of Jinghua City, Han Guoping, and Lu Yonggang, who were watching the interrogation, froze. How is this Sun Lianqing different from what is written in the information? The profile said that he had a softer personality. When did he become so strong? But he is right. In the end is the deputy provincial leaders. If you cannot get strong evidence or what is a misunderstanding? This result, he really cannot bear. Professor Lu, look at. South Korea Ping looked at Lu Yonggang with some difficulty in his expression. Evidence? The data in this video is not evidence. Lu Yonggang said in exasperation. I'll confront him. This person had stolen their data, and now he was even confronting them in a dignified manner. Lu Yonggang's mood at this moment was already angry to the limit. He entered the interrogation room with his cell phone and walked straight to Sun Lianqing. Sector Sun, right? This data came from you. You won't deny it. A moment later, Lu Yonggang took out his cell phone screenshot and put it in front of Sun Lianqing. He looked down, bringing his cell phone over to look at it from a distance. This Isn't this the same footage from yesterday's broadcast? This data? It was picked up by that Lee.com yesterday and criticized by name. So these state security comrades brought him in for interrogation for the data in the screenshot? It's mine alright. Hearing this, Lu Yonggang took a deep breath, already unable to suppress the anger in his heart. Yours? This is clearly our data. It's the test data of our nuclear power research and development team. It's the result of 3 years of time-consuming research by dozens of us. This kind of scientists, the results of the experiment is their life. Usually gentle and quarrelsome will not be able to, but at the moment the anger value is pulled full. As for Sun Lianqing at this moment, his mind was also in a daze. What's that? You stole their data? This data is only the result of his own initial research on controlled nuclear fusion. This latter side of his own research a lot of things. Now controlled fusion is just about on fire. And they're saying they're stealing their research? This is not a joke. He's a system guy. He needs to steal them? And to put it bluntly, their trials are still in the infant stage. They have already finished the life of a great man. Steal them? More or less. Outrageous? My son is your secretary. He always says you are not easy. A good leader. Even if you're not easy. Betraying the country and the people. These can't be your reasons. Lu Yonggang continued to accuse Sun Lianqing of the crime. Sun Lianqing looked embarrassed and scratched his head. Wait, Professor Lu, I think there's some kind of misunderstanding in the middle. Or else you can take a look at my research first and look at this information I have. He pointed to the thick stack of information in front of him, signaling Lu Yonggang to look at it first. But these words hurt Lu Yonggang's ears, more or less with some provocation, and he was shocked for a moment. What do you mean? Could it be that more than just the data that was just stolen? He looked at Sun Lianqing with some angry incomprehension in his eyes before he picked up the information with some trembling. Several other comrades of the state security looked at each other, disappointed, really disappointed with this comrade Sun Lianqing. Lu Yonggang took the information and scanned the circle, did not see more of them. His heart instantly loosened up, but his eyes fell elsewhere. After seeing a data, the whole person was like a lightning strike. The expression suddenly tensed up. The previous sorrow was swept away, replaced by surprise, the kind of surprise of seeing knowledge. He stood up straight, his eyes wide open, staring at the information in his hands as if he had seen something unimaginable. Pen and paper. Give me pen and paper. Chapter 009, Professor We became. The two state security comrades were unsure, but handed over the pen and paper. Lu Yonggang spread the information on the table, took a pen and paper and then frantically calculated. The whole person exudes a crazy temperament. This reaction gave the national security comrades a fright. Even Korea Ping, the director of the State Security Bureau of Jinghua City next door, couldn't help but walk over to the interrogation room. Professor Lu? Found something. He tapped Lu Yonggang's shoulder to ask about the situation. Lu Yonggang, however, as if he was bewitched, simply ignored him, and his entire attention was all in the data in front of him, line by line. He looked over. A moment later he was calculating with a pen and paper. A moment later he was frantically turning pages. The words kept coming out of his mouth. It can still be done? It can still be done? And so, 2 whole hours passed. Only then did Lu Yonggang finally finish the stack of information, and after reading it, his clothes were half wet. Shocked. At this moment, his mood could only be described with the word shock. Although there were many parts that he still couldn't understand, with his intuition, he knew that this information in front of him, the research here, had already surpassed them by hundreds of steps. No, it could be thousands of steps, even tens of thousands. With this data, controlled fusion could very well be developed within a year. That's way ahead of their research. He looked at Sun Lianqing in surprise, his face all excited. District Governor's son, you researched all this? Sun Lianqing nodded. Well, just some of the information, and some of it at home. Lu Yonggang swallowed hard. And the information. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that all of this was actually Sun Lianqing's research. Lu Yonggang's reaction confused several national security comrades. Wasn't it stealing confidential data? But his behavior also does not seem to see the stolen data. Korehei couldn't help but ask, Professor Lu, what's the situation now? Lu Yonggang wiped his sweat and explained in a trembling voice. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. This district governor's son didn't steal our data. Korehei asked with a frown. No theft? Then what happened to the earlier data? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? It just so happens that the same thing was researched? Lu Yonggang took a deep breath and dropped his gaze on Zhao Liancheng, saying word for word, not the same. Rather, Dr. Sun is simply far ahead of our research. Kyoto City, Children's Palace. What's going on? Why isn't anyone here yet? Youth Palace Leader Director Lu at the moment is poking his head out the door to see. He waited from 8 o'clock until now 10:30. Still did not see anyone. Who does not know that Sun Lianqing is Secretary Li Dakong assigned to their children's palace? I cannot imagine that this first day people do not come. I don't know. I just called District Governor Sun back, but the phone was turned off. The counselor beside him was also shaking his head anxiously. What is all this? Their children's palace is supposed to be a cultural training place. Who would have thought that a vice-provincial level leader would be sent down to them here as a counselor? They are all ordinary people. How can they get involved in this kind of official struggle? I estimate that Sun District Governor has anger in his heart. After all, it is a leader at the vice-provincial level, which is arranged to come to our place is certainly not happy. But I just don't know how to explain to Secretary Dakong. Just now Secretary Jean has called me several times. I don't know what to say. Director Lu can only dry anxious. From time to time to pick up the phone to Sun Lianqing dial out, but every time you dial out, the result is the same. Shut down. Also concerned about Sun Lianqing was Li Dakong on the side of Huaqing Science and Technology Park. On this side of the scene, Professor Ho is speaking on stage. Xiao Jin hung up the phone. From leaning over to Li Dakong's side, whispered in his ear. Contacted. Sun Lianqing still hasn't reported to the children's palace. Dakota Lee frowned, looking over a little incredulously. Didn't go? Sun Lianqing has gone against the grain. Ko Gain explained. I just tried calling and it's just turned off over there too. Li Dakong's frown deepened, his displeasure visible to the naked eye. Got it. He waved his hand, and only then did the little gold rush to back away from the edge, surrounded by the city's cadres who came to participate in the inauguration ceremony. On his right, also sat Sha Ruijin. Li Dakong tried his best to hide the emotions in his heart, but at this moment, the anger towards Sun Lianqing was building up. The junior palace doesn't go? It seems that Sun Lianqing is intentionally trying to provoke himself. If you can't even rule a district secretary, how can you stand up in front of the cadres in the future? The process continues on site. Soon, Professor He finished his speech and officially started the ribbon-cutting ceremony session. End of all sessions. Professor He, it's been a hard day for you, and on behalf of Jiangdong Province, I'd like to thank you for your support for our project. Society needs you scientists. You're the ones who pushed the whole country forward. Sha Ruijin smiled and walked over to Professor He, thanking him and shaking his hand. CC Ho waved his hand. If you're there, I'm just doing a little bit of work, which is just a little bit of research. Li Dakong stood on the edge and spoke smoothly. Speaking of which, some of our cadres are also very fond of research. We have a secretary in Jingzhou City who has his heart set on the universe and likes to look at the stars. Speaking of which, He Zhongjing also came to be interested. Stargazing? It's a good thing to be mindful of the universe. Li Dakong waved his hand. Unfortunately, this cadre of ours, he is now looking at the stars and doing research regardless of the time and place. Usually political affairs are not done. His mind is on this matter. It would be fine if this made some achievements in scientific research. It would be considered to benefit the people. But he, in his position does not seek his own politics. The masses are now full of complaints and opinions. He Zhongjing held up his glasses and was also deeply angry at what Li Dakong said. You said this kind of cadres, corpses, indeed a kick out of the cadres. Treat scientific research as a child's play, and treat the people as a child's play too. And what did you do with this cadre? Sherikin said faintly. This cadre let Secretary Dakong arrange to the children's palace to take the children to see the stars. It is also considered to make the best use of things to shine. Speaking here, Sha Ruijin narrowed his eyes at Li Dakong. Shouldn't Sun Lianqing have already gone to report? On this occasion, Li Dakong took the initiative to mention Sun Lianqing, and his small mind Sha Ruijin could see it at a glance, but he didn't say it explicitly. After all, this Sun Lianqing is a soldier in the hands of Li Dakong. How to teach, how to deal with, as long as it does not involve the interests of Jiangdong Province, the other casually. Li Dakong sighed long and painfully. I've asked around and he's not there, not to mention his phone is off. At those words, CC Ho both froze for a moment. I can't imagine that there are still such people in the cadres. I'd quite like to meet this comrade and see what makes him so tough. The words just fell. He Zhongjing's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Lu Yonggang's. Without a moment's delay, he rushed to the phone. Professor He, it's done. It's done. Chapter 010, reporting. I'm going to report it to the center. Just as soon as it was connected, there came Lu Yonggang's headless sentence. He Zhongjing asked anxiously. What came true? Aren't you guys on trial? What's going on now? On the other end of the phone, Lu Yonggang organized his words. Checked it out. No leaks. This controlled fusion is a success. His data is complete, and he's completely ahead of us. Controlled fusion will soon become a reality. He Zhongjing didn't understand too much of the first part, but he heard the last sentence clearly. Controlled fusion is going to become a reality. The word struck a nerve in him at once. Immediately? You, this kind of talk is too uncritical. You as a researcher, which difficulty you do not know. Precisely because he worked on nuclear power, he realized how difficult this stuff was, and that the word success was too far away from him. Lu Yonggang also knows that the phone will not be able to explain for a while. Can only rush to say, "You'll come over and see exactly what's going on. You'll know it when you see it. It really came true. You'll know it when you see the program." On the other end of the phone, Lu Yonggang is very sure. After hanging up the phone, He Zhongjing was also a bit shaken for a while. Could it be? Is there really a new discovery? Even though he knew how ludicrous the thought was, once he had faltered, the anticipation was overwhelming, and at the moment he was homeward bound. "Professor He, we've arranged for lunch, so let's go to the cafeteria together and get something to eat." Li Dakong saw He Zhongjing hang up the phone, went up and asked. Si Ho returned to his senses. No. I've got things on my side. I'll go first." He Zhongjing couldn't even greet Sha Ruijin before he hurriedly left from the scene. "Professor Ho?" Li Dakong looked at He Zhongjing's back and then at Sha Ruijin. Serkin waved his hand in disbelief. "Let Professor He go and get busy. The old professor has his heart set on research." Li Dakong had to stop and walked over to Sha Ruijin. "Secretary Sha, there's something on my side that I'd like to report to you." Serkin gave him a knowing look. "You're going to say something about Sun Liancheng? Today this meeting, Li Dakong mentioned Sun Liancheng everywhere. Just said to Professor He words are not meant for his own ears. If he cannot even see this, there is no need to be in this position." Li Dakong was seen through and gave an embarrassed laugh, both hands spread out, full of helplessness. "Yes, this Sun Liancheng is lazy and inactive, and now he doesn't report to the juvenile palace. Such a prick. I really don't know how to deal with it." Sherikin nodded faintly. "Secretary Li, the team of our cadres is indeed mixed with some impurities. Of course, if there is a problem, well, the first time should be dealt with. As for what you just said about Sun Liancheng, he's a soldier in your hands. How to deal with it is for you to just decide. Although Sun Liancheng is a district governor, but in front of a hand like Sha Ruijin, it cannot talk about how much weight. There is no need to intervene." When he finished, he waved his hand and walked ahead. Seeing this, Li Dakong understood. Sha Ruijin's meaning is very clear. He is giving himself a free hand. As for Sun Liancheng, feel free to deal with yourself. He does not interfere. In this way, this prick, Li Dakong, can't stay. After He Zhongjing left the Huaqing Science and Technology Park, he went all the way straight to the National Security Bureau. When he arrived downstairs, Lu Yonggang was waiting downstairs with a red face, and as soon as he saw him, he hurriedly greeted him. "What do you mean? What misunderstanding? What came to pass?" He Zhongjing took 3 steps and asked anxiously just as soon as they met. "This information is not a leak. It's real. He developed it." Lu Yonggang had not yet slowed down from the shock, and when he saw He Zhongjing this time, his speech was still not very organized. Knowing that he couldn't explain it in a moment, Lu Yonggang also gave up words and dragged the old professor all the way to the office. After entering, he turned around again and closed the office door behind him, before carefully taking out a stack of information from Sun Liancheng's office bag on the side. "This is all of it. The information here is far more detailed than our research." He Zhongjing took 2 steps forward and received the information with a heavy face. But at this moment, he apparently misunderstood Lu Yongdong's meaning and took a deep breath. "Is it possible that all of our research has been leaked?" The old professor's brow furrowed, and a few words of deep despair were written all over one face. Lu Yonggang shook his head and hastily added, No. It's that his research is hundreds of steps ahead of us. There's even a lot of things I can't understand. Professor He, you hurry up and give it a look." He Zhongjing looked up at him and his eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What? Although Lu Yonggang is only an associate professor, but to be able to enter the Chinese Academy of Sciences to engage in nuclear power research, is bound to be the leading domestic. If he cannot read, then the importance of this document is indeed visible." He Zhongjing took his glasses out of his pocket and put them on, his eyes falling on the documents in his hands. Lu Yonggang watched from the side, taking deep breaths while waiting for He Zhongjing's judgment. Although he had read it and thought that the proposal in it was practically feasible, there were still a lot of things he couldn't understand, and he desperately wanted to know what kind of reaction and judgment Professor He would have after seeing it. He Zhongjing took the documents and read through them page by page, not daring to be careless at all. He first briefly skimmed through it, and not knowing what he saw, his expression suddenly began to look serious, his eyes flickering as he stared intently at the words on it. A moment later, and then, as if seeing some surprise, he slammed the table. "Still? Using graphene superconducting material. Why didn't we think of such a good program?" After that, the old professor was even scratching his head, and the whole person was stomping his feet in place in excitement. Seeing He Zhongjing's reaction, Lu Yonggang also laughed out heartily. After all, he had just come through the same thing himself. Time passes. An hour later, He Zhongjing's eyes were red, still immersed in the joy of seeing this information. At this moment, he only felt as if his entire body had been drained, and when he came back to his senses, the clothes on his body had long been dampened with sweat, and were tightly attached to his body. Shocked, the kind of shock that hits the heart. Right now, he can't even say half a word anymore. The information about controlled fusion is just printed in his mind. Every single data is impacting his once inherent knowledge. Seeing this, Lu Yonggang was about to go forward to help, and the next moment, He Zhongjing violently got up from the ground, and he was excited while holding the information. No, it's too big. We must report it as soon as possible. Chapter 011 Major Situation. Experts and professors are here. This information is too important. Controlled nuclear fusion is a matter that affects the whole body. The whole world is focusing on it, and it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Even though he was the vice president of the Nuclear Power Research Institute, the importance of controlled nuclear fusion had long since gone beyond a certain academy. Rather, it was the matter of the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. I'm going to contact Dean Pope now. President Pope is also known as the General Director of CAS, the CAS hand. But Dean Pu seems to be in a meeting right now, right? A meeting organized from above. Or you can contact him later. This meeting was scheduled months ago and is a national-level meeting led by the Ministry of Science and Technology. He Zhongjing waved his hand, his eyes reddening with anxiety. Can't be late. What's more important than this right now? I'm calling Dean Pope. Other side. Site of the Kyoto Most. CAS Synergy Conference. Intermission. Dean Pu. If you need any support for your follow-up nuclear power research, feel free to speak up. Our Ministry of Science and Technology side of the manpower and material resources. As long as you open your mouth to ensure that they are in place. The head of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Shen Bei, said with a serious look on his face. Old Shen, you're being unkind. You only mentioned manpower and material resources, but you didn't mention a word about funds. Dean Pope joked. Shinbi smiled, somewhat helplessly. You, old Pooh, the state has just allocated $500 million to you, and now you still have the nerve to ask me for financial support? 500 million ah. Look at the current environment. Other projects, not to mention 500 million. 100 million cannot be shared. You're a bad old man, and greedy as hell. Shinbei looked at President Pu of CAS with some envy. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the head of the Ministry of Science and Technology position than the president of the Pope higher, holds more real power, but in fact the two are the same level, and even can say, President Pu in the field of science and technology on the status of the higher than him. After all, People jurisdiction of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is a collection of the country's top scientific research talent, but the most enviable thing is still their nuclear power research. Because of the breakthrough progress in this field, the state directly to the allocation of $500 million. Against the backdrop of this economic downturn, these $500 million are especially precious. Dean Pope sighed. You just listened to more than $500 million. Why don't you think about the difficulty of our project? For other projects $500 million investment is the ceiling. But controlled nuclear fusion, this is a bottomless pit. 500 million really can't do anything. Shinbi, of course, knew he was telling the truth and nodded. But isn't this progress? Isn't your team of Professor He doing quite well? At least we have a breakthrough. No. When he finished speaking, he searched the venue for a moment before asking suspiciously, how come we haven't seen Professor He? Why didn't he? A great meritocracy. Come, old He He went to Jiangdong province. There is a cooperative Huaqing Science and Technology Park inaugurated over there. I arranged for him to go over there. And by the way, go to rest and take a break. Dean Pope casually returned. Professor He has his mind on scientific research. He really should take a good rest and rest. Jiangdong province. Well, it's quite good. Minister Shen nodded. This place he has heard a lot recently. Xia Ruijin went to Jiangdong as a hand. Even Zhong Lao's son-in-law or something seems to be arranged in that place. Now with the backing of CAS, the future is certainly promising. At this moment, Dean Pu's phone suddenly rang, and he glanced down with a smile on his brow. Speak of the devil. Old Ho called, just in time to tell him about the $500 million project funding. Phone call connected. Lao He tell you a good news. Before Dean Pu could finish his sentence, CC Ho interrupted anxiously. Dean Pu, you go back to the Chinese Academy of Sciences right now and hurry up to organize a meeting. Go back? Dean Pope held the cell phone with a puzzled look on his face. What do you mean? He is in a meeting. and it is a meeting organized from above. And he is one of the persons in charge of the meeting, so he can't just leave. He was about to open his mouth to ask about the situation when the next moment, He Zhongjing's excited voice came again. We've made significant progress on controlled fusion. It's likely to become a reality soon. What did you say? Dean Pu's body shook and his voice steeply rose 3 degrees. This action came suddenly. To the side of the Ministry of Shin are startled. He was surprised to look over. Has never seen Dean Pu so out of character. But at the moment, Dean Pu's attention was on this phone call. Completely unable to care about the strange eyes, he asked with a sharp voice. Old he, you can't joke about such things. I'm serious. I'm more serious than you are about this kind of thing. The program is in my hands now. I've seen it all. And it's highly implementable. The data is also accurate. The matter is too big. I'm afraid of not being able to see it correctly. Now we need other experts to meet together to discuss it. Dean Pu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who was He Zhongjing? The top figure in nuclear power research. He even said that he was afraid of not being able to see such words. So it can be seen that the information in his hands has a high gold content. Fine. I'll rush back to CAS. Let's conference online. Hanging up the phone, Dean Pu without saying a word, turned to go out. To the Ministry of Shin are looking stunned, tugging on Dean Pu's arm. Old Pope? What are you doing? It's almost time for the second half of the meeting. It's an emergency. I have to go back to the meeting now. I'll leave the rest to you. Leaving these words, the person will leave without stopping. The scene of the crowd are all surprised to see Dean Pu storm away from the scene. Cass. It was lunchtime, and researchers were coming out of the labs one after another to head to the cafeteria. So there were quite a few diggers coming and going throughout the campus. Just then, the crowd only saw a red flag sedan appeared in the park, while honking to drive in the direction of the administrative office building. Some of the sharp-eyed saw the person sitting in the car, but also surprised to scream out, "Isn't that Professor Han sitting in the car?" Professor Han is the scientific research community of Titanic figures, the earliest batch of scientific research projects in China. He has been more than 80 years old this year, almost not much to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Everyone wants to see him. Everyone is the occasional academic lectures and what can see his silhouette. Today he suddenly appeared, and it is no wonder that everyone will be surprised. I'll go. That's Professor Lu's car. Over there is Professor Wang. Cars kept appearing behind them, all of them top researchers, and some of them were deans of other colleges and the like. Chapter 012. It would have to be a team of 100 people to accomplish this. Half an hour later, administrative office building, the innermost floor of the conference room. A dozen experts and professors are sitting inside. There are also some who are on vacation was rushed back on short notice. Didn't Dean Pu go to a meeting with the Ministry of Science and Technology today? Why did you suddenly call everyone together? I don't know. Is there some new announcement from above? Can't you see that Elder Han has been invited? It's not a small matter. Right in the middle of the crowd's murmuring, Dean Pu dustily arrived at the scene. And just as the crowd was about to ask questions about what had happened, a few uniformed state security comrades came in from outside. Professors, excuse me, all of your cell phones and communication devices turn in for a moment. Today's meeting is strictly confidential. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the state security comrades walked over to the professors in turn to confiscate the equipment. It was only at this time that everyone noticed that, at some point, the cell phone signals had all been blocked as well. Although most people have worked on classified projects and are accustomed to the secretive actions of the state security, there are still very few who come to the meeting to receive the equipment first, so it is clear that today's level of secrecy is very high. Dean Pope, you've gathered the big guys here, so don't sell yourself short on what's going on. Professor Zhao was an acute person and couldn't help but open his mouth. Dean Pu didn't rush to answer, but waited for the comrades of the state security to go out from the conference room with the equipment, and only then took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. Today's meeting was organized by me at the request of Professor C.C. Ho, so you can ask him about the details. As the words fell out of his mouth, he connected to C.C. Ho's video call, which was synchronized and projected onto the big screen. The crowd of old professors sat up straight in curiosity, making it so mysterious. To be honest, everyone felt curious already, so they all looked at C.C. He on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll make it short. Organize you to come here is to let you guys help me read a piece of information about controlled nuclear fusion. This information I'm a little uncertain. Need you to help me judge. Hearing this, the old professors looked at each other. If the person who said this had been any other young scientist, the crowd would not have been surprised, and would only have thought that it was because he had not learned his craft well enough to be professionally strong enough. But the person who said this is He Zhongjing. He is an old professor of nuclear power research in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He even said that he could not get it. That is the problem of information. The crowd's looks were also serious. Old he, where is the information? Show it to everyone. Elder Han held up his glasses and snapped. CC Ho nodded and synchronized the video screen to the information in his hand. Upon hearing this, the old professors all stood up and came over to the big screen, looking closely at the content on it. Creating plasma research models? Graphene superconducting material. That's kind of interesting. It's a bold idea. And from our materials science perspective, it does work. Several of the older professors gathered around the front while giving their thoughts, and the initial reaction was rather muted as far as giving their opinions and views on their respective areas of specialization. A few minutes later, the scene was buzzing with excitement as we turned the pages backward. It can still be like this. I've never seen this program before. Is this plasma architecture for real? This formula. Quickly. Quick pen and paper. Do the math. This formula. Surprisingly true. Solved it. The formula I've been working on with my team for more than 10 years and haven't been able to figure it out. Genius. This is absolutely genius. To think of recreating the plasma architecture by separating the molecular structure and using microscopic reorganization. Several senior experts from different fields were gazing at the information in front of them with full attention. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Some of them were holding pens and paper and writing furiously, fearing to miss any important information. Some of them were getting close to the screen, skiing and praising a certain formula, as if they had discovered a new continent. They were generally very excited. Some people were even so excited that they rose up and shouted loudly, and the whole scene was bustling with excitement. These usually unsmiling, solemn old pedants, but at this moment as children see the beloved candy as ecstatic. On the screen of the information is full of praise, all love. No one cannot put down the hands of the information. Is there any more information on this? It seems to mention subsequent experiments as well as some brand new data. Where is the other relevant information? Hurry up and show us. On the other end of the video, He Zhongjing had just finished playing the last page of data, when everything suddenly came to a standstill. The old professors were still immersed in the sea of data, and after coming back to their senses, they couldn't wait to ask questions. He Zhongjing's reaction at this point had been much more calm. After all, he had already experienced the reactions of this group of people. Easy, that's all for now. Let's analyze this information first. How is it? How true is it from your perspective? Although he asked this, but in fact, when he finished reading the information, he already had an answer in his heart. Only that some of them were interdisciplinary and specialized issues that he couldn't figure out. So he looked for this group of people to look at together. Professor Han lowered his head, his eyes staring tightly at the data he had just calculated, his voice becoming a bit hoarse, leaving everything else aside. In terms of these data alone, their authenticity and trustworthiness are unquestionable. I have repeatedly calculated it no less than 10 times, and the results are completely consistent. There is no problem. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd coincidentally focused on Professor Zhao of Materials Science, only to see him gulp slightly and say with an unusually serious expression, "Judging from my many years of experience, the program in this material has a strong operability." Receiving such a positive reply from the two respected old professors, everyone in the room could not help but be energized in their hearts. Immediately afterward, they turned their expectant eyes to the other professors. Professors from different disciplines and professional backgrounds stood up to express their opinions, and the answers they gave were exactly the same, true and highly feasible. This is only a portion of the information, but from what we've seen so far, it's just too perfect. It can be deduced that the person who provided this document should be close to the closing stages of the experiment. Someone shouted excitedly. When did we have such an expert in the Dragon Kingdom? Sun Liancheng? At this moment, Professor Han dropped his gaze on a signature in the corner of the information, and muttered the name over and over again in his mouth. His face also became more and more puzzled. This name didn't seem to have been seen before in his impression. Could it be some old, well-hidden scholar? Professor Zhao also whispered, thinking at the name. There are indeed cases of this kind, somewhat like the feeling of a landsweeper, who devotes himself to scientific research and engages in research work silently without showing any sign of weakness, only waiting for the results of the research to be published. In their eyes, I'm afraid that being able to research such complete information was the result of that old scholar's exhausting life's work. Definitely, he's been studying physics alone for at least a couple decades. That's more thorough research than even I've done. The other old professors nodded, deeply agreeing with this statement, but at the same time, a feeling of awe rose in their hearts. He Zhongjing Sai didn't know the situation and nodded along. After all, at the moment, his thoughts were similar. Old he, what about this team? Hurry up and bring this R&D team to our CAS. Let's have a good exchange to learn from them. Professor Han got up and spoke excitedly toward him. He Zhongjing then reacted to the fact that the author of this material was in the same building as himself, and also looked at Lu Yonggang excitedly. Right. I almost forgot. Xiao Lu, are all the people from their team here? Hurry up and bring them here. Chapter 013. What? The developer is a district governor? Lu Yonggang's side was also agitated, and when he heard this, he hurriedly explained. Coming. District Governor Sun is right next door. Mr. Sun? CC Ho froze for a second, and the group of professors all looked at each other in disbelief. What did it mean? He Zhongjing thought that Lu Yonggang didn't understand and emphasized again. What District Governor Sun? I'm asking you about the authors of these materials. The scholar Sun Lianqing and his team who came up with these studies. Lu Yonggang was aware of the ins and outs of the matter, and although it was unbelievable, it was the truth, and he hastened to explain. This Sun Lianqing is Sun District Governor. Sun Lianqing, the District Governor of Guangning District, Jingzhou City, Jiangdong Province, and he doesn't have a team in his hand. These are all researched by himself. Instantly, He Zhongjing's mouth opened and closed, half unable to speak. The group of old professors in front of the camera also all opened their eyes wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. After a few seconds, He Zhongjing had no reason to just feel his throat tighten, and his mood at this moment was simply more shocked than seeing this information. This controlled fusion material was written by a district governor? No team yet, all by himself? Lu Yonggang nodded his head firmly, and even made a point of adding a sentence. And, as far as I know, he hasn't even had any experience in science research. He wrote all this information after hours. Not to mention him. At this time, the group of old professors were all startled and only felt a chill on their backs. When we saw the information, we all thought that the author was an old scholar. No more. It should be some kind of material or physics graduates. Who would have thought that the author of this information is a cadre, or a district chief? It is not that the district mayor cannot engage in research and development. If the other party is the cadres of the Ministry of Science and Technology can still be understood. But the other party is in the industry with the current research can be said to be a pola. Not only that, but he did all of this research by himself. Thinking about this, the crowd only felt away from a big pu. These science class, professional researchers, decades have not been able to understand things, but let a grassroots cadre to study thoroughly. Even more, people are still single-handedly alone and have directly surpassed their scientific achievements by decades. It's a feeling that's kind of hard to describe for a while. Especially He Zhongjing. His heart mixed feelings. He led the team. Spent more than $1 billion to have such a small breakthrough. People, to handle so much information rely on just one person. It's even a non-professional background. And still manages to do research in his spare time while serving the masses by clocking in at work. For that matter, and the research kills them all. At this moment, the crowd seemed to understand the truth that there are indeed some people who are just born with a mission to push the world forward. The atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly became eerie, and all that could be heard was the sound of these professors sighing. Just as the crowd was shocked, Professor Han suddenly thought of something as he looked at the results of the calculations in his hands. Crap! He slammed the table and stood straight up. Professor Han? What's going on here? Dean Pope asked suspiciously. Professor Han's hands trembled as he took the pen and tapped it on the arithmetic straw paper, his tone unable to hide his shock and horror. Look at this data, you guys. Sun Lianqing seems to have reached the last step. As his words fell, the crowd nodded. Yes, it does look very detailed from the information available, and it does mean that it's going to be wrapped up. But what puzzled them wasn't it obvious in this information? Why did Professor Han react so strongly? Seeing that the crowd didn't respond, Professor Han stomped his feet anxiously and increased the volume with his hoarse voice. I mean, he's already experimenting with ignition. Sure enough, upon hearing the words ignition experiment, it instantly exploded in the conference room. What? Ignition experiment? Nonsense. This is nonsense. Dean Pu could no longer calm down and cursed angrily. Controlled fusion research is important because it is able to gather about 300 nuclei of superfluid energy in a single fission. And the energy of each superfluid is basically equivalent to 142 million joules of energy. How horrible is this figure? To put it simply, it is equivalent to the energy produced by burning 50 million tons of coal. If there was so much as a single mistake in the operation, it would mean that those 50 million tons of coal burned at the same time. Of course, Sun Lianqing, because it is a personal research, there is no professional laboratory, therefore the destructive power is certainly not so strong. But to what extent? They simply do not dare to think more about it. Which once things go wrong, how much consequences will be caused? They simply do not dare to think more about it. Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. He Zhongjing viciously scratched his originally not dense hair twice, which would anxiously turn in circles. Dean Pu thought for a moment, and his mind quickly made up its mind. The matter is of great importance. Professor He, take a trip to his lab as soon as possible with your men. No matter what, the test must be suspended. I'm contacting national security to assist you right now. Remember, make sure to keep it a secret. Avoid escalation while smoothly bringing Sun Lianqing and his program back to CS. He Zhongjing nodded solemnly, not daring to slack off for a moment. Hanging up the video call, his hands were still trembling slightly. Professor He, is everything okay? Lu Yonggang stepped forward to assist CC Ho's arm. He Zhongjing shook his head, got up and hurried over in the direction of Sun Lianqing's interrogation room. State Security Department of Handong Province, Director's Office. Director Wang Mingyuan stood by the window with his cell phone and was talking on the phone with the head of Beijing Municipal State Security, Han Guoping. According to you, the Sun Lianqing matter is a misunderstanding? Corey Ping said. From the evidence we have so far, it's a high probability that it's a misunderstanding. Wang Mingyuan rubbed his temples. Well, if it is clear that it is a misunderstanding, give people a good send back. After all, it is also a district governor. Spread out the influence is not good. Although Sun Lianqing's rank is much lower than him, but we are all officials in Handong province. Head up, head down, make such a mess. If the other side to pursue, their national security reputation more or less not very good. So thinking, the office phone suddenly rang. When he saw clearly which phone was ringing, Wang Mingyuan's heart trembled and he suddenly looked nervously at the source of the sound. Other people might not be clear about it, but he knew that the phone came from within the system, which meant that only people whose rank reached a certain level could use it, and at the same time, in order to ensure that the phone lines were open, it would only be activated in times of major events, and it was the first time the phone had rung since he'd taken office. Chapter 014, Sun Lianqing, this is against it. Downtown streets of Kyoto City. It's 5:30 p.m., right in the middle of the evening rush hour. The originally bustling driveway was now traveling with a dozen black sedans. At the front of the convoy, 2 police cars drove the way, continuously emitting by whoopee-whoosh shrill sirens. The cars that were traveling on the road avoided the road and made way for the gang of police cars. Looking at such a situation, the crowd's murmurs were endless. What's the situation? Is it some leader coming to inspect the work? I don't know. If it's a leader, this road should have to be closed. And it's not closed. The police car is driving the road. What's the situation of these cars at the back? Look at the sign, seems to be a national security car. Is it to catch spies? What exactly is going on? People don't know. At this time, a black red flag car at the forefront. He Zhongjing looked at Sun Lianqing and asked incredulously, Mr. Sun, is it in the basement of the neighborhood that you wrote out these test data? Sun Lianqing sat on the edge. His eyebrows wrinkled twice. How is it, Mr. Sun? People, a 50 or 60-year-old man called himself teacher? This feels kinda overwhelming. Yeah, mostly because it's inconvenient to experiment at home and there's not that much room. So it's in the underground storage. He Zhongjing's eyelids jumped twice. So the basement was convenient? This is still just an ordinary basement. Professional equipment protection are not. Such conditions to research nuclear fusion? If it explodes, the whole neighborhood is finished. Thinking of these, He Zhongjing asked with a somewhat trembling voice. So, I don't think your side of the ignition experiment is ready yet. Oh, I've finished all the preparations. Originally, I was planning to go back to do the final ignition after work today, but I was invited by you guys to national security, so I didn't get it done. Sun Lianqing said in a cloudy manner. But He Zhongjing listened to the cold sweat on his forehead. Subdivision warehouse. Preparations done, just short of a fire. Good in the national security to bring people. Otherwise, if he went back to continue to ignite the test, in that kind of crowded situation there is still no protection. Once the accident, He Zhongjing did not even dare to imagine how serious the consequences would be. Actually, you guys don't have to worry. I was very careful when operating this experiment. Nothing will happen. Knowing what He Zhong was worrying about, Sun Lianqing took the initiative to explain. The main reason why he dared to say this was that there was a system to add support to all the preparations were 100% perfect. There was no possibility of errors or accidents. And naturally, there was no chance of accidents occurring. But at this moment, his words were obviously unconvincing to CC. He anxiously looked out the window and said in a serious tone toward Korea Ping in the passenger seat. Bureau Han, just this point of your national security comrades, people are simply not enough. You have to evacuate the crowd when you arrive at the scene, but also blockade the neighborhood. Also, the role of protecting the site is important. Never let the outside see what's going on in the research lab. This time it's a major classified secret of the country. Corey Ping looked serious and nodded deeply. Personnel side, you do not have to worry, because the incident was sudden. The above has contacted the Provincial Public Security Department side of the emergency deployment of the Special Police Force. They cite evacuation of personnel, blockade of the neighborhood. They will arrange things. As for the confidentiality aspect, you don't have to worry about. We have all hands on deck. As well as the provincial national security side will also come to ensure that not a single word will be leaked out of the lab. Only after hearing this did He Zhongjing finally feel a bit more at ease and nodded his head repeatedly. Fine. Just arrange it. On the side, Sun Lianqing only felt a head of question marks on his brain. More or less. Just then, his cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed that it was Secretary Kim's. Today has been on the side of the National Security Bureau. The phone has been confiscated, which is still on the car after the South Korean Ping returned the phone to him. Originally said to see what is missed, but has been talking about nuclear fusion things, and did not care. He didn't think much of it and just picked the phone up. Hello, Secretary Kim? On the other end of the phone, Secretary Kim was obviously also a bit surprised, not expecting the phone to connect so suddenly, and froze for a few seconds before rushing to ask, District Governor Sun, you finally answered the phone. Where have you been all day today? This children's palace doesn't go. The phone doesn't answer. Secretary Dakong is anxious. If it wasn't for Secretary Jin's reminder, Sun Lianqing himself would have almost forgotten that he still had to report to the children's palace. But today's in the national security thing, really also not convenient to tell others, especially just He Zhongjing 1,000 instructions over the S level of confidentiality. So Sun Lianqing casually perfunctorily said, not going anywhere, just a little personal business to take care of. Private? He, Sun Lianqing, is going against the Big Dipper. You ask him if he still wants to do his job. If he still wants to do it, then bring me a review and go to the youth palace to apologize for his mistake. On the other end of the phone, Li Dakong's exasperated voice could clearly be heard. Ahem, that's Sun District Governor. Secretary Dakong means. While Secretary Jin was obviously much calmer and tried to organize Li Dakong's words as gently as possible, Sun Lianqing was very disdainful and directly said, it's okay, Secretary Kim, I heard everything. Secretary Dakong, I won't go to this youth palace today. I'm on my way home now. I'm a bit busy here. Let's talk about it later if there's anything. After saying these words, Sun Lianqing directly hung up the phone with a snap. On the other end of the phone, Li Dakong and his secretary Xiao Jin all froze in place in surprise. Sun Lianqing hung up the phone? Sun Lianqing hung up the phone knowing that Secretary Li Dakong was next to him? Xiao Jin looked cautiously at Li Dakong, not daring to speak. Li Dakong's face had been gloomy to the extreme. From last night to today, this Sun Lianqing had challenged his position again and again. Now it's even hanging up on him directly, and openly provoking that the juvenile hall is not going? If he couldn't deal with this prick, how could he, Li Dakong, manage the soldiers under him? He asked word for word, where did Sun Lianqing just say he was? Secretary Kim responded in a whisper. Sun DC says on way home. Li Dakong took a deep breath and nodded his head fiercely. Good. He's not coming, is he? Let's go find him. I'd like to see what this district governor son of ours is up to. Go! Get me Zhang Truong from the Discipline Inspection Committee. Let him go with me to find Sun Lianqing. I'm a secretary who can't call him, right? Then let the Discipline Inspection Committee go. By the way, give me a good check on him. Chapter 015 I'm Li Dakong. You won't let me in? Secretary Jin hurriedly nodded his head, which notified Zhang Tejie and followed Li Dakong over to the family compound of the Beijing Municipal District Committee. This side is the city office, not far from the family courtyard of the Beijing Municipal District Committee. The driver drove for more than 20 minutes and arrived at the destination smoothly. This is just in time for the end of the day. The leaders of the district are also going home one after another. Some sharp-eyed people recognized Li Dakong's car at a glance, but also stood aside to discuss in whispers. Isn't this Secretary Dakong's car? The car in the back seems to be the Discipline Inspection Commission's, estimated to come to find Sun District Governor. This time he is in trouble. Last night Sun Lianqing pointed at Secretary Dakong's nose, but Sun Lianqing is not sent to the children's palace. How Dakong's secretary still come to find people? I heard that Sun Lianqing didn't even go over there at the youth palace. No wonder this is touching Secretary Dakong's scales. The Discipline Inspection Commission has been mobilized, and I'm afraid that Sun District Governor is finished. In the sound of whispered discussions, Li Dakong car driving to the district gate. In the district party committee family home when the security guards are people fine. A C license plate number to know the car is not simple, and do not need to ask. Directly to the open gate to release. The car drove all the way to the parking lot. Zhang set up the first time to get down from the car, walked to the side of Li Dakong's car and asked in a small voice, Secretary Dakong, why don't you just sit in the car and I'll just go up with Secretary Jin? Honestly, he didn't want to get involved in any of this, but he just couldn't help it. Somehow he was called over. And today's situation has been very clear. Secretary Dakong is ready to pull out Sun Lianqing this prick. The Discipline Inspection Commission to intervene in the investigation of the back of the situation. I'm afraid it is not so good. Li Dakong had his eyes closed and was clearly brewing emotions. After a few seconds, this opened his eyes. Also, you guys go up and talk to District Governor Sun and see what he is planning to do. As for Secretary Zhang's side, individual cadre-style problems will directly affect the government's image. Like this kind of disobedience, given the opportunity to still do not know the repentance of the cadre's more targeted treatment. You guys will come to the door in a while. Remember to do a good job of videotaping and taking evidence. And after that, by the way, set up a negative case for the other cadres to give the big guys a long lesson. Zhang set up a nod. What Secretary Dakong said. Then we'll go up there. Dakota Lee closed her eyes and waved her hand. Go on. As soon as the words fell, a biwobiwo siren was heard suddenly ringing outside the neighborhood. In addition to the sirens, there was also the sound of a convoy traveling. And by the sound of it, it wasn't even 1 or 2 cars that could reach it, but dozens of them, and maybe even specialized units. Several people all looked over in the direction of the sound suspiciously for just a dozen seconds. Just saw a dozen or so SWAT combat vehicles drive into the neighborhood. And even half of these vehicles were bomb-proof. What's going on here? Li Dakong frowned and asked out in confusion. And the others shook their heads in uncertainty. General mobilization of the special police are met with a large emergency terrorist incident. And this kind of thing is generally to make a report to the top. Although the special police are not directly under the management of Li Dakong, but he is a hand in Beijing City, the lower side must also be in the first time to report to him to be able to do. But now, the situation before him was unknown to him. Soon, the car pulled up to the side, and one by one, the SWAT officers got out of the car with real guns. Xiao Jin was about to open his mouth to inquire about the situation when the man leading the team even carried his gun directly in front of Li Dakong's vehicle. Anti-terrorism drill. All personnel evacuate the site. Anti-terrorism drills? A few people froze again. If it is any sudden event is also even. But this kind of anti-terrorism exercises are to be reported in advance. Now it is good. As a hand of the Beijing Municipal City, Li Dakong for this matter is actually uninformed. Against it. This Chi Tongwei is also against it. Mobilizing the SWAT team is such a big deal without saying hello to the top. Li Dakong was originally on the face of the iron green. This will be more black a cut. Originally Sun Lianqing this prick is enough to make him angry. And now there is a Chi Tongwei. People in the car. Get out of the car and evacuate the scene as soon as possible. The SWAT officer carrying the gun just stood straight in front of the car with a serious look and a stern posture. And the words coming out of his mouth were cold. Special police are usually in intensive training. Plus the comrade in front of me looks very young. And does not know Li Dakong. So the speech is just impartial. But these words fell on the ears of several people. It was simply provoking. Provoking the authority of Li Dakong. Secretary Jean was really a bit unable to look at the young comrade and walked over to him and whispered. This comrade. The person in this car is Secretary Li Dakong. Li Dakong sat inside with a grimace and didn't say a word. The little comrade of the SWAT team was also a stick in the mud, carrying his gun and standing in a military position and shouting, whoever it is, we've been instructed to evacuate them all. After saying that, seems to be aware of the other party does not cooperate. Directly one hand with a gun in one hand blowing a whistle. The other special police comrades also all carry guns to this side surrounded. This scene gave several people all a fright, knowing that there was no other way but to cooperate at the moment. Cooperate. Then it's okay for us to drive out. Is this in the end, Secretary Dakong? Before the words were finished, the SWAT officers had all arrived in front of them, pointing their guns at the several people. Everyone get out of the car. Evacuate the site as soon as possible. It was in this kind of chaos that Li Dakong, Secretary Jean, and Secretary Zhang were driven all the way to the outside of the neighborhood by SWAT officers. At this time, the entire district party committee family courtyard is also a mess. Upstairs residents one by one in a hurry to be brought out from upstairs, wearing slippers, hanging towels, and bath half wrapped in a jacket head topped with foam. By the time Li Dakong several people arrived outside the neighborhood, there were already people standing over there, all of them chattering and huddling in a group, discussing what was going on here. Some people even argued and wanted to go in, but they were all stopped outside by the SWAT officers, even pulling up a several 100-meter long cordon. The periphery of the cordon is directly surrounded by a wall of human beings in the form of real SWAT teams. The people who were originally still discussing, at this moment saw Li Dakong come out. There are a few more eye-catching. Directly come to the front. Secretary Dakong, you are also here. Today is what air defense exercises are. How we did not receive notice. Our side still need what cooperation not? Originally came to curry favor. But after these words, Li Dakong's face became a few points more gloomy. and he directly turned his face away and did not pay attention to him. Go on, call Chi Tongwei. Ask him what he really wants. Lee Dakong lowered his voice and forced his anger to punch Secretary Jean. Yes, I'll contact Director Qi. With that, Secretary Jean took out her cell phone and dialed it to Chi Tongwei. And before the phone rang twice, she saw a familiar figure not far away appearing in the duo's line of sight. Chapter 016. What is it? I, Lee Dakong, have no right to know? Less than 10 meters away from the district, a police car slowly stopped, and a man in a police uniform came down from the car, still holding the cell phone that was ringing non-stop. This person is none other than Chi Tongwei, the director of Handong Province. At this time, Chi Tongwei's eyes happened to be with Lee Dakong in one place, and the two of them looked at each other. Chi Tongwei froze slightly, but quickly responded, hanging a smile towards Lee Dakong. Secretary Dakong, why are you here? Concern was on his lips, but there was a wry look in his eyes, and with his intelligence, he must have guessed what was going on. Lee Dakong's affair with Sun Lianqing is making a lot of noise, and I heard that the guy didn't even go to the juvenile palace today, so with Lee Dakong's character, how could he not clean up this prick? At this moment he appeared over here. 80% is to find Sun Lianqing trouble, but just happened to stumble upon a sudden situation was driven out. Also let him see Lee Dakong this wretched scene. Lee Dakong had a dark face. Director Qi, you have a lot of power. Organizing defense and control drills now are not reported in advance, right? Oops. Misunderstanding. Today is really a special situation. Chi Tongwei's face was difficult, acting like he had something difficult to say. He walked to the front and whispered in Lee Dakong's ear. Secretary Dakong, you calm down. This time the matter are really not organized by our public security department. We also just assist the work of the state security. I've just received the arrangement from above and brought my men to the scene as a matter of urgency. Lee Dakong gave him a suspicious look, his mind quickly running through what he said, and glanced over to the SWAT team guarding the doorway. Indeed, it was only after Chi Tongwei said this that he noticed that there were indeed some plainclothes staff standing by the SWAT team, and within their system, the only ones in plainclothes were the Ministry of State Security. National Security crossed the leadership team to directly mobilize the SWAT team, which can only mean that today is a major emergency. The bigger the matter, the more you need to get involved in it, as long as it is handled well. This can all be political achievements. Could it be Secretary Shah's arrangement? Is there something unexpected going on? QI smiled and made a pretense. It's not Secretary Shah, it's an arrangement further up. What exactly? That I can't really say. With that, he pointed up. This reaction, for Lee Dakong to get is more curious than Sha Ruijin. That would be those leaders at the top. Just at this moment, another burst of sirens sounded. 2 police cars opened the way, followed by a dozen of black cars, except for individual cars with the word National Security written on the body. The other cars are normal black minivans. The foremost car Lee Dakong and Chi Tongwei 2 people recognize. This car is the Provincial National Security Department Director Wang Mingyuan and the City Bureau of Korea Ping's car. The Provincial Office, the Special Police Cooperation. Such a big battle. Lee Dakong waved his hand towards the car, originally prepared to greet and ask about the situation. Who knows that this dozen of cars just drove all the way towards the neighborhood. Secretary Dakong, I won't talk to you on my end. I have to go cooperate with my work. Seeing this, Chi Tongwei did not dare to delay, which was ready to go in. Okay, I won't ask then. In that case, I'll assist you in whatever you need to do. Come on, let's go in together. Said, Lee Dakong walked on the side of Chi Tongwei, side by side, also ready to go into the neighborhood. See Chi Tongwei but stopped in his tracks. Secretary Dakong, don't give me a hard time. This national security has requested that all idle people are not allowed to enter. Chi Tongwei wrinkled his brow and acted very difficult, but there was a flash of gloating in his eyes for a brief moment. See, you Dakong's secretary is marvelous. Usually do not find my things. A cadre promotion repeatedly vote against? Now you expect me to take you on? Secretary Dakong, you really know how to put on a show. At a time like this, you still want to steal political achievements from me. So it seems that it is not up to you. I'm sorry, Secretary Dakong, I have official business over here so I won't talk to you. I'll go and get busy first. After saying that, he shrugged off Lee Dakong's hand, and then walked over towards the police line with his chest puffed out and with dejection. This scene gave Lee Dakong an itchy feeling, but there was nothing he could do about it. Chi Tongwei walked to the police line, but also specifically looked back at Lee Dakong, waved his hand toward him. Don't worry, Secretary Dakong. Things will be taken care of on my end. This sentence is simply a naked provocation. To Lee Dakong, more angry, is unable to speak. After seeing Lee Dakong, a burst of green and a burst of red face, Chi Tongwei, this only face proudly rushed the SWAT team, said, "All right, cordon up. I'm going in to check on the evacuation of personnel." The SWAT officers on guard, however, stood still and did not move. Only a young man leaning forward explained in a whisper, reporting to Director QI, "We have been instructed that no uninvited persons are allowed to enter." These words to Chi Tongwei angry face sank half. Just hung up, the smile instantly dissipated. "Loafers? Am I a loafer? Hurry up and pull back the cordon." The SWAT officers looked at each other in disbelief for a moment, full of difficulty. Seeing that Chi Tongwei was about to burst into flames, Wang Mingyuan, the director of the State Security Department, came out from inside, accompanied by Korea Ping. Wang Mingyuan had his hands behind his back, and his country face looked very grave. "Director Chi, their side is also assisting us in our work. This time the matter is of national importance. Except for the relevant personnel are not allowed to enter. In addition, all the SWAT personnel in the neighborhood you also withdrew to the outside. Inside our national security guard will be fine." Although Wang Mingyuan and Chi Tongwei is the same director, look at the level of the same rights, but in fact the national security side is not subject to local jurisdiction, directly belongs to the Ministry of State Security. That is to say, this operation is a direct order from the security ministry side. Even if he, Chi Tongwei, was bold, he didn't have the guts to interfere with the ministry's work arrangements. Kishore could only smirk. "Okay, no problem. I'll get the men out here. Feel free to ask for any assistance you need. I'll be outside with the men." After Wang Mingyuan finished his explanation, he wasn't going to be polite with Chi Tongwei, and turned around and led the people inside. As for Chi Tongwei's side, the things he wanted to do didn't work, and his heart was in the pit of his stomach, and when he transferred the people out, he just turned around and met Li Dakon's eyes as he watched the show. "Director Qi, it looks like you didn't go in either." Chi Tongwei face red for a while, white for a while. The front just fooled around, turned his head to be hit in the face. He can only sneer, in order to avoid embarrassment, so sex directly on the police car. Yard. After Wang Yuanming came in, he arranged for people to check again, and also still did not dare to be careless. At the moment, his chest rose and fell, and his entire body seemed unusually tense. It wasn't that he hadn't experienced great things before, it's just that before he came here, he deliberately inquired on the phone about the level of secrecy of this operation, and was given only 4 words, the future of the country. In 4 simple words, the significance of this action speaks for itself. All personnel have been evacuated. Chapter 017, What? We're in outer space now? With those words, the car door opened and He Zhongjing hurriedly got out. "District Governor's son, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and take me to the lab." He stood down and pulled and tugged Sun Lianqing out of the car. Sun Lianqing is indifferent. After all, a young man's body is good, but just did not expect this kind of old professor how to still acute. "Hold your horses. I'll take you there." He stretched his back before walking ahead to show the crowd the way. He Zhongzheng and Lu Yongkong followed closely behind Sun Lianqing, fearing that they might have lost him. Sun Lianqing led a few people directly towards the basement. The district committee family courtyard is an old neighborhood. This side of the house is also a small 6-story building. Walking in the stairwell, a dark and damp smell came. "This is where you usually do your research?" "Here, it's a little too sketchy here too." Looking at the mottled siding on both sides and the narrow corridor, Lu Yongkong couldn't help but be surprised out loud. For this setting, it can't even be called a lab. Honestly, he didn't even expect the basement to be in such a state. It was like an old house from decades ago, or even worse. CC Hose cleared his throat and interrupted. "This isn't a lab. It doesn't matter if it's simple or not. Being able to do research is the point. Indeed, this is not a laboratory, and the environment represents nothing. Besides, for those of them involved in scientific research, it's better to have money for all that fancy stuff than to invest it in equipment. Just people." Sun Lianqing, a district mayor, and there is no scientific research funds. That certainly can only put the limited funds into the equipment. The laboratory professional is the focus of the matter. A few more people descended a few more steps, and Sun Lianqing finally stopped in front of a house. As soon as the door of the room was opened, the two of them, He Zhongzheng and Lu Yonggang, couldn't wait to go in. And the two of them also wanted to see what kind of instrument that could make a controlled nuclear fusion test was. As soon as the duo entered, the smiles on their faces instantly froze, especially Professor He. His face full of vicissitudes of life was unexpectedly expressionless at the moment, staring at the instrument in front of him half speechless. This is a test instrument? These things in front of me may not even be as good as an ordinary college laboratory. Or rather, they are simply more than 10 years behind today's technology. That's right. This is where I do my experiments. Sun Lianqing stood in place and smiled as he looked at the several people. The two of them, He Zhongzheng and Liu Yonggang were holding each other, and the expressions on their faces were nothing short of brilliant. On Gowen's side, Wan Yangming and Han Guoping were standing outside the door. Honestly speaking, on the two such as laymen can see that this laboratory is a little too simple, and the experimental equipment here is also a little too old and worn out. It is no wonder that Professor He reacted so greatly. Sun Lianqing, a layman, in such a humble laboratory, actually came out ahead of their own research for more than 10 years. The impact of this blow is indeed quite large. After a while, He Zhongjing suddenly thought of something and his complexion suddenly tensed up. District Governor Sun, you couldn't have just set the ignition timer here. Thinking of this, He Zhongjing tensed his body and looked at Sun Lianqing with an expression full of fear. There is no protection in such an environment. Even if his level of professionalism is good and his control of the data is perfect, it is impossible to be 100% safe. This is a controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment. If an accident occurs, how serious would the consequences be? Not to mention the city of Beijing, the province of Hannan would have to fall into ruins. The thought of it scared him, and in a matter of seconds, cold sweat soaked his shirt. In the face of He Zhongjing's questioning, Sun Lianqing was unusually calm, and even had some doubts. I didn't say I was doing ignition tests here. I'm just doing some small-scale testing in this lab. He spoke in a cloudy manner, but it gave the two of them, a jolt to hear. What? You mean there are other labs? He Zhongjing only felt that the heart leaks half. If it is here, it is not too late to turn off the timing, but if it is somewhere else, rushing over, personnel evacuation. Too late, simply too late. Not to mention him, Wan Yuanming's heart was also racing at the moment. On the way here he already knew the ins and outs and understood the danger of nuclear fusion. The mere thought of this situation made his body shiver. District Governor Sun, where's the other lab? I'm going to set up control now. As the words fell, Wang Mingyuan turned around and prepared to make arrangements without even waiting for Sun Lianqing's reply. Seeing this, Sun Lianqing hurriedly stopped it. No need to set up controls. We'll just observe from this side. Ho only felt a blackness before his eyes. District Governor Sun, this is a matter of human life. Scientific experiments are important, but you can't disregard human lives. Sun Lianqing was also anxious and hurriedly explained. Misunderstood. No, and I didn't say the ignition experiments were conducted right here on Earth. Up there. We just have to observe up there. 10 minutes later. Cass, so you're saying that Sun Lianqing launched a quantum satellite into outer space? With controlled fusion on board? He set a timer to ignite the experiment in an hour? Dean Pu held the phone, his eyes empty, his mouth murmuring what He Zhongjing had recounted. It was clear that he understood every word of these sentences, but combined together, how he was somewhat confused. He's the governor of a local district? He developed nuclear fusion, but he can even build satellites? Even if he built a satellite, he even launched it into outer space? Even if he launches it into outer space, he's going to conduct an ignition experiment in outer space. Any one of these would be enough to shake the entire scientific research community 3 times. Genius. This is absolutely genius. How did he come up with that? To hitch a ride on a satellite for a controlled fusion test. This way, another ignition experiment was done, while ensuring safety. I thought he was only at the top of his game in nuclear power research, but I can't believe he's even this good at satellite research. In the conference room, a group of old professors were all red-faced, unable to hide their excitement. Let's not talk about this. Just now Professor He said that the ignition is in an hour. Let's watch the ignition experiment first. Professor Han yelled at the top of his lungs before finally yanking the group's attention back. Yes. Ignition experiment. Quickly. Astronomical telescope. Astronomical courtyard. Hurry to the astronomy center. After that, it was seen that this group of old professors who had passed the age of old age, all of them were as fast as flying, rushing out from the conference room, fearing that their footsteps would be slow to see the ignition experiment. Chapter 018, the whole city is on alert. Unidentified flying object detected. Same time, Air Force radar monitoring site in Hanong province. On a huge electronic screen, a small red dot kept flashing, making the whole atmosphere of the monitoring site tense with it. Alert! UFO sighted. The monitoring site was in disarray as a loud alarm was reported. What are you all waiting for? Notify the missile side to intercept it as soon as possible. The man in charge looked at the blinking red dot on the big screen. His fingers clenched together. Report. Unable to intercept. The craft has flown out of the dispersal layer. What? Dispersal layer? The man in charge froze, his eyes widening. The dispersal layer is the name given to the outermost layer of the atmosphere. And flying out of the dispersal layer means reaching outer space. This means that this UFO has been around for at least most of the day since it was launched. All that time, from launch to arrival in the dispersal layer. And their radar didn't monitor it? This fact was like a ghost story that only made people feel thunderstruck. The only one who has the strength to do so is Rice. Could it be that Rice was conducting some secret experiment? Thinking of this, he did not dare to be sloppy for a moment. Quickly go! Notify the aerospace department and pull up information on the satellite base stations to find out exactly what's going on. 10 minutes later. Check it out. Someone has launched an artificial satellite that has now successfully flown into outer space and is still hovering over our aviation field. According to information from the Ministry of Aviation, it appears that this artificial satellite is also carrying some kind of unidentified object. The subordinate hurried in with the latest news. Upon hearing the report, the person in charge grimaced. The launch site is still Handong Province. Isn't this the border of their jurisdiction? When did the other side launch it? Who launched it and what was the unidentified object on board? Has it been contacted? Was it an official launch? The head honcho thought of something and followed up with a question. The subordinate rushed to explain. According to sources, there is no code on the satellite and no origin. The person in charge's face instantly turned 2 shades of white. Satellites are usually launched by state organizations. Of course, there are some social groups with the ability to launch satellites, but no matter who it is, the satellites launched need to go through official approval, and the approval is passed before they can be launched. And at the same time, all the satellites launched are marked with information such as the code and the place of launching as a way of proving their identity. But on the satellites they detected, there was no information whatsoever. Why not label the information? It's bound to be fear of discovery. Why is it still afraid of being discovered? It means that there is something unseen up there, with unseen uses. What else could it be but a satellite of another country? His whole body's nerves tightened at the thought, but we found out the launch site. The launch site is Bright District, Jingzhou City, Handong Province. After the subordinate's report, the person in charge didn't dare to delay for a moment. It's most likely an enemy spy, being able to launch a satellite right under our noses. I'm afraid it's a large spy team of several dozen in size. Hurry! Report it! Family compound of the District Committee of Guangming District, Qiangju City, Handong Province. Wang Mingyuan, the director of the State Security Department of Handong Province, stood in the empty family courtyard with his cell phone. What? Spy gangs. On the other end of the line was the leader from above. This spy gang doesn't know if it's aiming at you today. You protect Sun Lianqing's side. Don't give the spy gang a chance to take advantage of it. As for the capture, I've entrusted it to the military side, and they'll send someone there. Wang Mingyuan nodded. Yes, I'll guard the scene and make sure things don't leak halfway. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath. What a coincidence. How did it happen on the same day? A spy ring of a couple dozen people, which would have been a major event in his career already. But at the moment it's less important than controlled fusion research. But was all this a coincidence? Or was it directed at Sun Lianqing's controlled fusion? If it was coming at them, then the enemy got the news a little too fast. They had only just gotten the news, and the other side had even sent out satellites. No, we'll have to get QI to transfer some more people over. He said a few words to himself and hurried toward the perimeter. Other side, the home of Xia Ruijin, secretary of the Provincial Party Committee of Handong Province. Dozens of spy corps successfully launched satellite on our territory. Xia Ruijin just picked up the phone. At the moment the brain buzzing. This kind of thing in his lifetime or the first time he heard. Simply unheard of. See. But if it's true, the implications are nothing short of egregious. Serkin nodded. These guys, they've got too much guts. The military district site in the end is not familiar with the city. You go to contact Chi Tongwei side to assist in the arrest work. Sherikan looked serious, his brows furrowed together. Secretary Xia, Director Chi's side is assisting the national security on a mission. The special police have all been transferred over, and they won't be able to transfer manpower for a while, Xiao Bai explained. And hearing this, Xia Ruijin also remembered the matter of national security. Such a coincidence? How come they're all concentrated in our Handong province? It's hard to believe that our capital city has become a nest of spies. He didn't know that there were so many spies hidden in the capital city. The national security had just gone out to arrest people in the front foot, and now there was the matter of satellite spies. It's a good thing he's only new to the job, not then side from being held accountable. In this case, since Chi Tongwei can't get away, you go over to assist the military district side of the arrest. Yes, Special Forces. Report. All officers of the 1st Squadron of the Capital City Tigers Specialty Squadron have assembled. Please instruct. One of the lead sergeants trotted out of the column to give a military salute to the head of the operation, Zhao Long, and the secretary of Xia Ruijin, Xiao Bai. In an open field behind the duo, dozens of military helicopters were parked, and beside each helicopter stood a few heavily armed warriors. Seeing the warriors assembled in front of him, Secretary Bai was suddenly shaken. Even if he had followed Sha Ruijin for many years and participated in countless small and large activities, at this moment, seeing such a battle his mind was still a little nervous. You know, the special forces are one of the most special existences in all armies, no matter whether it's the combat power or the attacking power. It's called the top, and right now, the current operation. It's amazing that a squadron has been assembled. Although he had known the general situation before he came, seeing it with his own eyes made him realize the importance that the higher-ups attached to this incident. It seemed how serious the impact of this satellite spying incident was. Depart! With a command from the head of the operation, Zhao Long, the crowd began to move. An hour later, it was completely dark. Family compound of the District Committee of Gyeongju City, Handong Province, originally surrounded by SWAT neighborhoods, at this moment and temporarily transferred 2 detachments over, directly from the location of dozens of meters outside the district began to set up control, fences, cordons, explosion-proof devices pulled a circle. Not only that, every 2 meters is a heavily armed SWAT. On top of that, those who had been stopped at the periphery earlier were still being controlled outside at the moment, and no one was allowed to enter. Secretary Dakong, what the hell is going on here? National security can't stop us from going home even if they're on a mission. On the side, the families of several cadres in the Bright District are crowded on the side, eyeing the neighborhood anxiously, but the SWAT team cannot return home to stop, can only ask for help from Lee Dakong. Lee Dakong followed in the outside standing for more than an hour. This will legs are sore. Originally is knocking legs. Heard the question. Immediately stood up straight and smiled at the crowd. Hold your horses everyone. Today is a major anti-terrorism drill in the city. Prevention is better than cure. Everyone cooperate. When the maneuvers are over, we'll naturally let everyone in. So take it easy, big guy. And wait. Such rhetoric obviously cannot convince everyone, but the crowd cannot refute. We are all officials and the future promotion also refers to the promotion of Lee Dakong, so can only come together to complain in a whisper. Just then, only a familiar figure could be seen approaching from the distance. Chapter 019, Everybody freeze. You are surrounded. Isn't that person Li Aihua? Sun Liancheng his daughter-in-law? Someone in the crowd muttered in a low voice, and the eyes of the crowd all looked over toward that side, including, of course, Li Dakong. Li Aihua was originally working overtime at school. Suddenly heard that the neighborhood to engage in what anti-terrorism drills were surrounded, so overtime and other things cannot care. She hoofed it to the home, which came over to see the picture in front of them. Iowa, isn't that Secretary Dakong? The companion pointed. Li Aihua followed the finger to look over, and sure enough, it happened to meet Li Dakong's gaze, but the other party didn't seem to be happy to see himself, and turned his head away in some displeasure. This is understandable. My husband has offended Li Dakong. It is strange that he can give himself a good face. Secretary Dakong, why did you personally come to preside over the maneuvers this late at night? Li Aihua hung a smile on her face and took the initiative to show her favor towards Li Dakong. This is in the end Sun Liancheng's immediate superior, and just offended. If you do not see may have to give their own shoes. Li Dakong's face was expressionless, and he responded with a perfunctory sentence. Aha, Li Dakong, who used to be the favorite actor, doesn't even bother acting against Li Aihua? I can see that this is quite a big anger. Li Aihua smiled a little awkwardly. Secretary Dakong, just happened to meet. I'll apologize to you on behalf of Liancheng. He did do things impulsively and recklessly yesterday, and he kept telling me after he came back that he regretted that he shouldn't have said that. He's also been mulling over apologizing to you in person. Halfway through his sentence, Li Dakong snorted coldly and waved his hand with some impatience. District Governor Sun is courageous to speak out. Fearless. Comrade Aihua, you also don't apologize here. District Governor Sun, he's not wrong. What's wrong with him? But you can help me to ask Sun District Governor. Is he has a big opinion of me? The Bright District Governor is not properly. Fairy Juvenile Palace also do not go to report. What is the meaning of? The words were full of sarcasm. What? Sun Liancheng didn't go to the Juvenile Palace? Li Aihua's eyes widened in some surprise. That can't be right. He left the house early in the morning and was especially excited to say he was going to do well. Li Dakong gave her a look and didn't bother to say another word. Secretary Jean hurriedly explained. The youth palace side contacted me and said that after waiting for a day have not seen Sun District Governor people. Secretary Dakong is worried that Sun District Governor has an idea, which is why he brought us to your home to see. Who knows that it is surprising that the anti-terrorism drills, which is trapped outside. Speaking of which, Li Aihua only noticed at this moment that Li Dakong had not only brought Secretary Jean, but also stood behind him with Zhang Shua, Who was in charge of the Discipline Inspection Commission? It seems that Sun Lianqing this time is completely enraged Li Dakong. He even called on the Discipline Inspection Commission is not to completely punish Sun Lianqing. Seeing this, Li Aihua also completely panicked. There should be some kind of misunderstanding. Secretary Dakong, wait. I'll contact him and have him personally come over to apologize to you. While saying that, she hurriedly pulled her cell phone out of her bag and pressed Sun Lianqing's number to dial out. I've called 10 times on my side. Sun District Governor, he doesn't answer at all. Not to mention the fact that the signal has long been blocked by the current anti-terrorism drills, so you shouldn't call. Secretary Kim stood off to the side and whispered. Who would have thought that as soon as his words fell, there was a beep 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 on the other end of the phone, being connected sound. The people are all surprised to see Li Aihua's. The cell phone is connected? Why is her cell phone connected if the signal is not blocked? A few of Secretary Kim's people were surprised and took out their own cell phones, thinking they were blocking the contact, but all they saw was a no signal alert on their phones. But before a few people could figure it out, they heard Sun Lianqing's voice coming from the phone. Hello? What's up, daughter-in-law? In an instant, both Secretary Jin and Zhang Zhengtua carefully looked at Li Dakong, and sure enough, they saw that his face had clouded over for a few moments. Li Aihua noticed the change in Li Dakong's face and rushed to find a complimentary explanation. Lianqing, that are you cell phone is broken. There is an incoming call is not displayed. It's not broken. And half an hour ago Secretary Kim kept calling me with her cell phone ringing off the hook. Upon hearing this reply, the atmosphere of the few people became a little more somber. Li Aihua was startled and didn't dare to say more, rushing to change the topic. Lianqing, that where have you been? You didn't go to the juvenile palace either. Secretary Dakong is beside me. You hurry back and apologize to Secretary Dakong. Explain to Secretary Dakong properly. Because of the fear of Sun Lianqing and said what? Li Aihua did not dare to ask more questions. Only explained that Li Dakong in, no matter how it is, now hurry back to let Li Dakong eliminate anger is the key. Who would have thought that once she finished speaking, Sun Lianqing did not have the intention of apologizing, but instead gave a direct rejection. No. Li Dakong's matter will be said later. Daughter-in-law, I'm busy on this side. My star runs into a critical period. Ouch. No. I have to memorize the data. Don't hang up. Li Aihua took the cell phone and prepared to continue to ask a couple of questions, but it showed that the phone had been hung up. She picked it up and prepared to call back, only to find that the phone on the other end was simply turned off. She looked at her cell phone, and her afterglow happened to fall on Li Dakong's face, only to feel that his expression was so gloomy that it was going to drip water. Very scary. Good. Very good. Mr. Sun loves to look at the stars. Now he doesn't even go home, right? With such perseverance, why be a cadre? Just change your career to scientific research. Li Dakong coldly squeezed out these two sentences. The crowd didn't dare to say anything. They just looked at each other, just waiting for today's anti-terrorism drill to end, to see what would happen to this Sun Lianqing. Just then, a sudden commotion rang out in the distance, and the rumbling sound was deafening. It was already dark, and only a few streetlights were on, making it hard to see in the distance. A few seconds later, it was only then that we saw the dark and heavy behemoth approaching this way. The lights shone up, and the crowd then saw clearly that the black thing was actually a troop armored vehicle. In addition to the armored vehicles, there were military helicopters hovering at high altitude above their heads, and the scene was like a battle scene from a movie blockbuster. I'm going. What the hell? Isn't this the special forces? I don't know. The public security special police came in 1 foot. How come the troops came in the next? Is this really an anti-terrorism drill? The tempo's off. What the hell are they doing here? There aren't any terrorists in our neighborhood. Are there? Chapter 020 Special Forces. Action. District Council Family Home. At this time it was already 8 o'clock at night. Originally should be the lights of a piece of the unit building, but none of the bright lights. Not only that, but even the street lights in the neighborhood were off. And when you looked over, it was just pitch black. Borrowing the moonlight, a closer look will find that in the community downstairs on an open space, is set up 3 aerospace telescopes. He Zhang, Lu Yongkang all pouting ass dislike in front of the telescope. District Governor's son. It's almost time. Why do you still have the time to answer the phone? Hurry up and come see. He Zhongjing kept urging towards Sun Lianqing through the binoculars. Coming. This my daughter-in-law always have to explain. He hung up his cell phone, afraid of being disturbed again, so he just turned it off. Wang Hall, save the cell phone for me. After the cell phone was shoved to Wang Mingyuan, Sun Lianqing also rushed to the binoculars. Wang Yuanming frowned and waved behind him. What's going on? Is the signal jammer not on? The men also looked puzzled. Report, the jammer was turned on half an hour ago. There shouldn't be a signal for that. If it's on, why does Sun Lianqing's phone have a signal? Could it be that he had installed some kind of anti-signal jamming device? Ordinary people definitely didn't have this ability, but Sun Lianqing could even build a controllable nuclear fusion, so it didn't seem to be much of a problem to take care of a signal jamming device. Before he could continue pondering, he suddenly heard a violent roar. A comrade from the state security came over towards the side at a fast pace. What's going on? Wang Hall, there's a lot of army vehicles coming from outside, and special forces, they've surrounded us. Wang Mingyuan froze for a moment. Who's coming? The henchman rushed to explain. Special forces. It should be the army stationed in the capital city. Special forces? What special forces doing here in the middle of nowhere? This time, for the national security operation, only the SWAT team was contacted to cooperate, and they didn't look for the military side. The rest of you guard this side. I'm going out to check it out. Arranging a sentence, Wang Mingyuan crossed his steps and hurried towards the gate. He had a feeling that today's operation wouldn't go so smoothly, but why on earth would it involve the military side? Especially the special forces. This kind of team would only be mobilized in special operations. Why did they appear here? Seeing that it was almost time for District Governor Sun to ignite their controlled nuclear fusion, would it be affected by making such a scene? If the other party was adamant about coming in, how should he respond? A series of questions flashed through his mind. Outside the family home, originally surrounded by SWAT, the family home, the periphery of another row of armored vehicles parked, the gate directly in front of the open road, is the explosion-proof car. For ordinary people, the original SWAT armament is already scary enough, but at this moment, seeing the special forces, I realized what is called high-end equipment. Special forces. How come the special forces are here too? Isn't it an anti-terrorism drill? Does it need to be so realistic? What kind of special forces come to participate in anti-terrorism drills? As the crowd murmured, the buzzing sound intensified, gradually approaching the heads of the crowd, and it was only then that everyone saw a helicopter hovering in the distant sky, approaching this way. Originally, Li Hua was still pleading with Li Dakang, talking, saw the scene. A few people are also dumbfounded. What is the situation tonight? This battle is a bit too much. Right. It was at this time that Wang Mingyuan hurried out. King's Hall? Seeing him, Chi Tongwei greeted him as if he had seen his savior. Wang Mingyuan beckoned, standing only by Chi Tongwei's side, staring solemnly into the distance. Soon, the car at the front of the line slowly pulled up. A heavily armed man came down from the car. Looking at the costume, should be the commander of this operation. Wang Mingyuan was about to go up to inquire about the situation, when he saw a familiar face coming down from the car at the back. After the other party got out of the car, his eyes happened to meet Wang Mingyuan and Chi Tongwei. All three froze. Secretary White? Wang Hall? Qi Hall? For a while, the three of them looked at each other, and the scene fell into awkwardness. A few minutes later, Secretary White explained to a few people the reason for his visit. Wang Mingyuan's brows furrowed as he looked at the armed men in front of him. Assisting national security? We didn't ask for your assistance. Which is this mess? How come Wang Mingyuan didn't know there was such a thing? Wang Hall, could it be that the arrangement from above, the instruction hasn't come down to you yet? We're here to check out spy satellites. Hearing this, Wang Mingyuan violently remembered that call. Launching private satellites. Large spy gangs. Yeah. I was notified of this one, but shouldn't you guys be there to make arrests? What's the point of coming here? Secretary Bai looked at Wang Mingyuan and then at the SWAT officers on guard. That's when he came closer and whispered. According to the information from the investigation, the launch site is the family compound of the Guangming District Committee. Wang Mingyuan frowned, his mind in a mess. Is it also a family home? Wasn't this location a bit too coincidental? Could it be that the spy team already knew about Sun Lianqing's research on controlled nuclear fusion and had found this place ahead of them, ambushing Sun Lianqing's side and preparing to wait for an opportunity to steal the confidential data? But no, why would they launch a satellite if they're going to steal data? Isn't that exposing themselves? As he thought about it, a possibility sprang into his mind and he took a deep breath. Secretary White, what else has been found out about the spy satellite? Secretary White said, didn't find out exactly when it was launched, but it'll be orbiting into outer space, hovering just above us, and according to the information given by the Department of Space, it seems to have a hitchhiker planted on top of it. Chapter 021. Some cadres don't do their jobs but only like to look at the stars. Before the words were finished, Wang Mingyuan only felt his legs go limp. Sent from the district committee's family home, hovering overhead, carrying something. After figuring everything out, he only felt like he was crying and laughing. Making such a big commotion was actually all because of one thing. Sun Lianqing, Sun Lianqing, Sun District Governor. That is, he Wang Mingyuan know. Otherwise how can we not imagine that he's Sun Lianqing, a person on the whole Hanong province to turn the world upside down. Outside of this, Li Dakong, Chi Tongwei, SWAT, Special Forces, even Sha Ruijin's secretary came in person. Chi Tongwei and White Secretary, two people looked at each other, watching Wang Mingyuan color change. A moment is shocked, a moment is puzzled, a moment and then suddenly realized. The two of them were even more puzzled. The King's Hall? Secretary White called out. Wang Mingyuan came back to his senses and tried to control the shocking stillness in his heart as he explained. I know the situation. There should be a misunderstanding here. As for the side of the district committee's family compound, our national security has already taken over, and we'll make all the arrangements for the follow-up. Secretary White frowned. I'm afraid I can't make the call on this one, or else you can report it to Secretary Shah. In fact, when he came to the scene with the special forces, he sensed that the situation was not right. The national security and the special police surrounded the family home in such a big battle. The movement, too big. As for what is going on, he asked Chi Tongwei, and the answer he got was that he did not know, and he could not know a secretary, but he had to give Sha Ruijin a report. Wang Mingyuan stood still, wanting to speak. Secretary Bai, please don't give me a hard time. In one simple sentence, Secretary White froze. Things happen in Hanong province. To a Han, Sha Ruijin report the situation was originally a normal workflow, but Wang Mingyuan even used the word difficult. What does this mean? It means that he, Wang Mingyuan, was ordered not to let go of this operation by the national security. Even the provincial Han has to be kept secret, which shows the high level of secrecy of this operation. Before he could speak, the ground suddenly shook violently. A bright light appeared and the crowd rushed to cover their eyes, but the glare lasted only half a second and soon faded, and the earlier shaking stopped. The crowd stood still, frozen out of their minds. What the hell? Earthquake? Didn't see the notice? And where did that bright light just come from? What's going on? It can't be an earthquake, can it? It all happened too fast and too suddenly for the crowd to react. Wang Mingyuan realized what was going on, and it was too late to explain, so he directly rushed towards the compound. Only Secretary Jin and Chi Tongwei were left looking at each other. When Wang Mingyuan rushed to the courtyard, he saw the two of them, He Zhongzheng and Lu Yonggang, squatting on the ground and hugging each other. It's a done deal. It's really done. Controlled fusion is a done deal. Ignition was successful. We ignited successfully. He Zhongzheng murmured excitedly while continuously wiping tears from his cheeks. He's been doing research since college, and has been setting up a lab to specialize in fusion testing for 20 years. Originally, in his perception, he had always thought that he would not be able to see the success of controlled nuclear fusion until he died of old age. But unexpectedly, just today, he actually saw it, and he witnessed the success of the ignition experiment. All of this is thanks to the man in front of us. It was he who did all the tests by himself. It was he who made controlled fusion a reality. It was he who came up with the idea of putting controlled fusion ignition tests on satellites. He Zhongzheng was assisted by Lu Yonggang, walked to Sun Lianqing in a few steps. A pair of cloudy eyes just looked at him, with teardrops stored in his eyes. Thank you for letting me see this ignition experiment, Mr. Sun. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of the entire research scholars of nuclear power. It's you who made this great test a success. After saying that, he bowed deeply towards Sun Lianqing. Lu Yonggang also stood at the side and followed with a bow. The two men's posture at this moment looked unusually upright, although it was a dark night, but the moonlight sprinkled on them, so that people's hearts welled up with respect. Sun Lianqing knew that he just happened to have the system. It was the convenience of the system that allowed him to complete his research. Compared to these experts and scholars who had been engaged for their entire lives, what he had done was actually very small. He stepped forward and helped the two men to their feet. Professor He, where do you come from? I've actually only done what I could. It's just my luck that I've completed the current experiment. He Zhongzheng stood up straight and looked at Sun Lianqing and nodded his head straight. This young man, now that he had made such an achievement, could still be so humble, not arrogant. The fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. He tugged on Sun Lianqing's hand and sighed fiercely. Good. I really can't imagine that our Dragon Kingdom's cadres even have a scientific research giant like you. Good cadre. Sun Lianqing had rarely been complimented like this, and was a little embarrassed for a moment, casually saying, Professor He, don't say that. I'm not a good cadre. I've been criticized by the leadership many times for looking at the stars. Originally, he was just trying to liven up the atmosphere and didn't want to make it so heavy. But these words, when heard in He Zhongzheng's ears, suddenly awakened some memories in his mind. Some of our cadres do not do their jobs like to look at the stars. He is now regardless of the time and place to look at the stars to engage in research. Usually political affairs do not do. The mind is on this matter. It's not like he can get anything accomplished. Chapter 022. What does this siege have to do with Sun Liancheng? He Zhongjing slapped his head and realized what was going on. District Governor Sun? That stargazing district governor they were talking about turned out to be you. Sun Liancheng looked at him in bewilderment. A head full of question marks. The starry-eyed district governor you're talking about would be me. He Zhongjing stomped his foot fiercely. Who says stargazing is bad? Looking at the stars is good. That what's his name Li Dakong. What the hell does he know? If it wasn't for you looking at the stars, there wouldn't be any nuclear fusion here. No. I've got to go talk to him. I've got to go prove it to you. He Zhongjing is also a true nature. Stomping his feet to go out to find Li Dakong theory. If it is not by Sun Liancheng dragged, may really have to find Li Dakong to give him a scolding. It's all a little thing for me. You don't need it. Lu Yonggang also rushed to advise. Professor He, we still have more important things to do. Those equipments in the basement and the scientific research data, we have to bring them back to the Chinese Academy of Sciences as soon as possible. As expected, a smooth sentence persuaded CC Ho. Yes. The information. All this information has to be shipped. Go. The old man said one out is one out. The front foot still have to go to find Li Dakong theory. This time the thought of the matter of information. Other what can not care about. Pulling on the Sun Liancheng on the basement to go. Just like that, a bunch of people winded up emptying the basement completely. Even Sun Liancheng's home. Clearing out the stuff in the study. Cases of materials, large and small, and test supplies lay in a pile. And a buzzing sound sounded as 4 military helicopters landed in the yard. One by one, the national security staff got busy, transporting all this information and equipment and stuff to the helicopter. Careful. Don't crash it. All this information. Don't drop the information. He Zhongjing and Lu Yonggang, 2 people guarded the side. If not, things are too heavy. 2 people are hate to move themselves. Professor He, just take away the information. Right. There's no need to take away these test instruments. Right? Sun Liancheng some heartache looking at those instruments. These guys are with their own salary to buy. This if you get rid of it, the back to engage in experiments and so on, they still have to rebuy. It's not that he's poor. It's just that, barring that, his principle is that money is well spent and there's no need to engage in wastefulness. There's data on these test kits. We'll have to go back and study and figure it out. He Zhongjing was holding a stack of information and carefully handed it over to the national security personnel, when he noticed Sun Liancheng standing in the distance, so he hurriedly urged, District Governor Sun, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on the plane. Go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences with us. Before Sun Liancheng could reply, He Zhongjing came over and dragged Sun Liancheng to take him away. This action made him laugh and cry. Professor He was afraid that he would run or something. Professor He, I'll go with you, but don't be in a hurry. You have to let me arrange something. Anxious? Why not? You hurry up and come with us. The big guys are waiting for you. Professor He will be really anxious. The entire Chinese Academy of Sciences are waiting for him to take people there, as well as subsequent tests, data verification. Every piece is imminent. Over here, Wang Mingyuan really couldn't stand to watch and took the initiative. Professor He, we're leaving suddenly here, so let's let District Governor Sun arrange something. It won't take more than a few minutes. 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes, okay? Sun Liancheng took the opportunity to draw back his hand and try to argue. CC Ho frowned at the duo before letting up. Okay, it's 10 minutes, and you'll have to come with us when the time is up. The words were said, but a pair of eyes still stared straight at Sun Liancheng, staring at the watch and started timing. Seeing this, Sun Liancheng was not daring to delay for a moment and turned to look at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Hall, my daughter-in-law is still outside. I have to explain something to her. Wang Mingyuan nodded his head. Understood. Wait here. I'll arrange to have her brought in. The periphery of the district committee's family compound. In addition to the SWAT and counter-terrorism forces, there are also Chi Tongwei, Li Dakong, Sha Ruijin secretary. The scene is hilarious. Just as the crowd was wondering and discussing the situation, they only saw Wang Mingyuan come out in a hurry. Wang Hall, what's the situation now? Our SWAT side can all be at the scene. If you need any cooperation, feel free to say. Kishore was the first to greet him. Li Dakong also stepped forward quickly. Wang Hall, if you need the city's support, say it on your side and I'll work with it. Everyone else also looked over in Wang Mingyuan's direction. Today's situation, even the little cutie, all could see that it was on an urgent mission, and the nature of the mission was extraordinary. Wang Mingyuan walked over quickly while dropping his gaze on the crowd in front of him, obviously looking for someone. Kishore noticed and rushed to offer. Wang Hall, are you looking for someone? I'll arrange for the SWAT team to find it for you. After saying that, he waved his hand towards the SWAT team, and a few of them ran over. Seeing this, Wang Mingyuan was not polite. I am indeed looking for someone. You guys help me bring the daughter-in-law of District Governor Sun here. Chi Tongwei was about to make arrangements. When he heard the word Sun District Governor froze for a moment, and he looked at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Hall, who are you talking about? Li Dakong also stepped forward and frowned at Wang Mingyuan. Seeing Chi Tongwei's lack of action, Wang Mingyuan will be anxious this time. District Governor Sun Lianqing, come on, time is of the essence. Hurry up and bring me someone. Getting a positive answer. Chi Tongwei a brain of question marks. The national security to find people? He also named Sun Lianqing's daughter-in-law? Could it be that today's siege has something to do with Sun Lianqing's daughter-in-law? Chapter 023 What? The police force is out for Sun Lianqing? But isn't his daughter-in-law a high school teacher? What can a teacher have? Is she related to Sun Lianqing? Not to mention Chi Tongwei, Li Dakong this will also be puzzled, completely confused about what the national security to do. But whatever the reason, bring the people here right now. Soon, the SWAT personnel came to Wang Mingyuan with a dumbfounded Li Aihua. Chi Tongwei was about to ask a couple of questions. The words have not yet been said. Wang Mingyuan let the people of the national security hurriedly till Li Aihua took away. Only Li Dakong and Chi Tongwei were left standing in place. What's this national security guy taking Li Aihua away? Chi Tongwei looked at the dark neighborhood, completely guessing. Li Dakong didn't say anything, but his eyes were narrowed, obviously pondering the reason. Sun Lianqing's daughter-in-law was arrested by the national security. Could it be that today's anti-terrorist operation is aimed at Sun Lianqing? Could it be that he's an enemy spy? It's really possible. Why else would everyone be stopped outside? But Sun Lianqing wasn't there, and Li Aihua was taken away by national security? That's a real possibility when you put it that way. Li Aihua was taken away by the national security. This scene was seen at the scene. The crowd is talking. To some people are speculating that Sun Lianqing is a spy. Secretary Dakong. This Sun District Commissioner. There shouldn't really be a problem, right? Kishore asked tentatively. Li Dakong frowned and pretended to be stern. Director Chi, you're also an old comrade of the public security system. It's not good to talk nonsense about such things without evidence. Qi raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything else, but he could see that at this moment, Li Dakong, like himself, also had such a guess. But the other party has always done things without a drop of water. Even if he really thought so, he would not say it. On Li Aihua's side, he was just so scared to be sent to the neighborhood, and from a long distance, he saw a bunch of staff members busily transporting things from the basement of his house to the airplane. Are some information and the basement of the experimental equipment, not far away from the place Sun Lianqing stood over there, guarding a few national security comrades behind him. He noticed that Li Aihua came over, immediately ready to meet up. Only just to move was an old man to drag. This situation? Like being caught investigating. You only have 3 minutes. The old man who was tugging on Sun Lianqing then let go of him, but reminded of the time. Old Sun, what's going on here? Li Aihua stepped forward, instantly anxious. Time is urgent. I'll make it short. I have to go out with the national security on my side to cooperate with some work. You take good care of the family recently. National security had specifically instructed that the current matter was a state secret, including the trip to CAS, so there was only so much that could be said, but the words were not at all convincing, and Li Aihua's eyes reddened sharply. What's the point of going to national security? Be honest with me. Is something wrong? What the hell is going on here? Old Sun, don't scare me. There were so many people outside. Why didn't they bring anyone else but her? She was wondering if something had happened to Sun Lianqing, and who would have thought that she would have seen him inside. All this commotion, and now the national security people are still raiding the house. Who are national security? Investigating national security. Only those who jeopardize national security will intervene to investigate. Is that it? Li Aihua's face turned white and her tears stopped instantly. Old Sun, tell me, you can't really be an enemy spy. How can that be? How can I be a spy for an enemy country? Sun Lianqing cried and laughed a little, but when he thought about the current situation, it seemed like he could understand why he was misunderstood. Not a spy? Then why do you think the national security people came to arrest you? And what are they doing by raiding our house? Li Aihua sobbed outright. Time's up. Come with us. Sun Lianqing was about to explain. He Zhongjing brought Lu Yonggang over, and one on each side gave him a frame away. Seeing this, Li Aihua busy rushed up to chase. Just moved 2 steps was stopped by the national security. She could only watch as Sun Lianqing was carried to the helicopter, and with another buzz, the helicopter took off, and in doing so, drove away from the scene. On this side of the scene, Sun Lianqing's basement was swept clean, and all the information in his home was taken away, all escorted by Wang Mingyuan himself. Seeing that everything and everyone had been evacuated, it was only then that the director of the Beijing Municipal State Security Bureau, Han Guoping, led his men to send Li Aihua out of the neighborhood. Director Han? Where's Wang Hall? Shi Tongwei has not yet spoken. Li Dakong rate to ask questions. Oh, Wang Hall has taken the men to report to the top. Today's anti-terrorism drill worked hard for Chi Hall and Secretary Dakong. This side is over. Arrange for everyone to withdraw. Korepe looked at the scene and took a deep breath. Today's one-day experience. It is indeed exciting enough. He only felt a day like spending a year. The mood that is called a ups and downs. He knows too much. Not suitable for staying at the scene. Which finished a few words and took the people of the national security from the scene. Only after the people left did Chi Tongwei and Li Dakong both notice Li Aihua coming out of the small area. Li Aihua looked abnormal at this time. Her face was pale. She walked as if she was a walking corpse, and her eyes were red. Obviously she had just cried. She raised her head just in time to notice Li Dakong and came towards him as if she had seen her savior. Secretary Dakong. Save old son. I know him. This one of him just likes to look at the stars, but definitely not a spy. Chapter 024, all of you make way. I'll go first. Li Aihua's words were like dropping a bomb in a calm lake, and the crowd instantly boiled over. What did I say? It really is Sun Lianqing, isn't it? He really is an enemy spy. All this commotion just to arrest Sun Lianqing? My God. How many things has he done and how many state secrets has he leaked? Definitely quite a few. Don't forget, he's the mayor of the Bright District. So many projects in the entire Bright District. How many things big and small have to pass through his hands? I'm afraid he did a lot of things in the middle. Think about it all scared. A district governor is an enemy spy. I said it. Yesterday's lazy cadre training how he had the guts to contradict Secretary Dakong. It turns out to have a foreign background. After the national security personnel left, Chi Tongwei transferred the SWAT personnel away from the scene at the first time, and the counter-terrorism force side also quickly withdrew from the scene. Secretary Dakong. We've already sent Li Aihua back home. She still wants to see you, but I stopped her. Secretary Kim returned to the passenger side and asked a careful question. Li Dakong closed his eyes and grimaced. Well, keep an eye on her. Don't ever let her come to my office and make trouble. I'm just a secretary. How would I know what Sun Lianqing usually does in the district? He's working as a spy for the enemy now, and his daughter-in-law is begging me in front of so many people? If I agree, can I stand up to the party and the country? Sun Lianqing. I said it, he was so bold. No wonder the political performance is not on the mind. It turned out to have other purposes. You guys, before Sun Lianqing like this, how did you not find out? What about the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Anti-Corruption Bureau? One by one. They don't investigate him early. Now make such a big thing. Li Dakong was furious, and now that he was in the car, he simply didn't suppress his temper. Previously, Sun Lianqing had only contradicted himself, and at most, he had broken his Li Dakong's face. But right now, he was actually found out by the National Security Bureau that he was a spy. Soldiers in their own hands are enemy spies. This impact can be much bigger than being scolded a few times. Now that Xia Ruijin has taken office, he was counting on performing in front of the new leader. When he turned his head and came to the Sun Lianqing act, good fellow, Sun Lianqing, you really are my Li Dakong's nemesis. It was the first time that he, Li Dakong, felt helplessly pissed off by a person, and there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Now can only think about how to cut away from Sun Lianqing as soon as possible. As far as possible to get rid of the responsibility of this poor management. CAS, nuclear power research building on the top floor, at this moment is set up more than a dozen giant astronomical telescope. Each telescope stood in front of a half 100 old professors, almost everyone in the hand, are holding a pen and paper, while observing, while calculating. It's a done deal? It's a done deal. Quick, Han, you pinch me and tell me I'm not dreaming. An old professor excitedly walked up to Professor Han, lifted his hand and twisted it into his arm. This Professor Han was also nonchalant and directly screwed hard. Ouch. Tug. It really wasn't a dream. Someone is launching an electronic satellite, and they're doing controlled fusion ignition experiments on an electronic satellite. This Sun Lianqing is a genius, a giant in our scientific research community. Professor Lu stomped his feet in excitement, and his various words of praise were unstinting. Not only him, the other old professors are the same. From the ignition of the experiment has been over for an hour now. This group of people are still holding the binoculars and not letting go of them, looking and sighing at the same time. Why didn't I think of that? So the principles of aerodynamics can be used here. I did the math a dozen more times. There is nothing wrong with this formula. With this formula, many of the current physics problems would be able to be solved. Use of resplit micromolecular structures for fusion bearing. How the hell did he accomplish that? Our labs haven't been able to get the thermal conductivity to this level even after more than a decade of research. Dean Pooh stood on the side. At this moment, his expression was still a bit of a trance. If not to see with his own eyes, he did not believe that someone really used this way to complete the controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment. Today's day felt like he'd spent centuries, with every event happening beyond his knowledge. Dean Pooh, didn't you say that the people are already on their way? Why hasn't he arrived yet? I'm still waiting to ask him how this formula was derived. Right. Why hasn't Comrade Sun Lianqing arrived yet? I still want to ask for advice on the materials. Ever since seeing that information, the old professors had been in an unusually eager mood, desperate to see the genius who had accomplished the great experiments of Genesis. Dean Pope was somewhat helpless. He is from the capital city over. Even if it is flying is not so fast. That side has arranged a helicopter. You wait. As he spoke, only a buzzing rumble could be heard. Following the line of sight, not far away, several army green helicopters hovered in the air as if they were monsters. At the moment, without even having to explain, everyone knew who was sitting on the plane. Before Dean Pope could say anything, someone shouted, "Coming! Coming! Sun Lianqing is coming!" Afterward, the old professors, who one moment had been clutching their astronomical telescopes and refusing to let go, turned and ran downstairs. This group of old men who are half in the ground. At this moment it is like being 20 years younger. One by one, legs and feet, hurriedly ran downstairs. Slow down. Seeing this scene, Dean Pooh was frightened for a moment and could only follow behind to advise everyone to slow down. However, it was obvious that his persuasion simply could not wear down the enthusiasm of these old professors for meeting Sun Lianqing. 3 minutes later, several helicopters slowly landed, and before they could stop, there were old professors who couldn't wait to go forward, or Dean Pooh forcefully dragged the people back. When the plane stopped, these old professors just swarmed up there. Sun Lianqing was surrounded by people just as soon as he stepped off the airplane. District Governor Sun, what do you mean by this figure in your information? How did you construct the Thomas device? I see how I didn't understand this part of the data in this model design of yours. Lao Yang, don't crowd. I came here first. I'll ask first. Sun District Governor, this material. Get out of the way. I obviously came here first. Let me ask first. Chapter 025, Setting a Model. It was he, Sun Lianqing, who was arrested. Sun Lianqing was surrounded inside, and for a while he was in a dilemma, or Dean Pooh just couldn't stand to watch and rescued him. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Sun District Governor just arrived, which also brought a lot of materials and experimental equipment over. We always have to organize these materials first. Moreover, this way running around, let the Sun District Commissioner first rest. The day will be long. After your questions he then one by one to answer. We are not in a hurry in this half a time. Well, Dean Pope persuaded bitterly, and although the professors were anxious, they weren't entirely unreasonable. Anyway, the experiment has been done for a lifetime, and the person who gave the answer is on his heels, so it's not impossible to wait one more day. It was only after Dean Pooh coaxed and tricked these old professors to persuade them to let go of Sun Lianqing. I'm the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. My name is Pooh. This time I've invited you to come here to bring everyone together to work on controlled fusion research. Anything you need on your side, feel free to talk to me. Sun Lianqing scratched his head. Oh, that does come with a need. What's needed? You tell me. Whether it's financial support or equipment or even personnel guaranteed to fulfill. Dean Pope was not the least bit sloppy. Sun Lianqing hurriedly waved his hand, somewhat embarrassed. No, those are not necessary. Need a bowl of pig's feet rice. I have not eaten anything here except for a boxed lunch at noon in Guanan until now. I'm hungry. Halfway through the sentence, his stomach made a rumbling sound. Dean Pope froze for a moment and immediately reacted with a chuckle. Well, wait a moment. I'll arrange for the cafeteria side and have someone get you food. More lean meat for the pork feet rice. I don't like it too fatty. Yes, this night in the capital city was destined to be unsettled. The matter of the family compound of the Beijing Municipal District Committee being surrounded by SWAT and special forces quickly spread on local forums. The family compound of the district committee is surrounded. The battle is huge. Even the special forces and helicopters have been mobilized. I heard it was an anti-terrorism drill. My sister-in-law is from the next neighborhood, and that scene was oh so scary. What anti-terrorist maneuvers? It's to catch spies. I'm from this neighborhood. We all saw the what's-his-name district governor being taken away. Asterisk. Is it so scary? The district governor is a spy. No wonder there's such a big commotion. I guess this district governor has betrayed a lot of important information. The rumors on the network intensified, and even some people released the scene secretly photographed photos. Guangming District Mayor Sun Lianqing is a spy. Such a message, and even once rushed to the list of the local hot list of the city of Beijing. But soon, the relevant news was cleared away. Even about today's anti-terrorism exercise news and discussion were all deleted. There are netizens still want to continue the discussion, but the text sent out as long as the words with Sun Lianqing, Beijing State is an anti-terrorism exercise and so on, are directly harmonized away. With such doubts, the netizens had to leave it at that. Shanshuwei Group. Inside a high-class private room, a man and a woman were sitting at the table. The woman was wearing a white lace blouse with a red wraparound skirt underneath, wrapping the curves of her body in a very seductive way, her eyebrows fluctuating as she cupped a highball glass in one slender hand. This Sun Lianqing hidden is also too deep. I said it, before the oil and salt. Send money to send a beautiful woman cannot be impressed. I thought he was really clean it. I cannot imagine that people still have this layer of background. Gao Shaoqin took a small sip of the red wine with some playful expression on her face. Qi Tongwei drank the red wine and wiped his mouth casually. All men have desires, and his Sun Lianqing stars are nothing more than cover. Gao Shaoqin looks at Qi Tongwei with smiling eyes. This matter is quite big. Have been on the local hot search. You public security side must not explain to the public to explain it. Said. Gao Shaoqin took out the cell phone, ready to take to Qi Tongwei to see, but after opening the phone and searching for half a day, the relevant comments but I cannot find. Strange, it was just on the local hotspot. Why is it suddenly gone? Qi Tongwei put down his wineglass and reached out to gather Gao Shaoqin into his arms. You don't have to look. The news must have been suppressed. Gao Shaoqin put her cell phone down and wrapped her hands around Qi Tongwei's neck. Could it be that Li Dakan did this? He was afraid that the exposure of Sun Lianqing being a spy would affect his reputation as an official. So he suppressed all this news on the internet? Qi Tongwei reached out and scratched Gao Shaoqin's nose. You do know our secretary Dakan. But, this thing is not necessary for him to do. Sun Lianqing today's things even the national security have been mobilized. The relevant confidentiality work above to see so strict. It is not his turn to lead Dakan. In any case, Sun Lianqing's matter, this time on Hanong province's officialdom impact is not small. The cadres found spies. Such a big thing. I'm afraid that Sha Ruijin's side can't help but sit down. We estimate that there are busy. Early the next morning, Secretary Sha. This is the current situation. Although it is said that it is a matter of national security and we have to keep it a secret from the outside world, but the matter is too big and we can't pretend that we don't know. Besides, this happened directly within our system, and we have to take it seriously when something like this happens in the ranks, especially when it happens to the people under me. I can't be blamed for it. Li Dakong half bowed, his face heavy, and his attitude even more resolute as he spoke. I suggest that my side take the lead and organize a national security study session, and at the same time, our cadre team implement an internal investigation, from top to bottom, from the inside to the outside all over again. Purge our cadre team. This program is also the result of Li Dakong's sleepless nights to figure out, not only can completely get rid of Sun Lianqing's negative influence, things are done, but also get a good reputation. Can be said to be a 1-2 punch. Sherry Kin nodded. He had heard about this time and had asked someone about it. However, the attitude of the national security side was secrecy, and nothing specific was revealed. But this situation was more or less something he could guess. Sun Lianqing's matter the national security side did not say. You do not mention. Do not disturb the people's hearts and minds. Make the grass is not the way. Dakota Lee said. Yes, I will specifically instruct this training that I will not mention this person. Sun Lianqing. Serkin nodded. Well, you just go ahead and arrange the other training and internal checks. It's always good to be prepared and learn more. Chapter 026, because Sun Lianqing is going to have a training session? Anti-Corruption Bureau of Handong Province. Ho Liangping sat in his office, looking at the photos on his cell phone out of his mind. You went to keep an eye on Sun Lianqing yesterday. How come you only managed to take this many pictures? The photo was of the very scene where the family compound of the district committee had been surrounded by SWAT officers the night before. Lin Huahua was disgruntled as she stuffed her buns. I can get a good shot of it. Well, the internet is now deleted, and that's all there is to it. Besides, you still have the nerve to talk about me. I squatted in the juvenile palace all day yesterday and didn't see anyone. This is still a temporary change of plan to go to his side of the house before I got the picture. If you're not satisfied, give me back the picture. Lin Huahua reached out his hand and was ready to snatch the phone back, but Ho Liangping took the phone away with a dodge and smiled. I know you've been working hard, so this isn't a treat for you for bringing you breakfast. Lin Huahua skimmed his lips and resumed his seat to eat the breakfast in his hand. On the side, Lu could also roll his eyes and spit. Still talking about treats here? Isn't Sun Lianqing the big fish you said? What do you say about small officials and millions of astronomical telescopes? How about Commissioner Ho? Your political achievements are gone. Sun Lianqing is not some corrupt official. People are spies. Now, Ho Liangping snapped. Although he was taken away by the national security, it shows that we're on the right track, and if we intervene in the investigation earlier, we might be able to find out something fishy about his spying as well. What? So what Director Ho means is that people's national security has stolen your credit? Lu could also look over with a provocative tone in his words. Ho Liangping momentarily speechless, pondering how to dislike. At this time Ji Changming just walked into the office. You guys, what's all this early morning talk about national security and safety? Nothing, just talking about a big fish that our director of waiting missed. Lu could also casually say. Ji Changming laughed, door clear in his heart, knowing that this big fish they are talking about is Sun Lianqing, but did not continue to dwell on this topic. Okay, don't be some big fish. From today onwards everyone works overtime together. Overtime? The moment he heard the word overtime, Lin Huahua was the first one who couldn't stand it. But how to still work overtime? This Sun Lianqing is not investigated. How to still work overtime Ji Changming smiled. This time, it's not a checkup, it's a meeting. The notice just came from above, so take a look for yourselves. With that, he placed a meeting notice on the table. Several people have come over to the notice on the consecutive months of cadre discipline training in Handong province. The moment they saw the notice, several people's faces all collapsed. Old G, what's going on here? Why are we suddenly having cadre discipline training? Our discipline is not quite good. Ji Changming smiled. This thing it's useless to talk to me. It's organized by Secretary Da Kong, and signed by Secretary Sha's side. As for why we have disciplinary training, can't you guess? He didn't say it explicitly, but the meaning of this was kind of clear. Is not the national security arrested Sun Lianqing? Sun Lianqing is a spy? But this national security also did not release the news. Not yet solid Sun Lianqing's identity as a spy. Do not need to make a straw man. Lu also rolled his eyes and spat. Commissioner Lu, you don't know. You didn't see who the organizer was? It's Secretary Da Kong. He's in a hurry to get rid of himself, afraid that Sun Lianqing will affect his performance. Ji Changming frowned at Ho Liangping. Monkey, don't talk nonsense, especially about the leader's matter. Such a mouth is easy to get into trouble. Ho Liangping was not the least bit afraid, nor did he care to say. Even if I don't say that Secretary Da Kong's behavior is very clear to everyone, I'm an official of the people, not an official in the hands of him, Li Da Kong. So why should I look at his face? He walks right and sits right, and unlike Li Da Kong who relies on others to get to the top, he relies on his own personal ability and doesn't care if others look at him. Ji Changming pointed at him very helpless, cannot help but long sigh. This is not for your old man. You really think you are young to sit in the current position? Of course he just thought about it, and ultimately said nothing. Okay, I'm done talking about you. You guys remember to go to the meeting after work. Cass, dormitory building. Sun Lianqing slept beautifully and woke up already at 9:30 in the morning. On this side, Dean Pope arranged a single room for him, and although it was only about 30 square feet, it was relatively complete with all the necessary support. After he got up, as soon as he pushed the door, he saw a familiar face, Wang Mingyuan standing outside the door in his national security uniform. How did you sleep, District Governor's son? Have some breakfast. He was carrying a bag in his hand with buns of soy milk. You have arranged for so many comrades to keep watch. Can I sleep badly? Ha ha ha, District Governor's son is so humorous. Come on, let's go to the lab. Dean Pope and the others are waiting for you. Wang Mingyuan handed him the buns and soy milk. Sun Lianqing took it, and the two of them walked in while eating. Sun Lianqing took a big bite. It was stuffed with pork and scallions, a mouthful of popping juice. The meat flavor mixed with the scallion aroma filled in the mouth. Not to mention how delicious it was. He wiped out the buns in 3 tries and drank the soy milk before inquiring. Wang Hall, take my cell phone is not to give me a moment. I came over here has not yet reported peace with the family. Yesterday, I left in a hurry. I didn't explain a lot of things, and I can't help worrying about my wife. Wang Mingyuan paused in his steps and smiled. This, District Governor's son, it's useless to give you a cell phone. There's no signal over here. Sun Lianqing's face was puzzled. Wang Mingyuan explained. The locations you are in are all signal shielding areas. This is the experimental base of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A lot of the research and development is highly classified, in order to ensure the security of the information. So there are no signals. You know, the confidentiality level on our side is all very high. If the information leaks, that can be a crime of leaking national information security. Sun Lianqing nodded and was about to say that his cell phone was installed with an anti-jamming device that didn't affect his calls. But before he could say anything, he heard the words crime of disclosing national information security. Or forget it. Although his cell phone can block interference. But in case the call to send a message or something is discovered, this latter thing cannot be explained clearly. In order to avoid trouble, do not contact it. Sun Lianqing bristled and did not continue to pursue the matter. After walking for a while, the two of them arrived at the test building without any problems, and when they entered the building, there were several guards with real guns and full auxiliary suits standing outside the door, and they carried out a universal security check on the two of them before they were released without any problems. Even the elevator was equipped with armed personnel, and by the time they arrived at the conference room, there were already people waiting inside. Chapter 027, Sun Lianqing, Chief Engineer of Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Inside the conference room, a dozen old men past their prime were sitting around chattering away. I've been calculating all night. I've checked the whole data and I still can't figure it out. How does this formula work? According to the material design above, it is simply not enough to resist the heat value generated in the ignition experiment. And the whole ignition experiment is simply impossible to realize it. No. Is the information here incomplete? I've deduced it hundreds of times, and I can't build it even if I build a model. An old professor with gray hair, holding the information in his hands vibrantly. Despite his age, he still looked elated. He tugged at CC Ho and chattered after him. This one. I don't know about this one. He Zhongjing was also full of helplessness, with a black eye written all over his face. Since last night back, Sun Lianqing was saved by Dean Pu. He was miserable. This group of old professors pulled him and Lu Yonggang, two people, sleepless all night to keep in the conference room to study the information. Because the two of them were up close and personal with the research materials, it was taken for granted that the duo knew more about Sun Lianqing's research and understood it a little better. So it's been a whole night of pulling the two to catch up on the research. To be honest, in this life, He Zhongjing had never been so frustrated. Obviously these research materials from Sun Lianqing, no matter whether it was the design or the research data, were all very complete. But when they were figuring it out on their own, there were always all sorts of problems. Even more, much of the data is still unreadable. You know, the whole conference room is sitting there. Those are the top experts in the country, from nuclear power to physics to material science. But with the standard answers in front of you, a lot of the questions just don't make sense. If I hadn't watched the ignition experiment succeed, I might have to question the veracity of some of the data. Professor Han scratched his head, a pair of cloudy eyes filled with helplessness. And with a sigh, he poked his head back towards the door of the conference room. Where's District Governor Sun? Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Other older professors poked their heads around, waiting for the creator of that data. Just then, the sound of footsteps came, and the crowd all perked up, dropping their hands to look at the door, only to see Dean Pu pushing the door in with the two of them. Sun Lianqing. All right, I've finally brought the people to you. As soon as the crowd saw him, they swarmed. District Governor Sun. You're finally here. This formula you see? How is this formula derived? Here. Why is the device structure designed this way? Wouldn't it affect its heat dissipation according to the current design scheme? The old professors took the drawings and completely surrounded Sun Lianqing in it. Everyone was asking questions. The scene was a hilarious one. Sun Lianqing had not yet felt the enthusiasm of the old professors and hurriedly said, "Come on, let's come one by one. We'll talk about any problems one by one. Let's line up over here. Here. One by one." Under his command, the old professors also stood in a row in a disciplined manner, all holding a pen and paper, as if they were students waiting to correct their homework. In their faces, all written with the desire for knowledge. The formula problem you mentioned. This is what I deduced when I was studying the operation of the stars. The validation data is in another pile of information. Wait a moment, I'll take it to you. The design problem you mention is one I pondered at first, but because, seeing this, Dean Pu and National Security Wang Mingyuan both consciously went out from the conference room. Sun Lianqing stood up straight and answered these old professors in turn. Even with a dozen or so people chattering away with questions, he didn't feel the least bit annoyed, but patiently explained them one by one. If this image was seen by others, they would not believe that a group of old professors engaged in scientific research were asking for advice on academic questions from a district governor in politics. However, this academic discussion lasted all the way until a little after noon. So that's it. I told you. Why didn't I think of that? I can't believe it's even designed like this. Genius. This formula would absolutely rock the physics world if it were released to the public. In the conference room, there were sighs of relief. But the questioning session was still not over, and the old professors were all like chicken blood, asking one question after another, and after the previous one was answered, there were always other questions. At first, it was only the data related to controlled nuclear fusion, but later, they realized that Sun Lianqing's knowledge reserve in scientific research was far more than those on their data. So all the people threw out their scientific research questions one by one, and the scene was just out of control. During this time, Dean Pope came in several times, trying to pause to call everyone to dinner, but each time he couldn't interject, until a little more than 1 o'clock. He really cannot see, which squeezed in to stand in front of Sun Lianqing. Okay, first pause. Let's eat first. Okay, I know that everyone is thirsty for knowledge, that also have to eat. I first take Sun District Governor to eat. You also hurry to eat something. After dropping these words, Dean Pu fled out through the back door with Sun Lianqing afterward, regardless of the attitude of the old professors. When he went out and walked out for a while and saw that the old professors didn't come out after him, only then did he let go of Sun Lianqing and stood by the wall breathing heavily. This battle gave Sun Lianqing was confused. He took a big breath and sighed. The professors, all very warm indeed. If it wasn't for Dean Pu's rescue, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get out. Dean Pu stood up straight and explained to Sun Lianqing while walking in front. These old professors, academics is their life. How long can a person's life be? It's just a few decades, but the cause of scientific research is endless. Many people have engaged in a lifetime of research, but they can only get out so much as a centimeter on their field of research, or even a millimeter. Of course, there are many others who can't even take a step out. Now that you're in front of them with the answer, they're going to torture you. Sun Lianqing nodded. Non-committal. Honestly, he would have done the same thing in his place. And besides, it was incumbent upon him to have the opportunity to contribute to the cause of scientific research. Thinking this way, Dean Pu suddenly stopped walking. His expression also became serious, his eyes burning. One word said, Comrade Sun Lianqing, on behalf of the above, I would like to invite you to become the chief project leader of the Dragon Kingdom's controlled nuclear fusion research. Chapter 028 Emergency Meeting. Gathering again. CAS, Nuclear Power Research Laboratory. Unlike other research laboratories in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, nuclear power research in the suburbs of Kyoto, the location is relatively remote, and from the location of the 10-kilometer radius all carried out martial law work, by special forces for protection, for no other reason than the fact that nuclear power research is related to the fundamentals of the country and is an important part of the great power rivalry. Laboratory placed a variety of advanced equipment from all over the world. If there are knowledgeable, a glance can see that even the cheapest equipment are worth millions. It was supposed to be vacation time, but at this time the researchers in the lab were all gathered here. I just went back home and got a call and bought a plane ticket to come back. You are considered good. I just got off the plane and saw Professor He's message, pulled the luggage and returned back. This back and forth all delayed on the plane. What in the world is the matter? Didn't you say you're on half a month's vacation? And this is only the second day you've been called back? Old Zhao asked with a puzzled frown. A few people were discussing it when the old king came over and shared what he had heard. I heard from my colleagues at the Chinese Academy of Sciences that several old professors were all summoned back to the academy yesterday, as if something big had happened. Old Zhao asked casually. It couldn't be that there's progress in the research on controlled fusion, could it? I heard that Professor He came back last night too. Hearing this speculation, the people around them gathered. Really? It can't be that fast. Our nuclear power research has just made some progress, and you guys don't know how difficult it is. Old Li shook his head and quickly dismissed Old Zhao's claim. Also, you guys should stop guessing. I think Professor He suddenly came back because of what happened last night. The old king was puzzled. Last night? You mean about the earthquake last night? It's strange to say the least. It just shook, and that glare was weird. It was gone in a flash, and the news didn't report anything about it. Speaking of that earthquake and glare, I saw someone on the extranet say it was caused by some kind of artificial satellite blowing up. Old Zhao pushed up his glasses and shared the news he had seen on the internet, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was disliked by old Wang. Nonsense. Artificial satellites were so powerful. Lao Zhao, you are also engaged in research. No scientific basis for things you still blackmail. Old Wang skimmed his mouth, a little embarrassed. After all, he did say from a professional's point of view that speculation of an exploding Sputnik was a bit of a ripoff. Wait, I've been sidetracked by all of you. That's not what I'm going to say. Professor He came back. I reckon it's something to do with catching spies in Jingzhou City. The commotion in Beijing City was particularly loud last night. The National Security Special Police and whatnot were all out in force. When Old Li finished speaking, he instantly drew the attention of the others. What's going on? How come we haven't heard about something this big? Old Lee leaned back in his chair and offered to share what he had seen. Who let my hometown is the capital city? Just happened to pay attention to the local forum. But the message has been deleted. I guess I can't see it. Do you guys know what the most outrageous one is? This spy turned out to be a district governor of the bright district of capital city. Hearing this, Old Wang instantly reacted. It can't be that what's his name Cosmic Zone Governor Sun Lianqing, can it? At his words, Old Lee froze and pushed up his glasses. How do you know? I'll go. It's really him. I saw this Sun Lianqing being discussed online the day before yesterday, and the video of him cursing the leader on the internet was pretty hot. The spy is actually really him. The full live broadcast could not be found on the internet, but it had a lot of impact at the time, and Lao Wang happened to see it. Just as several people were discussing it, they saw the door to the lab being pushed open. A few people originally thought that it was the head of the project, He Zhongzheng, who knew that what came in was a group of uniformed guards, and the person walking in the forefront was also wearing the uniform of the national security. Just as the crowd was puzzled, He Zhongzheng walked out from the back and stood right in front of the lab. Guys, I'm really sorry to interrupt your vacation and call you here again on short notice. However, you have indeed been summoned here to make an announcement. Hearing the words something to announce, the group of researchers in the lab also sat up straight, waiting for He Zhongzheng's later words. He Zhongzheng didn't continue the introduction, but gave Wang Mingyuan a look, and the next moment, the gang of guards fishtailed in from the outside and began to distribute things to those present in turn. Old Wang sat at the front, and when the information was in his hands, he frowned. Non-disclosure agreement? Agreements were sent to others one after another, all of them confidential. Professor He, didn't we all sign the confidentiality agreement before the project started? Old Lee asked suspiciously, and the crowd nodded. They were originally engaged in classified scientific research work. Long before the project began, the group of people in the laboratory have undergone a strict political examination. Confidentiality agreements have been signed in the first place. Seeing as it's been years since the experiment began, it's no wonder that Old Lee finds it strange to suddenly have another non-disclosure agreement. He Zhongzheng pressed the back of his hand and waited for the crowd to quiet down before he cleared his throat and explained. I know we've all signed non-disclosure agreements before, but that was before, and it's not the same as today's situation. Starting today, next, you will witness together a new era of nuclear power. As for exactly how far, I can only answer that until you have signed it. When speaking, He Zhongzheng showed great excitement. His tone could not hide his excitement and exuberant demeanor. Although he didn't know what it was yet, it wasn't hard to judge the importance of the event in his mouth just from these words of He Zhongzheng and his behavior. With his words, the crowd only lowered their heads to take a serious look at the confidentiality agreement in front of them, and the words extra secrecy came into their eyes. The thickness of this confidentiality agreement is more than 3 times that of the previous one, and the content is even more detailed to mark a lot of attention to the project. Of course, if the leakage of the punishment is also quite strict. It hadn't even started yet, but the whole atmosphere of the conference room was up all of a sudden, and the only sound heard was the sound of brushing and signing as people dropped their names on it. After the national security took away the confidentiality agreement, the crowd all looked at CC Ho expectantly, looking forward to what he called a whole new era. He Zhongzheng cleared his throat, trying to restrain his emotions and suppress the excitement in his heart, but even then, there was a slight tremor in his voice. Starting today, we're going to formally establish the Controlled Fusion Research Group, and I am responsible to tell you that we have fully mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Chapter 029. What? The chief engineer is actually District Governor Sun? The words were like dropping a bomb in the lab, instantly blowing up inside. What? Mastering controlled fusion? Aren't we still stuck in nuclear power research? How is it that we have mastered the technology? No kidding, this is controlled fusion. What the hell? Seriously. The original research group of only 30 people was like hundreds of people standing at this moment, chattering and discussing enthusiastically. After all, the news was too big and too shocking. You know, this is controlled nuclear fusion. As far as the current world situation is concerned, whoever masters the technology is tantamount to mastering an inexhaustible new energy source. In a world of competition for resources, energy determines not only how rich a country is, but also how far it can go. It is also because of today's energy shortages that wars continue to be fought, with major powers spending tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars to provoke wars over energy to plunder it as well. If oil is used as an analogy, then controlled fusion technology is a constant source of inexhaustible oil. He Zhongzheng slapped the table in front of him with an agitated expression before the discussion finally subsided a bit. I know how you guys feel, and yes, when I first found out, I was more shocked than you were. That's right, today we will be witnesses to history together. Together we will usher in a new era that belongs to our nation. Now, let me introduce you to the chief engineer of our controlled fusion program. Upon hearing this, the crowd froze. Originally, they thought that the chief engineer was CC Ho, but at the moment, according to him, there was a new chief engineer? In their minds, the names of those old professors flashed past. Professor Han, Professor Zhao. The crowd showed their expectant gazes towards the gate as it opened and a youth walked in under the rough use of the guards. The moment they saw the youth, a puzzled look appeared on the faces of the crowd. This person? This man looked to be in his 40s. A total stranger's face. To be their chief engineer this time? But perhaps the experts were invited from elsewhere. Just that people do not recognize them. As for the age, more than 40 years old. Maybe people have deep research credentials? Just as everyone was slowly accepting it and preparing to see the difference in this chief engineer, Old Li suddenly pointed at the youth and exclaimed in shock, "Sector Sun?" The crowd looked toward Lao Li. "District Governor? What do you mean?" Old Li's voice brought up Old Wang's memories, and he looked at the youth incredulously, his voice stuttering. Universe District Governor Sun Liancheng. Could it be that they look so much alike? But how in the world can there be two people so alike? Isn't Sun Liancheng a district governor? Isn't he a politician? Isn't he a spy? Why would a spy be in their controlled fusion research lab? And how could he be the chief engineer of controlled fusion research? Right now, there was only one explanation, and that was that the person in front of him was just a look-alike. He must not be that Sun Liancheng. Sun Liancheng also did not expect his popularity to be so high that there were still those who knew him here, so he coughed and coughed twice. "That's right, I am indeed the cosmic district governor Sun Liancheng." After he answered, the scene was once again filled with the sound of cold air being sucked back. Before he admitted it, he could have said maybe the two looked alike, but he admitted it. This was the real Sun Liancheng. A district governor in politics without any scientific research experience was the chief engineer of this controlled nuclear fusion? At this moment, the shock of seeing Sun Liancheng was no less than telling them that a new Big Bang would happen tomorrow. The crowd was filled with incredulity as they looked at CC. He, who took a deep breath and continued, "That's right, this Sun Liancheng is our chief engineer of controlled nuclear fusion, and afterward, under his leadership, we will carry out subsequent controlled nuclear fusion tests. And, to tell you the good news, Chief Engineer Sun has completed the initial ignition test of controlled nuclear fusion last night. The earthquakes and bright lights you saw last night were caused by the ignition experiment." The news that the chief engineer was Sun Liancheng was explosive enough, but at this moment, He Zhongjing threw out an even more explosive news. "The controlled fusion ignition test is complete. Seriously, done. The ignition experiment's all done? Doesn't that mean we have the technology for controlled fusion? Did I hear you right? Give me 2 quick punches. I'm really not dreaming? The ignition experiment is complete?" The scene resounded with an audible gasp, and the scene was called an enthusiastic one, and at the moment, everything that was happening inside was being watched. The two of them, Professor Pu and Wang Mingyuan, looked through the glass at what was happening in the lab and smiled. "Wang Hall, the place where you serve is Handong Province, right?" Dean Pu kept his gaze on Sun Liancheng and faintly asked. Wang Mingyuan nodded his head. "Yes." Dean Pu pointed at Sun Liancheng. Then he, Sun Liancheng, Sun Chief Worker is really district governor? Until this moment, frankly speaking, he still felt that Sun Liancheng is the identity of the district mayor, so that he is difficult to understand. After all, this is a controlled nuclear fusion. A person with no experience in scientific research, in the end, how to complete this is enough to be famous to shock the world's research. Wang Mingyuan took a deep breath. Although I can't understand it either. It's true that he's our Jingzhou City's Guangming district's district governor, and has been in politics for about 20 years now. Dean Pu looked over, his mouth opening and closing as if he had something to say, but still nothing came out. A moment later, Wang Mingyuan seemed to have thought of something and his gaze changed. "But I shouldn't be able to call him District Governor Sun now either." Dean Pope looked over quizzically. "What do you mean?" Wang Mingyuan sighed and faintly said, "Before coming to CAS, District Governor Sun had just been sent to the Children's Palace as a counselor. Technically speaking, it shouldn't be considered much of a district governor." Chapter 030, Everyone learns what it means to be patriotic. Wang Mingyuan is also an official in Handong Province, although it belongs directly to the top, but on weekdays there is no shortage of dealing with the official gang. Handong Province, what is the situation in Beijing City? He also knows a little. Of course, this also includes Li Dakong's person, the political environment of Beijing City and so on. But the specifics of the situation Wang Mingyuan did not go into detail, but only mentioned Sun Liancheng's fondness for looking at the stars, as well as the process of offending Li Dakong in the lazy cod race training course. When he finished listening to this, Dean Poo's face directly darkened a few points. I don't know anything about officialdom, but from what I've seen of Comrade Sun Liancheng, he's definitely not the kind of person who is lazy and inactive. If it's lazy government? Irresponsible. How can you possibly come up with research like controlled fusion? And I heard Professor He and the others say that in District Governor Sun's home, apart from scientific research materials, there are only piles and piles of official materials. To really be a lazy government? How is it possible to do this? As a titan of the scientific research community, President Poo's most contact on a regular basis is scientific research work, and he doesn't know anything about political struggles. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have eyes. Seeing Dean Poo's expression, Wang Mingyuan purposely slowed down for a while before telling him about the recent rumors in Henan province that Sun Liancheng was a spy. Sure enough, right after the words were said, Dean Pope turned red with anger. Nonsense! This is not nonsense. How could Comrade Sun Liancheng be a spy? He is the people's hero, the country's benefactor. Developing something like controlled nuclear fusion is something that is going to go down in history for the benefit of the world. How dare you guys call him a spy? What's wrong with your national security? How dare you subject Comrade Sun Liancheng to such slander? Don't you guys have any explanations to offer either? Wang Mingyuan let out a bitter smile. Somewhat helpless. This time things are more serious. The day made too much noise, and there are quite a few people who saw it. To say absolute secrecy is really a bit difficult. It would be fine if it was just the national security and special police, but the military is out in force, with helicopters and special forces, so it's definitely impossible to pretend that nothing happened. We've already deleted everything that was said on the internet, but gagging people at this point will only generate more attention. After Dean Pope actually finished speaking, he immediately realized that it was inappropriate as well. National security is the department responsible for national security. And this controlled fusion incident was originally to be kept strictly confidential, and moreover, at such a critical juncture, how is national security going to explain? You can't just come out and say that Comrade Sun Liancheng isn't a spy? Then if he's not a spy, how do you explain what happened when he took the SWAT team to the neighborhood? But we can't release his name to the public even if. Do we still want to watch a hero to bear such a crime? Dean Poo took a long breath, his tone full of helplessness. Wang Mingyuan said, "This is the meaning of the above. For the time being, the first cold treatment without explanation. First let things slow down for a while to be quiet, wait for a while, and then arrange for a new identity for the Sun District Commissioner. You can rest assured that the above has explained that although the identity of Comrade Sun Liancheng's chief engineer of controlled nuclear fusion cannot be announced, the country will compensate him for every penny of the honor and status that should be given to him. The country will definitely not let the hero's heart go cold." Only with these words did Dean Poo finally feel a little more at ease. It was now a time of peace, and there was categorically no reason to let a hero's heart go cold. On the other side, Jingzhou City, Handong Province, Municipal Office Building. Secretary Dakong, Li Aihua is here again. She's been guarding the hall all day, begging to see you. Secretary Kim reported. Dakota Lee frowned. Whatever, let her stay if she likes. Tell me, Sun Liancheng did such a thing, and she pleaded for him? What's there to plead for? If I agree with her, won't I be a sinner of the country? In recent times, the three words Sun Liancheng have become Li Dakong's nightmare, and he is annoyed at the mention of this person. Li Dakong leaned his body back in the seat and rubbed his temples. How are things organized for the conference? Secretary Kim said. Have all issued a notice, all cadres of the capital city to participate in the meeting. In addition to the collective of the General Assembly, there are also to each organ as a unit to organize a small meeting. After the small meeting, the requirements of the lower side and then to share the experience. In addition to this, arrangements have also been made for a disciplinary panel to be set up over at the Zhang Discipline Inspection Commission, specifically for this Sun. Well, a cadre talk in response to this incident. The name Sun Liancheng was currently taboo within the organization. Although everyone knew by heart that Sun Liancheng was a spy, it could not be mentioned because the national security had not released a report on how it was handled. After listening to the report, Li Dakong frowned. Why the disciplinary committee side? Shouldn't it be the national security side that cooperates? Secretary Kim explained. I contacted the national security side, but the meaning there is that it is not convenient to participate. They seem to have some opinions about our meeting this time. Li Dakong narrowed his eyes, mulling over Secretary Kim's words. National security not cooperating and having a problem with them? After the incident, he also tried to contact the city side of the national security, but Korea Ping's attitude towards him was more or less lovey-dovey. Could it be that the national security had a problem with him, Li Dakong, and felt that he had not managed him well enough to cultivate a spy? Sun Liancheng, in the cadre? Li Dakong rubbed his temples and simply stopped thinking about it. All right, A disciplinary committee is a disciplinary committee. You give me the schedule of meetings. Secretary Kim handed the form up. Lee Da-kong glanced down at the fact that from today onwards, meetings on relevant topics would be held every night, even on weekends. Okay, let's schedule it according to this form and remember to add it to my schedule. Hearing this, Secretary Kim froze for a moment. Secretary Da-kong, are you attending every day? This kind of meeting, because the form is similar, the content is not bad. All are some patriotic education and national security type of learning, although it is for the leadership team. But the main target is also the leadership of the lower side, and not Lee Da-kong this level. He just needs to go there on the first day and at the final closing. Lee Da-kong waved his hand. Well, you arrange it, and remember, not a single game must be left behind. Sun Lianqing's matter has too much influence. This training meeting is not so much for the cadres, but actually more like his Lee Da-kong's performance conference. Must take advantage of this opportunity to completely get rid of the impact of the Sun Lianqing incident. If it is not handled well, in the future in the promotion, it is inevitable that someone will take this matter out to say something. Right now, it's just a little bit of hard work, but it's always worth it for your official reputation. Chapter 031, State of the Union, I just know too much. Capital City State Security Bureau. Director Korea Ping sat in his office, holding a notice of a meeting sent down by the Municipal Party Committee. His face was grave, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The secretary stood by and inquired in a whisper. Bureau Han, it's reasonable to say that it's not a good idea for us to put off a national security-related training conference, said he. He did not understand what the situation is. This meeting is clearly organized by the Municipal Party Committee, but it is by the San Secretary Clap set the tone of how to see how it is not Korea Ping should have behavior. Is it really because he is not satisfied with Secretary Da-kong's management ability? The secretary sneaked a look at Korea Ping. I only saw that Korea Ping held the notice and did not say anything, but the expression on his face was unusually complex. Helpless, happy, watching, afraid. I don't know if it was his illusion or not, but he actually saw a dozen complex emotions on Korea Ping's face. It's only bad if I say yes, he said to himself. The secretary did not hear clearly, was about to ask, Korea Ping this. You informed down. For this meeting, everyone on the side of the national security system doesn't need to attend. Just pretend that you don't know about this matter. By the way, let me inform you that lately, you have less contact with all the other systems, and pay attention to avoiding suspicion in this bout. After saying that, Korea Ping waved his hand and the secretary went out from the office with a stomach full of questions. After the people left, Korea Ping then breathed a long sigh of relief. It's hard. It's just too hard. He is now in a dilemma, knowing the inside story, but in the principle of confidentiality, he cannot say ah. At first he wasn't sure what the concept of controlled fusion was, but after doing a good bit of research over the past 2 days, he realized that the impact of this thing was ridiculously large. Don't say it's a name to remember, even if the country gives an academician. As the developer of Sun Lianqing, that's a big project for the country. When he comes back next time, not to mention Lee Da-kong, even Sha Ruijin, the first hand of Handong province, I'm afraid he'll have to flatter. But right now, Lee Da-kong even used the name of holding a national security conference to engage in Sun Lianqing criticism conference? Lee Da-kong cannot want the career, but Korea Ping cannot not want ah. Now that we know what's going on, we categorically can't let the people under the system follow the nonsense. Let's just say that the first lesson in the system is to learn to take sides. Night, Capital City Municipal Building, originally off-duty time. But at this time the training classroom is filled with all levels of the system's leadership. Lee Da-kong sat on the podium and gave an impassioned speech. You are the public servants of the people, the solid defense of the country, and you carry the mission of the country and the trust of the people on your shoulders. If there are moths among the cadres, that affects the foundation of our country, and the truth that there is no egg under the nest should be familiar to all of you, right? But even so, our cadres even appeared in this kind of moth. Certain cadres, corpses can't serve the people even if it's not enough, but they even jeopardize the country. I hope everyone can be alert to this kind of behavior. Take this as a lesson, and resolutely refrain from behaviors that endanger society. Lee Da-kong spoke with a real feeling, and the cadres on the stage were up to the task. In the corner, there were whispers. Who is Secretary Da-kong talking about here? Certain cadres mean what they say, right? Who else could it be? Sun Lianqing. He was arrested by the national security a few days ago and is still being held for trial. What? Sun Lianqing is a spy? Where did this news come from? I didn't see national security issue a notice. The fact that no notice was issued means that the matter is serious. At that time, national security, special police, and even special forces were deployed just to catch Sun Lianqing. now also opened a general meeting to specifically emphasize this matter. I'm afraid that the level of Sun Lianqing's leakage, very scary. The people who said it were also saddened. Such a scene, at the same time, also happened in Shuriken's home. Little Goldie, can you help understand the situation from your side? See if there could be any misunderstanding in this matter? I'm familiar with Sun Lianqing. Although he doesn't act in terms of his political performance, his character isn't bad. Selling out his country and collaborating with the enemy doesn't seem like something he could do. Rockchen sat on the couch and helped plead for mercy. He was old, half in the ground, but always running for the masses on all sorts of things. Speaking of which, up until now, aside from Sun Lianqing's family, he was the first person to stand up and plead for Sun Lianqing. On the one hand, he and Sun Lianqing some interactions. These years watching him as an official know what he is. A good young man with ambition. But because of the general environment of the capital city was forced into this, and now being arrested as a spy, more or less some sadness. Then again, his wife, Li Aihua, has begged to come to his own house, and he really can't bear it, so he had to run to Sha Ruijin's side to ask about it. Sha Ruijin got up and added a cup of tea to Rockchen. Uncle Chen, this time the matter is more complicated than you think. Honestly, I don't know exactly what happened. I had contacted the top after it happened, but you know what about it? All I was told from above was that it was top secret and not to ask questions. Hearing Sha Ruijin's words, Rockchen froze for a moment, his cloudy eyes filled with incredulity. Who is Sha Ruijin? He's the hand of Handong province. How high must be the level of secrecy of a secret that even he is not authorized to know? Even Rockchen felt a chill all over his body at this moment. With such words, he was categorically afraid to ask a single word more. He didn't have to ask about things that even Shuriken had no right to know about. As for the misunderstanding, I'm afraid it's really hard to say. Can let the top of the death order? I'm afraid that Sun Lianqing is really doing something, and still do something extraordinary. Chen Yan just came out of Sha Ruijin's house, and Li Aihua greeted him. Mr. Chen, how's it going? Any news? Chen Rock's face was heavy, looking at Li Aihua's haggard face, and really couldn't bear to tell her the truth, and could only comfort. Don't be in a hurry. There's no news from the national security side at the moment. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe there'll be a letter from the national security side in a while, and if it's a misunderstanding, the person should be released soon. Although the words were not explicitly stated, Li Aihua could hear what was going on, and knowing that Mr. Chen didn't ask anything, she barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Troubling Elder Chen for you to make this trip. Then I'll think of another way. I'll make another trip to national security tomorrow. Rock Chen didn't know how else to comfort, so he could only change the topic. Aren't you going to work tomorrow? Work well first. Don't go over to the national security side. Now, your work life is more important. Li Aihua let out a bitter laugh. Work? Work I'm afraid is almost gone too. The school interviewed me today, explicitly and implicitly talking about old Sun and trying to get me to voluntarily resign. Chapter 032, Heaven Blesses China. O benefactor of the Dragon Kingdom. What? Upon hearing this, Rock Chen instantly became angry. How can this be? Even if Sun Lianqing did commit a crime, you are innocent. How can this implicate the family? If you had a problem, the national security people would have taken you away a long time ago. And now it's the turn of this group of people in the school to judge you not. Li Aihua smiled bitterly and didn't explain much. When all is said and done, we are all human beings, and we are all begging for life in the collective. Before the lazy cadres training course thing, Sun Lianqing offendedly deconged the next day she went to work to be worn shoes. Now, after making a scene about her own husband being a spy, how could she possibly go to work properly? This group of people are snobs. You think about getting up when you get promoted and rich, and so you really have a problem. Cannot wait to get away from the far to avoid suspicion. That is, Chen Rock Chen old cadres like this, only willing to risk offending the leadership to help out. At this moment, Li Aihua's cell phone suddenly rang. Elder Chen, I'll take a call. She made a greeting and went to the side to answer the phone. A few minutes later, only to see Li Aihua's whole person like a deflated ball. Her face was completely bloodless. Girl, what's wrong? Rock Chen asked anxiously. Li Aihua didn't know when the teardrops had already accumulated in her eyes, and she opened her mouth with tearful eyes. Uncle Chen, my dad is hospitalized. Chen Yin face confused. Li Aihua's father old Li he knew. A few days ago also met. Body and bones quite strong Also go to the morning running exercise to come. How suddenly hospitalized? What happened? Why are you hospitalized for a good reason? Slow down. Chen Xingxuan brought out the lawsuits that my father had previously been convicted of, saying that he had abused his authority and misjudged the cases while he was in office. Now he's going to give him expulsion from the public service. My dad got so angry his high blood pressure came up and he fainted on the spot. Li Aiwa's father is the president of the Intermediate Court of Jinghua City. He retired 10 years before the trial of the case. If there is a problem has long been said, not to wait for the retirement of the current takeout to say things. Moreover, the old Li's person, Chen Yen no, he and his own is a character, is too serious, too straight nature offended a lot of people. So during the term of office has been rising up, if he abused his power or something, but also do not know to retirement is still a president of the rank. Chen Xingchuan at this time to engage in out, is not to give Sun Lianqing down a well, but then you're left with nothing to do, and the duo hoof it to the hospital. Although Sun Lianqing is not in the capital state, his influence continues to spread. Half a month later, Cass. Previously, Sun Lianqing had only conducted a small-scale test, which was a different concept from actually mass-producing it and bringing an entire laboratory to master the technology. And in that half-month, he took the crowd and rebuilt the model and went through all the processes again. Right now, the laser ignition unit has been assembled, and today is the critical moment for the ignition experiment. This time, the site was arranged outdoors, which is in the suburbs of Kyoto, and from the ignition experiment site to the 10-kilometer radius, it was under full martial law, and a comprehensive defense was carried out from the ground to the aviation field. Suffice it to say, not even a mosquito could fly in. On this side of the scene, Professor Han, Professor Zhao, and other experts in related disciplines were all present, and all of them stretched their necks and watched with eager eyes. A few moments later, a military helicopter slowly landed, and a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked out from it. Dean Pope greeted them. Ministry of the King. Wang Bei, a country face with his own kind of unruffled aura, nodded his head and looked in the direction of the laboratory. How's the preparation going? Dean Pope said. All set. The ignition experiment is ready to begin. Wang Bei nodded deeply, his face agitated. Yes, bravo. Let's go. Let's go witness the milestone of the development of the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd followed, and together they approached towards the large electronic screen. In front of him was a giant electronic screen that was relaying footage from the lab. Inside the laboratory, Sun Lianqing stood at the forefront wearing a pure white lab coat. Behind him, there were more than 24 experimenters, all guarding their respective positions, all of them with tense and serious expressions. For them, today would be the most important moment in their lives. No one dared to slack off. Are you guys ready? There was a slight tremor in Wang Bei's voice as he spoke into the microphone. Inside the lab, Sun Lianqing said, all personnel of the Controlled Fusion Research Program team are ready. Please instruct. Okay, start the ignition experiment. With an order from the Ministry of Wang, inside the laboratory, everyone took a deep breath and collectively looked at Sun Lianqing, waiting for the final command from the chief engineer. Sun Lianqing looked at the crowd. Begin debriefing. Crew check complete. Nothing out of the ordinary. Engine check complete. No abnormalities. Power source check complete. No anomalies. Parameter adjustment complete. Data reconciliation complete. Inside the lab, a loud report rang out, and everyone was focused on looking here, not daring to be distracted for a moment. With Sun Lianqing's ignition start, the crowd's emotions were all driven up. A few old professors could not care less, directly stood under the big screen. Each tilted their heads and stared at the screen. All that could be seen was a huge beam of red light, and the huge device looked like a monster, roaring in an instant. The entire body was showing a violent shaking, and even through the screen, everyone could feel the heat waves that kept spewing out of the device. And these heat waves didn't end there, beginning to break through the next layer of shackles. As the instruments on the side continued to produce new changes in data, the Thomas unit is functioning normally. Temperature normal. Energy conversion values are normal. The heat is running smoothly. Inside the laboratory, the sound of the researcher's report came continuously, and as one item of data stabilized, the light in that equipment was even more dazzling and very bright, and the huge machine in front of him shuddered and hummed. Just before, and this heat wave represents not only the success of the immediate trial, but also the future development of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the emotions of the people in the laboratory also rose, and Professor Han tightly held his hands on the instrument, so excited that his entire body began to tremble. God bless China. I didn't think I'd see this in my lifetime. Their generation had experienced suffering, and even more backward times. They know too well that backwardness will be beaten, but also because it is clear, so they will fight for their lives, even with abacus beads, gnawing buns, gritting their teeth or dying to raise the technology of the Dragon State up. Right now, they can finally see Dragon Nation's technological leadership in their lifetimes. Finally they could stand and defend the dignity that belonged to the people of Dragonland. Chapter 033, Next stop, Jingzhou City, Handong Province. At the scene, Violent cheers rang out and the applause was deafening. This applause? For the successfully completed controlled fusion test, and even more so for the project team who worked so hard on the research. But in fact, everyone knew that the biggest credit for this came from Sun Liancheng. He was the one who took the program, took the data, and brought everyone to success. Everyone's eyes looked at Sun Liancheng. There was excitement. There was elation. There was gratitude. There was admiration. When Sun Liancheng came out of the lab and came to the center control room, the scene was once again thunderous with applause. Before he could speak, several old professors led by Professor Han stood in front of him and bowed deeply towards him. Thank you, Chief Engineer Sun, for letting us old men see the success of controlled nuclear fusion in our lifetime. Several bodies bent deeply, their trembling voices bringing tears to their eyes. Sun Liancheng rushed forward to help a few people up. Where are the words? I'm just doing what a Dragon Nation person should do. Besides, I'm still part of the cadre, so it's all the more reason to serve the people. Although the gang in Handong province is not willing to recognize it, but Sun Liancheng is a real national cadre. Of course, even if it is not a cadre, as a Longbo people, these are also what he should do. Wang Bei excitedly went forward and held Sun Liancheng's hands. Thanks. It's only 2 words. Thank you, but the weight of them is hard to overestimate. The king's department was in a trance for a while, in a trance of what he saw before him and the success of the experiment. It's not my work alone. It's the result of all the researchers working together. Sun Liancheng was not pretending to be modest. In his opinion, even without him, the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom would be able to develop these things sooner or later, and he was merely the system's way of bringing the results forward. Wang Bei excitedly patted Sun Liancheng's shoulder. His heart moved. On behalf of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank you, and the country and the people will always remember you. His voice was impassioned, but halfway through, his tone changed, and there was guilt in his voice. But I must apologize to you for making such a significant contribution to the country, and yet the country cannot make your name public and allow you to enjoy the glory that is rightfully yours. Here, I apologize to you all. Controlled nuclear fusion was originally a top scientific research project related to the international landscape. Whether from the perspective of national security or from the perspective of personal safety, the identity of the relevant researchers must be absolutely confidential. Just like those meritorious deeds back then, their names only appeared in front of the public decades after their successful research and development, and during the decades, they just lived in obscurity in the society. It's okay, I don't do research to be famous, besides I was pretty famous before this, haha. Sun Liancheng let out a laugh, and the atmosphere of the scene was instantly eased. The crowd also laughed heartily. Just as Sun Liancheng said, they never did scientific research for the sake of being famous. At the end of the ignition experiment, the people at the scene dispersed one by one, leaving only Wang Bei and Sun Liancheng behind. Chief Sun, or do you prefer me to call you District Chief Sun? Dean Pope asked jokingly. Sun Liancheng hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's better to just call me by my name. Wang Bu. People used to call him District Governor Sun, but recently there was an additional title of Chief Sun? Honestly, it's weird to even call him that. Wang Bei laughed and nodded in relief. Comrade Sun Liancheng, don't worry, although you can't release your name to the public, the country won't let you down in other areas. Do you have any needs on your side? You name it, and the state will surely fulfill all of them. Sun Liancheng's matter he heard some, also know how to say now Handong province, before not solved does not mean will not deal with. Sun Liancheng looked at Wang Bei. My only need now is to go back to the capital city. I've been over here for most of the month, and my family hasn't contacted me, so I'm really relieved. Wang Bu laughed. In this case, I'll arrange for someone to pick them all up, and then Kyoto will work with you on scientific research afterward. Don't worry, the country will definitely take care of your family. Sun Liancheng hurriedly refused. That's not necessary. I'll definitely continue to engage in scientific research. It's just that I still want to go back to Kyoto. After all, my family and friends are over there. It's not important to announce your identity or anything. I just have this one request right now, and I still hope that you can grant it. Honestly, CAS is pretty good. Good food, good housing, good equipment. But he is this age, really want to live the rest of his life in a familiar place. Although Li Dakong, Chi Tongwei gang a bit of a problem. But look at them fight, this is not quite interesting. Their own came to Kyoto, that there is no hilarity to see how uninteresting scientific research can be done anywhere, but this lively but only the capital city. Ministry of the King's Office. This time, you are responsible for arranging protection for Comrade Sun Liancheng's return to Beijing State. Remember, he is a national meritocracy. Make sure to protect his personal safety. Wang Ministries explained, and Wang Mingyuan returned. Yes, don't worry about this. I'll arrange someone on my side to follow District Governor's son around the clock. Wang Ministries nodded and leaned his body back on the chair, having an air of his own that was not angry. A few moments later, he raised his head to look at Wang Mingyuan. I've heard that your Handong province has been very lively lately. This what's-her-name national security conference is in full swing. No emotion could be heard in his tone, but it was this emotionless questioning that gave Wang Mingyuan a cold chill, and he stammered for half a day without squeezing out an answer. However, Wang Bei was obviously not prepared to listen to his answer either, as he only faintly said, although Comrade Sun Lianqing's development of controlled nuclear fusion for the country cannot be publicized, it does not mean that the country will watch these meritorious reputations gather dust. Remember on your side, it's not just Comrade Sun Lianqing's personal safety that you're being asked to protect. Wang Mingyuan nodded without saying anything else, but from the tone of the Ministry of Wang, he could hear that the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. He had a premonition that Sun Lianqing's return to Handong province this time would inevitably set off a bloody storm and even change the political pattern of Handong province. Chapter 034 What? The new big leader. Handong province, the site of the provincial committee's working meeting. The meeting on the implementation of national security information and education was held very well, and all departments should also actively follow up on it, and the related training and learning work should become the norm and be carried out on a regular basis in the future. This time around, Secretary Dakota is well organized. Sha Ruijin praised Li Dakong by name. Gao Yuliang's few people glanced at each other, their eyes revealing dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. This is normal. Originally because of Sun Lianqing on Li Dakong caused unfavorable situation. Through this operation, in turn, to their own good reputation. On the means, it has to be him. After finishing what he had just said, Sherikan coughed twice to draw the crowd's attention. Well, the previous matter will be discussed here. There is another important notice to be announced in today's meeting. We have received a notice from above that our Handong province will set up a Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. Hearing the words Cosmic Science and Technology Academy, the crowd all looked at Sha Ruijin in confusion. Establishment of the institute of this kind of thing. It seems that there is no need to mention it in the provincial party committee meeting, right? This kind of thing is generally who is responsible for who discusses, not their scope of work. The provincial party committee meeting on the big things cannot be discussed, but Sha Ruijin put this alone? Sure enough, Gao Yuliang moved his butt and spoke faintly. Secretary Sha, is the establishment of this Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute just to be handed over to the Science and Technology Bureau? Others did not speak. But the idea in mind is similar. The previous taught emotions this will finally relax some. And even some people will be covered with a pen cap. Just waiting for the end of the meeting will go home to eat. Sha Ruijin swept clear of their thoughts. He ended up the teacup in front of him and drank a mouthful of tea. And only then will the teacup slowly put down. After that, he picked up the notice in front of him again and pointed to it. I think we all misunderstand. This Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute of it is not an ordinary institute. It is only the location set up in the capital city, but the state directly under the authority, including the director of the institute. Speaking here, Sha Ruijin paused for a moment, scanning a circle of the crowd's faces, and said in a single word, Director of the Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology, currently at the vice ministerial level. Upon hearing this, the cadres who had previously been sitting calmly waiting for the end of the day instantly widened their eyes. One by one, they sucked in cold air and looked at each other in surprise. What? National Direct? The name of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute was the first time they had heard of it, and now they were told that this institute was directly under the state? Not even under the control of Handong province? Shi Tongwei even stared at Sha Ruijin in surprise. The head of an institute is even at the level of vice minister. Shi Tongwei wandered between the various factions of forces, leaving his dignity behind. Struggling to this day, is not just trying to get himself a deputy ministry position. The other party, a temporary arrangement down the head of the institute are bigger than his own official. The country is not without this kind of directly under the institute, but are the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Military Industrialization Institute that kind of level. At least thousands of people under the system, by the national senior scientific researchers. Could it be that this time, it is the above specially set up for Handong province, ready to list Handong province as a national key science and technology research and development city? Li Dakong quickly smelled the opportunity. Secretary Sha, is this Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute planning to choose a site in our capital city? If so, I will convene a meeting of the city on my side as soon as possible to arrange the relevant site selection and deployment work. Seeing his reaction, the other city leaders reacted as well. Secretary Sha, our other urban areas in Handong province is also very good. Ganzhou City was originally planned this year to develop the emerging technology industry. This Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute can just be used as a typical in our city. Secretary Shah, our manhwa this side of the university, the relevant talent support are also more perfect. In fact, more suitable for the development of related work. Secretary Sand. City leaders have spoken up, and no one wants to miss out on the meat and potatoes. Directly under the state. The dean is still at the vice ministerial level. These few words combined together. Behind them were written the 4 big words of state support, as long as located in their own jurisdiction. After the state support, policy guidance, financial support. That drive is the whole city industry chain. Serkin squeezed the back of his hand and, I know we all want to take advantage of the opportunity to develop their respective forces. The situation, I also know all. Just this situated site selection. The above has had clear instructions, he said, and his eyes fell on Li Dakong. The above named our city of Beijing. Secretary Dakong. This time it will be hard for you to arrange things. At that, Li Dakong was overjoyed. Yes, we in Jingzhou City promised to make things look good. Sherikin smiled and nodded. Well, I believe in Secretary Dakota's work ethic. Alright, that's enough for today. Everyone adjourned. The meeting ended. Sha Ruijin got up and prepared to leave. Li Dakong was busy chasing after him. Secretary Shah, there's a bit of a problem on my side that I want to consult you about. Serkin stopped and looked at him with a smile. It's the Cosmic Science Institute thing, isn't it? Dakota Lee smiled. Yes, nothing can be hidden from Secretary Shah. Secretary Shah, I just mulled it over. It seems to be the first time I've heard of this Cosmic Science Institute. Is there any specific information on it? Sha Ruijin looked at his secretary Xiao Bai, who immediately took out a notice from his briefcase and handed it to Li Dakong. This is a notice from above, the specifics of which Secretary Dakong can study. Li Dakong was busy picking it up, holding it carefully in his hands and examining it. The whole article is only 100 words, a minute to read. In addition to cooperate with the establishment of such words, the other is what information has not been revealed, and even the name of the dean of what is not stated. This gives Li Dakong look as a face of confusion. Originally he was prepared to come to ask this Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute is to study what, how many people, how much area is needed, the director's name and so on. As it turned out, this notice was not a word about it. Li Dakong's face was scrunched together and he didn't even know what to say for a moment. Secretary Shah, I don't know anything here. The latter really don't know how to carry out the work. Although it's customary in the organization to give a general guideline and not to say the words to death, this time the notification is also too concise. Suddenly setting up an institute without even giving basic information? Serkin nodded. Secretary Dakong, I am absolutely assured of your work ability. What notice should be issued? How much content should be notified? All of these are considered above. But one, I remind you, I just received information that the director of the Cosmic Research Institute will be back early next month to take up his post. The matter of choosing a site can be said again, but the office of the relevant personnel, you have to make arrangements. Sha Ruijin patted Li Dakong's shoulder, and without saying much, he left the conference room with his secretary. Only Li Dakong was left standing in place with the notice. Early next month? Isn't that a week from now? Chapter 035, This is a big leader from Kyoto. Li Dakong just came out of the conference room. He heard the cadres outside discussing the matter of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute, and Shi Tongwei and others greeted him outside. Secretary Dakong, if there's anything you're too busy to do, you can say it at any time, and we on the public security side will guarantee to cooperate with you. Director Chi, you have your hands in the air and a good friendship with national security. I wouldn't dare to bother you with this kind of research institute. Li Dakong glanced at him, his tone full of mockery. A while ago in the bright area of the family home of the thing Li Dakong can still remember. Hall a secretary. Was Chi Tongwei blocked outside the neighborhood? Chi Tongwei was not quite dejected at that time? This is to know that in the national security side did not grab the merit and then hit the idea to the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. Right? Kishore smiled sarcastically. Secretary Dakong, where are your words? I just want to progress too much. In the end I'm still a comrade in our system. I definitely have to stand on our team. After saying this, Chi Tongwei came a little closer and whispered, what is this new dean about? I'll prepare an advance on my side too, so I can work with it later. Li Dakong moved 2 steps to the side, his gaze cold. Director Chi, it's just an institute. It has nothing to do with your public security system. I advise Director Chi to focus on his own job in the future. Other things, don't you worry about it. When he finished, he simply waved his face and left from the scene. Chi Tongwei looked at Li Dakong's back, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Before Li Dakong and he at least maintained a face-to-face relationship. Since Sun Lianqing's matter, Lee.Kong began to explicitly not deal with him. No, now more a tree enemy. In the future in the promotion is bound to be affected. Right now, this Universe Science and Technology Research Institute is his only opportunity. After Chi Tongwei left the meeting place, he went directly to the office with Gao Yuliang. Teacher, what is this Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute? Gao Yuliang put his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed and his gaze sunk slightly. I just had my secretary check, and there's no such institute nationwide yet. Kishore was also shocked. Then wouldn't we be the first in Handong province? Gao Yuliang nodded and sat down in his chair, murmuring only two faint sentences. The first one, again, is directly affiliated with the state, and at the beginning of next month, the dean will be stepping up to the plate. If it is just an ordinary research institute is nothing, but this is directly under the state. There can be a big deal inside. QI asked tentatively as he walked over to the desk. This notice just came down, and right away you're talking about walking on the job? The institute hasn't been built yet. The relevant information is not being distributed, and it doesn't even have an office. How is this not like a unit that the state attaches importance to? Rather, it's like an idle job. Gao Yuliang looked at him. Idle? Don't you forget what Sha Ruijin said? This dean who came here is at the vice ministerial level. You've been in the Handong officialdom for 20 years, and you're only a main hall by now. Kitho nodded his head a little awkwardly. Yes, the teacher taught me right. This thing of their own main hall, it is really humiliating, has been taken as a matter of fact. Can only silently walk to the front to give Gao Yuliang to pour the water in the teacup full. Gao Yuliang picked up his teacup while mulling over the matter. I've asked around and nothing about this institute or the director. However, as you just said, the institute currently has no place, no research programs, and only such a name of the institution and the position of director. This suggests that this so-called National Immediate Unit was set up specifically for this man from above. At the thought of this possibility, his hand with the teacup gave a start, and his gaze suddenly became serious. Chi Tongwei, on the other hand, looks at Gao Yuliang in surprise. He knew that this Cosmic Research Institute wasn't simple, but he didn't expect the background to be so amazing. If everything is as Gao Yuliang guessed, can make the top specifically for him to set up a state directly under the organization. This person's background. Heavily. No wonder. A person of Gao Yuliang's status failed to inquire about the news. Gao Yuliang gripped his teacup and drank it all in one go for a moment before speaking slowly. If you can climb up the ladder of this one, your deputy. The words were only half spoken, but Chi Tongwei's eyes put on light and immediately understood what Gao Yuliang meant. Yes, don't worry teacher. Originally, before discussing with Gao Yuliang, he had planned to climb up to this person, and now that he had finished the discussion and knew the background of the other party, it was even more unlikely that he would give up this great opportunity. Night. Chi Tongwei and Gao Shaoqin are sitting in the garden of the solemn landscape. Gao Shaoqin is wearing a white professional suit. The whole person looks very charming. According to what you said, this director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute is not an ordinary person. I'm afraid that random things won't be able to catch his eye. Keith looked up at the starry sky above him. The ordinary ones certainly don't catch the eye, so go search and see if there are any better astronomical instruments. Gao Shaoqin moved forward and touched Chi Tongwei's shoulder with both hands. Are you thinking that one likes to look at the stars just like Sun Liancheng? Kishore smiled faintly. Who knows? Let's search for it first, just in case we stumble upon the right one. As for the rest, wait until you see what the one has to say first and feel it out. This time, he is sure that he will not do it again in order to please Sha Ruijin to go to Chen Yan's home to plow the land. But this new leader, he had to think about how to please. The next day, Lee.Kong's office. I've already implemented the office situation, but at the moment our city is all rather tight. If it's a lower specification, it can still be arranged. But according to what you said about the vice ministerial level, we really can't find a suitable place in our capital city at the moment. Secretary Kim stood in front of her desk, holding a stack of papers in her hands with a very difficult expression on her face. The office thing sounds like a small thing, but within the system, there are strict rules about what kind of office corresponds to the level, what size it is, and what the support is. Looking at the entire Handong province, can reach the level of deputy ministry not many people? This ready-made supporting office is even more unlikely to have spare. Not to mention, Lee.Kong also asked, the level of the office can only be higher than the deputy ministry. If it was later in the inauguration, then there would still be time to renovate another room, but that leaves less than 7 days, and improvising is certainly not realistic. Lee.Kong frowned and flipped through the list of cadres, trying to find some possibilities in it. After reading a few pages like that, he had no choice but to put the sheet on the table and rub his temples. Is it really impossible to find an office that meets the requirements? Secretary Kim whispered. As you requested. I'm afraid the only office available is your current one. Chapter 036, this is a job for the leader. Be careful. He had originally just chimed in with a small voice, but it turned out that this sounded in Lee Dakong's ears, and he instantly perked up. My office? Good. Then use mine. Arrange for someone to clean up and vacate my office. Secretary Kim froze. Ha? Secretary Dakong. How can this be done? If your office is vacated, where will you work? He originally just casually said that, but I cannot imagine that Lee Dakong actually took it seriously and really wanted to vacate his office. Besides, this Cosmic Science Research Institute doesn't just need an office. You don't have enough for this one either. Where will the other cadres go to work then? Lee Dakong's side was as good as done, and had already begun to pack up his things. He was excited as he organized the documents. That's okay. Move as many rooms as you need, and vacate the office for all of them. Remember, only more not less. There are reasons why he is so attached to this matter. One is that since Xiao Ruijin gave him the work, he must complete it successfully. How can you leave a good impression on the leader when you can't even solve things in an office? Secondly, by giving up his office, he is also making a good name for himself as far as this behavior is concerned. And when that person arrives on the scene and sees that he has given up his office to them, this initial impression is a cut above the others. Thinking of this, he, Lee Dakong, is even more determined to move the office. But, Secretary Dakong, with our office moved, where will this big guy work? Secretary Kim hesitated a bit and asked in a small voice. Lee Dakong stopped his hands and glanced toward the list of cadres, his eyes landing right on the three-word Sun Lianqing. We'll just move to the Light District. Ding Yizhen escaped, and now there's a spy Sun Lianqing. Isn't the Guangming District emptying several offices? Just right. Arrange part of the cadres to the District Party Committee side to use his Sun Lianqing's office. Others, also to the District Party Committee side to squeeze. By the way, go to guard. To see this bright district in the end, what is the crooked wind and evil spirit? Can cultivate this kind of assholes like Sun Lianqing. Anyway, Sun Lianqing people are gone. He entered the national security after the don't want to come out. Since this is the case, the office is empty is also empty. It would be better to take out to serve everyone. Brighton District Office Building. The public officials who should have been busy with their own work are now all getting together and whispering. Have you guys heard? The city council side is moving to our office in the Bright District. What? Isn't the municipal office building fine? Why did you move it to us? I heard it's to make room for the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. Secretary Dakong even gave up his office. What the hell? What kind of Science and Technology Research Institute? How come I've never heard of it? I heard it's newly established from above, or directly under the state. Even that dean is a vice ministerial level leader. There have always been no secrets in the system, especially who's been in office, who's out of office, and who's offended. For those of them, the first lesson in going to work is to learn to stand up for yourself, and you have to get enough information to make yourself invincible. As a result, the matter of Lee Dakong's preparations for the office spread to the various units down the line in less than a few hours. If you don't want to do the job at hand, take off those clothes and go home. The crowd was chattering and discussing, when a middle-aged man in a white shirt and glasses stood outside the office and said coldly. Seeing the visitor, the scene instantly quieted down. One by one, they were all busy with the computerized awards, and no one dared to continue talking. The visitor was none other than Chen Bo, the vice mayor of Guangming District. District Governor Chen, we've cleaned out Ding Yizhen's office. Would you like to inspect it? Behind him, the head of the security brigade inquired in a low voice. Only then did Chen Bo turn around and walk to the next office to take a look. At the moment, it was completely emptied. Even his office chair had been pulled away. Alright, arrange for a new batch to be moved here. And remember to inform the logistics to do a good job in quality control. Now the whole bright area. Ding Yizhen fled overseas, and the second in command, Sun Lianqing, also went in, which is just the right opportunity for him to get to the top. He was going to grab this great opportunity to perform in front of his leader no matter what. The guard nodded. Okay, I'm on it. He was just about to leave when Chen Bo called out again. Wait, how's Sun Lianqing's office cleaned up? The security guard stood in place and spoke somewhat helplessly. District Governor Chen, District Governor Sun, there's a bit of trouble over at his office. Chen Bo frowned and said with some exasperation. What trouble? He, Sun Lianqing, has been taken away by the national security. Do you expect him to come back? I've told you, make sure you clean it up today, or where will the side leaders work when they come? The security guard looked a little embarrassed. You misunderstood. This, otherwise you go and take a look. We really can't do anything. Chen Bo's face sank. If you can't handle this, I don't know how you were recruited. He walked in front, and in a few steps he reached Sun Lianqing's office. and only then did he see that the security guards were stopped outside the office, and the secretary, Xiao Lu, was guarding the door and not letting him in. This is District Governor Sun's office, and you can't go in without asking his permission. Although Sun Lianqing was arrested, Secretary Lu's rank was still there, and he was so dead set that the security guards didn't dare to offend him, so it was just a stalemate. Seeing this, Chen Bo directly pushed the security guard away and walked forward. Secretary Lu, don't delay the work progress, let the security guard in. Seeing the visitor, Secretary Lu stood up straight. District Governor Chen, it's really not that I'm not allowed to go in, it's just that, as you know, this is District Governor Sun's office, and he's not around. District Governor Sun? He, Sun Lianqing, is also worthy of being called District Governor? He was captured by the national security. Our Guangming district's reputation has been stigmatized by him and you're still calling him District Governor? Chen Bo just stood there, appearing to be filled with righteous indignation. Even saying the three words Sun Lianqing seemed like an insult. State security is to take people away, but the above also did not send a notice. Now jump to conclusions is not too early. In case in a few days Sun District Governor came back, his office was cleared out, this more or less not good to see it. Before Sun District Governor helped you. In the end, Lu is just a secretary. In the administrative level has little weight. Speak naturally is also light. Can only hope to move out of the previous favor? So that Chen Bo net open aside. Who would have thought that it was fine if he didn't say this? But as soon as he said this, Chen Bo directly blackened his face. Who promoted me? Don't compare me to that spy. I came up on my own accomplishments. I have nothing to do with him. Sun Lianqing, what are you all waiting for? Drag the person out. If you can't handle the office, you're all out of a job. Chen Bo will be a little angry, but also do not care about what is decent. Directly let the people to get out of the small Lu. There was a lot of activity going on over here, and it was clearly heard in the individual offices. A few people came together and chatted in whispers. Shouldn't the matter of cleaning up the office be managed from the chief of staff side? How come District Governor Chen is managing it directly? Still need to ask? District Governor Chen wants to take this opportunity to put on a good show, to make a show for the city's leaders. I can understand him cleaning up Ding Yizhen's office, but moving District Governor Sun is a bit excessive, right? If it wasn't for Sun's bailout at the time, he would probably be out of office by now. Shu, keep your voice down. You be careful of District Governor Chen turning his head to deal with you. 7 days later, office building in Gyeongju City, Handong Province. Well, the office is well prepared and all the amenities that should be there are in place. Chapter 037. What? The Minister of Science and Technology. On this side, after Xiao Lu was gotten out, the security guards went straight in and moved everything from cabinets to documents one by one and just left them in the warehouse. Xiao Lu had no choice but to pick some important items and put them away, ready to find time to send them back to Sun Lianqing's wife. Seeing Xiao Lu action, there is an older colleague a little looked down, quietly walked to him. Xiao Lu, Sun District Governor's matter, you do not get involved as soon as possible to avoid suspicion otherwise your future development will certainly be affected. He actually said all very implicit. According to this set of officialdom, you stand on the wrong team, unless your leadership can rise again, or not to mention the development, your career will follow the end. Right now, Sun Lianqing is making a comeback? He was taken away by national security as a spy. How can he rise again? Even if the investigation is clear and cleared the identity of the spy, but now made such a big commotion, but also offended Secretary Da Kong, want to continue to go on in the officialdom of the capital city? Obviously also impossible. It can't be. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Xiao Lu whispered, packed up Sun Lianqing's things holding the information and went to the warehouse. Only after putting things back in order did he take out his cell phone and dial out to his father, Lu Yonggang. He understood what everyone said. Only, he had followed Sun Lianqing for a long time, and was clear about his character, and really did not want to believe that Sun Lianqing was a spy. Of course, there's a more important reason. It's all happening so strangely, as if the spying thing all started when my father came back. What with the research drawings and all. Then later, it happened that the special police surrounded the Chaoyang district. Sun District Governor was taken away by the state security, and his father went back to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And after that, the phone did not pick up, and the message did not return. Will all the things be too much of a coincidence a little bit? Is it hard to believe that District Governor Sun is leaking his father's secrets about their project? Pick up the phone. Answer the phone at. Xiao Lu held his cell phone and kept chattering. A few dozen seconds later, the call was connected. Dad, you finally answered the phone. Xiao Lu breathed a long, unprecedented sigh of excitement. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yonggang seemed to have had some wine and was in a high mood. Ha ha ha, Son, what's wrong? Why don't you answer your phone when I've been calling you all this time? I'm so anxious. Ha ha ha. I'm not busy doing experiments. By the way, I have good news for you. The project we did made major progress. It's an unprecedented major progress. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lu could hear that his father was in a good mood and laughing. But at this moment, Xiao Lu didn't have the heart to care about this. He looked around and confirmed that there was no one else in the warehouse before asking seriously, Dad, let me ask you, when you watched the live broadcast before about the drawings, did you say that District Governor's son leaked your project? On the other end of the phone, Lu Yonggang seemed to be having a celebration party, and the surroundings were very noisy. Xiao Lu repeated it again before Lu Yonggang heard him clearly. Why are you asking all of a sudden? You kid? Xiao Lu took a deep breath. I'm just casually asking and you're telling me if I am. On the other end, Lu Yonggang suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you brat. What nonsense. How could District Governor's son be such a person? All this is nonsense. Your District Governor's son is a great talent. A credit to the people. Xiao Lu snapped his eyes wide and pursued the question. Dad, do you know something? What's going on with District Governor's son? It's now rumored within our system that he's a spy. Lu Yonggang interrupted. Okay, don't ask or inquire. But I assure you, there's no problem with District Governor's son. And he'll be going back to your Jingzhou city soon. Xiao Lu was about to continue to ask a few more questions when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Professor Lu, little Lu the child. Before he could confirm, his father's side hung up. Xiao Lu was a little confused with his cell phone. Just now, I think I heard District Governor's son's voice? It's Mr. Sun, isn't it? But how could Mr. Sun be with his father? Also, just now my father swore that Mr. Sun would be back soon, and what does that mean? Does it mean this time the matter is all related to District Governor's son? Sector Chief Sun is not actually a spy? Rather, he is something else. Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Lu instantly became nonchalant, and now only expected District Governor's son to return as soon as possible. Other side. In view of the success of the controlled fusion experiments, the CAS side decorated the small cafeteria for everyone to celebrate. President Pu, CC, he, YG Lu and some experts and professors, as well as the entire project team came to the scene. The guys ate and drank well. Over here, Lu Yonggang drank a little bit to the head, and he pulled Sun Lianqing without letting go of his hand. District Governor's son, Chief Engineer's son, thank you. Thanks to you, our experiment can be completed ahead of schedule. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to see the ignition experiment in my lifetime. You're leaving now. What about the trials after that? We won't be able to do it without you leading us. What a steady person he usually is. At this moment he cried into a tearful person. Sun Liansheng patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm not going to be here for a few more days, so if you guys have any problems during this recent period feel free to come to me. Of course, even if I go back to the capital city, you guys can always come to me to discuss scientific research. At these words, a few old professors on the side happened to hear them, and each of them got excited. Chief Engineer's son, that's what you said. Don't mind us old guys being annoying when you get there. Come on, leave me your phone number and address. I have to write it down. With that, Professor Han stepped forward and pulled out his cell phone for Sun Lianqing to register. During his days at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the projects of a group of professors had also skyrocketed, so the door of Sun Lianqing's dormitory was almost broken by these people, who came to his door when they had something to do. This side waited for Sun Lianqing to leave a message with the old professors one by one. Only then did Dean Pu catch a gap to bring him aside. Chief Sun, you see everyone can't bear to part with you. Why don't you reconsider the matter of returning to Beijing State? Sun Lianqing had a firm gaze. Dean Pope, don't try to persuade me. I definitely have to go back. Dean Pope sighed. Fine, then I won't advise. It's like this. I still have to deal with some follow-ups on my side recently, so I won't be able to give you a ride. So I'll have to let Shin's side do it for me. Sun Lianqing nodded. Well, you can just work on other things on your side. Don't worry about the rest. Who is this department of Shin? Sun Lianqing this will not be clear. Only thought it was the leader of a small department, and did not care too much. He exchanged a few brief words with Dean Pu, and then was pulled away by other professors to discuss the issue. So much so that he didn't even know in the end that this Ministry of Shin that Dean Pu had just spoken of referred to the Minister of Science and Technology. Chapter 038. What? Sun Lianqing is here. Sherikin stood in the office and looked around, very pleased with the layout of the facilities. But it's just that Secretary Dakota gave up his office. He looked over at Dakota Lee and let out an approving comment. Li Dakong waved his hands back and forth. This is what aggravation are for the people to do things. An office is nothing. This Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute fell to our Jingzhou city. That is to drive the development of the city. For our Jingzhou city, the people is also a good thing. There's really not much I can say about that as long as it serves the people. Shuriken gave a satisfied smile. Look, all of our cadre team should learn well from Secretary Dakong. His kind of dedication is still worth encouraging. The other cadres nodded their heads in agreement, one by one showing their approval towards Li Dakong. At that moment, Secretary White came to heel. Secretary Sha, I just got the call. The people will be here in almost 5 minutes. Serkin nodded. Well, it's about time. Let's go pick up. After that, the group of people left from the office as they spoke and headed out of the municipal office building. Chi Tongwei and Gao Yuliang both stood leaning out. Gao Yuliang looked at Chi Tongwei, some reproach in his eyes, and said in a voice that only the two could hear, learn from the other guy, Li Dakong, and see how he does it? Kishore smiled awkwardly. Yes, I did not think of that. Of course, it's not that he didn't think of it, but mainly because Sha Ruijin didn't give the task to him either. Or not to mention an office. Even if it was 10 offices, he'd find a way to get it done. One can only follow in silence, looking for a chance to get close to the new dean. This group of people usually rarely appear together, but at the moment the great dozens, the entire municipal party committee staff also all saw, are 3 or 2 of the whispered discussion. Is there something big going on today? Why are all the provincial leaders here? You still don't know? Today that director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute is coming to take up his post, and the leaders of our province have come over to greet him. Are the specs that big? Yes, and our secretary Dakong has given up his office to others. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, each and every one of them also poked their heads over to the outside of the office building, curious as to what this dean was really like. Shuriken led the crowd to the bottom of the office building, ready to greet this dean. In fact, in this group of people, in addition to Sha Ruijin was only half an hour ago, the others can be early in the morning waiting here, before and after waiting for nearly 2 hours. If it is an ordinary person, 2 hours may be nothing, but here, which is not the core of the Handong province, usually it is other people waiting for them, where there is this kind of waiting for people. But even so, from Sha Ruijin, and then to the people below, not a single person showed a look of dissatisfaction. Of course, individual people may complain more or less, but at most, they just think about it in their minds, and no one dares to say it out loud. After all, this one came, but it was sent down directly from above, and it was still at the vice-ministerial level. Moreover, the one who sent someone over this time, that was the Minister of Science and Technology. As a person in the system, if you want to be promoted to the next level, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, and even if you are a few with great merit along the way, how many of you will be able to climb up to the ministerial level in your lifetime? Take Sha Ruijin from Handong province. He's high enough in rank, right? The hand of the entire Handong province. But even he, standing in front of this Minister of Science and Technology, Minister Shen, may not dare to speak up. On the surface, we are all on equal footing, but one is at the center and the other is at the local level. Normally, when local leaders are transferred to the central government, even if they are transferred at equal rank, they are treated according to promotion. So need we say more about the doorway here? The person who let this Ministry of Shen personally escort him. I'm afraid that the entire Handong province would have to be shaken 3 times by stomping their feet. Under these circumstances, can these people not take this seriously? Just then, a convoy of cars slowly traveled towards this side. The cars were all black red flag sedans with eye-catching license plates in red letters on a white background. Shuriken's expression changed and he looked over there. The rest of the group straightened up and waited to be greeted with smiles. The car slowed to a stop, and in the frontmost car, the person on the passenger side got down first and walked back to open the door again, only to see that a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a white shirt, was the first to walk down. He has a national face, not angry, and his body reveals an air of superiority, and it seems that he has been in a high position for a long time. Although none of us have seen it, as big leaders within the system, we've seen a lot of photos and videos. Shuriken was the first to greet him, reaching out affectionately. Shinbu, it's been a long journey. Shinbi nodded. Where's the word? Me, I'm just a chaperone at best this time, accompanying Dean Zhao to come over to take office. As they spoke, the crowd also poked their heads around and looked at the car in the back. After half a day of looking around, I couldn't see some character that looked like a dean show up, except for a couple that were obviously accompanying staff members. Serkin asked, where's Dean Cho? Shinbi looked back and smiled. Oh, Dean Cho's car had a road accident. Before the words were finished, Sha Ruijin said anxiously, then is it possible that we arrange for a car to pick it up? Shinbi smiled. No, Dean Zhao has already taken care of it. I just received a call from him. People are already almost here. Big guy, wait a little bit. Shuriken nodded, and the crowd all looked over in the direction of the main entrance, waiting for the Steen Zhao. Just at this moment, Li Dakong's secretary Xiao Jin hurriedly ran over and walked to his side with a nervous expression. Secretary Dakong, Sun Lianqing is here. The words were whispered close to his ear, but a few simple words gave Li Dakong a shiver. Who? The news surprised him so much that Li Dakong forgot the occasion he was in and simply exclaimed. The crowd looked toward him, and even Sha Ruijin and Shin Bei craned their heads to gaze at him. Secretary Dakong? Is there something else on your side? There was some displeasure in Shuriken's demeanor. Li Dakong hurriedly apologized. Sorry, a little situation popped up. I'll take care of it. Secretary Sha and Ministry Shin, you guys go ahead. Serkin waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Li Dakong took Secretary Jin away from the scene and walked out a dozen meters away before he hurriedly asked. What's the situation? What do you mean Sun Lianqing is here? Chapter 039. Now Li Dakong was really dumbfounded. Secretary Kim rushed to explain. I don't know, just received a message from the doorman. Said he saw Sun Lianqing wanna come in. His side rushed to stop the person did not let in. This will still be at the gate. Today is an important day to welcome the director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. Li Dakong, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, has long instructed the secretary. The security of the compound is also a little stricter than usual. Also for this reason, as soon as the security side saw Sun Lianqing's face, they immediately called Secretary Jin. Li Dakong stood in place, arms crossed, spinning in place. How did Sun Lianqing come back? Wasn't he captured by national security? Isn't he a spy? It was not clear whether these sentences were Li Dakong asking himself or questioning Secretary Jin. I don't know, but this man was released. Does that mean it's okay? Misunderstanding about the spy thing before? But his office was torn down for you. It's not possible that he's looking for you to cause trouble, is it? Secretary Kim would be confused by now, muttering to herself. Li Dakong jerked his head toward Secretary Kim. Make trouble? No. The leader of the Cosmic Research Institute is coming over today. Even if he, Sun Lianqing, makes trouble, it can't be today. If he barged in and said something later, wouldn't his hard-fought performance all go down the drain? As soon as he thought of this, Li Dakong panicked and led his secretary towards the outside of the compound. When he got outside, he was just in time to see the doorman stopping Sun Lianqing. Sun Lianqing, what are you doing here? Li Dakong went straight over towards Sun Lianqing and blocked the gate. Alright, if there's anything you want to do, come back to me later and I'll take care of it all for you. Today you go home. This time, Li Dakong was really afraid that Sun Lianqing would make a scene, so when he spoke, his voice was purposely lowered, trying not to draw attention from outside. On the side, Secretary Kim had gone to the security guards and gave the two guards a wink. In case Sun Lianqing really made a scene, it is not possible to let the security guards take the people away first, as long as it does not affect things later are good. Sun Lianqing originally came here with Shin Bei, but there was a problem with the car on the way, so he could only leave the car in order to hurry and take a taxi here first. Originally already arrived at the compound. Who knew that the security guards were stopped? He originally wanted to give Shin department to make a phone call to let out to pick up people. Who knew that this ran into Li Dakong? He and Li Dakong are a bit of personal grudge, but in his opinion, it is not much. When the lazy cadre training course was held before, he had vented what he should have cursed and what he should have hung. As for the rest, that's a new feud for later. I know you're here about the office, and even if you're not a spy, you still have to go to juvenile hall, and it's for the good of your other co-workers that your office is vacated. If you don't want to go to juvenile hall or not, you can go back now and we'll discuss it with you later. Seeing that Sun Lianqing didn't say anything, Li Dakong took 2 steps forward, ready to forcefully persuade Sun Lianqing back. If it wasn't for the fact that the leaders were all there, it would have been impossible for him to suppress his temper and speak properly to Sun Lianqing. Hearing his words, Sun Lianqing couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. An office? So he doesn't even have an office on the days he's away? It's really a good thing that Li Dakong is running the show. I didn't come here today to pick on you. Come on, let's go inside and talk about the rest. Sun Lianqing put his hands behind his back and prepared to go in. This action was in the eyes of Li Dakong, but it was like a provocation, and Secretary Jin directly let 2 security guards come up and directly blocked the way to enter the door. A smile appeared at the corner of Sun Lianqing's mouth as he glanced at Li Dakong. Secretary Dakong? This is not letting me in? Li Dakong tried to maintain a kind expression and said the crown. If I can't persuade you, then I'll have to arrange for security. Sun Lianqing nodded, not getting angry, and looked up at the situation in the compound, after which he took a few steps back and looked meaningfully at Li Dakong. By the way, Secretary Dakin, I forgot to introduce myself. Here, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Sun Lianqing. From the Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology. Li Dakong stared blankly at Sun Liancheng, not combing through what he said for a moment. Still, it was a subconscious question. Are you kidding me? You're from the Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology. This department is currently the first of its kind in the country. And, according to the information he received, the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute currently has only this director alone, and the members underneath are currently still in the process of searching. So how could he, Sun Liancheng, possibly hitch a ride? Moreover, this Sun Liancheng was only taken away by the state security, and he was gone for a month, during which time he was under investigation by the state security. The way things were now, it was 80% that Sun Liancheng had inquired about the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute from somewhere, and had taken advantage of today's appearance to try and muddy the waters. Well, Sun Liancheng, you stop. Told you I have something to do today. Your things we slowly deal with later. After saying that, Li Dakong waved his hand, and two security guards were about to come over and move towards Sun Liancheng. However, Sun Liancheng wasn't panicked at all, but his gaze fell on Li Dakong's body, and with a wry smile on his face, he pointed at the cell phone. Li Dakong narrowed his eyes. Call? Even if you've been talking on your cell phone, what does that have to do with me kicking you out? He was 10,000 doubts in his heart. He always felt that there was something strange. Sun Liancheng's appearance was strange, his expression was strange, and even the cell phone that he held in his hands is also very strange. However, before Li Dakong could react, the next moment, a voice was heard. Dean Sun, what took you so long to arrive? Isn't this going in yet? A black red flag sedan parked in front of the door. The door opened, and from inside came down an individual, and the visitor was none other than Wang Mingyuan, a hand of national security in Handong province. Shinbi and the others are already here, all waiting for you. Wang Mingyuan and a few comrades from the national security stood in front of Sun Liancheng, and when they spoke, they opened their mouths with words like you. Li Dakong. Seeing this scene, Li Dakong's entire body was confused. Dean Sun? Mr. Shin is waiting for you? The visitor is Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan, the head of the National Security Bureau of Handong Province. The last time they met, he was still rejecting himself at the gate of the family compound of the district committee of the Guangming district with a lofty face. The person who didn't even give half a damn about Sha Ruijin's secretary, turned around and was actually talking to Sun Liancheng in such an almost pleasing tone? Li Dakong stared blankly at Sun Liancheng with 4 big words of incredulity written all over his face. Well, I just had car trouble and sought this side to walk in by myself. Sun Liancheng looked at Li Dakong with a smile on his face, and at this time, Li Dakong's face all brushed white, a pair of eyes staring, mouth open and closed to say nothing. Sun Liancheng is actually the director of the Academy of Cosmic Science? A man personally escorted by the Ministry of Shun? This news was like a bolt from the blue hitting Li Dakong. How could he have never imagined that the person he had waited for half a day and took the initiative to try to curry favor with would be Sun Liancheng? But why Sun Liancheng? Wasn't he taken away by national security? Why did he come back as a vice minister? Why did Minister Shen personally escort him? With this one question after another pressing on his mind, Li Dakong only felt that his entire being was not good. Sun Liancheng looked at Li Dakong's burst of green and white, constantly changing face to reveal a smile, faintly said, "It seems that our secretary Dakong still doesn't want me to go in, just stopped me for half a day, and these security guards seem to be ready to drag me away. Isn't that right, Secretary Dakota?" With this rhetorical question, several people at the scene felt their scalps go numb. A few comrades from national security looked at each other, shock flashing in each other's eyes. Is Li Dakong crazy? This is the new deputy ministry leader, and he stopped someone outside the municipal party committee compound? He even arranged for security to take him away? Wang Mingyuan's look at Li Dakong was also somewhat intriguing. He had heard about Li Dakong and knew what the man had done to Sun Liancheng, but as far as Li Dakong himself is concerned, he should have never thought that one day Sun Liancheng would come back, and with a higher status. Good in the hands of people are still smart. The national security side of the special account. Sun Liancheng things don't participate. What the criticism will be security, education and so on don't participate. So he looked at Li Dakong with some gloating in his eyes. Just at this moment, the courtyard movement sounded. Waiting inside the Sha Ruijin, Shin department and other people all toward the courtyard outside over. Chapter 040, Secretary Dakong. You won't not remember what happened before, right? Sun Liancheng turned around just in time for the crowd to see what he looked like. Sherikin froze, half hesitating in his steps. Not only him, the others were also startled when they saw Sun Liancheng. In the cognizance of the crowd, Sun Liancheng was taken away by the national security. Is categorically no possibility to come out again? Right now he even came out? His appearance on an occasion like today? The only explanation is that he's here to cause trouble. Secretary Bai quickly stepped forward ready to pull Sun Lianqing aside. Sun District Governor, your aggression Sha Secretary no, but today is really not the time to discuss this. Your side first with me, we slowly say. As Sha Ruijin's secretary, he certainly knows the importance of today's occasion, and taking away Sun Lianqing at this moment is to relieve Sha Ruijin. However, when Secretary Bai finished saying this, he realized that Li Dakong was looking at himself with a very strange expression. Not only him, but also Wang Mingyuan and those comrades from the state security. Shinbi coughed to break the awkwardness and smiled. Dean's son, we've been waiting for you for a while, how come you're only here? After saying that, he took another step forward and stood beside Sun Lianqing, smiling at the crowd. Come on, introduce everyone. This is the director of our Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute, Comrade Sun Lianqing, both in Handong Province. We should collaborate in the future. Sherry Qin, Gao Yu Liang, Chi. The scene was quiet as these words fell from Shinbi's lips. Everyone looked at Sun Lianqing with wide eyes. In this split second of effort, a dozen complex expressions flashed across everyone's face. There's shock, there's incredulity, there's doubt, there's bewilderment. A large portion of these cadres present recognized Sun Lianqing. Even more, many of them had held meetings together, and individuals had participated in the fall of Sun Lianqing. No matter how they thought about it, they really couldn't understand how this Sun Lianqing could be the director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute, the new deputy ministry leader. Just when the crowd had not yet returned to their senses and had not been able to completely digest the news, Chi Tongwei had already reflected and aimed his spearhead at Li Dakong. Secretary Dakong, what are you doing? Even if you don't know that Sun Lianqing is the director of the Cosmic Science Research Institute, you can't use force to stop people outside, can you? Li Dakong froze in place, stammered half a day, did not respond. Usually long-sleeved, he did not know how to respond. Sun Lianqing smiled and glanced at him, but said nothing. Shinbu, let's go. I've kept you waiting for half a day. Shinbi nodded. Okay, all in. He had heard about the matter in Handong Province long before he came, and the above arranged for him to come to send Sun Lianqing in order to clarify the previous spy remarks in terms of action. As he passed Li Dakong, he gave him a meaningful look, but the discerning no. Li Dakong this time has completely offended Sun Lianqing. After the day, I'm afraid it is not good. The vast crowd just walked toward the office, and Chi Tongwei asked in a whisper, Teacher, what is this? Why is Sun Lianqing the new dean? Gao Yuliang shook his head. At this moment the bewilderment in his eyes was no less than anyone else's. What was the current situation? He had no idea at all. He also wanted to ask, how did Sun Lianqing become a deputy ministry leader? Sun Lianqing's appearance made the scene lively, and the group of public officials were dumbfounded when they looked at the team that was going over to the office building in great numbers. What's going on? Why do I get the feeling that Secretary Dakong's eyes aren't right? And what's with that new dean? It seems like Secretary Shah and the others know each other? Of course I recognize it. Who do you think that person is? That's Sun Lianqing. The Sun Lianqing who was previously rumored to be a spy. As soon as they heard Sun Lianqing's name, the group of public officials all looked at each other in surprise. A person who was used as a negative example to set up a model. This is less than a month's time, but turned into the minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Universe? As soon as he came back, he was also a leader at the vice-ministerial level. He returned to Handong Province, which is not to point the sword at the Handong officialdom? It's over. It's over. Office. Secretary Dakong didn't tear down District Governor Sun's office. Someone muttered and reminded everyone about this as well. All of a sudden, the faces of the crowd sank halfway down. Li Dakong, for the sake of the new leader, let people Sun Lianqing's office to demolish. Now Sun Lianqing back. If you see your office was demolished, I am afraid, will not be so easy to pass. Li Dakong, should not be good. What we all know is indeed what Li Darcy is dealing with at the moment. At this moment, he brought a few people from Sun Lianqing and Ministry of Shen to the front of the office, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. District Governor Sun, this office was specially prepared for you by Secretary Dakong. Sha Ruijin smiled, obviously ready to be this peacemaker, and also deliberately did not mention the matter of Sun Lianqing's previous office. Sun Lianqing put his hands behind his back and surveyed the office for a few moments before looking at Li Dakong with a smile on his face. Isn't this our Secretary Dakong's office? This Li Dakong is willing. Their own office do not want to let him. This inside the desk, cabinets are all new. It can be seen to spend a lot of thought. And not only this office. Next door a few rooms are also vacated to their own. In order to curry favor. This Li Dakong is indeed blood. Only, I don't think how he could have expected that the new leader would be himself. The office is really nice. But for me too big a bit of a waste. Might as well do something else with it. I see. How about changing it to the petition office? Chapter 041. What? Sun Lianqing is the dean of the Cosmic Science and Technology Academy? When I heard the 3 words letters and visits office, the air froze again. And the few who knew the situation, their smiles all froze on their faces. Who does not know that the previous lazy cadre's training course is because of the petition office to make trouble? Li Dakong against the petition office is 3 times to find fault. Sun Lianqing. Mouth said let him rectify the time limit. 1. Does not grant money. 2. Do not give people. 3. Do not give policy. Just moved their mouths to let the subordinates work. Did not do a good job. But also people as a typical lazy cadres to engage in a training course. Pointing to Sun Lianqing's nose scolded and even put him down to the children's palace. Right now, Li Dakong purposely gave up his office to curry favor with Sun Lianqing, only to have him propose to change the place into the petition office. Which isn't just a slap in Li Dakong's face in front of everyone. Officialdom is so subtle, especially the more up. All kinds of relationships between the more intricate. The original Handong province is divided into the Secretary Gang and Handi Gang. Sha Ruijin appeared. The Secretary Gang defected to Sha Ruijin. But right now, Li Dakong has offended Sun Lianqing. And under the impact of this new force, do other people who are on the same front as Li Dakong have to think about whether it is worth offending Sun Lianqing for this person? And those who were already at odds with Li Dakong earlier on, should they not be a bit more forceful in their treatment of Li Dakong? After all, who wouldn't want to land a favor for Sun Lianqing? This was a vice ministry sent down from above. A person personally sent by Ministry Shun. Sure enough, the next moment, everyone looked at Li Dakong with a distinctly different look. Especially Gao Yuliang and Shi Tongwei. Several people as the head of the Han Big Gang. One is like staring at fat meat. Eyeing. Li Dakong was a little bit furious at the look and smiled awkwardly. Son, President's son. You are joking. If this place is changed into a petition office, the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute, this is not no office space. Sun Lianqing smiled and looked at the several people, speaking in a breezy manner. My previous office was fine. And really, the juvenile hall would be nice. But when he heard these words, Li Dakong's heart leaked half again. Sun Lianqing's office? How can you let people demolish it over there? Where is there an office? For a while, Li Dakong's face was a green and white. The people who have been laying it on for so long lately trying to suck up to them have ended up getting punched in the face in turn for all of this. Sun Dean, this idea is very good. Before the rectification of the office of letters and visits, things have been dragging. These offices remodeling a little bit of the size is just right. And also in our city office building, the masses to do things, letters and visits and whatnot. It is certainly convenient. QI stood back and started making statements when he saw the right time. Even the reasoning behind this was given. Li Dakong viciously gouged him. Shi Tongwei, all as if he did not see, said that called a righteous. Sun Lianqing smiled and glanced toward Shi Tongwei. Director Qi was really the same as he remembered. The same desire for progress. These words came out, and others echoed them. Even Sha Ruijin expressed his support. Good. Then I'll leave this matter to Secretary Dakong. Secretary Sha, President's son. Don't worry. I'll make sure to arrange things in the petition office. Even though Li Dakong was reluctant in his heart, he could only take it with his head. When the affairs of the petition office were arranged and the people sent Shinbu to the car, Shinbu said with some regret, if it weren't for the urgent need for military equipment over in the Western Military Region, I would have had to stay for a day anyways, and settle all of Dean Sun's affairs first. Sherikin said with a smile. Ministry Shun. Don't worry. Dean Sun is also an old acquaintance of ours in Handong province to ensure that everything is arranged. Shen Bei nodded and looked at Sun Lianqing. I was able to deliver you without any problems, so I can finally make it to those old guys. After saying that, he added in a voice that could only be heard by 2 people. But I've heard that you still have a lot of research hidden away. Don't slack off when you return to Handong province. Sun Lianqing laughed. Don't worry, Shinabe. New research is already being prepared to ensure your satisfaction. Only then did Shinbi get in his car with a smile on his face and head for the Western Military Region, and so send away the Ministry of Shin. Sha Ruijin this side pulling Sun Lianqing a few pleasantries will also rush back to work in the province. Car. Sherikin didn't say a word and kept looking out the window, and there was silence for a while before he took the lead. The national security guys, they're smart. He said it. Why the recent meeting of the national security does not participate in the non-attendance? It turned out to be a long time ago that Sun Lianqing not only is not a spy, there is also a relationship above, so it is smart to keep a clear conscience, although he is still in charge of Handong province. But who is the they that Shin said before he left? Sha Ruijin passed all those above in his mind, and for a moment still did not figure it out. However, with his political awareness he could also see that whoever was behind Sun Lianqing, his background would not be small. You go and make arrangements. Pay more attention to Dean Sun's situation, and report back to me at any time if you need anything in the follow-up. Yes, Secretary White responded. On the other side, the office of the District Committee of Guangning District. Go, call the national security people, tell them we have a spy here. Take the person back for a good interrogation. Chen Bo, the deputy district governor, sat in his office with an ironic expression on his face. He was originally in a good mood today, waiting for a few city leaders to come over to let him take the opportunity to perform well. Who knows, this little Lu is not long-eyed, had to defend Sun Lianqing in his own mobilization meeting for the big guys. If not this prick dealt with, when the city leaders come, he is a time bomb. District Governor Chen, this espionage charge, we also have no evidence. Secretary Xiao Wan was more or less intolerant and asked in a low voice. Chen Bo glared. Still need evidence? His leader was caught as a spy. I don't believe that this Xiao Lu is clean. Bring him over for a good interrogation, surely we can find out something. That's right, keep an eye on Xiao Lu for me. If something happens today, I'll hold you responsible. He waved his hand impatiently. When he finished dealing with Xiao Lu, Chen Bo then stood up, took out a small mirror from the drawer and straightened his hair. After fixing his hair, and organizing and tidying up a few banners hanging on the cabinet, he was ready to wait for the leaders to come and perform well. Before these things were done, the office door suddenly slammed and Xiao Wang stood outside in a hurry. District Governor Chen. Chen Bo looked over excitedly. Well, the city leaders are here? He patted the flight jacket he was wearing as he straightened his hair and headed out the door. Just after taking 2 steps, he was shouted at by Wang. No, the city leaders haven't come yet. Something else big has happened. Chen Bo's footsteps lurched, and the smile he had just raised instantly disappeared on his face as he impatiently said, what could be so great about this? Don't sell yourself short, hurry up. I have a few friends who work over at the municipal party committee, and they just said in the group that they saw District Governor Sun. Wang stepped forward and handed over the cell phone. Chen Bo frowned and looked toward his cell phone. The cell phone interface was a WeChat chat group, in which a message was being fiercely discussed. Chen Bo originally did not look carefully, but inadvertently glimpsed the word Sun Lianqing, rushed to bring the phone over. One by one, flip down. Guess who I saw? I saw District Governor Sun at the City Council. Who? District Governor Sun? Sun Lianqing? That's right, it's Sun Lianqing's son, District Governor. He's at the Municipal Party Committee, and he's surrounded by so many city cadres. What's the situation? Wasn't District Governor Sun arrested for spying? Why was he released? Could it be that the case was cleared up as a misunderstanding so he was released? I do not know. There are a few other leaders on the side. And someone said that Sun District Governor is the new director of the Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology. Chapter 042. How can this be Sun Lianqing? Chen Bo took his cell phone and when he saw the content on it, his entire face crumpled together. Especially when he saw someone say that Sun Lianqing was the director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. Chen Bo directly threw his cell phone on his desk. What's all that about? He's the new dean? Who the hell puts out this kind of news? Xiao Wang pained to go forward to the cell phone put away. Feelings are not his things, this Chen Bo do not know to cherish it, right? But the heart complains. His mouth but half a word do not dare to say. District Governor Chen. You see, are we releasing Xiao Lu? In case District Governor Sun comes back. Chen Bo glared over. What Sun District Governor? Even if he Sun Lianqing wasn't a spy, he would have long ago been put down to the youth palace for Secretary Dakang. When did we have a district governor surnamed Sun in Guangning District? In fact, Chen Bo and Sun Lianqing cannot be considered to have a grudge. To some extent, Sun Lianqing is actually considered Chen Bo's benefactor. Just Chen Bo stared at Sun Lianqing district mayor position for too long, which if the person back, he did not have the opportunity to promote. But the current situation, even if Sun Lianqing came back, Li Dakang is not likely to watch him continue to sit in the position of district governor. So for such a person, Chen Bo was not worried at all. Chen Bo was cleared his throat and said in a calm tone, okay, come out with me. Don't let the leaders arrive without us knowing. He was about to go out when the knock on the door suddenly sounded. District Governor Chen, Secretary Dakang is here. Hearing this report, Chen Bo instantly changed his face and hung a warm smile. Go, 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 hurry up and pick up. He took 3 steps and headed outside in a hurry. He originally thought that the ones who came over were other leaders of the city, but he didn't realize that even the city's first hand, Secretary Dakang, came over personally. Then wouldn't he be able to perform well in front of Secretary Dakang? Thinking of this, Chen Bo accelerated his pace again, and he had just left the office with his front foot when he saw Li Dakang coming this way with his secretary. Chen Bo excitedly greeted him. Secretary Dakang, you're here to inspect the work in the bright area. Li Dakang's face was serious, and he passed right by without even looking at him, stopping all the way outside Sun Lianqing's office. The previous sign from the district governor's office was also removed and replaced with the words Fichi office. Not only the sign, the things inside have obviously been changed. Even the tables and chairs used by Sun Liancheng have been changed to a different set. Not to mention the previous information and whatnot. When he saw this scene, Li Dakong's face turned blue, but Chen Bo didn't seem to notice that Li Dakong's expression was off, and instead invited credit. Secretary Dakong, you can rest assured, the place where the spy stayed we have properly checked. He used we should throw the check. You can rest assured to ensure that there will be no more spying. Who are you calling a spy? Li Dakong bit his back teeth groove and squeezed out these words. Chen Bo froze for a moment, not reacting to what Li Dakong meant, only thinking that it was because he did not want to mention the word spy in public, and smiled knowingly. Yes, Secretary Dakong. I mean that who has been disposed of, or Secretary Dakong arranged it good, to advocate diligence and thrift. This office for our Federation of Industry and Commerce cadres to use special. Shut up. Before he could say the word suitable, he saw Li Dakong's face darken and he cursed out angrily at him. You now, immediately restore me to my original state. Restore it to what it was. Chen Bo was directly dumbfounded and stood frozen in place, looking at Li Dakong and then at Secretary Jean, completely unaware of what was going on. Before the arrangement to clean up the conference room is not Secretary Dakong. This just cleaned up. How to get back? At this moment, there were 10,000 questions in his mind, but he couldn't ask them, so he could only nod repeatedly. Yes, I'll arrange it now. So he called his secretary over and had the conference room cleaned up. Li Dakong stood in the office with his secretary, Xiao Jin, and the two of them personally stared at the people a little bit to return to the position. This side had just been arranged on, when one of his afterglow looked over and happened to see a familiar figure not far away. The moment he saw the person, Chen Bo narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Sun Liancheng? This person has really been released? Thinking that Li Dakong was here. In order to avoid Sun Liancheng making a scene, Chen Bo stepped forward and blocked Sun Liancheng's path. What are you doing here? Get out of here. As soon as they met, Chen Bo kicked them out nonchalantly. On this occasion, Sun Liancheng would be in trouble if he made a scene, and if he happened to be seen by Li Dakong, would he think that he was not doing his job properly? However, after finishing these words, Chen Bo was surprised to find that Sun Liancheng was followed by a few people wearing flight jackets, and those few people, he still recognized them all. That's right, all of them were the leaders of the city, and the closest one was even the provincial national security hand, Wang Mingyuan. Everyone just stared at Chen Bo in amazement, as if he had done something so terrible. Sun Liancheng didn't even look at Chen Bo before heading behind him. Secretary Dakong, how's my office cleaned up? Soon. Li Dakong hurried out with his secretary. Dean Sun, you can wait a little longer. The office is already being cleaned up, it will be ready soon. Sun Liancheng glanced over there. A dozen square feet of office. At the moment 4 security guards were going in and out to move things from inside, looking so busy. And the office door of the City Federation of Industry and Commerce office, several words seemed very eye-catching. Noticing Sun Liancheng's gaze, Li Dakong hurriedly explained. This thing is blamed on me. I have the responsibility. Originally thought that President Sun your office first empty, wait for you to come back and then continue to use. The result is that I less account for 2 sentences, the lower side of the office into this. This wave is to dump the pot and get rid of the responsibility with him. Li Dakong. Hearing this, Chen Bo looked over incredulously. Isn't this arranged by you, Li Dakong? How did it become his own initiative? But that wasn't what shocked Chen Bo the most. What shocked him the most was that he had just clearly been able to sense Li Dakong's attitude towards Sun Liancheng. He was explaining. He was afraid of being blamed by Sun Liancheng. If the person standing in front of him is Sha Ruijin, Chen Bo can still understand. After all, Sha Ruijin's identity official position in that, but the person in front of him is Sun Liancheng even if he is not a spy, but it is only a small district mayor. Whereas the municipal party secretary is afraid of the district mayor reason. Chapter 043, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave so easily. Secretary Dakong. This, Chen Bo was ready to defend a couple of sentences, and just as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Dakong blocked his mouth. District Governor Chen, you are also a cadre in the end. The people's things you are not a peace of mind? Office this kind of place is also to serve the people. You do not do things even if, and now also take the people's money. Take the country's money here to remodel what office? Now, Chen Bo also has a mouth to defend. Facing Li Dakong's attack he simply cannot resist. It was also at this time that he reacted to what Dean Li Dakong just called Sun Liancheng. Wait a minute, Dean? The group just said that Sun Liancheng is the new dean of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute? That vice-provincial dean? Thinking about this possibility, Chen Bo was so scared that his legs went limp and he trembled as he looked at Sun Liancheng. Sun Liancheng, the party in question, just stood calmly on the side, smiling at Chen Bo, saying nothing, doing nothing. Looking at Chen Bo's shocked expression, Sun Liancheng's mood was also a bit complicated. This Dakong secretary has always been characterized by non-sticky pots and pans, and when things go wrong subordinates take the blame. Good things are their own merits, and the problem is that subordinates do it. If he did not change his identity back, I'm afraid that at this moment by Li Dakong blame people as him. The past this kind of back things have not done less. It is true that in the system, the power is the foundation of the establishment. Of course, this Chen Bo is no good either, and these two together are a perfect match. Sun Liancheng swept a few glances to the side and looked at Xiao Lu's workstation, but there was only a name and something on the position, but the person was not there. Where is Xiao Lu? He opened his mouth faintly and asked. Li Dakong hurriedly looked at Chen Bo. Where's Dean Sun's secretary? Chen Bo froze in place. His face flickered for a while, and he stammered, not daring to answer. Just then, only 3 comrades in state security uniforms were seen walking inward. The crowd all looked at Wang Mingyuan suspiciously, thinking that it was someone he had arranged. But at this moment, Wang Mingyuan's face was also written with question marks. His doubts were no less than the others, so he looked at a few people and asked, "What are you doing here?" The 3 national security comrades also didn't expect to run into the director here, so they all accelerated their steps to stand in front of Wang Mingyuan. The King's Hall. We received a report that a person named Lu Jigang in the Guangning district was suspicious and suspected of being an enemy spy. We came over to find out the situation. Hearing the spies several people, the crowd froze for a moment and subconsciously looked over towards Sun Liancheng, only to see Sun Liancheng's face sink as he asked in a low voice, "Who did you guys just say was reported?" National Security Report. Lu Jigang. At this time, everyone just reacted to this name. Isn't this the name of Sun Liancheng's secretary? Xiao Lu. Sun Liancheng is away and immediately someone reports his secretary? Isn't this aimed at Sun Liancheng? Chen Bo stood in place. The whole person is almost shaking into a sieve. Hate to give himself 2 mouths. Why all things come together? How did this Sun Liancheng become a vice ministry? He kept his head dead low, afraid that someone would notice and realize that the informant was him. However, good and bad. The secretary Xiao Wang opened his mouth with a sentence that aimed the spearhead directly at him. Comrade National Security. This way, the informant is our district governor Chen. I'll take you there. Xiao Wang's appearance brought silence to the scene for a while. Sun Liancheng smiled skinlessly. I just got back here and I heard that I have a new identity. Like I'm a spy or something. What? Now even my secretary is a spy? Why don't I join Xiao Lu and let the higher-ups investigate us properly? I don't know if it's an illusion. Once upon a time Sun Liancheng spoke very restrained and soft, but today I don't know if it's the new identity that's added to his speech. When he spoke, it's called a full of energy. It carries with it an aura of a person in a high position who can't help but convince people to be afraid. In here, the only one who knew Sun Liancheng's background was Wang Mingyuan. But hearing these words, even Wang Mingyuan was shocked. Check? He wouldn't dare to check on Sun Liancheng even if he was given 10,000 guts. He is the chief engineer of controlled nuclear fusion. The National S classified figures. If he let the people below to Sun Liancheng leak the controlled nuclear fusion things, not to mention those people below, even he is the director of the State Security Department also to the end. Wang Mingyuan looked at a few subordinates and angrily rebuked them. Nonsense. You guys are not fooling around. How can Dean Sun's secretary be a spy? Don't you guys run over here when anyone calls? Didn't you get any training before you came on board? Spy, spy, spy. You all look at everyone as spies now, don't you? Go back to national security and ask your leaders to write a check for me. The several subordinates were all scolded silly, but they all kept their heads down and didn't dare to speak. The discerning can see that the most innocent in this is the several comrades of the state security. They are also the normal process. But at this moment, Wang Mingyuan sent such a big fire, obviously because of something else. As for what? It's obviously for Sun Liancheng. Sun Liancheng glanced at Chen Bo, sort of looking at this former colleague in a different light as he smiled and sized him up. District Governor Chen? Since I like catching spies, then I don't think you should stay in our Guangning district. You should go work for national security. These words scared Chen Bo so much that his legs shook. Nope, it's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Chen Bo how can not imagine. Their own abal Li Dakong behavior has evolved into this. Li Dakong did not ball to, but also completely offended the national security people. But how did he, Sun Liancheng, become the new big leader? How did a spy become a big leader of the provincial ministry? I forgot to ask you, District Governor Chen. I heard that you've been coming to my office a lot after I left to rummage around. Chen Bo froze for a moment. How did he know about his visit to his office? Also, Why did Sun Lianqing suddenly mention this? But his intuition told him that at this moment, Sun Lianqing's expression when he looked at himself was not right, and there was a hint of strangeness in his smile. Chen Bo hurriedly explained. I was going in for information. It's not messing with your stuff. This sentence was interrupted by Sun Lianqing before he could say it. Wang Hall. He went to my office for information. Sun Lianqing's eyes changed as he looked at Wang Mingyuan. It was like a riddle between the two of them, and with just this one sentence, Wang Mingyuan understood. Sun Lianqing was telling him that Chen Bo was rummaging through state secrets in his own office. Of course, he believed that Chen Bo certainly did not know about the controlled fusion matter. Otherwise it would not be possible to treat Sun Lianqing with this attitude. But the controlled nuclear fusion thing is related to national security. He cannot be sloppy. A little trace cannot be spared. So with a cold look in his eyes, he looked behind him at a few of his comrades from the state security. Come on, take District Chief Chen away and bring him to our office for investigation. Chen Bo directly had a weak leg and sat on the ground with a plop. Why did you take me? A few comrades from the state security came up and dragged Chen Bo up with them, completely ignoring his resistance. District Governor Chen, you are suspected of espionage on your side. Please go back with us to investigate. And please cooperate. Wang Mingyuan greeted a few people and directly framed Chen Bo away. Chapter 044, This Wave, Killing the Four Directions. Only the crowd was left staring at each other, not understanding the situation at all. What did Sun Lianqing's words mean just now? Went to his office and read the information? Why did you go to the office and read the information just to be arrested by the national security? Why is this Wang Mingyuan so cooperative? One question hovering over their heads without an answer. They can only look at the originator of the Sun Lianqing. Sun Lianqing just stood there, looking at the crowd with a harmless smile. To blame can only blame him Chen Bo. Originally he lazy to take care of him. If just an office, let him, but this person pointed the finger at Lu, which he cannot endure. In his office, of course, there was nothing on controlled fusion. He just gave an excuse for the state security to arrest someone. Some things, it does not matter if this is not trial. Once the trial, the 18 generations of ancestors can turn out for you. For example, this Chen Bo, although he is not a spy, but he followed Ding Yizhen before collusion, received a lot of benefits of the landscape manner. These things casually pickpocket, also enough to lose 2 layers of skin of his Chen Bo. Other side, at the entrance of the Intermediate People's Court of Jinghua City, 3 figures stood over there, anxiously looking around. The 3 were none other than Sun Lianqing's wife, Li Aihua, and his old husband, Li Weigua, and his mother-in-law, Zhang Lijuan. If you ask me, this is all Sun Lianqing's fault. If it wasn't for him there wouldn't have been such a thing, and now it's clear that Chen Xingxuan made this play because of what happened to him to fall down the well. I should have known better than to marry my daughter to him. We didn't enjoy any happiness in her life with him. We would have admitted that she was a district chief at her age. But why did something like this happen? And she even went to be a spy? Now well, Aiwa's job is gone. You also out of this kind of thing. Zhang Lijuan couldn't help but complain. Mom, Lianqing he's not a spy. Li Aihua wanted to defend her husband a few times, but lately every time she explained, her mother's attitude got worse, and this time too. Just as soon as she explained, her mother's temper came up. Why not? It's all over the system now. I give people a poke in the back wherever I go. And your father's matter. If it wasn't for Sun Lianqing your father's age could make people turn over the old accounts? Li Weigua couldn't look away and blocked in front of Li Aihua. Okay, this thing does not blame the son-in-law. If there is really a problem with the national security side would have sent a notice, and now did not say anything. If even we do not believe him, what will other people say in the future? Moreover, this child Lianqing is also bitter. He was also bent on building up the capital state properly in the first place. But with this environment in our capital state, it's not easy for him either. Zhang Lijuan was furious. And you all speak for him? Now who accompanied you to the people's court to redress your grievances? You're still being victimized by that Sun Lianqing. You're even going to be fired from your public service. What are you still saying here? Go tell him Chen Xingxuan if you can. Go and tell Chen Xingxuan that Sun Lianqing is not a spy, and that you didn't decide those wrongful cases, and see if he pays any attention to you. Zhang Lijuan is a hot-tempered. No one in the family can usually talk to her. These words to Li Aiwa's father and daughter said is speechless. Just then, Li Aiwa's cell phone suddenly rang and she glanced at it. The faculty? I'm sure you're being urged to hurry up and get your separation. The fellows. Zhang Lijuan spat and cursed. Li Aihua sighed and picked up the phone anyway. Hey, Director Shen. As soon as Li Aihua's voice was heard over there, his tone was all cordial. Mr. Li, why didn't you come to class today? Li Aihua froze for a moment. Classes? She glanced at her parents, both of whom were also looking at each other in disbelief. Not that the school had given her a hearing. Li Aihua was also puzzled by Zhang Er's monk. Puzzled. Didn't the school suspend me? The tone on the other end of the phone was very cordial. Listening to class? No one is suspending you. Everyone misses you and the students are clamoring for Mr. Li to come back. Mr. Li, you must come back to the class. Our teachers and students are all especially welcoming you. Li Aihua was a bit confused by the attitude of the other side. What's going on here? How come the attitude has changed 180 degrees? They also went to the school this morning. Want to find this director Shin to talk about their own substitute things. The results of the director Shin is not even show up. She cannot even see the person, which turned his head in so cordial to himself. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Li Aihua couldn't help but ask, Director Shen, the school won't dissuade me? Mr. Li, are you kidding? You are an excellent teacher in our school. How can you be dissuaded? Director Shen had just finished speaking when the phone was taken by someone else. Teacher Li, you must come back to report. By the way, the school discussed. This side in view of your excellent performance decided to give you a promotion. You will be our school's director of teaching. The voice was familiar to Li Aihua, the school principal. The principal called her personally and said he was going to promote her to head of faculty? This is all simply too strange. And just when Li Aihua was in the clouds, the principal's side droned on again. Teacher Li, oh no. Director Li, say hello to Dean Sun for us from your side. After saying that, that's when he hung up the phone. Li Aihua took the cell phone, looked down and looked again to make sure that the incoming call just now was Director Shin's, and for a while his mind was full of question marks. What the hell? How come you got a promotion? Zhang Lijuan asked suspiciously. Li Aihua shook her head. How would she know? She was also confused but only remembered what was said in the last sentence. What was that about asking me to say hello for Dean Sun? Dean Sun? Who's Dean Sun? Li Weiwei pursued. Edward Li shook his head. I don't know. I don't know any Dean Sun. The only ones with the surname Sun around me are the Lianqing family. It can't be that this Dean Sun is talking about Lianqing, right? Zhang Lijuan shook her head, and several people pondered this matter in their minds. How could it be Lianqing? It's probably which big leader surnamed Sun knew about our family and couldn't stand to see what those people were doing, so he helped you out. When things are finished for a while, I'll ask around to find out which leader it is, and we'll go to the door to thank them. After Li Weigua finished his analysis, both of them nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, a familiar figure walked out of the Intermediate People's Court, and this person was none other than Chen Qingxuan, the president of the Intermediate People's Court of Jinghua City. They came here for the purpose of seeing Chen Qingxuan, but Chen Qingxuan these days are hiding in the office. Will be a few people turned away. The three had to wait at the door squatting. This seat Chen Qingxuan naturally will not miss. Rushed to surround. Chapter 045. With this program, aviation is at least 50 years ahead. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was just after work time, and there were more cars coming and going on the streets of the capital city. A black red flag sedan was driving down the street at this time. District Governor Sun, Secretary Dakong's side sent over a message saying that your office has been organized. Xiao Lu sat in the passenger seat and twisted around to report. At this moment, he no longer had the aggrieved look he had when he was angry before, and his whole person was glowing. Sun Lianqing nodded. Well, pack it up and put it away, and tomorrow you'll come with me to the juvenile hall office. Xiao Lu froze for a moment. Shall I join you? Sun Lianqing smiled. Of course, you're my secretary. Of course you're with me. And from today, you're a member of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. Hearing this, Xiao Lu was surprised and delighted. The Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology is something, a unit directly under the state. Sun Lianqing's current status was a provincial leader, although he is still a secretary. But the secretary of the district mayor and the secretary of the provincial ministry of the two identities is a world of difference. To be honest, his day-to-day was like a dream. First he was targeted by Chen Bo and almost labeled as a spy, and then suddenly he peaked. At this moment, Sun Lianqing's phone suddenly rang and he directly connected it. Chief Engineer Sun, I saw your Jag Panthers modification program. You are simply a genius. If we follow the design of your program, our military power in the field of aviation can be increased by 50 years. Just as soon as it was connected, Dean Pu's excited voice rang out over there. Sun Lianqing's cell phone sound insulation effect is not too good. The car heard clearly. Xiao Lu is no exception. Both heard the three words Sun Chief Engineer, but also heard the key words of the Annihilator. A time when the brain is running fast to digest these words. The driver drove while glancing towards Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu then noticed the driver's unusual, looking not strong, but the muscle lines are exceptionally clear. The posture is upright. The eyes are not big, but like a falcon is very sharp, especially the glance he looked at himself, as if he was going to give him a fatal blow at any time. Relax. One of our own. Sooner or later Xiao Lu has to know about all this research stuff. Sun Lianqing spoke towards De Shi, who hummed and continued driving. Xiao Lu swallowed, his heart palpitating with a sense of having been robbed. His intuition told him that this person, De Shi, should be specially trained, presumably in the category of special forces. At this point, Xiao Lu guessed half right. De Shi is indeed a soldier, but he is not an ordinary special forces soldier, but a soldier king in general. De Shi was transferred from above to closely protect Sun Lianqing's personal safety, although at first Sun Lianqing refused, but the meaning of the above, he is not too good to go against. What did you say, Mr. Sun? Oh, nothing. You said about the Annihilator. What was sent to you was only a part of the program. I'm still in the process of perfecting it. It should be finished in almost half a month. Sun Lianqing continued to return phone calls. What? It'll be done in half a month. No. I'll arrange for someone to come over right now. How can you do it alone? I'll immediately organize expert professors to come over to Beijing City. Hearing this, Dean Pope was instantly anxious. Sun Lianqing hurriedly advised. There's no rush. It's not too late for you to come over when I finish the program, you guys. Give me some time to get ready first. Dean Pu was impatient, but hearing Sun Lianqing say so was no good to continue to urge, and could only say, that's good. We'll wait for your notice from Chief Sun, and if there's anything you need on your side recently, you can contact me at any time, and if there's not enough on the CAS side, I'll find you another application from above. Okay? First, hanging up the phone, Sun Lianqing was finally relieved. These old professors would be better to come over later. Every time he saw him, they all gathered around to ask questions. He really couldn't cope with it. It was so hard to come back. He really wanted to accompany his family to slow down for a few days. Thinking of this, he picked up his cell phone and put the call through to Li Aihua. After calling for a while, the phone went unanswered. Strange, why isn't Ava answering her phone? Sun Lianqing muttered suspiciously. Sun District, President Sun. That madam is probably still over at the Intermediate People's Court at this hour. Xiao Lu knew something about Li Aihua Li Weigua because he often ran to Sun Lianqing's house. What are they doing in the People's Court? Sun Lianqing frowned. Something happened on Elder Li's side. Xiao Lu said all that he knew. In the car, the atmosphere is heavy. Sun Lianqing's face is also very ugly. Chen Qingxuan, right? Let's go. Let's meet him. De Shi, go to the Intermediate People's Court. After that, the car turned around and changed direction straight away. Chen Qingxuan today opened a meeting in the afternoon. The phone did not have time to look at. Right now things are not easy to deal with. Waiting to go to the landscape manor fast or not. A springy look came over his face at the thought of the night's arrangements. Only just out of the courthouse door, he saw Li Aihua several people, face instantly all cold a cut. President Chen, my things, you help me look again. Those case files, there is a problem with the file. I remember clearly. Those cases were not my participation in the trial back then. There must be a mistake here. Li Weigua more than 60 this year. On the seniority, in the entire Beijing Municipal Court is also considered some status, but unfortunately not much background itself, coupled with the young time just not offended by the leadership above. So to retirement is only a president. Such an old man who had dedicated his entire life to the city of Beijing, but at this moment, he could only bend his head and beg in front of Chen Qingxuan, who was a dozen years younger than himself. Just what he does not know is that all of this was originally arranged by Chen Qingxuan, since he was looking for him as a scapegoat, and how it is possible for him to overturn the case. When Chen Qingxuan saw the few people, an impatient look appeared on his face. Elder Li, it's not that I'm not helping you. You said that you weren't involved in those cases, but it could have your signature on it. If you ask me, you're old. It's normal that you can't remember things. Okay, hurry back. Do not run to the court. It was only his movements that directly forced Li Weigua to block Chen Qingxuan's path. Dean Chen, if you have to say that I signed it, just take out the case file and put it in front of me. Let's confront each other face to face. If it's mine, I'll admit it. If it's not mine, none of you can put the on my head. You guys are stopping me from showing me. Don't you want me to break my teeth and swallow blood, and obediently become a scapegoat for all your? Li Weigua said hoarsely, reddening his face. Chapter 046, what's the matter? Mr. Sun is afraid to answer the phone? Chen Qingxuan was still in a hurry to learn a foreign language, and was too lazy to continue to bother with Li Weigua, and said in a cold voice, you can't rely on the old to sell the old, right? Do wrong things have to recognize? You don't even know your own home out of a spy. This judgment wrong case is also very normal. Besides, this punishment for you is not serious. Is not just cut off the public service. No treatment of retired cadres in the future. This you do wrong things, can't still expect the state to give you old age. He knew that for people like Li Weigua, a lifetime of innocence, The old was slandered not to mention, but also buckle this mouth hat, directly to Li Weigua angry white face. Open mouth you half a day. Almost a breath of gasping. Dad! Old Li! This reaction gave Li Aihua and Zhang Lijuan a shock, and they were busy holding the person at the back to prevent him from falling. Li Weigua has high blood pressure, cannot withstand the stimulation. The eye was angry almost past. But this scene in Chen Xingxuan's eyes was a family of three making a scene. He looked at a few people in disgust and waved his hand at the security guards, two of whom trotted over to him, before he explained. These people are provoking trouble in the court. All give me to drive out. Remember, from now on, keep a close eye on it. Don't let everyone in. Don't look at what kind of place we are. You let them come in casually, in case it's a plot to misbehave. How to do? Who are you calling scheming? A familiar voice came through. Chen Xingxuan squinted his eyes in the direction of the voice, and the familiar figure was a few meters away. The visitor was dressed in an executive jacket, slightly chubby, and walked with a tiger's grip, flanked by a young man. This person Chen Xingxuan is not unfamiliar. Once the mayor of Guangming district Sun Liancheng. Next to him is his secretary Xiao Lu. Only, today, I don't know how. He, Sun Liancheng, looked more than 1 star stronger than before, and even the whole person's feeling was a little different. When he saw the visitor clearly, Chen Xingxuan's expression changed. Wasn't this Sun Liancheng arrested as a spy? How come he was released again? The moment Li Aihua saw Sun Liancheng, she couldn't stop her tears from rolling, and she got up and pounced towards Sun Liancheng, hugged in his arms. Tears could not stop flowing out. The aggression suffered in recent days finally exploded in this moment. Li Aihua sobbed as she slapped Sun Liancheng and chided. What's wrong with you? What took you so long to get back? Everyone says you're a spy. What the hell is wrong with you? You're scaring me. Sun Liancheng patted his wife's back as if he was comforting. Don't worry, it's all fine. I'll deal with our dad first, and we'll talk about the rest at home. He settled his wife aside and turned to his in-laws, greeting them briefly. Yeah, well, it's good to be okay. Li Weigua slowed down for a while. The blood pressure is finally much smoother. See, son-in-law heart is also hard to hide happy. What? Is District Governor Sun preparing to intervene in the court to break the case? Chen Xingxuan stood to the side and made a sneering remark. Sun Liancheng ignored him and arranged his father-in-law, mother-in-law and wife to rest under the shade of a tree before he walked over towards Chen Xingxuan. To the front, Sun Liancheng measured a glance and did not say anything, but the eyes are full of mockery and looked down on the meaning. After a while, he began to roll up his sleeves. This action to Chen Xingxuan startled. Back 2 steps. Let me tell you, Sun Liancheng, what can you do even if you are released? You can't control the affairs of our court. We can all follow the rules and regulations. There are security guards here. I advise you to calm down. Sun Liancheng didn't say anything. He just smiled and looked at him. It was obviously a smile. But on the contrary, Chen Xingxuan felt that this smile was creepy. After just a few seconds of looking at him like this, Sun Liancheng sat down on his butt on the flower bed at the edge and faintly said, President Chen, I just came back. Now I just want to do scientific research properly. I don't want to get involved in those crap things between you and Shan Shui Manor. You take out those dossiers of counterfeiting as soon as possible, and this matter will be settled. Sun Liancheng's eyes fell on Chen Xingxuan, and it was as if his gaze could see through people. Chen Xingxuan froze for a moment, his heart thumping. It wasn't because of Sun Liancheng's aura, but because of what he had just said. Shan Shui Manor? How did Sun Liancheng know about himself and the Mountain Water Manor? He was working for Gao Shaoqin and the others, but these had been very secretive. How did Sun Liancheng know? He settled down and sneered. Sun Liancheng, you used to be at least a bright district governor, and I respected you for a few points, but now that you're nothing more than a juvenile palace counselor who's being targeted by the national security, where do you think you got the nerve to say this to me? I'll put it here. You want to overturn the case for your old man? Dream on. Regardless of how much Sun Liancheng knows about Shanshui Manor, what qualifications does a wasted chess piece that doesn't even want Li Dakong have to clamor in front of himself? Sun Liancheng's face was calm and he gave a faint smile. Chen Xingxuan only felt that he was provoking and threatened. What are you a counselor fooling around for? Even if you are not a spy, your old man's problem you cannot escape. Maybe you are the umbrella behind him. I said it. How did old Li dare to judge so many wrongful cases? It turns out that it is your problem. These years there is no less abuse of power. Power for personal gain. Right, Sun Liancheng. Just wait to be investigated from above. These words are obviously threatening Sun Liancheng. If you dare to talk nonsense outside, there is a problem. Is not just Sun Liancheng's father-in-law. Sun Liancheng cannot get off the dry cleaning. Of course Sun Liancheng understood the meaning. He just looked at Chen Xingxuan meaningfully, and did not get angry or furious, but the more this happened, the more it made Chen Xingxuan furious. He was about to continue speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by a sharp ring. Sun Lianqing looked down at his cell phone and did not answer it immediately, but frowned and glanced at Chen Xingxuan. Seeing this, Chen Xingxuan's eyes lit up. What? Should I be right? I wonder if it's a call from the State Security or the Disciplinary Committee. Chen Xingxuan in the end is serving in Beijing City. He is too clear about the character of Li Dakong. This person, seemingly tolerant heart of the people, but definitely a flawed person. Sun Lianqing public occasion smeared Li Dakong's face not to mention, but also because of the spy thing to harm his reputation stained. Even if Sun Lianqing was released, Li Dakong, whether it is a personal vendetta or to avoid suspicion, will certainly arrange for the Discipline Inspection Commission to continue to investigate Sun Lianqing. Chapter 047, Secretary Dakong is quite good at things. Obviously this point had also occurred to Li Aihua and Li Weiguo, and they all looked at Sun Lianqing with worry. Hey, forget it, it doesn't matter if I'm delayed alone, but I can't let my son-in-law get involved. Aihua, you go and tell Lianqing to forget it. We won't fight. Li Weiguo closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, patting his daughter somewhat resignedly. Li Aihua bit his lips tightly. At this moment, his heart is also tangled. Sun Lianqing is not easy to come back. If the disciplinary committee is again stared at, the future days will be difficult. After a few moments, she made a difficult decision and prepared to get up, and as soon as she moved, she was immediately stopped by Xiao Lu. Sister-in-law, don't worry, this is something Dean Sun can handle. You and Elder Li's matters, you can rest assured that you can leave them to Dean Sun. Speaking, Xiao Lu's eyes bright, and even flashed with some excitement. Li Aihua looked stunned. Do not know where Xiao Lu is confident? How can he believe in Sun Lianqing so much? How can he deal with that gang now that he's not even a district governor? While Li Aihua was still puzzled, Chen Xingxuan had already continued to sneer coldly. District Governor's son, just now was not quite courageous. How come the Discipline Inspection Commission's phone is afraid to answer? Sun Lianqing looked at him faintly and picked up the phone. A familiar voice came over. President Sun your office, I organized it for you. I do not know if it is convenient for you now. I'm looking for you to report on the matter of office arrangements. On the other end of the phone, it was none other than Li Dakong. Hearing this, Sun Lianqing glanced towards Chen Xingxuan before speaking. Secretary Dakong, I don't have time now. I have to prepare materials here, so as to accept the investigation. Chen Xingxuan pulled his head toward his cell phone, perked up his ears to hear what Sun Lianqing said, and he heard the word Secretary Dakong clearly. At this moment, knowing the identity of that head, his heart was also filled with joy. Li Dakong called. 80% is also looking for Sun Lianqing accountability. At the moment, he is targeting Sun Lianqing, not just sell a favor to Li Dakong. Originally he was just talking about scaring Sun Lianqing. Since the phone has come over, that report contacting the Discipline Inspection Commission, Chen Xingxuan can be done. However, Chen Xingxuan obviously didn't realize how wrong he had been in his judgment of the situation. On the other end of the phone, Li Dakong's voice went ice cold. What? Under investigation? Who wants to investigate you? You're our Hanong province's science and technology talent. Who's qualified to investigate you? This is not true. If it is unusual, the Discipline Inspection Commission or police are said to investigate the investigation. But Sun Lianqing is now a provincial leader, or the country directly under the science and technology sector of the hand. In addition to the top of who has the qualifications to investigate? Sun Lianqing faintly said, my father-in-law has been characterized as being convicted of wrongful conviction to be expelled from the public service because of what happened in the case, and I'm now being characterized as an umbrella for using my power for personal gain. After saying this, Li Dakong immediately realized the problem and reacted that it should be some ungrateful one below who intentionally made things difficult for Sun Lianqing. He just offended someone on his side, and the one below is ungrateful. This is simply killing him, Li Dakong. So he said angrily, nonsense. Who doesn't know that Elder Li has been dedicated, clean and honest all his life? How dare you slander it to his old man's head? Say you're an umbrella. How do people down here eat public food and break cases with their asses? Who is so bold? Sun Lianqing glanced at Chen Xingxuan, who thought that he was the one who was afraid, and had a smug smile on his face, but he was still not the least bit aware of the storm across the street. Sun Lianqing put his cell phone on speakerphone. Well, this Secretary Dakong should also be very familiar with us. We are the Vice President of the Intermediate People's Court of Beijing City, Chen Xingxuan, or you can tell him yourself. Sun Lianqing handed his cell phone to Chen Xingxuan. Chen Xingxuan still doesn't know anything, and cheerfully took the phone over, ready to take credit from Li Dakong. That's right, Secretary Dakong. It's me, Chen Xingxuan. Sun Lianqing's matter on my side will personally report to the Discipline Inspection Commission. His problem is very serious, must be properly investigated. Cha-cha, 2 words have not finished. only to hear the other end of the phone. Lee Dakong as if on fire, pulling his voice to roar angrily. Check your ass. Lee Dakong, who usually looks kind and gentle, at this moment even cursed dirty words. Moreover, the penetrating power of this voice, coupled with the effect of the speakerphone, Li Aihua and others a few meters away also heard it clearly. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, shaken by this roar. Obviously, Chen Xingxuan also did not expect this result, standing frozen in place with his cell phone, his eyes full of bewilderment, before he could open his mouth to inquire. On the other end, the next wave of Li Dakong's furious attack had already struck. Chen Xingxuan, how dare you? You dare to investigate anyone? What kind of person is elderly? He is famous. He has been clean and honest all his life. How can he have problems? You are quite powerful now. Open your mouth to give people big hats. Umbrella? These 3 words you quite dare to say. You used to look quite honest, but now you've learned how to report? Who are you going to report? Who are you going to report to the Discipline Inspection Commission? Come on. Who are you going to prosecute? Do you want to prosecute me? Li Dakong, along with you, so that I can walk over to the Discipline Inspection Commission as well. Li Dakong turned to his cell phone and chopped off his output. In fact, it is also understandable. His mood today can be described as ups and downs, and all the effort to try to please the leader, but found that it is actually Sun Liancheng, not to mention pleasing. At the moment, I am afraid that the person has been offended through and through. But on the contrary, this Chen Xingxuan also do not know what to do, and is suppressing people's old man still pointing to the nose of the leader. This Chen Shu who was not angry. This scolding Chen Xingxuan was dumbfounded, and he who still did not know Sun Liancheng's identity. His mind was spinning. The person who hates Sun Liancheng the most should be Li Dakong? But why did he change his attitude so drastically? Because Sun Liancheng cursed himself? At this moment, Li Aihua and Li Weigua, all of them, were also full of question marks. They were all prepared that Sun Liancheng would be educated by Li Dakong. Who knew that it was Chen Xingxuan who would be taught a lesson? What's wrong with this Li Dakong? Dad, Secretary Dakong and you. Very well? Li Aihua looked at her father and asked the doubt in her heart. Of course, this is the only possibility she could find. Li Dakong really, as she said, is aware of her father's behavior, so she is furious? But at this moment, Li Weiguo was shaking his head blankly. Ripe, do you know each other well? Is meeting someone once or twice an acquaintance? Trying to go over to find Li Dakong to redress his grievances, but the result is that he did not even enter the office building. Is this considered familiar? At this moment, even Li Weiguo himself is not clear about the definition of familiar or not. Chapter 048. This is not something you can get involved in. After venting, Li Dakong finally realized that his behavior was a bit out of line, so his tone on the other end of the phone also eased a bit. You now, immediately go to level the case. Find out exactly what the problem is to return Li Lao a clean slate. As for what the disciplinary committee, don't mention it again. This matter is not something you can control anymore. At this moment, Chen Xingxuan heart also grinding out 7 or 8, although still do not know why Li Dakong to help Sun Liancheng speak. But he also realized that just Sun Liancheng's attitude does not look like pretending. Obviously not what ordinary children's palace counselor, and may even be bigger than the identity of the previous district mayor. If it was someone else, he would have definitely given in at this time, or at least had to apologize as soon as possible to salvage the relationship. But that person was Sun Liancheng. He has just said that he has a relationship with the Shan Shui manor, and those cases stuffed to Li Weigua originally involved some of the interests of the Shan Shui manor. If taken out to recheck, it is inevitable that they will be investigated to their own head. Moreover, behind himself is now Gao Yuliang, Zhao Rui Longnam. Offended Li Dakong always have a bigger backer. And who does not know that he is Gao Yuliang's favorite secretary? And Gao Yuliang originally with Li Dakong do not agree with. If you offend the backer for this matter, in the future, how to work? Considering clearly the stakes involved, Chen Xingxuan gritted his teeth and smiled. Secretary Dakong, the disciplinary committees is indeed my ill-considered. Just now is anxious to open his mouth nonsense. You do not get angry. After saying this, the words changed, but it's really not up to me to decide this thing with elderly. You know, the previous program was compliant and legal, so I really can't just say it's overturned. Originally, Li Dakong thought that the matter was resolved, ready to apologize to Sun Liancheng to ask for forgiveness, but the results heard the words of Chen Xingxuan gave him a frame to get off the stage. What? Chen Xingxuan, what do you mean by that? Chen Xingxuan's tone changed, changing from his usual low brow and obedient appearance. His body stood a few points straighter. Secretary Dakong, I'm really sorry. Although you're a hand in the capital city, the political and legal committee system really isn't under your control, and you don't have the authority to directly guide our court's work over here. The specific details are not easy to disclose to you from my side. After saying that, he didn't care about Li Dakon's attitude and directly hung up the phone. At this moment, Chen Xingxuan felt himself full of confidence from the inside out. Once upon a time, he could only serve tea and water in front of Li Dakong, could only grovel, and could only bend over to be a man. Now, his world has changed. I can't believe that he can say something like this to Li Dakong. Honestly, this feeling was too good. Although he may offend Li Dakong in this regard, but also because of his current behavior. He has taken the initiative to maintain the interests of the Han De Gang, and has taken the initiative to maintain the interests of Zhao Ruilong, and in the future, his binding with this side will also be a little stronger. Sun Liancheng, I don't know what tricks you've used to make even Secretary Dakong stand up for you, but if you want to use this to pressure me, then you've misjudged me. I, Chen Xingxuan, am not that kind of person. I will strictly adhere to the bottom line of the law. This was said in a righteous manner, and Sun Liancheng couldn't help but clap his hands after hearing this. Well, having a backbone, President Chan really has a backbone. I just wonder if your backbone was brought on by learning a foreign language? Chen Xingxuan didn't react at first, but when he did, he directly went white. What the hell? What foreign language? Don't you dare talk nonsense here. Whether speaking a foreign language is intentional or unintentional, this person cannot be retained in any case. Sun Liancheng, today's matter is not over. Let's settle your problems later. Sun Liancheng didn't say anything and patted the dust on his body. Of course it's not over. My father-in-law's matter has not yet been settled. You're right. The matters of the political and legal committee are really not under Li Dakong's control. At this moment, as if he remembered something, he looked at Xiao Lu and asked, Xiao Lu, ask Secretary Gao where he's arrived. Yes. Xiao Lu excitedly got up, which picked up his cell phone contacts. Chen Xingxuan narrowed his eyes, all amused. Sun Liancheng, you're out of your mind. Is Secretary Gao something you can just call up? Who do you think you are? That is the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. Don't think that if you take Li Dakong, all the leaders of the Provincial Party Committee can be taken by you. On weekdays, they do not even see Gao Yuliang. Even if they go to the Shanshui Manor at most will be Qi Tongwei. Just you Sun Liancheng, a former deputy mayor of the district, called Gao Yuliang call over? Before Chen Xingxuan could continue speaking, the next moment he saw a familiar black car traveling this way. License plate number, Han 008. The license plate number of this car is not unfamiliar to him. It is the head of that political and legal committee Gao Yuliang. The car slowly pulled up, and Gao Yuliang didn't even have time to wait for his secretary to open the car door for him before he hurriedly got out of the car and walked over this way. Chen Xingxuan froze in place and looked at Sun Liancheng, who was still acting calmly and very calmly, as if everything was under his control. Chen Xingxuan was a head full of question marks. The way things were going was simply too bizarre. However, it was too late to think about why Gao Yuliang could be called by Sun Liancheng at this time, and he rushed towards Gao Yuliang to welcome him. Secretary Gao, what brings you here? He greeted the front and half bowed, completely losing the arrogant look he had earlier in front of Sun Liancheng. Gao Yuliang just gouged him fiercely, and without saying anything after that, he walked straight towards Sun Liancheng with quick steps, and stood still with a humble attitude. Dean Sun, I'm really sorry. I was a bit stuck in traffic on the road and rushed over here. Sun Liancheng didn't say anything, but looked at Chen Xingxuan and said with a slight mockery, Secretary Gao, this secretary of yours, very uphold the bottom line of the law well. Chen Xingxuan also heard the mockery and disliked it back. Sun Liancheng, what do you say? Chen Xingxuan, you shut up. Before the words were finished, Gao Yuliang gave an angry rebuke with a black face, a voice that carried an extremely restrained anger, giving the people present a fright. Chen Xingxuan was shocked and looked at Gao Yuliang with question marks in his eyes. Obviously Gao Yuliang didn't bother to give him any crap, and immediately changed his smile to look at Sun Liancheng. Dean Sun, I've heard all about Elder Li's matter. On my way here I've already arranged for the lower side to reopen the review work. Now the review team has been set up, to ensure that within 3 working days it will be investigated clearly, and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Gao Yuliang's tone was gentle and humble, even with a hidden meaning of apology. His performance gave the Li Aihua several people on the side all a dumbfounded look. Chapter 049, Are you tired of being an official? Originally still sitting and resting a few people, all Miso stood up, could not help but walk forward a few steps, probing the head to look at Gao Yuliang. If this is not seen with their own eyes, they all thought they were hallucinating. The person who came is Gao Yuliang. That definitely counts as one of the most important existences in Handong province, a hand of the political and legal committee, and at this moment is actually apologizing to Sun Liancheng? Who is Sun Liancheng? 1 foot was sent to the children's palace as a counselor. The next foot was treated as a spy for the national security to arrest and investigate. Such a person. Gao Yuliang is even apologizing to him? Pinch me. I'm not dreaming. Zhang Lijuan pulled her husband Li Weigua's arm and was even a little unsteady. Li Weigua didn't say anything, but his eyes never moved away from Sun Lianqing from the beginning to the end. Li Aihua is even more excited. Tears. Do not know why. At the moment she just want to wipe tears. Everything came too sudden. Xiao Lu looked at a few people and unconsciously straightened his chest. I just told you. District Governor's son can handle it. Chen Xingxuan couldn't believe his ears. His mouth opened and closed, half unable to speak. The shock to his soul at this moment should be the most profound. Sun Lianqing did not reply to Gao Yuliang's words, but instead looked faintly at Chen Xingxuan. Secretary Gao, are you in charge of this matter? Our President Chen is a person who adheres to the bottom line of the law. Just now even Secretary Dakong gave his refusal. It seems to me that President Chen has some objections. Gao Yuliang smiled awkwardly, knowing that Sun Lianqing was not satisfied with such a treatment, so he hurriedly added, don't worry, I'll personally arrange things this time. He, Chen Xingxuan, can't intervene. We will investigate the matter of elderly clearly, and if we find out the problem, none of the people involved will be able to escape. No matter who the other party is, we won't let them go. I will definitely return justice to you and elderly. Hearing this, Chen Xingxuan's face softened. Secretary Gao, you don't. Before he could finish his words, Gao Yuliang interrupted him with a stern voice. Shut up. We're dealing with your matter later. As a vice president, you're not doing your job well, and the case is characterized without a clear investigation. Can you afford the people's trust in you? I'm telling you, once the matter of elderly is cleared up, you'll be investigated next. As this sound fell, Chen Xingxuan's legs went weak for a moment and he almost fell to the ground. Even so, Sun Lianqing was still unmoved. He still sat on the edge without saying a word, obviously not satisfied with this arrangement. But that was all Gao Yuliang could do. He stood still for half a day and didn't wait for Sun Lianqing to let go, so he could only drop his gaze on Li Weigua on the side. He walked forward and affectionately took Li Weigua's hand. Elder Li, I know that you have suffered too much in this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely find out for you this time. You are old, don't get angry over these things. Don't worry, if there are any problems later, you can come to me at any time, and I'll be the first one to step in and solve them for you. Li Weigua didn't let up, obviously still carrying a grudge, and just said a perfunctory thank you. Gao Yuliang continued. You're old, I'll arrange for a car to send you back. It's such a hot day now. If you get heat stroke outside, the public will say we don't take good care of the old cadres. Go, I'll have someone send you. With that, he waved at the secretary, and Gao Yuliang's special car was driven over, trying to put the person on the car. Li Weigua, however, did not make a move, but looked at Sun Lianqing. Although he was old, he wasn't out of his mind. Sun Lianqing didn't open his mouth, obviously had his own plans. If he was fooled so easily, all these years in the court would have been in vain. Seeing that even the curve cannot be persuaded, Gao Yuliang was left hanging in place for a while, and there was some embarrassment in his expression. He was a deputy secretary, but he had to look at this family's face? This feeling, frankly speaking, really wasn't very pleasant. It was only after another 10 seconds or so that Sun Lianqing got up from the flower bed. He patted the dust on his body and walked over towards this side. Dad, go Dad. Since Secretary Gao has prepared a car, let's just sit for a while. Let's go back. With these words, Li Aihua then assisted her father and mother into the car. District Governor's son, you also get on the car. I'll let you know as soon as I make progress on the ladder. Gao Yuliang smiled, looking very sincere. Sun Lianqing smiled back. No, I have my own car. You can just drop them off. Gao Yuliang could only smile back and asked his secretary to follow the car to send the three back. Sun Lianqing's car also drove over. Xiao Lu opened the door and Sun Lianqing got into the car. The two of them, Gao Yuliang and Chen Xingxuan, just hung their smiles and eyed Sun Lianqing. The car started, and purposely stopped again as it passed by the duo. Sun Lianqing rolled the window down and looked at Chen Xingxuan with a smile. Dean Chen, see you later. After saying that, and not waiting for Chen Xingxuan to react, the windows were rolled up, and Sun Lianqing's car took off in this manner. Chen Xingxuan stood still, only feeling hairy. He didn't know how, but he always felt that the eyes of Sun Lianqing looking at him just now were strange, as if he was a hunter looking at his prey, making people cold for no reason. And what did he just mean about seeing you later? Is it hard to believe that he's still planning to pick a fight with himself? But right now is not the time to consider Sun Lianqing. Just now Gao Yuliang's words is the key. Is it really want to give up themselves? He looked at Gao Yuliang in a resigned manner and whispered, Secretary Gao, do you really want to set up an investigation team to investigate me? I've been working diligently for you. The smile that Gao Yuliang had been wearing a moment before instantly disappeared. His face changed, and his accumulated anger poured out directly. Stupid. Why are you all so stupid one by one? Can't you see I'm trying to help you? He, Sun Liancheng, is now a vice province and the new leader of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. You dare to touch his family. You don't think you've been an official long enough, do you? Still afraid that those rotten things of yours won't be investigated? Now you still dare to hold on to Li Weiguo. You don't want to die, don't pull me, I'll wipe your asses. Chen Xingchuan's eyes widened. Dumbfounded. Vice provincial? The new leader of the Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology. How could he? Sun Liancheng. Gao Yuliang gave a cold snort. How is it possible? I'd like to ask how that's possible. But people are recognized from above. The Ministry of Science and Technology's Ministry of Shen personally gave it to Sha Ruijin. You ask me how is it possible? I also want to know how it's possible. How the Sun Liancheng became a vice ministry. Chen Xingchuan stopped talking, his brain buzzing, his legs softening at the thought of his own death-defying behavior just now. What's the point of offending Sun Liancheng? What in the world did he do to turn the tide against the wind? If I had known, he would not have found Li Weiguo on the top of the case. Secretary Gao. What then? But even if this is the case, we can't set up an investigation team. If these cases are overturned, what happened before is not. Gao Yuliang rubbed his temples and closed his eyes. What do you know? I set up the investigation team. Things are still under my control, and it's up to us to decide how and how much we find out. Chen Xingchuan nodded his head, finally understanding Gao Yuliang's intentions, and thought of something to ask. So, what about those volumes? Are the parts that were doctored before going to be changed? Gao Yuliang gritted his back teeth and grooved. What do you say? Only then did Chen Xingchuan accompany the smile and dare not speak. Gao Yuliang looked at the faraway car and was finally relieved. At least Sun Liancheng is gone. Your matter should still be able to be suppressed. But he obviously had some misjudgment of Sun Liancheng. Sun Liancheng has always had a grudge, and not resolving it on the spot can only mean that he is brewing a big wave of. Chapter 050 Secretary.Kong. Weren't you the one who said we should be united? Kyoto City Municipal Office Building. In the office of Li Dakong, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, in addition to his secretary Xiao Jin, Chen Haiping, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee, was also there. Li Dakong had just suffered a defeat on Chen Xingchuan's side, and at this time, he was having a bellyful of fire. How did this Chen Xingchuan become like this? Who gave him the bottom line? When we used to meet and eat together, he didn't even dare to go to the table, but now he's mouthing off in front of me about sticking to the bottom line of the law? Chen Haiping, are all the cadres in your system his style of doing things? Li Dakong aimed his aim at Chen Haiping, but at this time, Chen Haiping also had a helpless face, but vaguely could still see a bit of gloating unimpressed. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Li Dakong knocked on the table. What? Your political and legal system can ignore the organization and discipline? As the political and legal hand of the capital city, what do the people below you do on a regular basis? Don't you have the slightest inkling of it? Chen Haiping couldn't help but open his mouth until he was spoken to in such a way. Secretary Dakong. Chen Xingchuan is Gao Yuliang's favorite secretary. Even if Chen Xingchuan has literary skills, we can't undermine the unity. We have to look at the big picture. It was spoken with an eerie tone in his voice. Secretary Jean glanced this way and couldn't help but want to give Chen Haiping a thumbs up. Chen Haiping just said these words, but Li Dakong in 2 months ago originally said to Chen Haiping, at that time, as the secretary of the Beijing Municipal Political and Legal Committee of Chen Haiping to find Li Dakong, want to report the mass petition to report the problem of Chen Xingchuan. As a result, Li Dakong is such a sentence to give face to Gao Yuliang, cannot break the illusion of solidarity to him refuted back. Speaking in a grandiose manner, Li Dakong is still not trying to curry favor with Sun Liancheng. Feeling that Chen Xingchuan's behavior just now offended Sun Liancheng and affected his Li Dakong's future career development. Obviously, Li Dakong also heard the mocking implication in Chen Haiping's tone and looked over with a gloomy face. Secretary Chen, we're discussing Chen Xingchuan's problem. Can you not bring emotions? When he finished, he waved his hand. Alright, set up an investigation team on your side as soon as possible. Go and investigate Li Weiguo's matter clearly, and return a fair and just to the masses. What about Chen Xingchuan? Still checking or not? Chen Haiping narrowed his eyes and asked. Li Dakong was silent for a few seconds and looked away. At the moment, he seemed to be making a difficult decision. The two of them, Chen Haiping and Secretary Jean, just waited, neither of them saying anything. After all, if you move Chen Xingchuan, you are working against Gao Yuliang. But if you don't move Chen Xingchuan, how can you please Sun Liancheng? In the past, Sun Lianqing, 3 words are not even worthy of appearing in this office to be taken out for discussion. But right now, Sun Lianqing is the new nobility of Handong, the object of the officialdom to be flattered. Seemingly with great determination, Li Dakong spoke with difficulty. Check, Chen Xingchuan, check for me too. As soon as he had finished speaking, he immediately added, but look into it privately. Just look into things related to Li Weigua, and don't interfere with anything else. Chen Haiping realized, Secretary Dakong is both wanting and wanting to deal with Chen Xingchuan to flatter Sun Lianqing, but not wanting to offend Gao Yuliang Si to death. Okay, I'll make the arrangements now. Chen Haiping went out of the office, but Li Dakong sat in his office chair somewhat disheveled. Will Sun Lianqing think that I authorized what happened to Li Weigua? Tell me about you. When Li Weigua came to see me before, why didn't you invite someone in? The secretary, Jean, was full of questions and had a mouthful to say. Not invited in? Didn't you have someone stop you outside? People, Li Weigua came a dozen times in a month. It was you who did not want to offend Gao Yuliang, chose not to intervene and stood by. And now you say you know nothing? And you blame us for not reporting in advance. It's really your style, Secretary Dakong, that the rewards are all yours and the subordinates take the blame for all the problems? Before Secretary Jean could say anything, Chen Haiping hurriedly came in from outside. Dakota Li frowned. I thought I told you to set up an investigation team. Why are you back here? Chen Haiping said. I just received a call that the province has set up an investigation team to specifically investigate Li Weigua's matter. And the one who arranged this is Secretary Gao Yuliang. What? Li Dakong jolted out of his chair. Gao Yuliang set up an investigation team? He's quick enough to do it. This is to curry favor with Sun Lianqing, he did it all. In the end, Ginger is still old and hot. Han De Gang is one step ahead of him. If he is really enlisted down Sun Lianqing, his side is really hopeless. Thinking about this, Li Dakong's face was a few more degrees of gloomy. In this matter of pleasing Sun Lianqing, the Han De Gang had already jumped a step ahead of them, and if he didn't do something about it, he would really be completely behind them. Li Dakong held the back of the chair with one hand. His expression was grave. Just at this moment the office rang, a sharp cell phone ringing. Come in for a meeting and don't you know how to mute your cell phone? Li Dakong would be annoyed at this point and lent his voice to the matter. Secretary Kim hurriedly pulled her cell phone out and was ready to hang up, but stopped moving when she saw the caller ID. What do you mean? Was waiting for me to hang up on you? Li Dakong's face was ugly. Secretary Kim hurriedly picked up her cell phone and explained. The call was from Dean Sun's secretary, Xiao Lu. In the next moment, Li Dakong's face changed and he quickly walked to the phone. What are you waiting for? Pick up the phone now. Before Xiao Lu could respond, Li Dakong hit the answer button on his cell phone and gave Secretary Jean a wink to speak. Secretary Kim hurriedly asked, Secretary Lu, what can I do for you? Secretary Jean, our Dean Sun asked me to find you to speak to Secretary Dakong, hoping that Secretary Dakong will organize a video conference. I'll send you the list of participants later. Xiao Lu's voice came through. Perhaps because of the change in Sun Lianqing's identity, Xiao Lu obviously have a lot of bottom. Speak without being overbearing. Secretary Jean didn't dare to answer, but instead looked at Li Dakong, and only agreed when he nodded. Okay, I'll report back to Secretary Dakota. After hanging up the phone, Li Dakong stood in his office mulling over the matter. Arranging a video conference? Why doesn't it have to be in the conference room in the form of a video? Why the evening? And it's for the secretary to call you. Why don't you just get me? You know, a leader's words and actions have a deeper meaning. Not to mention that this person is still Sun Lianqing. But after mulling it over like this for a while, Li Dakong was still at a loss and really didn't understand Sun Lianqing's intentions. And it wasn't long before Secretary Jean received a list of participants for the video conference. Li Dakong came forward to take a look. Besides him, there was Zhao Donglai, who was in charge of public security, Zhang Shua, a hand of the discipline inspection of Beijing Municipality, and Chen Haiping, a hand of the political and legal committee of Beijing Municipality. Looking at the list, Li Dakong was more than puzzled. Why these people? Did the meeting theme say that? Secretary Kim shook her head. It didn't say what the topic of the meeting was, just that it was a few people from the list who must be there. Is it about the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute? But the matters of the institute were not under the control of these few people either? After pondering for a while, Li Dakong really didn't have a clue. Secretary Dakota, is the video conference still scheduled? Secretary Kim asked in a whisper. Of course it has to be arranged. You go and inform the attendees that no one is to be absent from the evening video conference. Although Li Dakong did not figure out Sun Lianqing's intention, but also categorically would not reject him on such a small matter. As for what to follow up to curry favor, maybe the video conference in the evening is the opportunity? Chapter 051, you have to understand the gold content of the 3 words Dean Sun. After greeting Sun Liancheng, Chi Tongwei went straight to the Shan Shui manor. The two of them, he and Gao Shaoqin, sat in the courtyard, discussing everything they had seen today. What? You said that the new director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau was Sun Liancheng? How is this possible? Gao Shaoqin back on the chair, a pair of chest ups and downs. On this news, to be honest, she is really shocked too. From Chi Tongwei told her news, has been until now are the past 10 minutes. She still cannot accept. Not to mention her. Even Chi Tongwei, who saw everything happen with his own eyes, will have trouble accepting this. He sat upright and poured himself a cup of tea to press down, before he opened his mouth. Whether it's possible or not, for now this is the truth. His eyes, which were like those of a falcon, looked into the distance, calculating the follow-up in his mind. Gao Shaoqin leans her chair toward Chi Tongwei. What are you going to do back there? Chi Tongwei put down his teacup and reached out to scratch his head, rather tiredly. That's a coincidence. Didn't I ask you to prepare the astronomical telescope before? How are you doing? Gao Shaoqin's eyes lit up. Are you preparing to curry favor with Sun Liancheng? Kithu nodded. You did not see. He was personally sent to Sha Ruijin today by the Ministry of Shen. And the Ministry of Shen is emphasizing both inside and outside the words that Sun Liancheng's identity is not ordinary. Although I don't know the specific reason. But he came back as soon as he was a vice-provincial ministry. This background even Sha Ruijin have to be careful to bear. I have a hunch that if I want to smoothly from the position of the main hall to another layer, this Sun Liancheng is the key. Gao Shaoqin's beautiful eyes slightly moved. A pair of eyes soft like water looking toward Chi Tongwei. The man's ambition she has always understood. Just then, Chi Tongwei's cell phone rang and a text message came through. Chi Tongwei picked it up and looked at it. And after reading it, he said in a breezy manner, those previous cases. I'm afraid I'm going to have to take the fall for someone else. Gao Shaoqin understood and knew that Chi Tongwei was talking about Li Weiguo. This Sun Liancheng shifted into the provincial ministry. His family naturally has to be treated with care. Before she could speak, her cell phone also ding-dong rang. A message came over. Gao Shaoqin just looked at it lightly, then got up to pour tea and handed it to Chi Tongwei. It's okay. It's not a big deal. However, this Dean Chen of ours has been educated by Secretary Gao today. So I guess, he'll have to come to me at night to learn a foreign language. It can't be, can it? He's just been educated by Secretary Gao. He shouldn't have the heart for it. Gao Shaoqin laughed and sat down next to her with an ambiguous smile. You cannot forget that our Chun Qingxuan, vice president of the home, lives a tigress. Big things and small things are in charge of everything. President Chen's home is not as good as you cannot go outside to find fun. Besides, he's the one who gave me the go-ahead to bring his court colleagues along to learn a foreign language. Qi nodded his head without comment. Who made you more comfortable here than at home? But yeah, it's good to have a weakness to use for me. I just don't know what weaknesses he, Sun Liancheng, has. In fact, long before Sun Liancheng was taken as a spy, they had tried many times to bring him on board. But that temper of his was oil and salt, and he was not moved at all. Thinking about all this, Qi was in a bit of a quandary. Gao Shaoqin stood behind Chi Tongwei, rubbing his shoulders while whispering, instead of guessing so much, let's invite someone over. And I've got the astronomical telescope ready anyway. Sun Liancheng didn't agree before, but now he may not. After all, this is the time and the other time. There is no harm for us to try. Besides, even if he doesn't come, let's take the lead to show our attitude. And there will always be a chance in the future. Chi Tongwei was spoken to and looked at Gao Shaoqin in surprise. You have a point. Then I'll call him right away. Said. Chi Tongwei is also not grating. Directly finds Sun Liancheng's phone to dial. 10 seconds after the phone connected. Dean Sun, are you free tonight? I've heard about Elder Li's matter, and I'd like to make an appointment to talk about Elder Li's case. So, you're saying yes? Good. I'll see you tonight then. It's set at the Landscape Manor. Okay, no see you there. Hanging up the phone, Chi Tongwei is still a bit confused. It's done? Usually Sun Liancheng wouldn't agree. Why did he agree so dryly today? That's a yes? Gao Shaoqin are a little surprised. She originally thought Chi Tongwei at least have to spend some words, and may even this time will not agree. Have to find an excuse after the appointment. Cannot imagine so easy? But things are so easy that it feels a little strange instead. How about this? You don't attend the evening meeting. I'll receive it myself. Gao Shaoqin took the initiative to propose. Kiddo narrowed his eyes. It was a good idea to let Gao Shaoqin test Sun Liancheng's attitude first, and she was alone, so it was less likely to put people on the defensive, whether they were sending things or people. Thinking for a while, Chi Tongwei nodded and dragged Gao Shaoqin to sit on his lap. Then the night will be hard for you, but there are some things that it would be good to arrange for someone else, and you don't have to do everything yourself. Gao Shaoqin, of course, knows what Chi Tongwei means, smiles charmingly and pouts. What are you talking about? I'm old and senile, with a bunch of pretty foreign girls. Who would look at me? Kitty pinched her cheeks twice and laughed heartily. Mr. Gao isn't old. You still have your charm. It is also in her that Chi Tongwei feels that he has come to life. A man with flesh and blood and dignity. And perhaps this ambition of his is only understood by Gao Shaoqin. Sun Lianqing took his wife and didn't rush home, but sent his father-in-law and mother-in-law both back. Just entered the house. Mother-in-law Zhao Lijuan is attentive to pouring tea and washing fruit, so not enthusiastic. Quick, Lianqing, eat some grapes. This is what I went to the grocery store to buy today. It's old and fresh. And this tea, or you brought it before. The quality is especially good. Okay, you can just put the stuff there. Go see if the door to the house is securely locked. Li Weigua yanked Sun Lianqing aside and cautiously looked toward the door of the house. Dad, the doors are firmly closed, Li Aihua said. Li Weigua confirmed that it was good, and only then did he eagerly open his mouth to ask, Lian Chang, tell me the truth. Why are Li Dakong and Gao Yuliang both so polite to you? And just now they called you Dean Sun. What does that mean? Chapter 052, Who goes to Shan Shui Manor when they're decent people? Both Li Aihua and Zhao Lijuan also sat on the edge, waiting blearily for Sun Lianqing's answer. To be honest, at this moment, they also have a million questions in their minds. Li Dakong and Gao Yuliang. One is a city hand, and the other is the second in command of the province. Why would they give face to Sun Lianqing? Li Weigua thing. They ran before and after a month. Even Shen Rockchen old figures like that followed them to find a way to find relations. Hard not dealt with. But Sun Lianqing just showed up and solved everything? It can only mean that Sun Lianqing's face is even bigger than Chen Yan. But Sun Lianqing is his own family. What is his background? They are clear. Sun Lianqing looked at the several people and revealed a smile as he faintly explained. It's like this. Dean Sun did address me correctly. The matter of the spies a while ago was a misunderstanding in itself. I was going over to the capital to participate in some work above. For this return, I also have a new identity, which is the director of the Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology. A few of Li Weigua's people looked at each other. Zhao Lijuan scratched her head. What's the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute? Why haven't I heard of it? Sun Lianqing explained with a smile. It's just an organization that does research, mainly on some of the technological aspects of technology. Li Aihua nodded. Yes. Old Sun has always liked to do research. Before the home is all kinds of his experimental equipment, and somewhat information data and so on. So you went to the capital because of the research as well? Sun Lianqing laughed. Yes, those are the ones. And the state saw how well I was doing with my research, which is why I was given this job. Does doing research mean you can't go into politics later? Zhao Lijuan asked with some regret. Before Sun Lianqing could open his mouth, Li Weigua explained. Why can't you go into politics? Those university presidents, as well as the director of the institute's director is also a level. In our city of Beijing, the director of the Institute of Physics under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, they are all at the deputy department level. Lian Chang, isn't this Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute of theirs similar? Similar to an institute under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In the end, he had lived for many years and knew more. And after he finished speaking, Zhao Lijuan and Li Aihua both nodded their heads in succession. So that's how it is. My son-in-law has made a fortune. Lian Chang. Then are you also at the vice department level now? Zhao Lijuan asked excitedly. Sun Lianqing smiled awkwardly. Our Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute is not under the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I'm not a deputy department either. As the words fell, the room went silent, and the smile that had just hung on instantly froze. Not a deputy? Zhao Weigua was about to explain that it is fine. It does not matter if it is not a deputy hall. The next moment Sun Lianqing gave the crowd a bigger surprise. We are a first-class unit directly under the state, and we have just been established now. So when the configuration is in place later, the institutes under our jurisdiction should also be established one after another. By the way, it's also true that my rank is not a deputy department. It's currently a deputy ministry. He said it lightly, but those few words were like a bomb, making all three of them speechless. One by one, he digested the words he said in his head. They were understandable when put out one by one, but why were they not understandable when put together? Especially the three words of Vice Provincial Ministry. For a while, I don't know how. These three words are extra hot. Deputy, Provincial Ministry. Li Weiwei swallowed and tried to calm himself. If he hadn't seen the way Li Dakong and Gao Yuliang treated Sun Lianqing, he wouldn't have believed those words just now to death. A handler of a national direct unit, or a deputy provincial ministry. No wonder the second in command of the province has this attitude. Not to mention the two of them, even Sha Ruijin is afraid to come to please. Zhao Lijuan, still shocked by the news, asked offhandedly, "What did you study and how did you become a deputy minister?" "That, it is not convenient to disclose." Sun Lianqing smiled faintly, very calm, but Li Weigua immediately smelled danger, so he hastily changed the topic and said with some regret, "This time thanks to you back, otherwise I will be late." A lifetime of reputation ruined in the hands of that Chen Xingchuan. Li Aiwa sighed. "It's just a pity, even if the investigation is clear. Chen Xingchuan at best is to investigate the case is not strict, back a disciplinary action, still have to continue in the position to scourge others?" Sun Lianqing raised an eyebrow. "Who says he's just disciplined?" Li Weiwei sat upright, a little surprised. "You won't be preparing to deal with Chen Xingchuan, right? How can it be that easy?" Behind Chen Xingchuan stands Gao Yulian Han Digang. "Although he is saying that he will help me to investigate the case today, it is not possible for him to throw away the people in his hand just for you." Sun Lianqing acted very calmly. For what his father-in-law said, he expected all of this and just smiled lightly. "Dad, I didn't say I'd let Gao Yuliang do it." Li Weiwei frowned. "So you're going to put Li Dakong on?" At that, he waved his hand. "That's even more unlikely. Chen Xingchuan's matter Li Dakong, may not be unaware of, has never moved him. Guess why?" Sun Lianqing drank a mouthful of tea and faintly said, "Li Dakong is a non-sticky pot and doesn't want to offend Gao Yuliang." Li Weigua narrowed his eyes, still appreciating his son-in-law's political judgment. "If you know that, then you still expect Li Dakota to make a move?" Sun Lianqing finished the tea and placed the teacup on the table before he breezily said, "Some things may be less than 4 taels light without getting on the scale, but once they are on the scale, that's 1,000 pieces of gold that can't be beaten. As for me, just give everyone a chance to get on the scale. Let's just wait and see. When all these things are laid out in front of them, will these people still be able to pretend they don't know?" He poured a cup of tea for both himself and his father-in-law, who reacted sharply. "Is that why you went to Mountain View Manor at night?" Sun Lianqing just smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha, Dad, would you believe me if I said I went there to learn a foreign language?" "What? What foreign language?" Li Weigua had a question mark on his face and was listening in a cloudy manner. However, Sun Lianqing didn't explain and just laughed. "All right, it's about time. Xiao Lu, I'll change my clothes and we'll get ready to go out." Xiao Lu took her bag and stood up, taking the initiative to stand next to Sun Lianqing and wait. His wife Li Aihua was originally a little worried, although she is not in politics. But what is the dragon's den over there? She has more or less heard about it, especially the beautiful boss Gao Xiaoqin's deeds. The heart pondered how to explain to Sun Lianqing, but when he changed his clothes and came out, Li Aihua's eyebrows couldn't help but raise 2 jumps. "That's what you're wearing?" Sun Lianqing laughed. "That's good. How cozy." Giving his wife a reassuring look, he led Lu downstairs. In the car, Sun Lianqing coldly asked, "Xiao Lu, Chen Xingchuan Chen's home, you know where it is, don't you?" Xiao Lu froze for a moment and quickly replied, "It's all available in the registration information." Sun Lianqing nodded and gave a meaningful look. "Well, then you go and run and invite this Mrs. Chun of ours to go out and watch a play." Xiao Lu did not yet know Sun Lianqing's plan, but he was not half skeptical about the leader's arrangement. "Good, then I'll go now." After Xiao Lu left, Sun Lianqing then got into the car alone and headed to Shanshui Manor. When he arrived, Gao Xiaoqin had long been waiting at the gate. She was dressed in a black professional outfit with black silk high heels. Feminine. In order to greet Sun Lianqing, she could be considered to be dressed up, but when Sun Lianqing came down from the car, Gao Xiaoqin was a bit dumbfounded. A short sleeve washed to white, wide pants, a pair of flip-flops under the feet. This is from inside to outside, from top to bottom. There is absolutely no bit of cadre appearance. It's not that you can't wear it that way, it's just that as a cadre, no one ever wears it that way. Sun Lianqing this went to the capital. The character change is indeed great. Chapter 053, there's no need for Mr. Gao to do it himself, right? But these for Sun Lianqing he is completely do not care. In the past under the hands of Li Dakong to do things, rules and regulations cannot help. Now do not care about those. Dean Sun, you're wearing a very casual outfit today, it looks all a lot more cordial. Gao Xiaoqin was professionally trained in the end, and even if it was weird, she didn't say much. She walked ahead as she introduced herself. "He may not be able to come, but he has entrusted me to receive you well, so please forgive me if the hospitality is not good enough." She walked ahead and brought Sun Lianqing all the way into the private room. Qi Tongwei is not in the reason, but it is not difficult to guess. Besides, Sun Lianqing today's target is not him, so it does not matter if he is not in. Not on the contrary, it is good to do. When they went in and sat down in the private room, several waitresses in Cheongsams came in to set up the dishes in turn. "Dean Sun, I always wanted to invite you to our Shanshui Manor to sit down. This time finally you are looking forward to come." let's talk about business before. I have to welcome you first. With that, Gao Shaoqin stood up and brought the red wine that had long since woken up to pour it for Sun Lianqing. We all say that this red wine to drink 82 years, because this 82 this year is just suitable for red wine brewing, produced by the unique flavor of the wine, especially 82 years of Lafite. In the market is more sought after. I specifically from a friend there to get a bottle. You also taste. As a welcome, I'll do it first. She poured herself a glass and drank it down. After drinking, it was only then that he noticed that Sun Lianqing was slow to move his cup, just looking at the wine glass and frowning straight. Dean Sun, don't you like red wine? Or I'll switch to white. After saying that she waved at the waiter, but was stopped by Sun Lianqing. That's not true. Red wine I quite like. Nothing but. Halfway through her sentence, Gao Shaoqin pursued. But what? You have something to say. Dean Sunday. Sun Lianqing frowned and raised his wineglass to look at Gao Shaoqin. However, this isn't some 82 Lafite. Mr. Gao, you're afraid you've been tricked. Hearing this, Gao Shaoqin directly froze. Question marks written all over her beautiful face for a moment. She had thought of countless possibilities, but only never thought that Sun Lianqing would say this? Sun District. Dean Sun. I don't think so. This was taken from the side of a very close friend of mine. He wouldn't be so likely to lie to me. Sun Lianqing sighed, set his wine glass on the table, and began to patiently explain. You just said that this is an 82 red wine, and 82 is more than 30 years from now, and according to the chemical changes of red wine, the process of red wine sinking years, oxygen molecules will continue to penetrate deeper and deeper into the wine, reacting with the phenolic substances in the red wine, which will lead to some chemical changes of the tannins and pigments. The chemical equation for the reaction of acetic acid and ethanol to form ethyl acetate is C2H5OH plus CH3COOH CH3COZ2H5 plus H2O followed by vinegar hydrolysis reaction. Gao Shaoqin. She looked at Sun Lianqing with a head of question marks. At this moment he, simply like a chemistry teacher and then gives students lectures. A mouth of a molecular structure. A mouth of a tannin. Said these she is a word cannot understand. But Sun Lianqing did not want to stop the meaning of his a former deputy mayor. Beauty invited him to drink. He said it is fake wine even if, but also a mouth of a chemical formula? President's son. You are a man of culture. What you said is too profound. I'm not well educated and I really can't understand. How about you speak in layman's terms? Even so, Gao Shaoqin maintained her smile. Sun Lianqing glanced at her and explained. Sorry, get used to it. Simply put, 82 years of red wine by now after 30 years of change. The color should be more translucent. The taste of red wine will also be more soft and fragrant. Irritating smell is very light. Just this bottle in your hand. It's 10 years old at most. That what you call a very close friend. I suggest you keep your eyes peeled. It's clearly a trap. Gao Shaoqin embarrassed smile. This invited others to dinner. The result of red wine is fake? How embarrassing it is to say out. More importantly, the person in front of you is still an important object to be flattered. But is Sun Lianqing an official or not? This is not like a district governor. Is clearly a chemistry teacher. Thanks to Dean Sun. Or you are educated. If it wasn't for you I would have lost my face here. Then we won't drink. You eat something first. However, Gao Shaoqin's reaction speed was extremely fast, and hurriedly waved at the waiter. And soon two beautifully built waiters came to the table with 2 plates of steaks. President's son. You taste this steak. This is specially imported from the Neon Country Kobean meat, known as the world's best beef. The annual production is only 3,000. It is said that this cow the growth process in order to ensure that the meat is tender. Not only to drink beer, there are also special people to the massage it. You try the beef. I'll refill your tea. With that, Gao Shaoqin walked over to her side and refilled her teacup. I don't know how. Sun Lianqing just looked at the steak and frowned straight, not moving his knife and fork at all. Gao Shaoqin thought that it was because Sun Lianqing didn't like beef and wasn't satisfied with his arrangement, and hurriedly said, Dean Sun, if you don't like the steak, I'll arrange for someone to get you something else. This is Kobe Wagyu beef. Just such a plate are tens of thousands of dollars. A normal person would be excited to try 2 mouthfuls even if they don't like it. After all, who wouldn't want to taste the price of this thing in front of them? In the next moment, Sun Lianqing, however, directly placed his knife and fork on the table and said with a tone full of disappointment, Mr. Gao, didn't you invite me to dinner? Why are you treating me to this? Dogs won't even eat this. Gao Shaoqin froze in place for a moment. Kobe Wagyu? Is this specification not enough? And to say that dogs don't even eat it. I'm afraid that even Sha Ruijin may not dare to say this when he comes. She struggled to maintain her smile. Dean Sun, where did that come from? Sun Lianqing looked at her and asked. You're importing this beef from Neon, right? Gao Shaoqin nodded. Of course, Kobe was originally a prefecture in Neon. Sun Lianqing sighed with some anger. You know you still buy it. Don't you know that because of mad cow disease, the country has banned beef imports from Neon countries for more than 10 years? Chapter 054, Mr. Gao. You can't test the cadres like this. Ah, Gao Xiaoqin's pair of beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and the teacup she was holding in her hand shook 3 times, splashing out a splash of water. Mad cow disease? This is all with what she before and after how many leaders invited to eat Kobe beef, and no one has mentioned the matter of mad cow disease. This is simply a disgrace to the maternal grandmother's home. This, Mr. Gao, we are also considered to be acquaintances. Your private importation of illegal food. I'll pretend not to know. This steak but you absolutely cannot eat again. And so on. Contracted mad cow disease can be too late. Sun Lianqing pushed the steak away, incidentally pushing the steak in front of Gao Xiaoqin to the corner of the table with it. Gao Xiaoqin looked at the bright color, tender and very tender steak. The heart is a mixture of flavors. Kobe beef. She found someone to import dozens of pieces. This latter meat is to eat or not to eat? If she ate, she really didn't have much of an appetite when she thought of the words mad cow disease. Gao Xiaoqin smiled awkwardly. Then thank you, Dean Sun. This is something that I will definitely not eat in the future. Sun Lianqing nodded and picked up the gazpacho on the table and ate it. After the experience just now, Gao Xiaoqin will no longer dare to take the initiative to persuade food, for fear of making a fake wine, viral meat and other things. Other side, Chen Xingxuan took a few colleagues of the intermediate-level investigation team in the private room. Although there is no Kobe beef and 82 years la fight, but eat and drink well, wine and dine, Chen Xingxuan sent a few colleagues to the car. He is still hesitant to leave. Where is Mr. Gao? Why haven't I seen Mr. Gao today? Chen Xingxuan laughed nervously as he questioned Gao Xiaoqin's men. Oh, Mr. Gao's side is in a meeting. But don't worry, the matter of learning a foreign language has been arranged by Mr. Gao, and the foreign language teacher is already waiting for you. Hearing this, Chen Xingxuan would smile and blush. Well, it's still Mr. Gao who is meticulous. His expression changed and his eyes leered. But I'm almost done with this English before. Can you ask Mr. Gao to give me a new teacher? I want to learn Russian. Or maybe Urdu will do. Chen Xingxuan was a regular here, and his men had long been accustomed to it. Okay, Mr. Gao explained that everything is according to your needs. Mr. Gao is atmospheric. Chen Xingxuan smiled as he followed the staff and walked towards the foreign language class he had been longing for. I just took 2 steps, and then I remembered that I hadn't checked in with the tigress at home. So I hurriedly picked up my cell phone to send her a message. Honey, I have a foreign language class tonight. I'll be home a little late. So take a break and don't wait up for me. Love you, honey. His family has a tigress thing almost the whole system knows. He is no less at home as a cow. This only came to the landscape manner. He felt that he is doing a real man. When he thought of his Russian teacher, Chen Xingxuan's steps were much faster. Sun Lianqing Gao Xiaoqin sighed. After simply eating some, Gao Xiaoqin also sort of cut to the chase. Dean Sun, I've long wanted to invite you to our Shanshui manor to sit down. Just you are too busy has not been available. This time it's just right. Director Qi commissioned me to prepare a telescope for you. A precious sword for a hero. Finally I can give it to a confidant. After she said that, she clapped her hands and 2 Cheongsam beauties pushed an astronomical telescope into the box. A good astronomical telescope can feel its exquisite workmanship just by looking at it. And not only that, the aperture, which is bigger than a human head, highlights its noble temperament to a certain extent. Sure enough, after the telescope was rolled out, Sun Lianqing was obviously much more interested. He got up and walked over to the telescope and scrutinized it. Seeing this scene, Gao Xiaoqin was finally relieved. She had never met such a difficult to flatter the leader. But fortunately, this telescope is prepared right. As Qi Tongwei said, there is no person in this world who cannot be bought. As long as you can find the weakness, you can use it for yourself. It seems that this Sun Lianqing is really a scientific research fan. Star fan. Gao Xiaoqin smiled and stepped forward. This astronomical telescope but I collected in our Hanong province for a long time. Trust a lot of relations to get. Is said to be a very powerful brand abroad. Or limited edition. President Sun, you are an expert. You helped to give a look. Sun Lianqing was fond of stargazing. There was no way he didn't know how precious this telescope was. Before coming, Gao Xiaoqin also did her homework. The current astronomical telescope is a brand from abroad. Although there is no specific labeled model, but the lens she can recognize. This is a customized lens of Leica, one of the world's highest-end lens manufacturers. The larger the caliber, the more expensive. And most importantly, she could guarantee that the astronomical telescope was not a fake, because it was going to be a gift. She had gotten an astronomy expert to authenticate it. Looking at Sun Lianqing's serious observation, Gao Shaoqin more or less had some confidence, and her tone was also a little mischievous. Dean-san, this telescope is real, right? A moment later, Sun Lianqing looked at Gao Shaoqin with his hands behind his back and asked, Mr. Gao, how much did you pay for this telescope? At least $1 million or more? Gao Shaoqin smiled faintly, poured a cup of tea and walked to Sun Lianqing's side. His tone was that of a breeze. It is true that it costs a little money, but the price is all secondary. The main thing is to figure out how to like it. You look at the stars every day to do research. Certainly more than we need. This is where Gao Shaoqin's high emotional intelligence comes in, hinting at the price of the product on the one hand, but not saying it explicitly so that she can take it out and give it away. This astronomical telescope Gao Shaoqin is also blood money. This is she spent more than $5 million to buy. If she were to replace Sun Lianqing of the Vice District, she would not be able to give it away. However, the next moment Sun Lianqing waved his hand, returned to his chair and sat down, lightly throwing out this sentence. Mr. Gao, you're being punked. Gao Shaoqin froze and looked at him, somewhat confused by Sun Lianqing's routine. Dean-san, you're not going to say that this astronomical telescope is also a fake, are you? She was all a bit angry and laughing. The liquor is fake. The beef is questionable. It's not like, the binoculars are fake too, is it? Without looking back, Sun Lianqing pointed a finger at the binoculars behind him. The telescope does still sell for a bit of money new, but the value of a used one can be greatly diminished. Gao Shaoqin frowned. Dean-san, are you saying that this telescope is second-hand? Sun Lianqing nodded. At first this telescope is the brand sponsored to me, but I think it is too small aperture. Used a month to give sold out. Sold how much money to come? Oh yeah, I remember it was sold for $200,000. Sun Lianqing said seriously, but Gao Shaoqin felt that the sky was going to collapse, and the whole person was not well. Are you saying that the telescope is yours? It can't be. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Sun Lianqing got up and poured himself a cup of tea and said lightly, look at the top right corner of the telescope. Is it engraved with the words Tom Sunday? Gao Shaoqin put down her teacup and walked over to the binoculars, squinted her eyes and looked over to the upper right corner, and saw the 3 small words Tom Sun. A wave of weakness ran through her legs and she nearly fell to her knees in response. This, how can? She had bought it from Zhao Ruilong, the son of former governor Zhao Lichuan. How dare he sell himself a used telescope? And it was bought for $200,000 and sold to myself at a backhanded 25-fold markup. Gao Shaoqin at the moment only felt that she was pure and simple a big wrong seed, being held to death. Sun Lianqing drank a mouthful of tea and faintly said, Mr. Gao, it seems that this friend of yours isn't very reliable. Wouldn't it be possible that the red wine beef was also taken from him? Gao Shaoqin smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. But in fact, everything was really said by Sun Lianqing. But even if she knew that Zhao Ruilong pitted himself, she could only admit it, and couldn't even put these things in front of Zhao Ruilong to say, who let the person be Zhao Lichuan's son? Some people are 2 worlds from birth. At that moment, the henchman appeared in the doorway and called out in a low voice, Mr. Gao. Gao Shaoqin looked back. Dean-san, excuse me, I'm taking care of something. She followed her men out of the booth, not forgetting to close the door behind her as she went out. At this time, Sun Lianqing's cell phone also rang. Looking at the message, Sun Lianqing's mouth smiled, knowing that a good show was about to start. Soon, Gao Shaoqin came back from the outside. Only this time, it wasn't her alone who came back, and behind her were 10 or so beautiful women with faces from different countries. Chapter 055, The Guswu conflict turns out to be a history lesson. The appearance of these people could be said to be eye-catching, even for a middle-aged man like Sun Lianqing who was intoxicated with scientific research. He was a bit dazzled. In this group of beautiful women, the shortest height is 1.7 meters. One white and tender long legs, plus blonde hair and blue eyes, is really pleasing to the eye. Gao Shaoqin said smilingly, Dean-san, I know you like to learn. These are the teachers I invited from various countries. They are foreign language knowledge are particularly rich, which would like to learn with you to exchange. After saying that, Gao Shaoqin was quite a bit nervous as she sized up Sun Lianqing, always paying attention to the change in his eyes. According to their information, Sun Lianqing was not close to women, but this trick she was still ready to try again. Wine, sex, money and wealth had to come one by one. I'm Rose, from Rice. I am Rorushjafab from Russia. I'm Adele from France. When he heard the words France, Sun Lianqing's eyes lit up. France? How's your French? The blonde girl froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Sun Lianqing to ask this, but soon her eyes changed and she said with some pouting, of course, bravo. Hearing this answer, Sun Lianqing nodded in relief. Gao Shaoqin saw satisfaction in his eyes, and her heart was relieved. Sure enough, they are all men in the end. She smiled and winked at a few of the other girls, and they all silently left the room, leaving only this Adele of France behind. In this case, Dean's son. It's too noisy in our private room. I'll have Adele take you to the room to study properly. Aha! Sun Lianqing did not refuse, but directly stood up and followed Adele. Adele smiled sweetly and skillfully went to Sun Lianqing's side, ready to hold his arm, but was stopped by Sun Lianqing's stern voice. Do what? Don't get your hands dirty with academic questions. Gao Shaoqin hurriedly appeared to solve the problem. Yes. Adele-sensei was just thinking of familiarizing herself in advance. She couldn't help but spit in her heart. These stinky men. One bad thing, quite a lot to do, and then disguise themselves as a righteous man on the surface. Originally thought that Sun Lianqing was different from other men, but now it seems that he is the same. Mr. Gao, do you have a pen and paper? You have to need pen and paper to study. Sun Lianqing asked with a face full of sincerity. Gao Shaoqin would smile. Yes, paper and pen are available. She beckoned towards her men and soon sent up a stack of white paper and 2 signing pens. After taking the things, Sun Lianqing was content to follow behind Adele, and the two of them walked towards the room. As the duo's backs disappeared, the smile on Gao Shaoqin's face gradually dissipated. Making a show of it? At this time, the cell phone rang just in time. Chi Tongwei's phone call. How's it going? Gao Shaoqin let out a long sigh. Chi Hall, you don't know that this Dean's son is not generally difficult to deal with. I gave him red wine. He said I was fake. I gave him Kobe beef. He said my beef was sick. And the most outrageous thing was that the astronomical telescope I bought for $5 million was actually something people didn't want secondhand. As she spoke, Gao Shaoqin rubbed her temples, deeply exhausted. So it still didn't work. It was inevitable that QI was a bit lost. Gao Shaoqin's words changed, rather inviting credit. That's not true. Since ancient times, heroes are hard to get rid of. This Dean's son of ours is also a hero who loves to learn foreign languages. It's a done deal? That's good. You wait for me to come to you tomorrow night and I promise to reward you well. Chi Tongwei head is also in a good mood. Once the Sun Lianqing, he is also considered to take a big mountain. At this moment, Gao Shaoqin's men came over. Okay, enough about that, I have things on my side. Hang up. What's wrong? The henchman reported. Chen Xingxuan has stayed overnight at our Shan Shui manor. Gao Shaoqin saw it and said in a mocking tone. Which language did he pick again today? Russian, right? The henchman reported. Dean Chen said he wanted to take a history class today, and asked by name that he be assigned to study the goose and crow conflict. Hearing this, Gao Shaoqin burst out laughing. He does know a lot, and now the tricks are getting better. Alright, this time, let's do it first. Next time, just be honest and alone. Don't spoil him all the time, or else let all the world wars be arranged, and his appetite won't be well satisfied. Gao Shaoqin waved her hand. Okay, go watch and report back to me if anything happens. Today this dinner, she ate is tired enough. A meal out of the whole heart exhaustion. She must have a good rest for a while to be able to. 10 minutes later, inside one of the sleeping rooms of the landscape manor. It's all checked out. Chen Xingxuan is downstairs from you. Well, what about Li Dakong and the others? Already waiting? Yes, Secretary Dakong, Director Zhao and the others are already waiting. I'll send you the link to the video conference in a moment. You can start anytime. Aha! Sun Lianqing hung up the phone and revealed a meaningful smile. His greatest hobby was scientific research, but apart from that, watching theater was also a small hobby, especially today when he was watching exciting plays like the one about learning a foreign language. Substance somber. There was a sound from behind her, and Adele was sitting in front of her chair, pen in hand, looking into her cell phone, writing something lifelessly on a piece of paper. Sun Lianqing walked to the front, looked at the page on her cell phone, and said in a serious tone, "This is your best academic essay site in France. Check any words you don't recognize on it. Make sure you translate it well. Academics are about an absolute rigor." Chapter 056, Dean Chen. Come and say hello to Secretary Dakong. After saying these words, Sun Lianqing opened the door and went out without looking back. Other side, Li Dakong, Chen Shui, and Zhao Donglai are all concentrated in Li Dakong's office, waiting for the evening video conference. It was 8:30 in the morning and still no notification. Secretary Dakong, why do you think Sun Lianqing wants a video conference? There's something that can't be said face to face. Zhang Tengku couldn't help but ask. Li Dakong frowned and didn't figure it out in his mind, turning back just in time to see Zhao Donglai's distracted face. Bureau Cho? Something wrong with you? Zhao Donglai reported back. I just received a report from below that Dean's son went to Mountain View Manor tonight. I wonder if the meeting was related to that. Dakota Lee frowned. Didn't Sun Lianqing just ask you for Shanshui Zhuanwei's secret line? How come he went there himself? Zhao Donglai shook his head. It seems to be invited by Qi Hall. Gao Shaoqin personally received. It is not known what exactly was talked about. Li Dakong snorted coldly and disdainfully. Talked about what? Our up-and-coming director Qi is trying to pull strings. Of course. I just don't know what Sun Lianqing's attitude is anymore. Landscape manner is followed by Qi Tongwei, Gao Yu Liang, and even Zhao Ruilong Zhao Lichuan. The involvement here is too deep. Li Dakong has been reluctant to get involved. That is, he does not want to antagonize Zhao Ruilong. This is also why Chen Xingxuan things Li Dakong has long known, but he also chose to turn a blind eye. But Landscape Manor has a hidden line of things if not Zhao Donlai afternoon to report. He Li Dakong do not know. Sun Lianqing, and how do you know? Just as several people were speculating, the video call came through. Forget the rest for now. Pick up the phone, Li Dakong said faintly, and a few people sat upright, smoothly connecting to the video call. As soon as he was connected, Li Dakong's expression changed, and he was very attentive. Dean Sun, as soon as we heard that you were going to hold a video conference, we waited early. Are there any new instructions from your side? On the other end, Sun Lianqing said seriously, speaking with a proper official tone. Well, today's meeting was called for one purpose only, and that is to bring people together to learn a foreign language. Hearing this, several people looked at each other. Learning a foreign language? What foreign language do you learn for good reason? But where Sun Lianqing said what party politics, discipline and so on, they are not surprised. But this foreign language is also too weird, right? For a moment, several people's smiles froze on their faces, especially the straightforward Zhao Donlai, who was close to writing the word unwilling on his face. It's a big night when they have a home to go to, and the result is learning a foreign language? Isn't this pure nonsense? Li Dakong coughed and tried to maintain a smile. President Sun has good intentions. Indeed. Our cadres must also keep up with international standards. It is always right to learn one more language. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard an ambiguous voice coming from his cell phone. Oh yes. Oh, yes, great. It's still really a foreign language. Just what's weird about the voice? Listen carefully and you can hear the woman's aha. When they realized what the sound was, Li Dakong's three faces suddenly changed, and several of them panicked, probing around to find the source of this sound. But the ambiguous sound continued, and grew more intense, and when carefully discerned, it seemed as if the language was slightly different. Oh baby. There was a man's voice in the mix. Baby, you're awesome. The three panicked, and Li Dakong blacked out. What's going on? Where did the sound come from? Zhao Donlai shook his head. At this moment he is more panicked than Li Dakong. This video conference with the leader even came out with indecent shouts. Who was not panicked? After searching for a while and not finding the source of the sound, several people realized that the sound seemed to be coming from Sun Lianqing's side. The video screen shifted to a hotel room door. Several people finally realized that the sound was coming from the room, and before they could figure out Sun Lianqing's intentions, the next moment, they heard a rush of footsteps. Xiaolu brought 4 or 5 people hurrying over this way, and beside him was a fat, dark-skinned woman, followed by 4 strong men of nearly 200 pounds. This is it. Xiaolu pointed to the door of the room where the sound came from. As soon as they arrived, several people heard the charming shouts from inside, and the woman's face instantly darkened by several degrees. Good you Chen Xingxuan, is this what you told me about learning a foreign language? She looked at the door of the room angrily, and a few people behind her directly forced their way towards the door, and with 2 violent thuds, the door was smashed open. A few people fishtailed. Chen Xingxuan, are you shameless? Tell me at home that your strength is not enough, but you're playing quite flowery outside? Learning a foreign language. Is that how you learn a foreign language? Learning a foreign language on your bare ass. Ha! Sun Lianqing followed closely behind, taking his cell phone and following him in. Chen Xingxuan was obviously also stunned by the sudden turn of events, lying naked on the bed, his hands and feet tugging at the quilt to wrap around his body. Let's just say that the image was that much more luscious. This scene made Li Dakong, Zhao Donlai, Zhang Zhang set up 3 people all looked dumbfounded. On the other hand, on this side of the scene, Chen Xingxuan stuffed his head into the comforter while stiffening his mouth. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Chen Xingxuan. There is no Chen Xingxuan. Chen Xingxuan's wife was not spoiling him, and with a single effort, she removed the covers, and when he was exposed to the air, there were 2 more crisp pops. I know all the moles on your ass, and you're telling me you're not Chen Xingxuan? You're doing this behind my back, aren't you? You can't even get enough of one? Growling and waving a big earful at the same time. These slaps went down. Chen Xingxuan was directly blinded. His eyes were starry. He wouldn't even resist, only to hear him holding his face and whimpering with a hard mouth. I'm here to learn a foreign language. Whoops. It's a misunderstanding. I'm here to learn a foreign language. The sky is the limit. This is my foreign language teacher. Halfway through his words, his eyes happened to meet Sun Lianqing, who was holding a cell phone, and for a moment, his crying stopped and his eyes went straight. Dean Chen, you're learning a lot of foreign languages. Come on, say hello to our secretary Kong and Bureau Zhao by the way. Chapter 057 in the end, it's still President Chen. Saying that, Sun Lianqing flipped his cell phone over, letting Chen Qingxuan take a look at the several people in the video call. At the end of the video, Li Dakong, Zhao Donglai, Zhang Zhang set up 3 people to the camera, full of dismay, more or less with some panic, incredulous, unexpected, etc. The face of the emotions are very complex, but to say that the emotions were complicated, at this moment, Chen Qingxuan's emotions were truly complicated. His face, which had just been slapped a few times by his own wife, was already red and swollen, but at the moment, he couldn't care less about the pain, and all he could think about was escaping. He jumped out of bed so high that he didn't even want his wrap, covered his face to show his snowy-ass cheeks and fled. Chen Qingxuan also sort of proved with practical actions that the best thing for ordinary people to do when they met such things was not to block their asses, but to cover their faces. After all, ass cheeks look the same to everyone, but that face is so recognizable. Only, before he could escape to the door, he was yanked back. The whole scene was a mess. Chicken and egg. Brilliant. Li Dakong and the others were all dumbfounded. From the exposure of Chen Qingxuan's prostitution scene to his being taken away by his wife's bare ass, the scene is dramatic enough. Only now did a few people react to what Sun Lianqing's so-called video conference was really about? Is that what he meant by bringing people together to learn a foreign language? Honestly, he had always known about Chen Qingxuan, but he had never thought that it would be laid bare in front of him. It's one thing to know about it. It's another to have it in front of you. Right now, even if he does not want to offend Gao Yuliang, he cannot pretend not to see the matter over. Moreover, this is still Sun Lianqing in front of him. He was not aware that Sun Lianqing had such a deep city, clearly forcing Sun Lianqing to put things on the scale. Not even the scale. But how did Sun Lianqing know that Chen Qingxuan visited prostitutes, and that he was whoring in the Shan Shui manner? All of this, it seems like he's calculated. The time is calculated. The appearance of Chen Qingxuan's wife is also calculated? When did Sun Lianqing become an unpredictor? Li Dakong's face turned blue and he didn't say a word. Zhao Donglai was the first to open his mouth to break the silence. Secretary Dakong. What next? How is Chen Qingxuan going to be dealt with? Is the Discipline Inspection Commission side coming to the door tomorrow to take someone? Handle Chen Qingxuan offended can not only Gao Yuliang, which took people from the landscape manor, offended and behind the Zhao Ruilong, but in fact, the current situation, Li Dakong is just put on the case, in the reluctance has to be dealt with. Apparently Li Dakong knew this as well. He didn't say anything, but his face was unusually ugly. Chen Haiping, a hand of the Discipline Inspection Commission, deliberately sneered. Door-to-door pickup? This is not destroying the unity of the cadres. Li Dakong sank his face and broke straight into a speech. What do you mean by solidarity? A vice dean dares to do such a thing. Catching adultery has been given to the bed, and still talking about unity here? The one who really destroys unity is him, Chen Qingxuan. The next moment, it was as if he had made up his mind of some sort. Sun Haiping, you'll bring the Discipline Inspection Commission's people to your door tomorrow. And you, Zhao Donglai, you also go and arrange to have the matter of Chen Qingxuan's whoring checked out for me. Zhao Donglai asked a question. Then what about Qi Tongwei and Zhao Ruilong in the back? Qi Tongwei is a public security hand in Handong province, himself as his subordinates. If the side of the pressure he may not be able to carry, there is Zhao Ruilong, that is a handful of fodder. Li Dakong frowned, a chauvinistic expression on his face. Account for what? No need to explain. Let them go to Sun Lianqing for this matter. Anyway, it's not us who caught the adultery, we just happened to see it, and dealt with it impartially. Zhao Donglai. A few people looked at each other. Everyone knows in their hearts, this case, although Li Dakong had to do it, but he also tried his best to dump the pot to Sun Lianqing to take it. At this moment, a black sedan drove into the Shan Shui manor. A youth came down from the car, and with his appearance, the atmosphere in the Shan Shui manor cooled down a few more degrees. In the private room, Gao Shaoqin and Qi Tongwei are both waiting. When Zhao Ruilong came in, he directly dumped the bag that came with him on the sitting chair and sat his butt on the sofa. What's going on? Won't you guys stop the people and just watch Chen Qingxuan being taken away? Chapter 058, Academia's Top 10 People of the Year. Gao Shaoqin hurriedly got up and personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhao Ruilong. Stop. This how did not stop. You did not see the situation. People Chen Qingxuan's wife killed the door. Insisted that it is a family matter. I cannot stop. Besides, it's not like you don't know that Chen Qingxuan is a fearful lord. What can I do if he goes after his wife with his eyes? Catching adultery is a family matter? But you call it a family matter when it's caught in my Shan Shui manner? Zhao Ruilong sank his face, and with one raised hand, he knocked the tea to the ground. Now it's good. Sun Lianqing took a video at the scene, and also linked up with Li Dakong and the others. The human and material evidence is complete. Now we're just waiting for the Discipline Inspection Commission and Public Security to come to the door to arrest people. Originally Chen Xingchuan is not considered a big shot. It is not his turn to care about Zhao Ruilong, but the thing is that Chen Xingchuan knows too much. Once caught, pulling out the carrot and pulling out the mud, a lot of things have an impact. And in here, the thing that he can't stand is that there are people moving people on their own turf, arresting people from the landscape manor. When this is told later, does he, Zhao Ruilong, have any face left? Zhao Ruilong inadvertently spread his emotions on Gao Shaoqin. Gao Shaoqin is nothing. These years have long been accustomed to it. She slowly got up to go to repour a cup of tea, but was pressed by Qi Tongwei's hand. Mr. Zhao, things are already like this. There's no point in horseplay, so why don't you think about how to solve the problem? The mudman still has 3 points of fire. Gao Shaoqin is his Qi Tongwei's person. What makes you Zhao Ruilong to splash on my woman? Notice Qi Tongwei's expression. Zhao Ruilong, this will also calm some. He also counted on Qi Tongwei to do things for himself. Naturally there is no need to hold on to this matter. Kish Hall is right. So he simply eased his tone a bit and spoke politely to Gao Shaoqin for a few minutes. Mr. Gao, didn't you arrange foreign language study for Sun Lianqing as well? Since he had a hand in it, he doesn't want to get out in one piece. Chen Xingchuan's learning a foreign language is against the law, and so is yours, Sun Lianqing? Gao Shaoqin was slow to make a move and instead revealed a helpless expression. It was only a moment later that she got up and pulled a couple of pieces of paper from a side drawer, slapping them down on the table. See for yourselves. What learning a foreign language? People Sun Dean is so learn a foreign language. Let the other girl in the room to the translation of the Night of Scientific Literature. You guys are not seeing what a great beauty like a flower is being tortured by academics. Zhao Ruilong, his head full of questions, brought a paper draft from the table, and after seeing the dense French vocabulary on it, his whole body was bad. Holy, Sun Lianqing is sick. Holding it in his hand, it was as if the thing had some kind of virus, and Zhao Ruilong cursed as he kneaded it into a ball and threw it out. Suddenly there is a kind of fist in the cotton pile of the wrong feeling. Metapsycho has not really met such a nerve. A beautiful woman is in the room and you don't do your job and let her translate the paper? What kind of pervert would have to think of that? Zhao Ruilong's face darkened. It seems that in order to suppress this matter, I can only go and meet this Sun Lianqing for a while. The next day, Sun Lianqing was on his way to the Children's Palace. President's son. Last night when the public security door to arrest Chen Xingchuan face swollen like a pig's head. It is estimated that there is no less beaten. The Discipline Inspection Commission side also launched an investigation today. It is estimated that Chen Xingchuan's matter. There will soon be a conclusion. Xiao Lu sat in the passenger seat and excitedly reported to Sun Lianqing. Sun Lianqing got up too early, and tossed with his daughter-in-law for too long in the night without sleeping well, sitting in the car with his eyes closed. He didn't raise his eyelids for a moment, and simply nodded his head. But he knew that there was no way those people were going to let it go like that. In the original, the water here is not generally deep. If he did not have a deputy ministry identity, I am afraid that this would have been implicated. According to reason, these things he should not be involved in. Is really Chen Xingchuan this group of people moved to their own head? Besides, after this, whether it is Li Dakong or Gao Yuliang, both of them can stop for a while, but also to allow themselves to be quiet for a period of time to think about scientific research things. By the way, Dean's son, during the time you're not in Beijing state, there's a courier for you that happens to be handed over to you. Xiao Lu pulled out an unopened cross-country courier from his bag. Sun Lianqing took it and glanced at the address while unwrapping it. Oh, it was printed so quickly. Xiao Lu poked his head curiously. It was a magazine with nature written on the cover. This magazine is not strange to Xiao Lu. Is the top academic magazines and journals. He often saw his father take the magazine to read, but also said that many academic theories often represent the highest level of scientific research. So for these scientific researchers, this magazine has an unusually important position. However, Sun Lianqing took the magazine and didn't flip through it much, but casually placed it on the side. There was also an invitation attached to the magazine, and Sun Lianqing glanced at it before handing the item to Xiao Lu. When you get to the office you'll return an email to them for me and tell them I don't have time. Xiao Lu froze and took the invitation, which will still not understand what is going on. What invitation? What no time? He glanced down at the top and straightened his eyes in both directions when he read the text. Nature cordially invites you to participate in the top 10 people of the year award ceremony. Please be sure to attend in person to receive the award. Top 10 people? Nature magazine's top 10? It says Mr. Tom's son? So this Tom's son is Sun Liancheng? At this moment, this invitation letter brings Xiao Lu's shock is unprecedented. He looked at the words above. His mouth opened and closed to say something, but for a moment but could not say. Now, he seems to suddenly know why Sun Liancheng was promoted to vice ministry and why he set up a cosmic science and technology research institute. Sure enough, he had never understood this leader of his. Sun Liancheng looked outside and explained. Well, that's the end of the little episode. From today onwards, it's going to be a good scientific research. After that, the other things on your side to keep a good watch. Do not let them bother me. Xiao Lu nodded fiercely. Yes, don't worry. The car traveled for another 10 minutes or so and arrived at the children's palace without incident. By the time the two of them got out of the car, the sight of the juvenile palace was a real shock. Chapter 059, Academics? Dean's son. Let me help you. The curator was accompanied by staff and dozens of children in school uniforms with red scarves. The children with little red dots on their foreheads and fake flowers in their hands. In stark contrast to the fake smiles piled on the staff's faces, at the head of the door was a huge banner, which read, "Warmly welcome the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute and Director Sun Liancheng to station at the Children's Palace." Because of the number of words, the banners are pulled up and down too. Inside the greeting team, standing at the front was a balding man of about 40 years of age named Fu Yang, the curator of the Children's Palace, and with a wave of his hand, all the children began to let out cheers. Welcome, 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 warm welcome, 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 welcome. It felt like the leaders came to inspect the work and the children were forced to open for business. After the slogan was shouted, Fu Yang then came up attentively to say hello. President's son, welcome to the Juvenile Palace inspection. Come to the office of the Juvenile Palace. Maybe the leadership inspection reception more. A moment to forget to change the name. Sun Liancheng smiled awkwardly. Fu Yang was still about to say something when the head of Beijing Municipal State Security, Han Guoping, who was wearing his regular clothes, suddenly appeared. Dean's son, it's all ready. Sun Liancheng nodded, and then directly followed Wang Mingyuan inside. Fu Yang could only watch dryly from behind, silently following behind. The ones in front of him were big leaders, and of course he couldn't intervene, and after following them for a while, he was stopped by the national security people. I'm sorry, this side is Dean's son's office. It's not convenient for you to go in. Fu Yang had no choice but to leave sardonically. Over there, Korehei introduced while saying, Dean's son, we've already set up your office. The daily hospitality is in this office building in front of you, and a separate office has been set aside on the top floor. As for the scientific research part, there is a piece of abandoned factory shed behind the juvenile palace. We have already arranged for people to organize it, but it may still be a bit sketchy. Do you think you want me to contact the research institute to requisition a few laboratories? Sun Liancheng waved his hand. No lab. A factory shed will do. My only need is a place big enough. We'll have to do a big study this time. Korea Ping does not understand scientific research, but he has also been to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. See, the situation is generally more delicate, especially the laboratory. From the instrument to equipment to the site, all are not exceptionally elaborate. But when it comes to Sun Liancheng, it is indeed a bit different. Even the nuclear fusion kind of level research, the environment is so simple that it is outrageous. Sun Liancheng pulled out a list and handed it to him. This is the list of materials for my next study, so I'd like to trouble Bureau Han to help me prepare it. Korea Ping glanced at the list of things he did not recognize a single one, but engaged in the habit of secrecy for many years. He knew that some things can be asked, some things cannot be asked. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. After Korea Ping left, Xiao Lu walked into the office holding 2 boxes of information. Dean's son, this is the information you asked me to bring. Sun Liancheng nodded and took a book out of the Dao box and threw it to Xiao Lu. You can study these first. You don't need to read them. You can probably understand the principles and know a few specialized terms. Xiao Lu, as his personal secretary, although he did not have to directly engage in the specific work of scientific research, but some of the terminology more or less have to know a little. Xiao Lu understood Sun Liancheng's intention and was very positive about it, but after taking a look at the title of the book, Xiao Lu still froze a little. A technical guide to the dynamic strength design of modern fighter structures? Sun Liancheng casually responded while organizing the information. Well, the next thing we're developing is a fighter jet, so familiarize yourself with it. Xiao Lu swallowed, his heart churning with heat. Fighter jets, eh? He actually wanted to research on fighter jets. He had always thought that Sun Liancheng was engaged in nuclear power research like his father, but he never thought that it was also related to fighter jets. It was indeed out of his league once again. Just then, a staff member in a security uniform came over and knocked on the door. Dean's son, there's a visitor. They said they were staff from the Children's Palace. but they were actually national security in disguise, just to protect Sun Lianqing more conveniently. Sun Lianqing frowned. Who? Zhao Ruilong. Hearing the reply, Sun Lianqing frowned. Just when I want to clear my head, there's trouble at my door. But in fact, now that the national security guards, if he really does not want to see, the national security can certainly stop, just so that the latter is even more troublesome. This Zhao Ruilong is not a master who can be dispatched casually, and will surely come to the door to look for trouble afterward. Sun Lianqing waved his hand. Let him in. Yes, Xiao Lu, you go and get busy too, and remember to go and call nature's side back. Sun Lianqing waved his hand and sent Xiao Lu out. A few minutes later, Zhao Ruilong walked in from outside, and as he walked, he surveyed the place, obviously very curious about the environment. It is also understandable. This kind of official second-generation Zhao family son, usually busy eating and drinking where there is time to come to the juvenile palace. So the situation here is more or less a bit of a novelty for him. When he entered the office, Zhao Ruilong acted very enthusiastically. District Governor's son. Oh no, I should call you Dean's son. It's only been a few months since I've seen you. You've been promoted several levels in a row. Congratulations. This smiling face, with a cordial look, really does not see a bit of evil in it. Sure enough, bad guys don't write those two words on their faces, and neither does Zhao Ruilong. However, Sun Lianqing was too lazy to exchange pleasantries with such people. Mr. Zhao, you're saying that as if we're very familiar. Zhao Ruilong laughed with a social air and, both from the capital city, and my dad is your old boss. That's not very familiar. Speaking openly and secretly about his old man, afraid that others do not know that the former Han of Handong province is his father? Sun Lianqing didn't bother with nonsense and opened the door. Mr. Zhao, you're here for Chen Xingchuan's matter, aren't you? Zhao Ruilong didn't expect Sun Lianqing to be so direct and froze slightly for a moment, but he quickly regained his smile and pulled himself a chair to sit across from Sun Lianqing. Dean's son, I like people who are quick. I'll be blunt. Give me face. Chen Xingchuan's matter, you have a high hand. Things are big and small. Don't go deeper. Sun Lianqing faintly said. Mr. Zhao, you'll have to go to public security for Chen Xingchuan's matter. Ticket Chang's matter doesn't seem to be under my control. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong's face changed. Thinking that the matter was provoked by you. How it has nothing to do with you. Li Dakong Zhao Donglai's side is good, but Sun Lianqing won't let go of that side. Zhao Ruilong had heard of Sun Lianqing's reputation a long time ago and knew that this person wasn't that easy to deal with, but he had come prepared this time. His eyes happened to land on a scientific journal on his desk. Zhao Ruilong smiled and looked at the magazine. Gu, coincidentally not. How come Dean's son you also like to read nature journals? Chapter 060, take a good look at who is the heaven of Handong. He picked up the periodical and flipped it over a few times in a pretentious manner. Sun Lianqing didn't bother with him. Zhao Ruilong continued. President's son. You are now since the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute director. Later go as the direction of scientific research promotion. I know. This scientific research have academic above requirements. Coincidentally, I know a lot of experts and professors. There are some resources in my hands. If you have the need I can recommend them to you. Thesis scientific research and so on. You just need to ask. I believe they can certainly help you. Speaking here, Zhao Ruilong simply opened the impurities casually and said as he pointed to a page on it. This is the magazine. What nature? You see how this page? At that time your paper will be sent in this page. When we also according to this page to give him the layout. Signed by Sun Lianqing, a few big words. Regardless of whether Sun Lianqing is really engaged in scientific research or hanging a rank. Scientific research papers have a fatal attraction to them. You know, the promotion of the domestic can be directly linked to the publication of journals. If it is nature this level of magazine journal, its gold is even more difficult to say. Zhao Ruilong narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Lianqing, noting the change in his expression. Not much emotion could be seen on his face, but Sun Lianqing's eyes did fall on the nativity as well, and Zhao Ruilong's heart snickered. Sure enough, people care about nothing more than the word fame and fortune. As far as you Sun Lianqing no matter what, cannot escape the pursuit of fame. Before, everyone said you were rigid and wouldn't go with the light, but now it seems it was just a matter of not having enough chips to suit your appetite. Zhao Ruilong was about to continue speaking when he heard a knock on the door. Come in, Sun Lianqing called out, and Xiao Lu came in from outside with his cell phone. What is it? Xiao Lu looked at Zhao Ruilong and opened his mouth. Dean's son, I contacted the nature side of the magazine and declined the invitation to the top 10 people of the year on your behalf, but they still want you to provide a photo that they want to publish in the magazine. Sun Lianqing frowned, some impatience in his expression. No, I don't want to throw my weight around. Decline for me. Xiao Lu looked a little embarrassed as he held his cell phone. That's what I just said. but they still want to tell you in person. He pointed to the cell phone. Sun Lianqing sighed and gave Xiao Lu a look. Give me the phone. Xiao Lu handed the phone over. Sun Lianqing took the phone and skillfully communicated in English. This scene made Zhao Ruilong on the side look dumbfounded. What's going on? Is Sun Lianqing's English that good? But that's not the point. The point is, what did they just say about nature? So they're talking about this magazine? Inviting Sun Lianqing to be the top 10 people of the year? Are you kidding me? Or did you hear wrong? Zhao Ruilong was still a bit confused at the moment, his head full of question marks. A few minutes later, Sun Lianqing hung up the phone, and after the phone was returned to Xiao Lu, he sat down on the seat and rummaged through the information box in front of him. Zhao Ruilong didn't say anything either, so he watched from the side with a head full of questions. After searching for a while, Sun Lianqing took out a stack of envelopes from inside. He spread the envelopes out one by one on the table. Mr. Zhao, do you know what this is? Zhao Ruilong glanced at the envelope. It had a logo of some sort printed on it. Zhao Ruilong shook his head. What's that? Don't recognize it. Sun Lianqing sucked in his breath, obviously a bit speechless. He opened the envelope and held it out to him. Then you should recognize these words, right? Inside was a string of English, and Zhao Ruilong glanced at it, still shaking his head. Dean Sun, can you say what you have to say plainly? Don't beat around the bush here. Sun Lianqing was speechless. Mr. Zhao, it seems that you have a worrying level of English in spite of being abroad all the time. Without explaining, he pointed to the simplest word, the name field. You should always recognize this one. Zhao Ruilong looked away. Tom Sun? Sun Lianqing didn't say anything and brought the nature journal to him, flipping through the first page of the paper and pointing to the signature on it. Then you should recognize this one too. Zhao Ruilong was already visibly impatient. What's wrong with you? Showing me these. Halfway through his sentence, he happened to see the signature on it, Tom Sun. Beside the words author Tom Sun, he also saw the logo from the earlier envelope. At this moment, Zhao Ruilong's brain buzzed and instantly understood what Sun Lianqing meant. So, he, Sun Lianqing, is the author of this paper. If one envelope represents one article, Sun Lianqing has at least 24 envelopes in his hand. So, he, Sun Lianqing, had already published dozens of papers? So, the phone call just now was indeed from Nature magazine, and it did invite Sun Lianqing to be the top 10 person of the year. Waiting to think about these, Zhao Ruilong, the whole person is not good. A time like a fish in the throat, such as on in the back, obviously not beaten face but hot pain. Think about what you just said about helping him with his paper, arranging a nature page for him. No wonder Sun Lianqing would show that kind of expression. After half a day that was not approval at all, but speechlessness. He felt that he was playing a big sword in front of Guangong. Speechless to the extreme. Mr. Zhao, everyone is quite busy. I still have things on my side, so I won't accompany you to discuss academics. Sun Lianqing didn't even raise his eyelids and made a gesture of please. This was to give an order of expulsion. Zhao Ruilong was hit in the face by Sun Lianqing. His face sank. He was already a little angry, but he didn't forget the purpose of today's visit. Things didn't work out, and he just left like that? Can you stand up to the word, Zhao Ruilong? Just before he could speak, Sun Lianqing's cell phone rang again. Usually when there is a guest in the office, let alone a guest of Zhao Ruilong's level, he would definitely not answer the phone in front of him. But Sun Lianqing is not ordinary people. Birds do not bird. Zhao Ruilong directly picked up and pressed the answer button. So Zhao Ruilong dry on the side. Dean Pope? What's wrong? Dean Pope on the other end of the line was a little agitated. Chief Engineer Sun, what kind of arrangement is this in Handong Province? How can you be arranged to go to the Youth Palace? Tell me what's going on, and I'll call the top right now and have the Precision Instrument Testing Institute down there make room for you. Chapter 061. Zhao family, listen to my advice. You can't afford to mess with Sun Lianqing. Dean Pu had more or less heard about these grudges between Sun Lianqing and Handong Province, so when he heard that Sun Lianqing had come to the office of the Children's Palace, his first reaction was that he had been bullied and thought of seeking justice for him. Sun Lianqing hurriedly explained. No, this side of the Children's Palace is actually quite good. Besides, this time of the year to find other test houses to ask for a place. There is a lot of laboratory equipment. Moving it is all wear and tear. Although my place is smaller, it is better than being free, and there are plants in the back for me to do research, so just deploy whatever you need. Although Dean Pope wanted to fight for Sun Lianqing, as he said, temporary scheduling would inevitably cause problems for other institutes, and besides, this was just a temporary transition. Then you guys will be commissioned for a while, but the funding side has already been applied for you, and a budget of $1 billion will be allocated in the next 2 days. Sun Lianqing frowned, somewhat embarrassed. I know it's the end of the year, the economy is tighter, and it's not easy for everyone, so just approve a random $2 million. For Sun Liancheng, he has not yet massively invested in research and development funds. The more money in turn cannot be spent. It would be better to give money to other projects. Zhao Ruilong was originally left out to the side and was getting annoyed, but when he heard the figure of 2 million, his eyes glowed as he looked over towards Sun Liancheng. No wonder Sun Liancheng wanted to answer the phone in front of him. The feeling was to tell himself that the lab was short of money. He had heard Zhao Lichuan mention before that the end of the year was generally more difficult financially, and combined with Sun Liancheng's words just now, it seemed to be true. A state directly under the institute approved a budget of 2 million, but it's just a lack of money. The conversation that followed further confirmed Zhao Ruilong's suspicions. Just follow the funding of $2 million, but after what I need to use, all the test materials are transferred from above. You see, it is okay. Yes. I understand. But still, I'm the only one in the Cosmic Science Institute at the moment, and this cost is really the limit. Good. Then it's settled. Thanks to Dean Pope. Hanging up the phone, Sun Liancheng rubbed his temples. This money, really too hard to spend. Zhao Ruilong narrowed his small eyes and walked to sit in front of Sun Liancheng with an I-get-it stance. Only a moment ago he was defeated, but this moment he behaved like a second master. He crossed his legs and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Dean Sun, sit down and let's talk. Sun Liancheng had a question mark on his face. Zhao Ruilong is not stupid. Can't he see his own attitude? What? Still pretending? You just want money, don't you? My favorite thing about you guys is that you're the ones doing the research. What's it called? Contributing to the country. Zhao Ruilong muttered in his mind, took a drag on his cigarette, and raised one hand to compare a 5. How about this? $5 million? I'll fund you $5 million a year. Instead of begging for funds from the top and begging for a budget of only $2 million a year, he gave him $5 million. This cost was more than twice as high in comparison. There was no reason for him, Sun Liancheng, not to be moved. People care about nothing more than the word of fame and fortune. Since the name you have, then profit? Just when Zhao Ruilong thought he had successfully taken down Sun Liancheng, he saw a familiar expression on his face. Yes, it's the same look as the one he gave himself the moment before when he brought up the Nature magazine. There was a scorn in the breathlessness. It gave Zhao Ruilong an illusion, as if the figure he had just mentioned was not $5 million, but $50, or even just $5? After a few seconds of silence, Sun Liancheng spoke faintly. Mr. Zhao, our Cosmic Science Research Institute isn't short of this small amount of money. Zhao Ruilong's eyelids jumped twice. Little money? Sun Liancheng, you've got a big mouth. How can you call $5 million a small amount of money? If it's a small amount of money, why did you beg for $2 million when you just called? He heard a word some time ago. Small officials are greedy. Now it seems that this Sun Liancheng is the representative of it. What is clean and honest? This is not even $5 million to look at. Is asking for a price with himself. Zhao Ruilong put out his cigarette with disdain in his eyes. Dean Sun, it's only 1 Chen Xingchuan. It's already good enough to get $5 million in exchange. I suggest you should be content, but I'll raise you $1 million for the sake of us being old acquaintances. Okay, things are settled. Chen Xingchuan's video you send me. Li Dakong Zhao Donglai side, I'll take care of it. After saying that, Zhao Ruilong stood up and just swaggered away from the office. Walking out of the children's palace, Gao Shaoqi was already waiting in the car. Mr. Zhao, how's it going? Zhao Ruilong springing to life. Done. However, this Sun Liancheng has quite a big appetite, opening his mouth and asking for $6 million. Gao Shaoqin's beautiful eyes knit up. 6 million? Sun Liancheng doesn't look like someone who can be bought by money. If it was that simple, what happened last night wouldn't have happened. Sure enough, before she could continue asking questions, her men suddenly hurried over. Mr. Gao, it's bad. Chen Xingchuan's matter is on the hot search. Zhao Ruilong's face changed, took over his cell phone, and sure enough, he saw this news in the local topic list of Beijing City. Hashtag Jingzhou Intermediate People's Court Chen XX learn foreign language catching adultery scene exposure hashtag. It was accompanied by a video of catching adultery, and the picture was almost entirely mosaic except for Chen Xingchuan's face because it was too violent, and the video, with 1 million retweets and hundreds of thousands of comments, is unusually hot. He XX his mom. Sun Liancheng, you're playing with me, aren't you? Zhao Ruilong threw his cell phone out and smashed it against the road teeth, instantly splitting it into pieces. Just then, Zhao Ruilong's cell phone rang. He originally didn't want to answer it, but when he saw that the caller was his sister, he reluctantly answered the phone. Hello, Ruilong, that Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute thing. I didn't find out anything else, but the funding budget, since it involves public disclosure, I happened to see. Needless to say, 2 million is it? I know, Zhao Ruilong rubbed his temples and interrupted his family sister. What $2 million? There's $1 billion authorized up there. Zhao Ruilong sat up violently from his chair. What? $1 billion? You're not mistaken. How can it be $1 billion? He personally heard Sun Lianqing said 2 million and he said something about difficulties. He had to find the top to transfer equipment and materials, and he even bargained for it? If it's 1 billion, what did he bargain for? How can I be wrong? This data is to be publicized. 1 billion is not a small number. You have to know that this is the end of the year funds. A new unit came up and approved $1 billion. This Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute is not simple. The latter words, Zhao Ruilong can no longer hear. Only feel the brain-buzzing pain. It turned out that those $2 million that Sun Lianqing said were not poor at all. But let the top allocate less money? At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of Sun Lianqing's expression. So it was really a kind of contempt. Chapter 062, A New Generation of Fighters. Subversion across generations. Korea Peace is still very efficient, and it only took half a day to get most of the equipment and materials ready. In the factory building, all kinds of equipment were placed neatly in order, and the environment here was not like a laboratory, but rather like a remodeling workshop. However, this was the effect that Sun Lianqing wanted, and his next object of research was a new generation of fighter jets. In fact, Sun Lianqing had accumulated a lot of scientific research programs before controlled nuclear fusion. Aside from fusion, he was actually most interested in the development of fighter jets, and it just so happened that this time, the development started with fighter jets. He opened the system page in his mind and pulled up all the relevant information data. Aerodynamic outboard manufacturing, ultra-high power engine modeling, stealth layer creation recipe. The data was so huge that it took him an afternoon just to pull up the summary. When he came out of the plant, he saw Fu Yang, the curator of the Children's Palace, standing outside waiting from a distance. Because of the research and development, this side of the plant is guarded by people from the national security, and people in the Juvenile Palace have no right to enter or leave. Seeing Sun Lianqing, Fu Yang greeted him with a smile on his face. Dean Sun, you're done? Sun Lianqing responded with a smile. Well, Curator Fu, you're not off duty yet. Fu Yang curtly said. Isn't this the fact that Dean Sun hasn't gotten off work yet either, by the way? Are you still satisfied with this side of the office? If you need anything, our side is ready to cooperate. Sun Lianqing of course knows that Fu Yang could not have waited specifically to ask this. Must have something to find himself here around the bend. So open the door. Curator Fu, is there something wrong? If there's nothing, I still have to go home for dinner, so I'll leave first. Fu Yang originally wanted to exchange a few pleasantries before circling back to the matter. Who knew that Sun Lianqing did not follow the common sense, and immediately became anxious. That's something. He was afraid that Sun Lianqing would really leave and hurriedly took out a notice from his bag. Sun Lianqing took it and looked at it. An aerospace exhibit? Fu Yang explained. It's like this. At the end of the month there's an aerospace exhibition in our city, and we'd like to borrow a model of a fighter jet from our Juvenile Palace to put on display at the site. Sun Lianqing had heard about the aerospace exhibition, which was held once a year, and this year it happened to be held in the capital city. A model. Then borrow it. I think I remember this one fighter plane coming from the Junior Palace collection. Sun Lianqing returned the notice to Fu Yang. President's son, you do not know our museum is indeed a collection of fighter aircraft, but this is more than 10 years ago the old model, and the time is long gone. This fighter aircraft has long been broken unlike. How can this be taken to the exhibition? For such a big event, we can't exhibit scrap metal and iron, right? Isn't this a disgrace to our capital city? At this time, in fact, the best way is to explain the situation to the top, so that the top to think of a solution. But as a subordinate, who wants to say so to the leader? This is not tantamount to telling the leader that I am incompetent and cannot solve the problem. That's why Fu Yang resorted to Sun Lianqing here. And from another aspect, Sun Lianqing office in the Children's Palace. In the eyes of outsiders, the two have a certain binding relationship. In the end, also in the officialdom floated for decades. This point of reasoning Sun Lianqing will not understand. Besides, he happened to be working on a new generation of models recently, so he just practiced with the old ones first. Tell you what, you bring the jet to the plant tomorrow, and I'll figure out the rest. Same time, 100 kilometers away from capital city, the first military factory. On the side of the Ministry of Shin, after he sent Sun Lianqing back to the city of Beijing, he went to several military factories without stopping to inspect them one by one, and the first military factory was his last stop. Seeing that you guys are progressing well, I'm relieved. Elder Su, you've worked hard. You're still on the front line at such an old age. Shinbi came out of the fighter assembly shop, still satisfied with the progress of the development so far. Shinbu, are you saying this because you think I'm old? Fighter R&D Chief Engineer Su Wen is 71 years old this year. It is reasonable to say that it should also be retired, but there is really no new person topped up, coupled with the love of research and development, so it has always been rushed to the front line. But the good and then the old man's body and bones are relatively healthy. Shinbi rushed to explain. Where would I dare to suspect you of being old? The country is still counting on you for research and development here. Su Wen smiled brightly and suddenly remembered something. By the way, the Ministry of Shin. You quickly tell me about controlled fusion. I've been busy with the new model, have not gone to the scene. Give me regret. What's the situation? Did the ignition work? In fact, he is also in the list of invited to observe the ceremony, but the distance between the two sides is too far. In addition to his busy R&D did not go, but the heart is still regretful tight. This kind of confidentiality, and he cannot find others to inquire, and now also see the Ministry of Shin, in order to ask on a question. Shinbi couldn't stop smiling even at the mention of this. Elder Su, all I can say is that the country is very fortunate. Just wait, our Dragon Kingdom is not far from taking off. Elder Su was so excited that his body trembled, and his voice trembled a little as he said, Good, it's really great. God bless China. With this nuclear power technology, our country's energy problem can be completely solved. Old Han and the others have come up with such a big study, so I guess a few old guys can't sleep for joy. Those people in the scientific research community, the top ones, basically everyone knows each other, and the top people engaged in nuclear power research are Professor Han and them. Shinbi smiled. It's true that I'm overjoyed, but the person who developed this is not Professor Han. Elder Su froze for a moment. Not him? Is it a returned Chinese? Shinbi still shook his head. Don't ask your old man. All I can say is you won't be able to guess this person. Only then did Elder Su react to the fact that he had just lost some of his temper and had already asked too many questions, so he also laughed. Yes, whoever it is, it's good that this was developed. Shinbi nodded. Elder Su sent Shinbu all the way to the car. Shinbi asked before leaving, Elder Su, the successful display in 2 months' time. You have time on your side, don't you? Elder Su nodded his head and smiled brightly. Don't worry, there's no problem with the timing. This time we're guaranteed to win the championship and take back the face of our first arsenal. Shinbi nodded, joking deliberately. Good, it's fine if you have confidence, Elder Su, but the second factory side told me the same thing in the morning. As expected. After saying this, Elder Su's smile froze slightly and he couldn't help but ask, Ministry of Shun? Old Wan's side wouldn't have any new results as well, would it? Shinbi laughed and didn't say anything directly. Elder Su, don't inquire. You'll naturally see it when the results are displayed in 2 months. I'll just go ahead and go. As the car started to leave, Shinbei looked in the rearview mirror at Su Lao, who was about to jump out of his skin in a hurry, and smiled. These old professors, they're not young, but they're like children, comparing themselves to no one all their lives. Chapter 063. Take off in high spirits and take a good look at the pompous mountains and rivers of the motherland. After Shinbei left, Elder Su's brows furrowed fiercely as he spun in place anxiously. So no, that old Wan guy really screwed something up? No. I gave this guy the win last year. If I lose to him again this year, that old man's mustache won't go up to the sky? Fake it. I'm so well prepared. There's no way he can beat me. Mouth so recited. Su Lao heart, but how can not rest assured? Why don't you call and find out? On the side, student Zhao Yu whispered a reminder. Elder Su looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and without saying a word, he picked up his cell phone and dialed the call out. A dozen seconds later, the phone dialed, and a chipper voice came from the other end. What is it? Old Sui. Elder Su's eyes rolled. Old Wang. Ministry Shin just left from one of our schools. Do you know what he said when he left? He especially recognized our R&D achievements. Ha. Just you wait. Don't cry when you lose to me then. Student Zhao Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Elder Su, clearly prying into the other party's situation, but giving them pressure first. However, it is clear that Su Lao this set did not come out opposite. Ha. Who are you old man Su fooling here? Don't think I don't know you're bluffing. If you were really that confident you wouldn't have called me. Ha. I'll tell you this year you will lose for sure. Our war machine this year is absolutely subversive. You just wait and see. Then you don't want to be the first military factory. Let's change the serial number. Ha. In a fit of cheerful laughter, the opposite party hung up. Elder Su held his cell phone and gritted his teeth. This old bastard. You still want to rename the first military factory? Dream on. He clearly remembered that when he lost to that old man last year, he was so dejected that his tail was almost up in the sky. If he lost to him again this year, this old man would still be happy? He would have to brag about it. Thinking about this, Su Lajou's teeth itched with anger. Get everyone over here and figure out if there's anything else you can do. Find a way to raise the performance again. I don't believe we can't beat them with so many engineers. That's what he said. But he himself also knows that the development of warplanes, the performance of things cannot be said to be improved just to improve. Whether it is braking time, flight speed, or even cruising ability, radar tracking, each of these items, as long as it can be improved by 1%, it will be a huge upgrade. But the difficulty of it is not something that can be summarized in a few words. Elder Su, who had sworn to give the Second Institute a good look one moment, caved in the next and muttered, "Is there really no way out?" At this moment, Zhao Yu suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up. Elder Su, I remember. Do you remember what happened in Beijing City a while ago? Elder Su frowned. What is it? It's the UFO from Kyoto City. Only after Zhao Yu finished speaking did Elder Su remember such a thing. Although the incident at that time was kept secret from the public, but because the military industrialization is relatively close to the capital city, when the army sent people to arrest people, the commotion was relatively big. Their side also heard some. At the time it was rumored to be some kind of satellite launched by spies, only to be later said to be a misunderstanding. Seems to be an experiment on the side of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. There is such a thing, but does it have anything to do with our R&D? Elder Su was a bit uncertain. Zhao Yu hurriedly explained excitedly. It's like this. I have a few classmates aviation side of the work. At that time I heard some of the situation. That electronic satellite they monitor have already flown out of the atmosphere. Before the words were finished, Elder Su's eyes also lit up, immediately realizing the key. What? The radar didn't pick it up when it was launched? Negative. Radar monitoring equipment is not responding. When he said this, Zhao Yu's heart raced and he felt like his entire body was ablaze. Elder Su didn't say anything. He paced back and forth on the ground. His eyes seemed to have starbursts in them, and his mouth was chattering. From launch to go flying out of the atmosphere. It's a couple hours in there at least, and it wasn't tracked on radar for that long. Either a stealth layer or a radar jammer. If it can be applied to our fighters, a new generation of stealth fighters. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and Elder Su's hands couldn't contain their trembling. Quick, go check and find out where the satellite was launched from at that time. This is a technology we have to bring in no matter what. With this technology, their new generation of stealth fighters will surely stand out in this weapons display. The next day, Juvenile Palace. Sun Liancheng arrived at the research plant early in the morning, and as soon as he entered, his sight was immediately attracted by a huge fighter jet. It stood there silently, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The shell of the fighter jet was covered with patches of rust and broken marks, as if it had been through countless battles. The paint on the fuselage had all peeled off, only revealing the metal frame underneath. Where the cockpit was, even the glass was gone, leaving only a few iron frames making creaking sounds as if they were about to crash to the ground the next moment. The cockpit, empty, not even a trace of maneuvering to be seen. The engines on the wings seemed to have lost their former power, no longer roaring and roaring. However, despite its dilapidated state, the fighter still maintained a kind of toughness and majesty, and under his efforts to identify it, he finally barely recognized the words J5. In this instant, the heart stands in awe. J5 is the first generation of our country's independent research and development of fighter jets. The first test flight success in July 1956, during the period, has been involved in hundreds of large and small battles. It is the guardian of the existence of the general. It appeared to protect our motherland borders, to protect the people of our people. Now, more than 60 years later, its wreckage circled around to Sun Liancheng, who stepped forward and stroked the Hideyoshi-speckled fuselage. If it was just an aerospace exhibition, Sun Liancheng was planning to simply remodel it, but the moment he saw the J5, his thoughts changed. Don't worry, I will let you soar in the sky of the motherland again and see the vastness of our mountains and rivers and the peace of the world today. Chapter 064, Stealth Layer? Why don't you take off? Xiao Lu, go ask Bureau Han where the equipment purchased over there has arrived. Sun Liancheng rolled up his sleeves and got ready to start, said, but delayed to hear the return of Xiao Lu. He turned around and looked around. Indeed did not see the figure of Xiao Lu. Strange, it's already 9 o'clock, how come Xiao Lu hasn't arrived yet? Xiao Lu, this child is usually conscientious, especially punctual. Follow their own 4 or 5 years. He has never appeared to be late in the case. 8:30 work, this is the past half an hour, Xiao Lu has not yet arrived. This situation is really a little bit wrong. Sun Liancheng was ready to dial Xiao Lu to see if something had happened, and just as he picked up his cell phone, he saw Xiao Lu running and out of breath. He was in such a hurry that beads of sweat were falling from his forehead like rain, and his shirt was sticking directly to his body. His whole body looked like he had just taken a shower. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I'm late. After standing still, he panted heavily in place, looking like he had just run in from a 100-meter sprint. Seeing this, Sun Lianqing took a bottle of water from the side and threw it to Xiao Lu. "It's okay, you have a bottle of water to slow you down." Xiao Lu took it and gulped it into his stomach in 3 or 2 gulps. Seeing that Xiao Lu had almost slowed down, Sun Lianqing then asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Did you sleep in today?" Being said so, Xiao Lu instantly turned red and explained sheepishly, "That, I did. I read a bit late last night, slept over in the morning and rushed out the door still at 7 o'clock. Ha ha ha, it's fine. It's normal to be late once in a while and it's normal to sleep through it, just be mindful of the time in the future." Sun Liancheng patted Xiao Lu's shoulder to express his comfort, but just after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that there was something strange. "Wait, what time did you just say you left the house?" Xiao Lu, who had a strong nature, explained awkwardly, "It's 7 o'clock. I was supposed to be out the door by 6:30 and somehow I didn't hear the alarm this morning." "What? 7 o'clock out is late?" Sun Liancheng's eyes widened in surprise. 6:30? 7 o'clock? These 2-hour commute times sounded like a pipe dream to his ears. If this is placed in the Kyoto kind of big city, even if they are not big in the city of Beijing, this dry would is not to say have to go out 2 hours in advance. I remember that your house is only about 30 kilometers from the juvenile hall. Far away, yes, but if you drive, it won't take you more than 2 hours to come over. Speaking of which, Xiao Lu had a helpless look on his face. "Dean's son, you don't know. This looks like a straight line distance is indeed less than 30 kilometers. But the road to the children's palace has to pass through a section of suburban highway, and there were all villages over there before, so a speed limit of 20 was set, although now the village are demolished, but the speed limit has not been changed, and the road there are a lot of speed monitoring and control. Just this road, I have to drive more than an hour, plus a section of the city. It really takes 2 hours. Speaking of this, Xiao Lu's heart is also bitter. That road is usually not much people. The car is also less, but the set 20 speed limit. But he did not do. Come to the children's palace this side of the only road, plus traffic lights, 20 kilometers away from driving more than an hour. This is not properly torture people. Sun Lianqing was frowning straight away as he listened. This is not a good thing. 4 hours a day spent on the road. How can you go to work? Xiao Lu smiled bitterly. This cannot be helped. In the end he is also a civil servant. Cannot always speed and illegal driving, which was photographed once a day 200 fine he cannot eat. Xiao Lu. Let me ask you, if I have a way to let you drive fast and not be captured by the surveillance camera, but may have to give you a car repainted, are you willing to? Sun Lianqing suddenly came with such a sentence. Xiao Lu didn't understand for a moment and thought that he was joking, so he returned smoothly, "That's definitely willing to. My car is originally used and worthless. Feel free to brush." Sun Lianqing nodded. "Tell you what then, don't rush off after work. Bring your car to the factory shed and I'll take care of it for you." Xiao Lu had a head full of questions. He wanted to continue to ask a few more questions, but Sun Lianqing's side had already begun to get busy, so Xiao Lu had to snappishly change his clothes and get to work. After work, Xiao Lu drove the car to the factory shed according to what Sun Lianqing said, and Sun Lianqing took the modulated paint and helped Xiao Lu paint the car. You can bring the car up to speed when you go back at night, but don't go too fast and pay attention to traffic safety. After painting, Sun Lianqing threw the paint aside and gave a casual explanation. The speed limit is 20. And I can't drive fast enough here. Xiao Lu was a bit teary-eyed. By this time he still does not know what Sun Lianqing did. His car is black. The color of the paint brush over again is still no change. Just looks a little more glossy. Sun Lianqing tapped on the car door. "Did I see the paint I gave you? This absorbs and attenuates the incoming electromagnetic waves, reducing the reflections and then the radar can't pick them up. Don't worry. Just drive as much as you want on the way back and be safe." Xiao Lu looked at Sun Lianqing with a dumbfounded face, and then looked at his own car, with 4 big words of incredulity written all over his face. Can you avoid radar speed checks with just 1 coat of paint? It wasn't that he didn't trust Sun Lianqing. It was really that this kind of thing was unheard of. If it was that easy to evade radar, the streets would be full of speeding cars. Before Xiao Lu could continue asking questions, Sun Lianqing had already packed up his things and was ready to go home. "I'm leaving. Remember not to be late tomorrow." Throwing that down, he went home from work. 3 days later. First Military Academy. A new generation of fighter jets is being assembled in the research and development workshop in full swing. Elder Su, who was the chief responsible person, had his hands behind his back at this time, looking at the results in front of him without any excitement. He let out a long sigh and frowned deeply. Strange how it can't be traced, how no one at the Flying Machine Institute knows about it. The satellite incident at that time, if it was launched from the Chinese Academy of Sciences side, The department in charge was bound to be the Institute of Aircraft Research, but he asked around and the people there acted as if they were completely unaware of it. Is it hard to tell if they're involved in secrecy or something that they're not comfortable talking about? No, it can't be. They wouldn't have that attitude if it really did involve secrecy. Strange. Are you sure there really is such a satellite? Elder Su would even start to get suspicious this time. Wang Yu, this will also be a little uncertain. After all, he has also heard the specifics if even Su Lao cannot inquire. He is even more unlikely to know. At that moment he suddenly thought of something. By the way, I found out that on the day the satellite was discovered, Jingzhou City made quite a big commotion. The SWAT team and special forces were out in force, and the matter even made it to the local hot search. I wonder if it has anything to do with this stealth satellite. Elder Su nodded. Related or not, there are clues you should check out first. I'll find someone from the Chinese Academy of Sciences on my side to ask about the situation. No matter what, we have to find this satellite. Success or failure depends on it. Wang Yu nodded. Okay, I have a hairdresser who works in public security in the city of Beijing, so I'll go find him today and see if I can find out something. Go ahead and let me know first thing. Chapter 065, the radar speed detectors on the whole street are broken? Wang Yu got the order to hoof it to the city of Beijing. The military industry is not far from Beijing. 2 hours of driving smoothly to the place. As soon as he arrived in Jingzhou, he went straight to City Director Zhao Donglai's office. Yo, what kind of wind is this that blew you here? I heard that there isn't a military industry exhibition. You don't need to be busy with your research. Zhao Donglai greeted his old friend with a smile as soon as he saw him and made him tea while talking. You're in for a treat. I've just gotten someone to get some good tea to make for you. Wang Yu also familiarly sat down on the sofa. Busy? Ah, how not busy? You do not know that recently overtime to engage in research and development. Look at my dark circles. Zhao Donglai made tea and handed Wang Yu a cup. Come on, you don't show off here. How great are you scientists? Especially you, researching fighter jets. Fighter jets haven't even touched yet. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed. Why, Chief Zhao, why don't we invite you to touch the fighter at our institute? Zhao Donglai blanked him. Forget it, your place is all classified. Can I go in and come out? Don't give me a leakage offense. Ha, it's not that much of a stretch. The two of them cracked a few jokes, and Wang Yu's side cut to the chase. By the way, Donglai, let me ask you something. A month ago a big thing happened in Jingzhou. At that time your SWAT side went out en masse. What did it go for? Zhao Donglai put down his teacup and stared at him suspiciously. I told you, there's nothing to do. You boys must be here with a purpose. With a serious face, Wang Yu hurriedly urged. I'm serious with you. Don't interrupt. Tell me honestly. Zhao Donglai still rarely saw this kind of expression on Wang Yu's face, but they were all old friends and could see that he was serious. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Donglai said truthfully, there is such a thing, but we were also cooperating with the national security operation, heading to the family courtyard of the district committee of the Guangming district to catch the adulterer. No, it was to clean up the scene and control and evacuate the crowd a bit. Wang Yu stared at him, always feeling that the more he heard, the stranger it became. Evacuating a crowd? I've heard that the special forces have been deployed as well. It shouldn't take this many people to evacuate the crowd. And from what I've heard, it seems like you guys are there to catch spies. Zhao Dong came to look at the door of the office to make sure that the door was closed, and only then got up beside Wang Yu and lowered his voice. Keep your voice down, and don't say such things in the future. What spies don't have? As a system, Zhao Donglai is still very politically conscious. Sun Lianqing is now a vice ministry. It is not something that they can just casually discuss. And to put the hat of a spy on the head of a vice ministry? Unless he is not going to do it. What exactly is going on? In fact, I'm not sure. Not only me, my leader Chi Hall also do not know. This thing is the national security side of the full responsibility. We just cooperate with the work. Hearing this, Wang Yu frowned straight away. If national security is involved, things are even more complicated. Could it be that this satellite was really some kind of spy satellite? If it was a spy satellite, the people involved would have been controlled by national security long ago, and I'm afraid they would have to go through national security if they wanted to understand the technical issues. Wang Yu was still about to open his mouth to inquire when he heard a knock on the door from the office. Zhao Donglai hurriedly gave Wang Yu a look. Don't say anything more about what just happened. After the explanation, he then went to open the door, and the one who came was Lu Ming, the captain of the traffic police detachment. Lu Ming was wearing a police uniform and holding 2 application forms in his hands. What is it? Zhao Donglai casually asked before returning to his seat and sitting down. Lu Ming came in and stood respectfully in front of Zhao Donglai, placing 2 application forms on the desk. Bureau Zhao, please approve this expense application. Zhao Donglai's face was visibly unhappy. but he didn't rush to speak. Instead he sat up straight and brought the application form over. And when he saw the fees on it, he directly blackened his face. Radar speed cameras? The radar speed cameras on this road, Rehab Road, were all overhauled just a month ago, and now you're running around requesting purchases. Is that appropriate? The province granted him the budget was originally tense. $1 have to break up and spend. The result is good. This turned around and gave him a few tens of thousands of applications. Hearing this, Lu Ming's face floor aggrieved and spat out his bitterness. Bureau Zhao. I know that it was overhauled only a month ago, but this is not a special situation. If not for the broken radar speedometer, I would not come to you to fight the application. Zhao Donglai was clearly not satisfied with this explanation of his. Broken? I'll take it as an accident if you say 1 or 2 are broken. Look at your application form. A dozen speed cameras on the whole road are all broken? Replace a dozen speed cameras at a time? How do you think you are thinking that our city has a lot of money, all burned here for you? When you hit the application you all do not use your brains. Normally, Zhao Donglai's temper was considered relatively good, and he was even more restrained today with his friend present. But looking at what's in this application form, it more or less treats people like cuties. Up, Bureau Zhao. It's really all broken. The surveillance is there, you can check if you don't believe me. Lu Ming also aggrieved. The application above the content of the truth. If not, he has seen the monitoring and investigation of the he also does not believe. What kind of street has a dozen speed cameras malfunctioning at the same time? I'm afraid the probability of this happening is lower than winning the lottery. I've verified all the surveillance in the last few days, and there's a black sedan that passes by every morning and evening, with a speed of at least 60 or more, but none of the surveillance equipment along the way has detected it. If I hadn't been on duty in the neighborhood this morning and watched the car bearing past, I wouldn't have known that our radar speed cameras had been broken for a long time. Chapter 066, Major Discovery. Military Stealth Layer. Hearing this, Zhao Donglai, who had criticized his subordinates a moment ago, had a somewhat difficult expression at the moment. How did it break when it was fine? On the side, however, Wang Yu seemed to have realized something and violently got up from the sofa. Did you just say that radar speed detection is unresponsive to all cars? Lu Yan looked at the stranger in front of him and then looked at Zhao Donglai. Without the leader giving the word, he wouldn't just answer. Zhao Donglai raised his hand, signaling him to reply, and only then did Lu Yang explain. So strange, all the other speeding can be detected. Just that black car can't be detected. It's a hell of a thing. Lu Yang didn't even finish his words, but Wang Yu looked like he was crazy and pulled Lu Yang out. Go, show me the surveillance. Zhao Donglai was all confused, took his cell phone and followed along to the monitoring room. The next day, Beijing City, Rehabilitation Road, roadside, 2 police cars parked on the outside of the highway, nor flashlights nor open, just so quietly parked on the side of the road. The windows rolled down and a few heads poked out anxiously waiting for something. Sure it's this way? Elder Su took another look towards the end of the highway and reconfirmed. Sure, it's the same highway. I just confirmed it specifically. Wang Yu returned, but also poked his head out every now and then to look at the passing cars. Zhao Donglai sat in the police car in the back, also with a head full of questions. Wang Yu, this kid, yesterday after seeing the monitoring is as happy as crazy, said what found, turned his head and contacted Su Lao over. Although he had never met Su Lao, he could tell from Wang Yu's attitude towards him how much weight this old man carried, which was why he followed him early in the morning and waited on the side to cooperate with the work. Zhao Donglai beckoned and Lu Yang ran over from the side. Why hasn't the car you mentioned arrived yet? Lu Yang explained. The car usually comes around 7:50, so I guess it's close. Upon hearing this, Elder Su hurriedly looked at the time. It was now 7:45. Still 5 minutes short. Almost there. So I'll get off and wait. Elder Su opened the car door and got out of the car. He looked back a little nervously. Where's the radar? Is the speed radar ready? Don't worry. It's all set. Wang Yu hurriedly pushed the device over. It was a processed military radar speed measuring device, which increased the sensitivity at least more than 10 times than its unusual speed meter. Elder Su looked at the numbers jumping on it, then sighed in relief and anxiously waited for the car that might have stealthy properties to arrive. When he first heard Wang Yu report back, he also felt that things were outrageous, but after watching the video, he felt more and more that the car might be carrying the technology they were looking for. Seeing that the military industrialization exhibition is approaching and there is no progress on the R&D side, we can only treat the dead horse as a living horse right now. Coming. The car is coming. With Lu Yang letting out an excited shout, all eyes looked over there. On the highway, a black sedan was speeding, surpassing the cars in the next lane with an acceleration visible to the naked eye, and was driving towards Su Lao's people. Elder Su stepped forward and stood at the edge of the speedometer, waiting for the first time to observe the change in value. The crowd also looked intently at the speedometer. The car got closer and closer, but then suddenly slowed down just as it was about to reach it, and after a burst of deceleration it just traveled on by. The crowd looked to the speedometer and waited for the results to be displayed. After all, it doesn't matter how much speed the car has. What matters is whether or not there is a display. If there is no display, it means that the car has successfully evaded radar tracking and has anti-radar capability. However, everything was unexpected, and on this military radar speedometer, the numbers flashed and finally settled on the number 19. For a while, the crowd had some mixed emotions. Su Lao's face, which had been filled with anticipation a moment before, instantly lost its luster, and his entire body looked like a frosted eggplant. Could it really be a mistake? But at this moment, he also realized how ignorant he was. In the end, he was also a military engineer. He would not be unaware of how difficult it was to develop and design anti-radar devices. How dare he expect to find anti-radar secrets on a private car? What's the difference between that probability and gambling? No, just had a car on the side. There's another car in the side lane. The data just wasn't accurate. Wan Yu reacted violently and defended in a loud voice. It's possible that the measurement is from another car. This cry gave everyone confidence at once. Elder Su also just reacted to the fact that he did seem to see a white car pass by just now, and that meant that the test just now was nullified. That black car might still be the key to stealth. Hurry, get after it. Retest. Several people rushed to their cars and chased after the black sedan in front of them. At the moment, Xiao Lu was driving his car on the road. How this road traffic police more and more. Now avoid radar are not good? Good thing I'm smart. When I passed the side of the traffic police dropped a speed. Otherwise, even if the radar monitoring does not come out, was seen by the traffic police will have to interrogate. He muttered something in his mind. Speaking of which, since Sun Liancheng helped him paint, this car is simply like a buff. No matter how to drive, the speed test just does not show. Simply like invisible. From that day onwards, he was really never late again, and the 2-hour journey was shortened by half at once. Just when Xiao Lu was complacent, he suddenly saw in the rearview mirror that 2 police cars were chasing him from behind. Aren't these the 2 that were just parked on the side of the road? Could it be that I was caught speeding? Xiao Lu's heart thumped. What if we get caught? Hit the gas and run? This idea flashed in his mind only for a second, and after a struggle, Xiao Lu still thought of his status as a public servant and slammed on the brakes to reduce speed, waiting for his fate of being forced to stop by the police car. The police car was getting closer and closer, but as it passed, it suddenly rolled its windows down and a man in a police uniform shouted excitedly at him. What are you stopping for? Just drive. No. We'll drive over first. You'll drive over later. You'll see my hand signal later. When you see my hand signal you'll drive over. Xiao Lu was dumbfounded, and before he could figure out what was going on, the 2 police cars drove past and stopped 300 meters away from Xiao Lu. After stopping, a few people came down from the car and excitedly gestured towards Xiao Lu. The gesture couldn't help but bring back images Lu had seen on TV. Red lights, colorful lights reflecting, the girls constantly waving a handkerchief towards the guests waving. Come you come. At the moment, do not know how. Lu felt like the scene. Chapter 067 Next stop. Military Industry Exhibition. Again. One more time. Again. In the midst of a sound of one more time, and I don't know how many times I went through it, Xiao Lu finally couldn't help but explode. He parked the car and got out angrily. You guys are done. What the hell is going on? If I'm speeding you can arrest me if you want to. What's the point of making me drive the car back and forth dozens of times? Xiao Lu was originally to report injustice for himself, to wrestle with the traffic police. Who knows? After he finished, Lu Ming while laughing. Arrest you? Arrest you for what? We're not arresting speeders. Xiao Lu was confused and was about to continue to ask questions when he saw an old man in his 60s standing excitedly at the side of his car, touching and rubbing against the body. It's the layers! It's the layers! I can't believe the reflectivity is only 0.1 parts per thousand. Elder Su looked at Xiao Lu with an unusually agitated expression. He himself is from the army. Speak between a word is very shocking. At this time the emotion and excitement, more inexplicable people produce a sense of fear. Is this car yours? What's with the invisibility layer on it? Xiao Lu froze a little for a while, glancing at Su Lao, only feeling that this old man had an extraordinary aura and should be a character, but worrying that the visitor would not be good and affect Sun Liancheng, especially the scientific research thing. He didn't know where Sun Liancheng got the formula from. If he rashly said it, would it affect him? Thinking of this, Xiao Lu was determined not to give Sun Liancheng up, and only had to keep his mouth shut. What stealth layers? I don't know. but his words were clearly not convincing, and Elder Su frowned. How could you not know? This body is obviously coated with a layer of paint on the outside. So tell me, where did you get this paint? How did you make this stealth paint? Xiao Lu was shocked, but for fear that the matter would involve Sun Lianqing, he could only play dumb. Did you guys say this was painted? I just blended it haphazardly. I don't know what I got in the paint before and that's it. I don't know what you guys are talking about with the invisibility. Hearing this answer, both Su Lao and Wang Yu frowned twice. I don't know how to tune it. This is stealth paint. Just casually tuned out for you? Something that they haven't been able to figure out after decades of research was casually figured out by you? Of course, this statement was too false even for Zhao Donglai on the side who didn't understand stealth layers. But what one cannot understand is that a paint is just a paint. Is it hard to believe that there is any inside information that cannot be explained? Zhao Donglai was about to exert his police specialty for questioning, and just as he opened his mouth, he saw Xiao Lu's face. Xiao Lu, how come it's you? Zhao Donglai people are stupid. Accompanying an old classmate to find someone, but found Sun Lianqing's secretary? Bureau Cho. It was also as if Xiao Lu had seen a savior and things took a turn for the worse. Half an hour later, Zhao Donglai drove Xiao Lu to the juvenile palace in a police car. Bureau Zhao? When will the car be returned to me? Xiao Lu let out a long sigh and hesitated to get out of the car. Zhao Donglai laughed awkwardly. This way, turn around and give me a card number. I'll advance you the money for the car first. Zhao Donglai is also speechless. How he did not expect. He accompanied his old classmate to go out to work overtime before dawn, and as a result, he had to pad the car with tens of thousands of dollars. Just now this situation. If it is an ordinary person, Zhao Donglai also arrested, or cooperate with Su Lao, they take people away for questioning. But this is Sun Lianqing's secretary, without any basis to take people away for questioning, even if Sun Lianqing does not take it seriously. Pass to Li Dakong's ears, he also has to eat and suffer. He has just been a good persuasion, only to let Su Lao's side loose only with the car to go back to the study. This morning, he did not have any benefits, but also carried a few tens of thousands of dollars in reimbursement. No, this reimbursement must go back to Wang Yu. When Zhao Donglai left, Xiao Lu then hurriedly went in towards the pilot plant shed. At this time, Sun Lianqing had already started the modification work on the fighter jet, and when he saw Xiao Lu come in, he casually asked, "How come you're late again? Or did the police car bring you back?" Xiao Lu coughed twice, not daring to tell the truth. That, the car was impounded by the traffic police. Just happened to meet Bureau Zhao and sent me back. Caught speeding? Shouldn't be. Sun Lianqing stopped his hand movements, his eyebrows furrowed. It's according to the program given by the system. Before the quantum satellite launch were not detected. Strange. Could it be unstable reflectivity? No way. Couldn't even avoid the speeding radar? He must study it again. Other side. Elder Su and Wan Yu pulled the car back to the military industrialization. As soon as I arrived at the institute, I immediately gathered all the engineers. All work in hand stops. And from today on, everyone will do only one thing. Study the stealth paint on this car. Make sure you figure out its anti-radar reflection principle in the shortest possible time. At Su's command, the engineers all got busy, pushing the car, driving the equipment, recording the data. In just 1 hour, the crowd completed the sweeping reflectivity test. When the final test results appeared on the big screen, everyone froze, and the entire room was dead silent, with only the data flashing on the screen. 0.01. Reflective area is only 0.00. Finally, someone broke the silence and let out an exclamation, which was like igniting gunpowder, instantly igniting the emotions of everyone in the research. This exclamation was like igniting gunpowder, instantly igniting the emotions of everyone in the research room. You know, China's current strongest performance of the J-20, its radar emission area are in 0.05. As for the F-22 Raptor of the United States, not to mention, its radar reflection area is 0.03. And the 000 in front of us not only far exceeds the stealth performance of our existing jets, but also directly breaks the world's highest record. It's a done deal. Elder Su's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy as he excitedly shouted out these words. The news of this success caused the entire laboratory to boil over as everyone gathered around with an ecstatic gleam in their eyes. If we can use this stealth coating on our fighter jets, this time at the military industrial exhibition. Ha 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 ha. Elder Su couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. His laughter echoed through the lab as if he was communicating the joy of victory to everyone. With Elder Su's laughter, the atmosphere in the lab became warm and cheerful. Everyone had a smile on their face. They knew what this achievement meant, not only a technological breakthrough, but also a significant contribution to the country's military power. Elder Su continued, Wang Yu, I'm going to be in seclusion for the last month. All matters are put off for me. I want to make every effort to remodel the new fighter jet. His voice was firm and strong, revealing his determination and sense of urgency towards this task. At this moment, Yu thought of something and was a bit embarrassed. Elder Su, but what about the aerospace exhibition in 2 days? You've already promised to attend with the Second Institute. Boss Su waved his hand. What space show? Is it as important as developing a new fighter jet? No go. No go. All cancelled. When I've remodeled my new fighter, I have to give old Wang and the others a good look. At the same time, Sun Lianqing's side's work on the J5's modification had also been successfully completed. Chapter 068 Soaring into the Air. Take off. 2 days later, Office of the Provincial Party Committee of Handong Province. Sha Ruijin returned to his office after a busy day of meetings, and he glanced down at the preparatory report on the air show sitting on his desk. Is the Space Forum opening tomorrow? Serkin sat down and asked casually. Secretary Bai went to the water dispenser to fill it with hot water and sent it to Sha Ruijin's hand before he returned. Yes, the opening ceremony will be at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. And Wang Lao from the Military Industrialization Second Factory is expected to arrive tomorrow morning, so you can see if you want to have lunch together. Serkin waved his hand. You make the arrangements first, and then we'll see what time it is, and make other arrangements if Elder Wang comes late. After saying that, Sherikin narrowed his eyes. Where's Military Factory 1? How come I don't see anyone from Factory 1 in the list? Secretary White said. The side of the Military Industry No. 1 Factory replied, saying that they've been busy with scientific research lately, and that they won't be participating in this tech show. Sha Ruijin more or less surprised. In previous years, there are military industry, where there must be a factory. As we all know, Wang Lao and Su Lao, 2 people, is an old enemy, obviously meet to strangle, but on the contrary, also like to pile up together. In previous years, the Aerospace Forum, these 2 people are either do not come, or come together. This time it is a little strange, but Sha Ruijin did not care too much. After all, Su Lao is a military scientist. Scientific research matters than the exhibition of this space project is too important. By the way, what's Dean Sun's side busy with lately? It seems like I haven't heard anything from him for a while. Sha Ruijin, which also saw the technology exhibition before remembering, asked in passing. Dean Sun has been busy with scientific research at the Children's Palace lately, so we don't know exactly what he's doing. Secretary White reported truthfully. Sha Ruijin was a bit surprised. He originally thought that Sun Lianqing's position as the dean of this cosmic science and technology research was just an idle position, but he could not imagine that he was really engaging in scientific research. During this period of time, Sha Ruijin once contacted the leadership of the upper side, want to inquire about Sun Lianqing's situation. The result is that nothing has been obtained. According to reason, to his level, a lot of news are interoperability, but Sun Lianqing's things are like a wall completely unable to probe into. Alright, that's it for now. By the way, remember to send an invitation to Dean Sun for tomorrow's technology exhibition. Yes, Juvenile Palace. Sun Lianqing stood in the experimental plant, looking at the remodeled J5 in front of him in a good mood. Who could tell that this tech-savvy, shiny fighter jet in front of him was just a pile of scrap metal a week ago? Let's give you a new name. From now on it'll be called J5 Plus. Let's go to the airshow to display it first, and when we come back, I'll take you outside for a test flight. Sun Lianqing muttered. If this wasn't so rushed, he would have high and low had to test fly a wave first to feel the power of the new fighter. At this moment, Xiao Lu came in from outside. Dean Sun, Secretary Bai just sent you an invitation to attend the opening ceremony of the Aerospace Forum tomorrow. Xiao Lu handed the invitation to Sun Lianqing, who took a look at it and directly shook his head. The tech show? No go. What gives me the right to work overtime on this big weekend? After saying that, he didn't forget to explain. Alright, you arrange for someone to deliver the jet to the forum site. This thing was supposed to be for tomorrow's space forum, but he was definitely not going himself. How comfortable it was to have this time at home with his wife. Xiao Lu had been used to Sun Lianqing's style of doing things for a while, so he wasn't surprised. And after answering the errand, he picked up his cell phone and busied himself with finding someone to come over and deliver the stuff. Sun Lianqing packed up his things and went home, and on his way out, he thought of something to explain a sentence. By the way, this remote control disc you remember to put away. Don't send it to the pavilion with the jet. When he finished, he turned around and went home. As for Xiao Lu's side, because he was busy arranging things, he didn't quite hear what Sun Lianqing said, and he glanced towards the operation console, only seeing a remote control panel. It comes with the Jag Panther, right? It should be sent together. Xiao Lu packed the stuff and transported it together to the forum site. On Sun Lianqing's side, he met up with his wife directly after leaving the Children's Palace, and today is Friday. so the two of them planned to visit their father-in-law's house together. Ever since my dad found out about Chun Xingchuan's arrest, that body got better all of a sudden, and his blood pressure was never high again. His wife Li Aihua took Sun Lianqing's arm, and the two of them carried things toward his father-in-law's house. That's a good feeling. If I had known that, I would have cleaned up that Chun Xingchuan earlier. Sun Lianqing deliberately said this to tease his wife. Li Aihua twisted him on the arm. What are you babbling about? Don't ever do anything like that again. Beware of being watched. I do not know how. She always felt that Sun Lianqing from Kyoto back temperament has changed greatly. Once upon a time he was used to shrinking. Anything is not willing to take the lead. The whole person soft, but this time back is different. His whole person is hardened. Do a lot of things are also very energetic. The two of them arrived at their father-in-law's house without incident while joking. The one who opened the door was the mother-in-law, Zhang Lijuan. After seeing Sun Lianqing she smiled like a flower. It was called a passion. Lianchang is here, come in. Come in. Sun Lianqing was somewhat flattered by such enthusiasm. The two had just entered when they heard a conversation in the living room. Li Aihua was about to open her mouth to ask when she heard a voice from the living room. Is it the Sun District Commissioner who's back yet? Sun Lianqing put down his things and went over to the living room. At this time there were three people sitting on the sofa. Sun Lianqing's father-in-law Li Weiguo was sitting on the main seat. On his right-hand side was Chen Yanyan, and then leaning to the side was the labor union chairman of the doffing factory, Zhang Shipa. These two people Sun Lianqing are not strangers, especially Chan Rock. The two families are more familiar with the relationship, and there is not a lot of walking around in the weekdays. Lianchang is back. I've heard all about you. Good. It's good to transfer to scientific research, away from this mess of officialdom and hand-on. Chen Rock was full of smiles and very cordial, and he also made a heartfelt exclamation when he saw Sun Lianqing. Elder Chen, I should have visited you when I came back. This was just too busy to care. Sun Lianqing asked hello, and Rock Chen waved his hand. We are all family members. Don't come to these falsehoods. You young people's career is important. On the side, Zhang Shipa couldn't wait to open his mouth as soon as he saw Sun Lianqing. Sun District Governor. No, now I should call you Sun Dean. Although you are not directly managed now, but in the end you used to be the governor of Guangming District. You know the situation of our doffing factory best. You have to come out and help us to comment. As soon as these words came out, Sun Lianqing knew the purpose of their appearance here today. Just before he could open his mouth, Rock Chen interrupted Zhang Shibua. What do you mean by being the master or not? Isn't it enough for me to be the master for you? The young man just got off work. You should let them have a drink of water first. Father-in-law Li Weiguo also suddenly spoke up. Aihua, there's watermelon in the fridge. Go cut it up for Lianchang. Li Aihua nodded, which led Sun Lianqing towards the kitchen. Sun Lianqing could actually see that both his father-in-law and Chen Lao were protecting themselves, not wanting to involve themselves in the Great Wind Factory matter. Chapter 069. This is the super secret weapon. After dinner, Sun Lianqing sent the two Chen Rocks downstairs. When he arrived downstairs, Zhang Shipa was about to continue saying something, but he was stopped by Rock Chen. Okay, just send it here. Hurry back. Sun Lianqing looked at the old man. Honestly speaking, Chen Lao had merits and faults, but overall it was still much better than Zhao Ruilong and those people. It's just a pity that the ending was not very good because of the heart disease and suddenly passed away. In fact, if it was possible, he would still like to change the old man's ending. Elder Chen, if you're free these days, go to the hospital for a medical checkup. I just saw you gasping for air on the stairs. Hearing this, Elder Chen was clearly unconvinced. Me? I'm in good health. I'm wheezing up the stairs, that's because it's so hot. Okay, you and Aiwa hurry back. Rock Chen waved his hand before leaving with Zhang Shipa. After the people left, Li Aihua tugged on Sun Lianqing's arm. You. Can't you see that my father and Chen Lao don't want to involve you, and still have to come down to see you off? Sun Lianqing sighed. I know, and I don't want to care. Don't worry. I just want to do scientific research now. I don't want to meddle in a single thing else. Come on, let's go home. With that, the two strolled towards the house, arm in arm, and at that moment, two men were standing under the tree watching what was happening here, and when they saw that the people were gone, that's when they picked up the phone and dialed out. On the other side, Landscape Manor. I really didn't expect that Zhang Shipa would be able to pull in foreign aid. Chen Yan even, and now he's even tied in a Sun Liancheng. Zhao Ruilong couldn't hide his dislike when he mentioned the three words Sun Liancheng. After all, he had only just been defeated over there. So naturally, he didn't have much of a good impression. Kishore sat upright. It would be troublesome if the matter involves Sun Liancheng. Rock Chen seems to be on good terms with him. We have already contacted Sun Liancheng before. This person is not easy to fool. Dare to get Chen Xingchuan away from us. The background of the back way. can be complicated. Gao Xiaoqin's long legs were folded together as she leaned against the back of the chair, holding a red wine glass in her hand. In the end, it's a mature woman who is charming with her hands and feet. But at this time, Zhao Ruilong didn't have time to appreciate it. He was a bit displeased when he heard the word background. What do you mean? In terms of background, who doesn't know that I, Zhao Ruilong, am the sky of Handong province? Since soft won't work, let's play hardball. I can't move Sun Liancheng, but I still can't move Great Wind Factory? QI's eyes went cold. Mr. Zhao, what do you mean? Zhao Ruijin snorted coldly. Shi Hall, you arrange tomorrow. Find someone to go to the big wind factory. Take advantage of the slack over there, let's come strong. When the dust settles, that Sun Liancheng, what he said is too late. Qi Tongwei frowned slightly, his expression a little complicated. But this expression was just a flash, soon replaced by a smile. Mr. Zhao, this is really not coincidental. Tomorrow the province held a science and technology exhibition. My side is responsible for security work, have to go to the scene to command. I'm afraid that the manpower cannot be coordinated out. Why don't you arrange your men first? Besides, with this police out there, things will be a pain in the ass if they look into it later. Zhao Ruilong didn't say anything, just looked at Qi Tongwei with some emotion in his eyes. Gao Xiaoqin sensed that the atmosphere was not right and rushed to interrupt. Ouch! Why is this wine weird? Is it not well preserved? Come on, I'll have it removed. I'll re-pour it for you. With Gao Xiaoqin's interruption, things just went by. Only after Zhao Ruijin left did Gao Xiaoqin blush and look at Qi Tongwei with a worried face. What's wrong with you? There's something wrong with you. Kishore took a deep breath. Nothing wrong with it, I guess. Just don't want to get involved in what happened to Zhou Rairan. You don't want to offend Sun Liancheng? Gao Xiaoqin saw through Qi Tongwei's mind at a glance. QI nodded. Sun Liancheng has a complicated background. Even Zhao Ruilong cannot move the person. We do not need to offend. Besides what? Gao Xiaoqin pursued. Kishore smiled. It's okay, we'll talk about it later. For some reason, Gao Xiaoqin always felt a hint of bitterness when she looked at Qi Tongwei's smile just now. Perhaps, this is the hardship that people like them, who have no background in nothing, realize only after they have come all the way. The next day, Aerospace Forum site. Elder Wang, welcome. It's a great honor for our Handong province for you to attend. Sherry Kin took the initiative and reached out to meet him. The visitor is more than half 100 years old. Lean body, hair slightly gray, but look at it is very jittery. Today he did not wear a military uniform, but a regular clothes, cannot see the identity. But to make Zhao Ruijin this level of characters to take the initiative to meet, the identity is naturally not small. The person who came was none other than Old Wang, the military engineering expert of the Military Industrialization No. 2 factory. Secretary Xia, you're welcome. Elder Wang shook back and his expression was very polite. Upon arriving at the scene, Wang looked back around as if he was looking for someone. Elder Wang, are you looking for Elder Su? Serkin asked with a smile. Elder Wang nodded. Yeah, how come old Su hasn't seen anyone? This old guy is closer to your capital state than I am. He can't be late, right? That's true, isn't it? Today's aerospace exhibition, Elder Su he's not coming to attend. Sherikin explained. As soon as he heard this, Wang Lao's nose stared up. What? He's not coming? This old guy. A while ago he swore that he would compete with me in the Aerospace Forum for aeronautical knowledge. And this is not coming when he said he wouldn't come? Sherikin nodded and looked to Secretary White. What did Elder Su say? Secretary White explained. Elder Su said he was busy with the development of a new fighter jet recently and didn't have time to come over. Research and development? Just old Su, what else can he research and develop? Wait, I'll call him right now. Wang Lao directly took out his cell phone and dialed out to Su Lao on the spot. The beep sounded and after 10 seconds or so, there was still no answer. Elder Wan was all set to hang up when that side replied. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Lao picked up the phone. And this opening was Yin and Yang. Old Su, you don't come to the forum, and you're still secretly working on R&D? What? Afraid of losing to me? Working overtime to prepare for the military supply exhibition? In the past, when Wang Lao said this, Su Lao was going to jump on the spot, but at the moment, that side was surprisingly calm. That's right, I'm preparing for the military supply show. Old Wang, let me tell you, my side are in the development of a secret weapon. Research a super fighter. You just wait to see it. And so the military exhibition absolutely brightened your eyes. Ha 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 ha. Halfway through the sentence, the other end burst out laughing. I'm not talking to you. I'm still busy with R&D over here. Don't delay me. Hang up. Toot toot toot. There was a busy signal and the phone hung up. Is anyone reading this? Ladies and gentlemen, the data of this book is really miserable. If anyone reads it again, Please squeak or throw a love flower chicken leg or whatever. Give the author some motivation to continue to write. Chapter 070, This is the rhythm of taking off. Listening to the beeping blind tone, Wang Lao was in a daze and looked at Sha Ruijin again, with a head full of questions. Okay. This old Su has really grown up. How dare he hang up on me? I'd like to see what he's got. And he has to build a secret weapon? Wang Lao was infuriated and was blowing his beard and eyes, cursing in place as he did so. At this point, QI came over. Secretary Sha, I've deployed all my men, and I'll personally keep an eye on security at the scene from my side. Sha Ruijin nodded perfunctorily. Today's Aerospace Forum actually does not need a director to sit in the town. He knows too well Chi Tongwei's idea. He is trying to show performance through this activity. Elder Wang, let's go. The exhibition has almost started. Sha Ruijin made a pleased gesture. Wang Lao nodded his head, instantly serious. Not at all to see the moment before or a cursing old man, but this kind of patriarchal figure itself comes with an aura. To that station can be seen temperament body. Elder Wang and Sha Ruijin stood side by side as the two of them walked towards the exhibition hall. The side is also followed by some official media. Photographed photos, live broadcast, surrounded by some of the masses in the exhibition. In addition to some young people, most of them are parents with small children to visit. After walking in, I saw a peculiarly shaped fighter plane standing in the exhibition hall from a distance, and the surrounding area of the fighter plane was full of people visiting, and Wang Lao saw that side at a glance. This time Science and Technology Exhibition, your Handong province is attentive, and you even specially got models to come over. Wang Lao walked in front and smiled as he walked over to the Annihilator, and Chi Tongwei arranged for the security guards to make way. The overall appearance of silver gray, the overall lines of the fuselage is simple and smooth. The fuselage is more slender. The tail of the aircraft has a horizontal tail and vertical tail. Looks like a soaring eagle. There is a kind of simple and majestic sense of beauty. In the end, Wang Lao was a military engineering expert, and with just one glance, he could see the model of the fighter jet and said with some excitement, I can't believe it's still a J5? You guys put in a lot of effort, didn't you? To think that even the J5 was shipped here. This is the first J5 that was independently developed by our Dragon Kingdom. This fighter jet is too special and carries a lot of stories in it. And Wang Lao's heart welled up a lot of sighs when he took a look at it. Elder Wang is an expert in military engineering. You also introduced the origin of J5 to everyone as well. Li Dekong came to the front at some point and immediately drove up the atmosphere, greeting Wang Lao as he shared stories. Chi Tongwei looked at him, breathless with some admiration. Either that Secretary Dekong will come to things where there is no shortage of him. Elder Wan was also happy with this proposal and pointed at the J5 behind him. In the 1950s, our country was just founded. At this time the motherland is still waiting to be developed. The military aviation industry is even more behind foreign countries. In such conditions, our military experts began to develop the J5 fighter. 56 years, the first test flight of the J5 was successful, and it appeared, so that we became one of the few countries in the world that can independently develop the jet fighter of the world. Although it is now clear that the J5 swept back wings and single turbojet engine, 37mm cannon and 223mm cannons are no longer adequate for today's military needs. It is still of great historical value. Wang Lao introduced them one by one, but after he finished speaking, he happened to turn around and see the gun barrel of this fighter. 37 centimeters? This thing is 80, right? Of course it wasn't the only one who was puzzled. The audience noticed this as well. I thought the barrel was 37? That one looks like it's 70 or 80? I don't know and just introduced said engine. This engine seems not turbo wait, what's up with that jet you guys are staring at? Just now the distance is far. Wang Lao did not look seriously. At this moment stood under the jet before noticing that this jet is just the same as the J5 in appearance, but many details of the parts are very different. Li Dekong hurriedly stepped forward to explain. This fighter is estimated to be in accordance with the model of the J5, but after all, not a professional military designer. A lot of details do not do in place. There are some discrepancies. Hearing this, Elder Wang released a smile. So it's a model? Not to say. In addition to the details cannot stand the scrutiny. This fighter jet made very realistic well. When I looked at it, I wondered where I found such a new machine. Sherikin smiled. Yes, I heard that this J5 was also eliminated from the battlefield and fell into disrepair over the years, so that the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute side helped to remodel it. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang was a bit surprised. Remodeled? Nice technique. It's very realistic. He walked to the side and touched the fuselage with his hand. And the texture of this on his hand was surprisingly no worse than the ones made by their military industry. Looking in from the window, even the cockpit inside is very realistic. Surprisingly, Even every button is perfectly engraved. Honestly, if you don't know that this is a model, put it in the military warehouse, guaranteed that no one can identify its authenticity. Elder Wang was about to turn around when he saw a black maneuvering disc sitting on a shelf to the side. He picked up the manual in his hand and smiled as he showed it to a few people. It's kind of interesting that there's even a remote control disc. It seems like it's ready to build a model toy. The bystanders also laughed. Wang Lao glanced at the description on the side. It said model, J5+. Seeing the name with a bang, Wang Lao would smile. This name is very interesting. Plus, our J5 also with the world. I said that the engine gun tube to do so big. The original is plus? Elder Wang spoke with great humor, and the scene was filled with laughter one after another, which made for a great atmosphere. Elder Wang, you show us. Yeah, show it off so everyone can see this J5+ too. Elder Wang, we want to see you operate. In the media, someone shouted this, which instantly set the scene ablaze and the crowd followed suit. Elder Wang was in tears. This one model, how do you want me to display it? You can't make me go up there and fly a fighter jet, can you? Flying a fighter plane was obviously not an option, not to mention the fact that what was in front of him was just a model and couldn't be started. And even if this was a real fighter plane, he wasn't a professional pilot. Sha Ruijin smiled and stepped forward, handing the manipulation disc to Wang Lao. Elder Wang, there's no need to drive. Just operate on this control panel. It's a way to satisfy the masses. Chapter 071, this thing it doesn't conform to physics. Elder Wang glanced down, which made him understand, and smiled dotingly. Not to mention, the control panel is exceptionally sophisticated, with a small electronic screen on top in addition to the buttons. Ha ha ha, okay, since it's everyone's request, let's use this remote control instead of the cockpit for a bit. I don't know how to turn it on here either, so I just pressed it randomly. Press whatever you want, we're just having fun. Li Dakong was cajoling, incidentally making way for the media, who one by one had set up their camera equipment to aim at Wang Lao, ready to capture today's front page headlines. Shuriken stood off to the side and smiled and applauded as well, seeing that the atmosphere was all here. Elder Wang also looked at the control panel with a smile and pressed the start button. There was a click, 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 a click of the shutter. Elder Wang, you press something else, let's take a few more shots. Elder Wang continued, casually pressing a few buttons on it for show, and when these were finished, he then waved his hand at everyone. Okay, just take a random shot, otherwise a few other old guys will see it and say I like to put on a show. Before the words were finished, the ground began to emit a slight tremor. Could it be an earthquake? These words echoed in his mind, and before he could say them, the next moment a siren was heard. Attention! Attention! Annihilator's about to start. Tick, tick, tick. Jet launch in progress. Countdown to launch. Everyone looked in surprise at the source of the sound. This so-called J5+. What's the situation? Wang Lao was surprised and looked at Sha Ruijin, but this would be. Sha Ruijin was more baffled than him. Isn't this a model? How come the model is still moving? Could it be a prank? It's just activating the alarm. After all, there's not even a person on this cockpit. Li Dakong struggled to maintain the shocking silence and whispered out the possibility, but before he could finish his words, the next moment, the vibrations increased, and the electronic instruments inside the jet began to emit a slight but regular buzzing sound, which grew louder and louder. At the moment, this fighter jet was like an eagle in a low crouch that was constantly buzzing and roaring to spread its wings and fly. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized that this thing seemed to actually fly. Evacuate! Evacuate from the scene! Wang Lao let out a low growl. As soon as this engine rattled, he knew something was wrong. This thing was real. With Wang Lao's words, Chi Tongwei first arranged for the guards to start dispersing the crowd, perhaps realizing the danger. The site personnel run also very actively, have to disperse to a safe location. The man had just moved away and the jets were starting to fire. The deafening sound of the engine erupted, spewing out a powerful stream of air, and for a moment the wind was gusting. J5+ activation in progress. Countdown to takeoff. 10, 9.8. On the one hand, the alarm sound of the annihilator. Wang Lao, Sha Ruijin, several people are almost numb. This thing it really wants to take off. This is an air show. Even if the people are evacuated, but the sides are all full of exhibits. And there are walls on all sides. Even if they are not in flying condition, once they start up, it will be a mess inside. Today's airshow is a total waste. But the strangest thing is, there wasn't even a pilot in the Jag. So how did this thing start? It was at this moment that the crowd's attention fell on the control disc in Elder Wang's hands. Could it be? Is this it? Wang Lao looked at the control disc in his hand. People are not good. The jets as toys remote control. Make this thing in the end is what kind of person ah? Elder Wang. You hurry up and turn it off. Gotta end the startup ASAP. Lee Dakong is anxious. If this continues to be a major accident, and does not care about politeness or impoliteness, directly shouted out at Wang Lao. How does this work? I don't know how either. Wang Lao is also too eyes confused. He is the designer is not false, but this thing in front of him is not their own design. How can he turn off? Wang Lao could only press a few times randomly on the operation panel. Originally it was fine if he didn't press it, but after this operation, there was another rattle coming from the annihilator. Autopilot mode now activated. Parameters are normal. Flight mode is normal. Pressure values are all normal. Takeoff conditions are adequate. Takeoff preparations in progress. Hearing the words sufficient conditions for takeoff, Elder Wang was truly taught. Adequate takeoff conditions? It's not even a racetrack. Where are the conditions for takeoff? The exhibition hall was walled in on all sides. How could it take off when there wasn't enough glide distance alone? But seeing that the jets could no longer be controlled, Wang could only desperately urge protect the crowd at the scene and continue to evacuate. On QI's side, he immediately arranged for people to evacuate the crowd, withdrawing the range a few hundred meters further back. Control is out of the question, so we can only hope that something this big doesn't damage the surrounding area too much. Just as he was thinking that, the J5 Plus let out a loud rumble. Flight initiated. Accelerating thrust in progress. A tongue of red and blue fire shot out, directly forming a huge air current at the scene, which rolled and pushed all the surrounding things outward by a few meters. In the next moment, this fighter jet was like an eagle, rushing out towards the sky over the exhibition. Literally, flushed out. The exhibition hall was just vertically washed out in a huge sinkhole, and the J5 Plus just took off vertically in front of the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Flying, this thing isn't a model? It really flew. For a moment, the people in the room all looked dumbfounded, and the media clunked their cameras at what was in front of them. The audience, with their cell phones in hand, have begun to videotape. Good thing. When the discovery of the J5 Plus is not right, Lee Dakong the first time to call off the live broadcast. Otherwise this will be. The live broadcast should not be less lively than the scene. Sha Ruijin, Lee Dakong, and Shi Tongwei all looked at Wan Lao blankly. Just now, didn't Mr. Wang say this thing couldn't fly? Didn't he say it wasn't ready for takeoff? Not even a runway? But the reality is that not only did this thing fly, and it took off vertically. Seeing this scene, Elder Wang was the first to rush out, a pair of eyes looking at the sky in death, staring at the behemoth that flew out. With a trembling hand, he pointed to the J5 Plus overhead. This doesn't make sense. It simply defies aerodynamics. Vertical takeoff is not that impossible, but at least the J5 it can't do vertical takeoff. The structural model of vertical takeoff is not like this. And, if it's going to be in vertical takeoff condition, it shouldn't have an engine like that. It should be a nozzle engine. But he didn't see any nozzles at all when he was just observing it. Chapter 072. This thing was built by Sun Liancheng? Even if Wang Lao was unwilling to believe it, the jets above his head were buzzing, so it was not up to you to deny it. This is not the most extreme. The most extreme head above this jet's at unmanned ah. Tick-tock. Current climb height 200 meters. Climbing speed 100 m per second. Autopilot running. Now initiating acceleration climb program. Accelerated program launch. Sha Ruijin, Lee Dakong and several people only heard a mechanical sound coming from the control panel behind them. Several people all looked at Wan Lao, hoping to see an explanation from his face. Mr. Wang has never been so dumbfounded in his life. Even if a model took off in front of him, or took off vertically, and now it's on autopilot? Wang Lao looked up and saw that the Jaguar, which had been clearly visible earlier, had turned into a small dot in the blink of an eye, and the altitude was still being reported in real time on the control panel. Current climbing altitude 500 meters. Current climbing altitude 800 meters. Current climbing speed 1500 meters. It had only been half a minute since takeoff, and the jet had actually flown over 1,000 meters. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Elder Wang's voice was nearly trembling. Climbing over 1,000 meters in 20 seconds. The average rate of climb had reached 100 meters per second. He, as an expert in the field of fighter jets, had never seen such data. At this time, the students brought by Wang Lao had hurriedly gotten to the scene with the general using the detection equipment to capture the jets overhead. The moment the display numbers came out, Elder Wang only felt his scalp tingle. The device clearly showed a flight altitude of 2,300 meters and a flight speed of 130 m/m and was still accelerating, climbing at over 100 meters per second. Crazy. Crazy. The world has gone mad. Maybe ordinary people thought nothing of it when they saw this number. But this speed was not an ordinary flight speed. It's climbing speed? Climbing speed is what it's all about. and that's to fight gravity in flight. Think about it, a person standing in place to jump, in the process of jumping, will continue to feel a force to pull you down, in place to jump 50 centimeters top sky, but with the jag in front of him, he not only managed to fight the pull of gravity, but also achieved a speed increase of more than 100 meters. Vertical takeoffs are completely worthless in the face of the counterintuitive flight speeds in front of us. Take. Continuous acceleration in progress. Take. Flight speed 300 m/m/sec. When he heard the figure of 300 meters, Elder Wang was stunned and looked up to the sky with scarlet eyes. This is going to break the sound barrier. The few young men who were originally operating the monitoring equipment would all look up sharply. One was too dumbfounded to speak. On the side, Sha Ruijin, Li Dekong and a few others were a bit anxious. A few people had heard of the dangers of the words breaking the sound barrier, even though they weren't in the relevant field. The speed of sound is 340 m per second, which is often used as a reference indicator by aircraft during flight, not only because of the speed, but also because of the high danger involved in breaking through the speed of sound. Breaking the sound barrier generates a strong shock wave that acts as an invisible wall. This shock wave can instantly destroy nearby objects and place tremendous stress on the structure of the vehicle, which may result in its disintegration or loss of control. Not only that, the air in front of the vehicle would be extremely compressed, creating an area of high temperature and pressure. The surface of the vehicle could melt at any time at these extreme temperatures, even causing the engines to stall, leading to combustion or explosion. The slightest mishap and the plane is destroyed, although there is no pilot on the fighter jet, but outside the kilometer-high altitude. In the event of an accident, the high-speed fall of the aircraft and the ground impact will produce a huge impact. The collapse of buildings, road damage are small. The aircraft disintegration, explosion is likely to cause a fire, resulting in large-scale casualties. Right at this moment, only a loud bang could be heard in the sky, as if it was as shocking as thunder, and the sound waves spread in all directions at supersonic speeds, generating intense pressure waves that caused the surrounding air to shake violently. At this instant, the ground shook, and Wang Lao nearly failed to stand still, and when the shaking ended, he could only see a long white trail left in the sky, as if it was the tail of a comet that had crossed the sky. And this white line is the white gas that condenses out of the jets after they break through the sound barrier. Crazy, totally insane. Wang Lao stood frozen in place for a moment, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Autopilot. Vertical takeoff breaking the sound barrier. Wait, autopilot. This thing is on autopilot. Where is it going to fly to now? It's completely uncontrollable. Just as Wang Lao was shocked at the flight speed of the jet, the alarm on the control panel was launched again. Alert! Alert! Radar tracking trace detected. Now in stealth mode. Radar tracking? Obviously talking about the military monitoring equipment they're hooking up. Stealth? Elder Wang casually repeated. The next moment, the young man in front of the monitoring equipment was heard to call out. Wang Lao, the jets are gone. The little green dot that had been blinking on the monitoring equipment was now gone as if it had vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Elder Wang sucked in a hard breath of cold air. It's gone? Something that big just disappeared from the monitor? Just reported back and turned on stealth mode and disappeared? Crazy, absolutely insane. The anti-radar tracking used by this jag is ridiculously excellent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Any words were hollow at this moment, and Wang Lao's hand that grasped the device trembled continuously. Who the hell designed this thing? At this moment, there was only one question in his mind. The technology that he saw in front of him, not to mention Dragon Country. Even Pretty Country couldn't do it. Secretary Sha. Where did this fighter jet come from? Wang Lao looked at Sha Ruijin with a trembling voice. Sha Ruijin would also be confused in both eyes this time. He looked at Wang Lao, and then looked at Li Dakong. It seems like Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology produces of it. At this moment, even Sha Ruijin was out of breath. Was this thing in front of him really created by Sun Liancheng? Even if he didn't know anything about military equipment or flying machine research? But seeing the reaction of Elder Wang and the group of students, he could see how heaven-defying this thing really was. Sun Liancheng, he has the strength to research this level of fighter jet? But if it wasn't him, Sun Liancheng, where did this fighter jet in front of him come from? Chapter 072 Landing Target, Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. The family courtyard of the District Committee of Guangming District, Kyungju City. It is now 12 o'clock in the morning, obviously in broad daylight, but close to the easternmost side of the neighborhood of a household as the house is closed. Even the curtains are pulled tightly. Inside the house, the living room was also dark, with only 2 candles giving off a faint glow. In front of the light, 2 people, a man and a woman, sat looking at each other. Aya, we're an old married couple. You're still having a candlelight lunch. How embarrassing is this? Li Aihua's face was flushed and she was a little embarrassed. Of course, what she was most embarrassed about at the moment was the outfit she was wearing than any candlelight dinner at home. It was something the two had bought last night when they were shopping and passed an adult store. I don't know how. Sun Lianqing took a glance at this set at that time. Black silk pajamas. With white lace. This dress, it is really too sexy, making her a little embarrassed. Not only that, when leaving Sun Lianqing also specially gave her with a pair of black stockings. The beautiful name of a collocation more effective, but she a people's teacher. This feeling is really not very comfortable. What old couple? How long have we been married? Look at the atmosphere now. Sun Lianqing raised his eyebrows and looked at his wife's complexion that was reflected by the black silk that looked like snow. It is true that a man wants a suit. A woman wants black silk. This sexy collarbone. This provocative long legs. Can't hold it in a minute. In the past when the district governor. Every day by the district things tormented by the unrecognizable. Which have now this leisure to feel the wife's beauty. Honey, I remember buying you another dress yesterday. So let's go back to the bedroom and I'll give you a good check. Said. Sun Lianqing's restless hand is going to come up. The atmosphere of the two people also finally in place. Just then, a cell phone rang, breaking the beautiful atmosphere. Li Aihua looked at the cell phone with some dissatisfaction. Who is it? Calling at this time? Don't you know how rare it is for their women to have a middle-aged husband? So once, she hadn't wanted to take care of it. But her cell phone kept ringing and she had no choice but to pick it up. Seeing that it was her mother's call, she made a wink at Sun Lianqing before picking up the phone. Hey, Aiwa, you should hurry over to Dofeng factory right now. Something's happened to your father. On the other end of the line, came the voice of his mother's eagerness. As soon as she heard this, Li Aihua instantly couldn't sit still. Ha? What's wrong? Mom, take your time. What happened? Your dad and Shen Lao came over to Dofeng factory to help defend the workers' rights. And now a bunch of demolition people came over and fought with the workers at the scene. Your dad also fought over here. Hold your horses. Lianchang and I will be right over. The phone put the outside voice. Sun Lianqing on the side also heard clearly. Out of this file. The two must have no other mood. Without saying a word, changed clothes, hurriedly rushed to the big wind factory. On the other side, the space show floor. As the J5 Plus disappeared from the monitoring system, the atmosphere of the few Wang Lao people on the scene became more tense. Well, still can't track it? Wang Lao stood in front of the equipment with a gloomy expression, looking at the large empty monitoring screen, and had never been so nonchalant in his life. Report, still untraceable. Elder Wang was silent, his eyebrows pressed to the point of pinching mosquitoes. Elder Wang, would you look at this? This thing seems to fold. At this time, Qi Tongwei, as if he had discovered some major clues, handed the J5 Plus matching control panel to Wang Lao. The control panel, which was previously full of buttons, was able to fold and unfold, and the other half of the folded open half was a display screen, which was currently displaying the basic data of the annihilator. Current altitude, 10,000 feet. Course, northeast. Engine speed, 80%. Temperature is normal. Flight speed, Mach 4. When he saw the first few sets of data, Elder Wang's complexion was still normal, but when his eyes fell on this last set of cruising speeds, his face suddenly changed, and he fiercely lowered his head to get closer to the electronic screen, fearing that he had misread the information. Mach 4? The very next second after he said this, the Mach 4 speed then became Mach 4.1 and counting. In less than half a minute's work, the figure was Mach 4.5. Seeing this, Elder Wang's hand was a bit unable to hold it. It's impossible. How can? It can't be done. This can't be done. Mach 4.5? Wang Lao's expression was rich to the extreme. Again, like the excitement of discovering something, and like seeing something unimaginable, with delight, and with incredulity. Only a few of Elder Wang's students knew at this point what the data in front of them represented meant. Mach 1 represents a unit of the speed of sound, and Mach 4 represents 4 times the speed of sound. As far as the world is concerned, the highest flight speed of the previously recognized most powerful and beautiful country's F-22 Raptor fighter can only do Mach 2.5. But not what's in front of us. This fighter jet is right in front of everyone. Has more than the F-22 Raptor fighter, nearly twice the flight speed. If the figures on the display in front of us are true, it means that this J5 Plus is already a milestone in the global aviation field. The hearts of the crowd were thumping. They had never been so nervous. Although I don't know whether it's true or not. What's in front of me? What's happened from the beginning to now? Makes one have to believe the numbers on this screen. Because everything that happened today was too refreshing for them. Elder Wang took a deep breath and tried to smooth out his emotions. He looked at what was on the display. Target, 108 degrees 45 minutes east, 34 degrees 16 minutes north. Approaching traveling target, flight down speed in progress, ETA 1 minute 2. Landed, Nothing else matters right now. Find this fighter jet. Finding the genius who developed this plane is the key. Secretary Shah, where are the coordinates on this? Elder Wang inquired with a trembling hand. Shah Ruijin glanced at it and mulled over the location in his head, but didn't think of it for a while. But on the contrary, Li Dakong quickly reacted. This location is Juvenile Hall. Hearing about the Children's Palace, Shuriken's eyes lit up. Right. If it's a juvenile hall, it's right. Isn't that where the Cosmic Science and Technology Institute is? Chapter 073, the developer is finally found. Sun Lianqing with his wife Li Aihua, two people received a phone call to rush to the big wind factory. Just to the entrance of the factory really saw two police cars parked in front of the door. Walking up a dozen meters inside, he saw 5 men in police uniforms arguing with the employees of the Dofeng factory. Let me tell you, the big wind factory has now been sold. We're also following the rules now. This factory has to be demolished, and it has to be demolished now. If you cooperate, we'll all save a lot of trouble. If you don't, it's not our fault if something happens later. The man in the lead has a somewhat chubby figure, and the whole person carries a bit of a flow, and speaks in a dangling manner, not at all like a police officer. You're just going to tear it down? Even if you want to demolish it, you have to make things clear about the workers' equity first. Besides, your current behavior is completely out of order. Li Weigua stood in front of the workers and spoke righteously. Obviously his words didn't solve the problem, but instead enraged the man leading the group and said he was ready to strike. But before the person could move, Sun Lianqing blocked in front of his father-in-law. Li Weigua, you're going to move, aren't you? Or else move me first. Sun Lianqing stood in front of his father-in-law and sized up the leader, quickly recognizing his identity. This person is the Bright District Police Station degree of cousin Chang Cheng-hu. Of course, he is not a police officer. Itself is a gangster, has been relying on the degree of maintenance for the wrongdoing. During the period, he helped Zhao Ruilong to do a lot of dirty things. It is obvious that today he is under the banner of the police department to demolish the Dofeng factory. However, according to Sun Lianqing's memory of the original drama, the time for the forced demolition didn't seem to have arrived yet. Could it be that the gang was ahead of schedule? I'm telling you, interfering with police business, we can get you in any time. Sun Lianqing recognizes Chang Cheng-hu, but Chang Cheng-hu does not recognize Sun Lianqing, and at this moment does not know his identity, but only feels that when Zhao Ruilong's errand, he has to do the errand beautifully. Sun Lianqing snorted coldly. Police? Come on, show your police license. Don't think you really think you're a cop just because you got a fake suit. Hearing this Chang Cheng-hu really panicked a bit, but it wasn't the first time he pretended to be a police officer, and he still had experience in bluffing. I'm telling you, if you don't cooperate with us, I'll arrest you first right now. Sun Lianqing glanced at him. Since you don't dare to show your documents, then things are simple. So let's call Zhao Donglai to come over right now, and let him see for himself if you're a member of their bureau or not, and dare to come to Dofeng factory so blatantly to cause trouble, right? Zhao Ruilong gave you the guts to do it. When it came to the 3 words Zhao Ruilong, Sun Lianqing's voice steeply rose, bringing with it a kind of unspeakable majesty, giving Chang Cheng-hu several people a jolt of fear. Sun Lianqing yanked a chair from the side and sat down directly on it. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in all that crap with Zhao Ruilong, but when things came to my head, I couldn't just ignore it. You want to demolish it, right? Come on, you guys come over here and try it then. Sun Lianqing just sat on the chair and crossed his legs to look at a few people. Seeing this, Li Weigua and Shen Yanyan and these employees of Dofeng factory also stood behind Sun Lianqing, as if they had become important people, and each of them hardened up. Tiger, what to do? The demolition team is still waiting outside. The companion whispered a question in Chang Cheng-hu's ear. Chang Cheng-hu looked at Sun Lianqing. A time also some cannot hold. This person looks not simple. Dare not move? After hesitating for a few moments, he clenched his teeth. And the left and right characters are not as big as Zhao Ruilong, Zhao General Manager. The big deal is that if something goes wrong, the top will carry the burden. Move out of the way. Arrest anyone who dares to obstruct the demolition. Chang Cheng-hu let out a low, angry cry and waved his hand to have the excavator come over towards Sun Lianqing. However, this arm was just raised, and in the next moment, he only felt a force come over him, and his entire body rose up in the air and just flew out 2 or 3 meters. The crowd only saw Chang Cheng-hu sitting on the ground, covering his stomach and rolling on the ground. Sun Lianqing sighed. I do not know when a young man appeared, with a small inch hair. The bodyboard is strong. It is obvious that just now this kick is his kick. They're all fake cops anyway. No need to show mercy when you do it. Sun Lianqing spoke in a breezy manner. The next moment, Disher clanked a few more kicks, knocking all the other fake cops to the ground. Disher is the national security side especially sent over to protect Sun Lianqing's safety. He is last year's champion of the Dragon Internal Combat Skills competition, commonly known as the King of Soldiers in general, dealing with these several fake police naturally hand to hand. 2 minutes later, the fake cops were all knocked to the ground. Chang Cheng-hu covered his stomach while cursing. Wait, all of you. Wait. Assaulting a police officer. I'll make the call. You Gale Factory wait. And you, all of you stay here and don't leave. With that, Chang Cheng-hu took out his cell phone and called his cousin Degree. Seeing this, Zhang Shipa, chairman of the labor union of the Dofeng factory, was immediately anxious. If these are the police, you just assaulted the police. Mr. Sun, it's not good to attack the police. What if more police come in the name of attacking the police and forcefully demolish our Dofeng factory? The other workers panicked. People even have the guts to call. They might actually be cops. If this is an assault on the police, will they arrest us all? And then who will be able to protect the Dofeng factory from being demolished? Li Weiguo looked at Sun Liancheng. Liancheng, this. Sun Liancheng looked calm. Don't worry. As soon as the words left his mouth, a siren was heard. Outside the door, a row of police cars toward this side of the drive over. That momentum, that scene is really not to say, very dignified. Seeing this, Chang Cheng-hu, who was scared of being beaten a moment ago, instantly had a bottom, stood up and looked at Sun Liancheng. You guys wait, you dare to assault the police, right? All of you have a part to play today. I'll see if you guys can still leave today. The crowd's expressions tensed up, and they all looked blearily in the direction of the police car. The door of the police car opened and the first person to open the door was Chi Tongwei. Seeing Chi Tongwei's moment, Chen Yan Li Weiguo could not help but both of them took a step forward. Could it be that today's demolition was arranged by Chi Tongwei? If it is Chi Tongwei, then things will be troublesome. The haul on the backing, coupled with the assault on the police. These two things are superimposed. Dofeng factory to keep. Difficult. Chi Tongwei got off the car and did not come towards this side, but immediately picked up the phone and dialed out. Secretary Sha, Elder Wang, the person has finally been found. Dean Sun is at the Great Wind Factory right now. Chapter 074, positioned correctly. It's the juvenile hall. Chang Cheng-hu, a few people saw that the person who came was Chi Tongwei, and for a moment, they also panicked a little. What to do? Isn't the person coming here Bureau Chang? Isn't this Director Chi? Hands too often into the tiger's ear. The heart has been brewing in the run. Others do not know, but they know themselves. They are simply an imposter police, which was caught in the current after the side to go to jail to eat. But Chang Cheng-hu was obviously much more calm. It's okay. Improvise. He came to Dofeng factory today. Behind him stood Zhao Ruilong. Chi Tongwei and Zhao Gongzi are in the same boat. Naturally, will not make things difficult for them, and it is even very likely that Chi Tongwei's appearance today is to help them to smoothly solve the trouble of Dofeng factory. Chi Tongwei sighed. After the phone call towards the big wind factory came in, directly rushed Sun Liancheng in a hurry. Chang Cheng-hu was the first to greet him and saluted directly. Key Hall. QI hadn't even noticed the two, but the greeting stopped him in his tracks. He frowned at the two men and knew at a glance what was going on. Sun Liancheng looked at Chi Tongwei. Frankly speaking, he will not be able to figure out this time. Why is it Chi Tongwei who came? Although he intends to solve the several fake police in front of him, but according to his plan, it is to let the degree of the umbrella behind it come out first, and then force Gao Yuliang and Li Dakon to make a move. Why did Chi Tongwei show up at this moment? Can't it be that he's a director stepping in just to protect these punks? Chi Hall. It's him. This gang of windmills obstructed the demolition, not to mention assaulting the police. That's the guy. He's the one who led the charge. Chang Cheng-hu saw Chi Tongwei felt a backer. Immediately pointed to Sun Liancheng, began to accuse. A few other little brothers saw the situation, also thought to come to the support, immediately replaced the previous face of the villain. Sun Liancheng did not say anything, but looked at Chi Tongwei. To be honest, he is also very curious at this moment. What is the attitude of this Sheng Tian half-son of Director Chi? The next moment, only a crisp slap could be heard. Pop. That's right. Chi Tongwei ruthlessly dumped a slap on Chang Cheng-hu. This time, through Chang Cheng-hu all confused. He covered his face and credulously looked at Chi Tongwei. Key Hall? Don't call me QI Hall. Where do you come from that you dare to impersonate a police officer here? Chi Tongwei a rebuke. Scared a few people cannot help but a shiver. For a time, all lost their positions. Chang Cheng-hu mouth open and close, seems to want to defend. Chi Tongwei simply did not give him the opportunity. Directly shouted, people will be several people detained. Arrest these miscreants posing as police officers. Go back and give me a good trial. In the end is the director. He gave an order. Immediately there are a few people to come up to Offen Cheng-hu detained. See, the situation is not good. Offen Cheng-hu pulling his legs to escape, but just ran out a few meters. to the door of the wind factory was pressed to the ground. Dean's son, you're not hurt, are you? Keith stepped forward and inquired with concern. Sun Liancheng waved his hand, a little puzzled by Chi Tongwei's intentions. That's not true. Chi Tongwei's face sank in exasperation. Why didn't I expect that this gang of criminals would even dare to act as tigers in the name of the police? Go back and I'll make sure to have them tried properly. After saying that, he thought of something and hurriedly said, Dean's son, go. You now hurry up and come with me. Secretary Xia, Wang Lao can be waiting for you. Sun Liancheng frowned. Elder Wang? What happened at the technology exhibition he would not know. Chi Tongwei was about to explain, when he heard a police siren ringing outside. Compared to the previous siren, this time it is obviously more intensive. The volume is also bigger. Only saw not far away. 7 or 8 police cars lined up in a row hurriedly drove over to the big wind factory. The car and the outside are not stopped. See the car down a group of staff wearing police uniforms. The leading person Chi Tongwei and Sun Liancheng are not strangers. It is this Chang Chenghua's cousin, the degree of the director of the Guangming District Police Department. Degree walked at the front, followed by a dozen or so policemen. And as he walked, he let loose with harsh words toward the day's factory. Who dares to attack the police? Get the hell out. Wasn't it wild when you attacked the police? This will be. Chi Tongwei's people have just detained Chang Chenghu to be stuffed into the police car. Was Degree bumped right into? Cousin, help me. Chang Chenghu, as if seeing a savior, constantly rushed to the extent of calling for help. Which of your offices? How dare you arrest my people? Get the hell off me. Degree rolled up his sleeves and was about to go over and snatch the man. And the police officers who followed behind him were all disguised as gangsters and came up ready to snatch the man. Cannot blame the degree of arrogance. Really, he was originally the director of the District Public Security Bureau, coupled with the back of the relationship with Zhao Ruilong. He is even Li Dakong dare to monitor other police stations, and even Zhao Dong came to the front of him is not necessarily good. And to the extent that this scene was watched by Sun Liancheng and Chi Tongwei. Sun Liancheng looked faintly at Chi Tongwei. Chi Hall, your comrades in the public security system. The faction is quite big. That person called Chang Chenghu was beaten by me. Is not also ready to even arrest me together? Kishore looked embarrassed. You're joking, Dean Sunday. The next moment, his face darkened as he walked over toward the degree. Come on, arrest someone, right? Want to arrest me too? Degree side is in a stalemate. After seeing Chi Tongwei, everyone froze for a moment, standing in place at a loss for words. Keith's face sank. What? A fake cop by Chi Tongwei is not qualified to arrest, is it? Do you need to be briefed to your degree on the work of the hall? As he said the last sentence, his tone sank and his voice rose in pitch, clearly suppressing his anger. Seeing this, Degree was busy shyly admitting his mistake. I didn't know that Chi Hall was there. You want to arrest someone, of course. You can do as you please. Only this is one of our system's own people. Or you can leave it to me. I'll go back and deal with it slowly. Your guys? These guys pretending to be cops don't say you didn't know. Kishore gave an angry cry. Degree, I'm telling you, I don't have time to deal with this with you right now. If you dare to stop them again, your men will be sent to the Serious Crimes Unit for a good trial. As soon as he heard the 3 words of the Serious Crimes Unit, the degree of even greater courage did not dare to say anything, and hurriedly let go of his hand to get out of the way, and did not dare to say a word more. Chi Tongwei glared at a few people. The disgust in his heart was hard to hide. In the past, there was no way to be in the company of these people, because the path of power is just that one, which is the reasoning that he exchanged his life for, and in order to move forward, he can only stand on the side of power. But today, what he saw at the aerospace exhibition made him realize that the situation in this Handong province, the sky of this Handong province, does not seem to be him, Zhao Ruilong, alone. If he had the chance to be a good person, he would like to go back to this path. Other side, the 2 men, Xia Ruijin and Wang Lao, had already arrived at the Children's Palace. That's right, this is it. The J5 Plus localization shown on the control panel is in there. Elder Wang excitedly looked towards the Youth Palace, his eyes glittering with excitement. Chapter 075, Impossible. It's never going to happen. Strange. Just now I clearly saw an airplane falling. It seems to have landed on our juvenile palace. The guard took his own hat off and poked his head toward the plant at the back of the juvenile hall. Just then, Wang Lao and Xia Ruijin and Li Dakong came this way, and the security guards initially didn't recognize the people and directly stopped the 3. No one is allowed to enter. The Children's Palace is closed to the public today. Just finished. This saw Li Dakong instantly as a jolt to stand straight. Secretary Xia, Secretary Dakong, what brings you here? In their line of work, eyesight is very important. Li Dakong and Xia Ruijin he is seen on TV. Li Dakong rushed forward. Where did that jag land just now? Hurry up and show us. Hearing this, the security guard was a bit confused. A jet? But quickly reacted. Oh, you guys said that airplane? I saw it. I did see it. It landed in the plant out back. I'll take you there, said in front to lead the way. Wang Lao, Sha Ruijin, Li Dakong all followed behind. Hurriedly to the plant past. Just before entering the plant, it was stopped again. This time stopping a few people is not the Youth Palace security, but the comrades of the state security. 3 people guarding the door. I'm sorry, no one can enter without Dean Sunday. This answer to a few people are some of the whole confused. Others do not say. But Sha Ruijin is a hand-in-hand-on province. A juvenile palace cannot get in? At this moment, Sha Ruijin's face was already clearly a bit off. But due to his status, Sha Ruijin didn't show it. Li Dakong stepped forward. This is our Hanong province's secretary Sha Ruijin. And next to him is the old Wang from the second factory of military industry. So I'll explain it to your Dean's son when he arrives. Li Dakong originally thought that a few people did not recognize Sha Ruijin before saying this. Who thought that even if he blew his own identity, he still did not get in. Just then, the sound of a police car came from the doorway. Chi Tongwei returns with Sun Liancheng. Dean's son, you're finally back. Li Dakong was busy shouting. Hearing this, Elder Wang rushed to welcome him. You are Sun Liancheng? Wang Lao looked at him. His gaze was full of astonished surprise. He thought that Sun Liancheng must at least be an old professor about the same age as himself. He did not expect to be so young. In his 40s. That's right. I'm Sun Liancheng. Sun Liancheng looked at a few people and didn't understand. At this time, Sha Ruijin Li Dakong several people should not be in the airshow? Running to their own research factory shed to do what? Before Sun Liancheng could ask, Elder Wang asked eagerly. Dean's son, the J5 Plus was also developed by your team. J5 Plus? Hearing this, Sun Liancheng immediately realized that the situation is not right. A few people want to see the jets obviously can be seen in the airshow, but all the way to the children's palace. And then look at their anxious look. It is obvious that the scene should be some kind of change. The jets flew back on their own. Thinking about this, Sun Liancheng was not even calm anymore and only felt a pain in his brain. Well, it is indeed us. What about the others? Where are the rest of your team? Get them all over here. I have so many questions to ask them. Hearing this, Wang Lao looked back a few times expectantly. Sun Liancheng also looked back and didn't see anything. Other members? There are only 2 of us. Me and my secretary. At our Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute until now. Do you mean you want to find my secretary? Elder Wang frowned. What secretary? I'm asking you about the engineer who worked on the J5 Plus. Elder Wang's reply caused Sun Liancheng to be a bit confused. Me then. I'm not here anymore. You? Elder Wang's eyes were wide open, obviously not believing Yi Ran's words, and he spoke in a hurry. This comrade. I'm not kidding you. The J5 Plus is simply not something that one person can develop. Do you know those National Fighter Jet Research Institutes? A team of a few hundred people at least. J5 Plus, this is simply not a workload that one person can accomplish, you know. Seeing that Elder Wang was in a hurry, Yi Ran cried and laughed for a while. I'm not kidding you either. There are only 2 of us in the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. As for the J5 Plus, it's me who made it. This thing even took me half a month. What? You're alone? For half a month? Elder Wang's eyes widened once again as he watched Yi Ran's mouth open and close. And he felt that his heart was greatly challenged. How is this possible? One man did this and it only took half a month? With several of their military research factories, it takes years to update and iterate each vehicle, often taking a year or more just to improve a single performance. He built a stealthy, triple-sonic fighter jet in half a month? This is not bull ********. But because he had experienced too many impossibilities today, these words, Wang Lao rigidly held back and did not say. He looked at Sha Ruijin, waiting for them to seal the deal. Sherikin would be at a loss as well. The conversation between the 2 digesting in his mind. Whether it's one person or not I don't know. But, it's true that the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute has only one person, President's son. And none of the new employees are in place yet. And it's true that the tech show model thing was notified to Dean's son only half a month ago. Wang Lao's hands began to shiver. And if it wasn't for being supported by Li Dakong behind him, the person would have almost fallen on the ground. This, how is that possible? One person? Half a month? He could read each of these numbers. But together, how could he not read them? Elder Wang took a deep breath and digested the information in his mind. Go! Show me the fighter jet that took half a month to develop. He tugged on Sun Liancheng's arm and was about to drag the man inside towards the factory shed. Sun Liancheng will still be a little confused. This old man is strange. Identity is not reported. To see their own fighter? And you are, this lord? Seeing Yi Rant's complete lack of respect, Shuriken hurriedly explained. Elder Wang is an engineer of the Military Industrialization No. 2 factory, an expert in military engineering, and a special guest of this aerospace exhibition. Hearing this, Sun Liancheng only nodded. Sha Ruijin's words cannot be false. Anyway, their own research and development of jets later is to be handed over to the Military Industrialization Institute. In advance to this show is also good. Alright then, you come in with me. Sun Liancheng walked in front, and Wang Lao followed closely behind him. Sha Ruijin, Li Dakong, Qi Tongwei also rushed to follow. Frankly speaking, their curiosity about Sun Liancheng's laboratory at this moment has also climbed to the peak. It was really Sun Liancheng's work alone that could make old man Wang so nervous and develop such a space weapon as the J5+. But just as the trio moved forward, they were stopped by state security. I'm sorry, Dean Sun didn't let you in. If Li Dakong and Qi Tongwei, even if the side can also stand Sha Ruijin. Even Sha Ruijin was stopped. It is difficult to comment. At this time, Sun Liancheng was taking Wang Lao inside without looking back, and was obviously not prepared to let the national security give a few people a free pass either. The three of them could only look at each other from outside, but none of them were willing to leave, so they waited outside with their eyes open. Chapter 076 Existence Beyond Cognition. When they went in, the first thing they saw was the J5+. It was like a hero returning from the battlefield at the moment, standing there quietly, after experiencing the flight. Its temperament had all changed. An indefinable, glorious glow. Seeing it, Wang Lao first froze for a moment, and then quickly stepped forward to stroke its body with his hand, looking moved and very excited. Surprisingly, it really flew back. It was all like a dream, too sci-fi, too unreal. Sun Liancheng explained as he did so. This side is one of the juvenile halls plants, temporarily remodeled to be used first. It's not quite everything, but it barely works. Only after hearing this did Wang Lao move his eyes away from the J5+ and surveyed this so-called scientific research plant. This factory building was so dilapidated compared to their research institute that it was unbearable, but it was only at first glance. But he walked in and realized that all the equipment placed inside was not simple. A modified high-precision CNC machine tool and data processing center are casually placed in the corner. Laser measuring instrument, coordinate measuring machine, X-ray diffractometer, scanning electron microscope. All the equipment is readily available. Even wind tunnels, which are needed to test the performance of fighter jet models under different airflow conditions, can be seen here. There were also a few machines that even Wang Lao didn't recognize. A moment ago, he hadn't believed that Sun Liancheng could complete the design alone. But at this moment, having arrived here, he suddenly felt as if it wasn't impossible. As outrageous as it sounds, the facts are in front of us and can no longer be ignored. Even if you can build it. But this J5+ can't be realized without 3 or 5 years. Wang Lao swallowed hard. That's just in theory. In practice it does work. Sun Liancheng's words made Wang Lao speechless. The impact that today's day brought to him was too great. Available. How did you take off vertically to attack? He's going against the grain. Wang Lao has lost count of the number of times he has uttered words like against common sense and never possible today. Sun Liancheng knew that if he didn't explain clearly to this old professor today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave. So he simply stood up and pushed a removable whiteboard over. And he picked up a pen. Historically, England was the first to build a vertical takeoff and landing fighter. The name is called the Harrier, which uses the fuselage on both sides of the array layout of rotatable nozzles. The principle of work, that is, when the engine is started, the nozzles around the same time, a little bit like our history to lift the sedan chair. 4 people at the same time to force to rise up, to lift this sedan chair to the up. As for the control of the direction, it is adjusted according to the angle of the nozzles, and the direction of the fighter is changed by the difference in the force generated by the 4 nozzles. With that, he drew 4 dots on the whiteboard, roughly showing the form. Elder Wang nodded repeatedly, but his frown deepened. Yes, that's right, that's the principle of the Harrier. But there's also a hard fact here. It sacrificed flight speed to achieve vertical takeoff and landing. And besides, it's also because of these vents that it doesn't even reach the speed of sound in flight. And then the balance is also particularly poor. So a gust of wind could probably blow it away. Sun Liancheng nodded. Exactly. That's why the Harrier is like a toy. Flashy, designed but unable to be used on a large scale. Elder Wang hurriedly pursued the question. So it doesn't make sense. Why did your J5+ do it? It didn't have these problems after vertical takeoff. And it even reached 3 times the speed of sound. Sun Liancheng said without haste. Elder Wang, I wonder if you've noticed the engine of the J5+. Wang Lao shook his head, his eyes looking over to the J5+ on the side, and it was only then that he noticed that the engine of the fighter jet was indeed terribly large, and could be at least 20 times as large as a conventional turbine engine. By this point, he also completely understood Sun Lianqing's intention. In order to achieve vertical takeoff, it was necessary to have a set of super strong power system, and this set of turbine engine in front of him was the source of power. But what made him even more unable to understand was how such a large engine had maintained its balance and how it was mounted on the jet. Before that, they had tried to solve this problem, but the engine size did up to 3 times that, and it was beyond the carrying range of the jet. And there's another fatal drawback to such a large engine: consumables. Elder Wang shook his head frequently again. No. According to this design, even if the Jagged Panther takes off smoothly, its powered flight time will support up to 10 minutes. A 10-minute fighter is still no different than a toy. Sun Lianqing explained lightly. You're talking about theoretically. In fact, the energy carrying capacity of the Jagged Panther is sufficient. It's just that it loses too much during flight. In this part, I installed an avionics flight attitude control system that can precisely control the electricity used. After hearing this, Elder Wan's body shook slightly, as if he was hit by an electric current, and his eyes widened. To do the part you're talking about, the amount of arithmetic is huge. It's simply not something one can do. The corner of Sun Lianqing's mouth lifted. Certainly not alone. There's the autopilot, and I certainly can't do it with the computing power of my brain. Not even if I were given 11 million more people, or even 100,000. Elder Wang looked at him as if he had already guessed what Sun Lianqing was going to say next. His mouth opened and closed for a few seconds before he managed to squeeze out a few words with difficulty. Did you use the supercomputer? Have you even solved the problem of computing power? But the existing supercomputers could not accomplish such a huge amount of calculations. Could it be that Sun Lianqing had assembled thousands of them? But the factory shed was just this big. There was no room for him to assemble them. Intuition told him that the man in front of him must have new and more beyond his perception R&D. Sure enough, Sun Lianqing pointed toward the corner and spoke in a breezy manner. That's right. I got a main machine which is configured with 40 N-link gas pedals and has a throughput of almost 10,000 CPUs. Chapter 077, You Can't Bring Back Everyone. Sun Lianqing said with a breezy face. His face could not even see the slightest bit of pride, complacency, or even other proud emotions. As if he was just discussing the weather conditions of the capital city with Wang Lao at the moment. Elder Wang stood still, swallowing hard a few times, looking at Sun Lianqing with an expression as if he was looking at a monster in scientific research. He built his own mainframe, and a mainframe is able to replace 10,000 CPUs. At this moment, Wang Lao's mind is a bit confused. Really? Fake? He has lost the ability to distinguish. In the past, he would have immediately said something like impossible, absolutely impossible, but at this moment, it seemed as if every single thing was exceeding his perception, and the 3 words impossible even stung a bit. Wang Lao walked over towards the main chassis in the corner. It was just thrown there casually. There were even some used design drawings thrown on top of it. Peeling the drawings away, a few ordinary computer-sized mainframes were just barricaded there. Vertical takeoff, triple the speed of sound, autopilot. This J5 Plus in front of me is definitely an aviation weapon. Over this thing, the old me gang would have to give way. At this moment, Wang Lao just fiercely remembered the military-industrial exhibition in a month. If this fighter jet is unveiled on it. Thinking of that image, Wang Lao's excitement could not be suppressed. Well, great. A talent like yours shouldn't be buried in the juvenile hall. Go, Dean Sun. You're coming with me to the Military Industrialization Institute right now to conduct research on our side. Wang Lao tugged Sun Lianqing is ready to take him to the Military Industrialization Institute. Such a talent is rare in 1,000 years. How to be buried in the children's palace? Since he saw it today, he would take the person away no matter what. With his scientific research talent, not to mention going into the Military Industrialization Institute. Even if he was given the status of chief engineer, he could afford it. Wang Lao's side had already thought about how to make an application with the top to explain the situation, but as a result, Sun Lianqing broke away from Wang Lao's arm and showed a face of difficulty. Elder Wang, I'm staying quite well here in the juvenile palace. What's the point of going to your Military Industrialization Institute? Wang Lao looked at him in surprise. Of course you're going to the Military Industrialization Institute to do scientific research. Staying in a place like the Children's Palace will only waste your talent. I promise, if you come with me to the Military Industrialization Institute, I'll match you with anyone, whether it's fighter jets or fighters, and I'll give you any PhD you want on hand. There is also the issue of treatment. You casually mention, as long as you put forward I go to apply with the above, even if it is broken to give you a chief engineer is no problem. Seeing Wang Lao's serious face, Sun Lianqing scratched his head. This old man is the same as those professors of Chinese Academy of Sciences. How are they all acute? Come up to drag himself to their research lab. Really don't need. This juvenile palace is good. I'm used to doing research alone. I'm not used to you arranging people for me, and I've only just come here. Sun Lianqing did not even finish his words. Wang Lao has already dragged the person to take away outside. Wang Lao is already an acute person. Then again, when he met such a talent, he could not wait to bring back to the laboratory, so that he can guide the work. Whatever Sun Lianqing said, in his opinion, that is the young people thin-skinned embarrassed. On the one hand is a promising military institute for the country. On the one hand is the obscurity of the training of small children's juvenile palace. This is a normal person know how to choose. Wang Lao looked to be in his 60s, old, and Sun Lianqing couldn't really refuse hard, so he could only be dragged to the door of the test plant. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped. Korea Ping obviously rushed over. This time the person has not yet stood still, gasping for breath. Elder Wang, you can't take this person away. He was originally on vacation today. Is accompanied by his wife shopping it? Received a call from the bottom. Once heard Sun Lianqing things here on the hoof. His wife cannot care about rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he saw the scene of Elder Wang dragging Sun Lianqing. How come I can't take it away? A good talent. You Jingzhou City don't know how to cherish it, and put it in this juvenile palace for others. Such a talent is to shine for the country, you know? I have to bring it back to our Military Industrialization Institute today. Wang Lao's side was also anxious and directly jumped in place. Hearing this, South Korea Ping are a little taught. Which with what how to go down to the children's palace. These are not all our own son Dean begged it. Elder Wang, I really don't want to go with you. I'm just going to stay in the capital city. As for the matter of the annihilator, you guys have no problem with me assisting at any time if you need it. Sun Lianqing also cried and laughed a little, but his reaction, in turn, made Elder Wang think that Sun Lianqing was afraid to follow him because he had some scruples. So Elder Wang released Sun Lianqing's arm, his face changed, and his hands were behind his back. You, from National Security, right? Don't see that I'm not an official of your Handong province, but don't forget that I am namely an engineer. I still have a military rank on me. Your side won't release anyone, right? Go, call your Sha Ruijin over. Let him talk to me. Elder Wang's identity and background was known to Korea Ping. At this moment, not only him, even if the one standing here was Sha Ruijin, he could not afford to offend a national-level military-industrial expert like Wang Lao. But there's nothing Korea Pion can do about it. His expression is on the verge of tears. Elder Wang, it's really not that I won't release them. This is something I can't say. You wait first. Han Guoping took his cell phone and hurriedly dialed a call out, and was afraid that the people would be taken away in the twinkling of an eye. So he had to keep an eye on Wang Lao when making the call. A minute later, hanging up, he hurried over. Elder Wang, it's fine if you want to take away Dean's son, but you have to seek permission from the Ministry of Shin first. Elder Wang frowned. The Shin Ministry? Which Shin department? Korea Ping explains. It's the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Shin. Wang Lao frowned higher. What a joke. Take away the people of the Youth Palace to greet the Ministry of Shin? This gang of national security people work how more and more unreliable. Sun Lianqing stood on the edge and rubbed his temples. Why don't you guys talk and I'll sit on the sidelines for a while? Obviously both sides are robbing him. But Sun Lianqing looks like a nobody, and got a chair in the factory shed to sit down on one side. Elder Wang was about to open his mouth when his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced down at the phone and the caller ID was none other than Shinbi. Hello? Shinbi? Elder Wang asked suspiciously. On the other end, Shinbi's voice came through. Elder Wang, aren't you fooling around, bringing anyone and everyone to your Military Industrialization Institute? Chapter 078 Attention. Highly confidential. Elder Wang had originally wondered how it was possible for the affairs of the Children's Palace to be under the control of the Ministry of Shin. But when he heard this from the Ministry of Shin, he knew that it was really what Korea Ping had said. What people? Of course it's talent. Do you think I'm bringing everyone into the Military Industrialization Institute? I'll tell you, this Sun Lianqing he is an expert in the field of aviation in our Dragon Kingdom. No, I should say it's a once-in-a-century genius. With him, our Dragon Kingdom's aviation strength will increase by at least 100 years. No, more than 100 years. You are the one who didn't see the J5 Plus he developed. A man. He developed it all by himself. Vertical takeoff, triple the speed of sound, and even unmanned. He even developed a supercomputer. Such a person is determined not to be buried away. I must take them away today. With Wang Lao's words, Shen Bei on the other end of the phone was a bit confused. He only knew that the national security side had contacted Wang Lao to say that he insisted on taking Sun Lianqing to his military industrialization institute, but what the exact reason wasn't said. He thought it was because Sun Lianqing's other scientific research talents had been discovered, but he never imagined it would be this. It's only been half a month since Sun Lianqing returned to Beijing State. In half a month's time he even developed a fighter jet that was 100 years ahead? This Sun Lianqing is simply a scientific research geek. Shinbi digested the news in his head, and after a few seconds reprieve he moderated his tone. Elder Wang, I know you love talent, but you really can't take Sun Lianqing away. If you get someone into your military industrialization institute, I'm afraid that those old professors at the Chinese Academy of Sciences will pick your skin. Elder Wang was puzzled. Isn't Sun Lianqing from the Children's Palace? What's it got to do with CAS? Shinbi sighed. What juvenile palace? People, this is the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute. People are benchmarking against our Chinese Academy of Sciences, which is now merely working in the juvenile palace. The site of their institute is being built, and on Dean Pu's side, he's going to bring his old professors to Beijing State next month to look for Dean Sun for scientific research. If you take them away, you'll have to answer for yourself on Dean Pu's side. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's aura instantly softened by half. What is the level of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? He is certainly clear. Can be listed alongside the Chinese Academy of Sciences is naturally not a pheasant organization. But at the moment, Wang Lao still mouth hard. How come I don't know what you're talking about? When was there even a Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute? Elder Wang's reaction gave the Shin Ministry a good laugh. Of course you don't know. What do you know? You didn't come to the previous fusion ignition experiment, so tell me what you can know. Hearing this, Elder Wang instantly widened his eyes. What? Controlled fusion? Controlled nuclear fusion research and development. Success of the matter in the Dragon Country Scientific Research Circle spread, and he as the top scientific research experts at that time was also invited to visit the ignition experiments. Only at that time was busy with the renovation of the fighter jet, did not go. Surely the Shin Ministry wouldn't bring this up for no reason. This one in front of us? A new organization that is comparable to the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Elder Wang instantly understood and tapped his head. I say, such talent shouldn't be buried. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I know. Okay. I won't take away the people. But one thing, this J5 plus technology I'll bring someone to study and research is always okay. Shinbi nodded. I can't be the master of this matter. You have to ask Dean Sun. This is someone else's technology. As long as Dean Sun agrees, I'm sure it's fine. Ha ha ha. Well, I'll ask Dean Sun myself. After saying that, Wang Lao hugged the cell phone to one side and whispered. There's one more thing. Shinbu. You have to promise me that you'll never reveal this to old Su today. Okay? I won't get involved in your affairs. I can only promise not to take the initiative to say. If Elder Su asks or inquires from somewhere else, you can't blame me. Shinbi burst out laughing, more or less helpless against the two old experts. Okay, that's enough. Wang Lao hung up the phone beautifully, and his gaze towards Sun Lianqing changed. Dean Sun, I'm really sorry for having offended you more just now. Sun Lianqing stood up and waved his hand. Your old man should still call me Lianqing, or little son would be fine. That can't be. Can't mess up the seniority. I'd better call you Dean Sunday. Wang Lao had his own insistence, and Sun Lianqing no longer advised. There's something I'd like to ask Dean Sun. Next month the country has a military-industrial exhibition. The latest military research from all the major military institutes will be displayed on it. I'd like to apply to you if we can have J5 Plus represent our Military Industrialization 2 Institute to participate in the military industrial exhibition. When he spoke, Elder Wang's wording was very careful as he carefully looked at Sun Lianqing waiting for his answer. I thought, how big a deal. This is no problem. The military industrial show is fine for you to bring. The jet was originally developed to serve the country, and as for who exactly it represented, it didn't matter to Sun Lianqing. Even though I don't go to your military institute, if you need any other technical support, you guys feel free to come to me, and I'll know what I'm talking about. With Sun Lianqing's words, Elder Wang nodded his head in delight, the curves of his mouth going up to the sky. After saying this, he immediately called and arranged for someone to come and pull the Jagged Panther, and the entire military industrialization 2 was practically out in force, with the main street in front of the Juvenile Palace completely blocked off, and the Juvenile Palace, dozens of soldiers packing, loading, all spent nearly 2 hours. And so all on the car, and covered with a huge black cloth, each standing around a real soldier guarding this will be transported out of the Annihilator. When it was time to say goodbye, Mr. Wang took Sun Lianqing by the hand and bowed and thanked him, making it difficult to associate him with a great man of the country. The whole process, Sha Ruijin, Li Da Kong, Chi Tongwei, 3 people on the sidelines watching dumbfounded. and even a few times Sha Ruijin wanna go up and talk to Wang Lao, are directly ignored. When the farewell was over, Wang Lao directly got into the car and left without even saying a goodbye to Sha Ruijin. This is Sha Ruijin Handong Province, a hand. Wherever you go is the existence of all the stars, just so ignored? But on the contrary, Elder Wang was still very enthusiastic about Sun Liancheng, and frankly speaking, this contrast was a bit hard to accept. But at this moment, Sha Ruijin didn't have time to care about this. His attention was on Sun Liancheng. What Elder Wang means, this annihilator was developed by Sun Liancheng, right? Serkin murmured. Li Dakong nodded. It should be. Sha Ruijin was about to continue saying something when his cell phone suddenly rang, and it was none other than Wang Lao's. Could it be that Elder Wang had remembered that he hadn't said goodbye to him, so he had specially called to apologize? He rushed to the phone. Elder Wang, Sha's secretary, I almost forgot. There is a thing you have to keep an eye on. Today's matter involves a high degree of confidentiality. No matter what you see, or what you hear must not be passed out. Confidentiality work is also hard on your side must be done. Chapter 079 Highly Confidential. Full deletion. Kyungju City, Handong Province. The takeoff of the Jagged Panther on the space show floor quickly made it to the local Hot 100, and it's even festering, with a vague tendency to shoot up the national Hot 100 list. Hashtag shocked. Model plane on the field at the National Space Show actually broke through the roof and took off and set a hashtag. Hashtag suspected latest scientific research unveiled. Vertical takeoff or will challenge the old rice aeronautical supremacy hashtag. Hashtag China's secret weapon exposed, or will rewrite the international aviation landscape. Hashtag supersonic flight. The city's shocking sound comes from it. Hashtag. A hot search occupies the list of microblogging. Jittery voice. Fast hand various platforms. A certain who even appeared such a high degree of heat question how to think of the jets that took off at the airshow in Beijing City. Whether the relevant video is true. In addition to these questions and hot comments, there are thousands of videos taken on the site. Asterisk. What's fake about this? How does this look so sci-fi? Like an image from Wandering Earth. I've watched all the videos, and the videos don't look like synthesized special effects, but the takeoff doesn't look scientific in any way. It's not clear, and no one here has come out to explain what's going on. Really, is it true that the state released these videos to confuse the public and put pressure on the old rice? The comment section is also full of speculations about the authenticity of the video. Some viewers who claim to have been at the scene insisted that they saw the whole process of the jet's takeoff with their own eyes, but there are still many netizens who are skeptical about the authenticity of the video. In the heated discussion among netizens, the relevant videos have been taken down, and when you click on it again, the platform will only be left with the cold words "the video does not exist." After the video disappeared, related topics and hot searches were taken down, and an updated official announcement was made. Today's video circulating on the network about the airshow, the relevant departments have identified. The identification of the results are false. The content of the screen are special effects production. In order to avoid causing panic among the masses, the relevant video has been taken down all the time. Please the public do not continue to spread false news. The official news is not issued. The netizens may not feel anything, but this message is issued. But in turn, it is a little bit here and there rhythm. If it's really fake, what is the official so nervous about? Look at you guys. When did the official come out to respond to the previous videos that were fake by those marketing numbers? That's it. The way I'm anxious to clarify now is almost exactly like the way my husband, who loves great healthcare, explains to me in vain that he's working overtime every time he sneaks in to wash his feet and comes home. Guys, why do I think you truth? Those videos are definitely getting closer to the truth already. Netizens discuss to discuss. The official attitude has always been that you love to believe, do not believe to pull to, but the information is the same are not allowed to disseminate. And even some of the people who participated in the airshow, but also received a message from the national security, to protect the security of national information is the duty of every citizen of the Dragon State. The meaning of this is intriguing. Military Factory 1. In the lab, a group of engineers let out a wild laugh as they looked at the numbers 0.01 displayed on the device. It's done. It's done. The stealth layer has been researched by us. I can't believe we did .01. For a moment, the emotions of the crowd were all ignited. The day and night of research was finally not in vain. And at the sight of this number, it was all worth it. Elder Su, we've done it. We've finally conquered the stealth coding technology of this body. Wang Yu walked up to Elder Su, unable to hide his excitement. Wang Lao looked at the numbers displayed on the device and nodded repeatedly, his cloudy eyes containing tears. Yeah, it's a done deal. He glanced at the numbers and then at the small car on the side, the one carrying the stealth layer. It's just a shame. still can't perfectly restore the layers used for the body. They tried various methods of material data analysis, and in the end they could only do what they do today. Restore 80%. Seeing the regret in Elder Su's eyes, Wang Yu hurriedly persuaded him. Elder Su, even if we can't restore it perfectly, our stealth performance has already increased by more than 3 times. Hearing this, Elder Su's eyes lit up. Yeah, even if it's only 80%, it's already 3 times what it used to be. With the stealth technology they have now, they'll be able to ensure that they come out on top at the military-industrial exhibition. Victory over the Second Institute. Thinking of this, the lost emotions of the previous moment instantly dissipated, and Elder Su couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yeah, I'll see how old Wang can still fool around in front of me this time. Come on, give me your cell phone so I can call Old King. This experiment has made great progress. Definitely have to fool around in front of that old Wang guy, and also let him feel what it means to be under pressure. After taking a phone, Elder Su directly dialed Elder Wang's number. He cleared his throat and began by pretending. Old Wang, I'm sorry. I didn't go to today's aerospace exhibition. I was busy with things then and hung up on you. You're not angry, are you? Su Lao was originally prepared to wait for Wang Lao's side to get angry and ridicule, and then push the boat to fool their own R&D success, so that the old Wang anxious fire. Who knew that Elder Wang's side was not angry at all, and his loud laughter came from the other end of the phone. Ha 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 ha, Lao Su. It's good that you didn't come. I'm just glad you didn't come. Wang Lao's reaction confused Su Lao a bit. He wasn't this attitude when he called in the morning. Wasn't he quite angry then? Why is he so happy now? Is it a case of things being deliberately pissed off at you? Elder Su's words turned, so he simply followed Elder Wang's train of thought. Hey Lao Wang, this last year you guys won us? I definitely have to make an effort this year. If I still try to figure something out, definitely have to lose to you guys again. Before the words were finished, Elder Wang on the other end laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, Lao Su, you have such a realization, I'm very happy. I tell you it, you directly give up, forget it. This year you are bound to lose. This way, you treasured 20 years of that bottle of Mao Tai take me. I won this year, try to converge a little, to give you some face. These words directly poked Su Lao's lungs. Old Wang, this hasn't even gotten to the military industry exhibition yet and you're already thinking about my wine. I'm telling you, no way. I have a secret weapon this year too. Want to win me? No way. Not to mention my mutai. This year's first place is also ours. Wang Lao smiled dejectedly. Old Su, but I told you give you the opportunity, you do not listen. Then we will see the military exhibition. When you do not cry too ugly on the line, ha ha ha. Su Lao was originally prepared to curse a few sentences, but as a result, the other side hung up the phone. He could only hold a cell phone and curse. What? Still trying to win me? It's not sure who's going to cry when the time comes. Where did the confidence come from? Where did he get the confidence from his old king? Chapter 080. What exactly is a Xingtian half-son? This side of the curse. So sex directly to the old king's cell phone number pulled black. On this is not enough. And turned to the old king WeChat, and then cursed a couple of sentences, and again a pull black operation. He calmed down a bit after all of this was done, but the earlier euphoric emotions brought on by the stealth layer were all but lost by this stirring up of old Wang. Wang Yu stood on one side. The 2 phone calls also listened to the complete, was also ready to say a couple of sentences. What? At this time, the phone suddenly rang a sound. He glanced down. It was his girlfriend who sent a text. This fighter jet says it can take off vertically, eh? Is it true? After that, another video was thrown over. Wang Yu clicked on the video to take a look. In the video, a modeling like J5 fighter. In the attention of all the people, vertical takeoff, the pavilion rushed out of a big hole flying straight into the sky. This picture is like a bridge in the movie. This video was followed by another video of a flight that broke the sound barrier. Wang Yu's heart was pounding as he watched. He glanced at the address labeled by the video. The Capital City Air Show. Isn't that the exhibit that old Seo is participating in today? Wang Yu hurriedly handed his cell phone to Elder Su. Elder Su, take a look at this. This is a video from the scene of the aviation exhibition. Could the fighter jets on it be the results of Elder Wang's and their research? Hearing this, Elder Su hastily took the phone. At the sight of the vertical takeoff, Elder Su's brow furrowed and his eyes widened. No way. This fighter jet is a vertical takeoff, not a vertical takeoff and landing. Just kidding. It can't be realized at all. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. After seeing the video of breaking through the sound barrier, Elder Su directly jumped in place. Where is this video from? The video of special effects is also brought out to say something? Accelerating past the sound barrier in just a few seconds? That's impossible. Whoever made this video doesn't even know the basics of aviation. This old Wang guy, is his mind so deep now? engaging in these synthesized videos and still playing with his mind. Right. Just after he finished his words, he wanted to open and watch it again to forward it to Lao Wang, but then he saw that the video showed that it had been taken down and could not be forwarded. Elder Su clicked on the previous article again, and the situation was exactly the same. He froze for a moment, then burst out laughing again a few seconds later. I told you, this video is fake. You see, even the officials can't stand it. The video was taken down. It's good to take it down, so as not to mislead the masses. Honestly, for a moment, he was really shocked, thinking that if this was old Wang's research, his own fighter couldn't even compare. But when he calmed down and analyzed it, he knew that the situation in the picture was not realistic at all, and their stealth technology is the real thing that has been successfully developed. This technology alone is already leading the nation. How can old Wang's side compare? Half a month later, Juvenile Palace. Dean Sun, take a look at this engine. What is the design here? Why is it that we can never do a normal running rate when we operate it? Dean Sun, take a look at this formula. I've tried to calculate it the way you did on my side, but no matter how I do the math, it's not right. Dean Sun, look here. Several young men in camouflage uniforms surrounded Sun Liancheng, raising their questions with one mouthful of Dean Sun. Sun Liancheng was somewhat helpless and cleared his throat. First here. I'll come back tomorrow to answer your questions. It's after hours. We're not working overtime, said. He rushed to give Xiaolu a wink. Xiaolu first time rushed up to stop a few people. Taking advantage of the gap, Sun Liancheng finally escaped from the inside. Since Wang Lao left with J5+, his place has become the second laboratory of their military industrialization second institute. Wang Lao moved to arrange several engineers to come over to find him to learn. This group of young people are also, one by one, all tireless, from morning to night around him to ask questions. The most outrageous thing is that there are so many who simply live directly in the juvenile hall and can't be driven away. Thinking of this, Sun Liancheng even missed the old professors of the Chinese Academy of Sciences a little bit. At least they were not in such good health and still needed to eat and rest. Sun Liancheng let out a long sigh and exited the juvenile palace ready to go home and rest. He had just pulled open the car door when a familiar face suddenly came up beside him. Dean Sun, I also have a few questions about the jet here that I would like to ask you. The visitor is none other than Qi Tongwei, the half-son of Sheng Tian. The instant he saw him, Sun Liancheng had another headache. Good guy. How did I forget about this Director Qi? To compare this abrasive, Director Qi is not weaker than those young people at all. From the day of Wang's departure, Director Qi came to the children's palace every day to wait for him, holding an atlas of fighter planes and coming up to ask questions. Answer 1, and another dozen questions waited. And every time he was here in QY, he was delayed for at least half an hour. Sun Liancheng rubbed his forehead. Director Qi, if I remember correctly, isn't reading books your favorite thing? Let's otherwise not focus on the fighter. Take a look at that book Heaven's Bureau more often. It's quite good to win the heaven and a half in it. There's no need to study any fighter. How boring it is. Hearing this, Qi Tongwei visibly froze. Like to win the sky, half-son of this story himself only told Gao Shaoqin, and did not reveal to others. Sun Liancheng is how to know. But at the moment, how it was known was clearly not the point either. And Kishore smiled. Dean Sun is joking. How could the research of the jet fighter be boring? If it was boring, how would Dean Sun have been working on it? The so-called victory over the half-son of heaven is just a story after all, even if it's interesting. For me, it's just a matter of wanting to seize every opportunity to fight with the heavens. Honestly, Qi Tongwei is not considered a good person, but very often, his choices are forced. Once wanted to be a good person. He thought that as long as the fight, as long as the effort, there is hope. Once took the life as a stake in the anti-narcotics front line, under the bruises, but even a fair cannot get. And talk about what good people and bad people? In this way, Qi Hall Director, if you really like The Annihilator, I make a list of books for you. You come to the Juvenile Palace tomorrow night to find me to get. Chapter 081, What is the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute? Dean Sun? You mean? Qi Tongwei looked at him with surprise, not expecting everything to shift so quickly. Sun Liancheng is willing to accept himself? Sun Liancheng gave him a meaningful look. Qi Hall, it's no problem if you want to learn about flying machines, but I'm afraid that you'll be distracted. You can't get out of the muddy waters of Zhao Gonggang, Gao's secretary, and I'm afraid that you don't have much energy for this flying machine thing. This is meant to be. Smart as Qi Tongwei is naturally a point to break. Sun Liancheng is pointing himself. To stand on the side can only choose one side. Cannot both give Zhao Ruilong as a white glove, but also want to ride on his Sun Liancheng relationship. Alright, Director Qi, when you've thought about it, come to the Children's Palace tomorrow to get my book list. It's after work. My wife is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Sun Liancheng nodded. said his goodbyes and then went straight to his car to go home. He sat in the car and looked back at Chi Tongwei, who was frozen in place. Honestly, he didn't think badly of Chi Tongwei, the anti-drug hero. If he had been on a fair track from the start, maybe he would have been a good, upstanding cop. But certain people never gave him a choice in the first place. Since Chi Tongwei found himself, Sun Lianqing does not mind giving him a new chance. As for how to choose and what to do, it depends on Chi Tongwei himself. In the back, Chi Tongwei stood still, just standing there, looking towards Sun Lianqing's faraway car. I don't know how long he stood in place until a business car pulled up to the side. Key hall? Gao Shaoqing called out softly. It was only then that Chi Tongwei, as if in a dream, got into the car. After getting on the car, he sat in the reclining seat and closed his eyes, and did not speak. After a period of silence, Chi Tongwei slowly opened his eyes, a pair of eyes as if to look at the sky through the roof of the car. I have a hunch that I may have found my way. Chi Tongwei slowly spat out these words, with a surprisingly youthful ambition in his eyes. At this moment, Gao Shaoqing seemed to see Chi Tongwei in his youth. She asked lightly as she laid her hand over the back of Q's. What happened? Chi Tongwei sat upright and took her hand in his, looking at Gao Shaoqing with tenderness. Chi Tongwei was a narcotics cop. He was shot here to protect the people. He's supposed to be a hero. As he spoke, he pointed to his chest, as if by uncovering that scar, he would be able to reveal all the things he had done against his will over the years. After a few moments, he softened his tone a bit and took a deep breath of air, as if he was about to be renewed, a glint in his eyes. I've followed Zhao Ruilong for a lot of things over the years. I think what I want, may not only Zhao Ruilong can give me. What I want, I may not only be able to get it by aiding and abetting the enemy either. Suddenly his whole body seemed to be relaxing, and his brain seemed to be racing, so much so that when he spoke, his logic was a bit confused. But Gao Shaoqing understood, because over the years, Chi Tongwei had said the same thing when he was drunk. But what is the reality? Gao Shaoqing has experienced. He knows that if he cannot do with the light, he will eventually fall into the gang abandoned like a plaything. Tongwei, which is so simple. This Handong province, they are ultimately the sky. You can't poke the sky. Chi Tongwei's gaze was gentle as he reached out and caressed Gao Shaoqing's face. Roads are made by people. Besides, he, Zhao Ruilong, is only the sky of Handong province. He's not the sky of the Dragon Kingdom. Gao Shaoqing's head snapped up. Why do you say that? Keith said with a burning gaze. In the past, we bowed down to Zhao Ruilong, but only because of the power in his hands. But now, Zhao Ruilong isn't the only one with power in this Handong province either. Take Sun Lianqing. Do you know what I've seen recently? Whether it's Li Dakong or Sha Ruijin, everyone is polite to Sun Lianqing. He before and after the military industry exhibition on the things to Hai Shaoqing said again. After listening to Hai Shaoqing, a pair of beautiful eyes flashing, surprisingly also surprised to say, what? Sun Lianqing? How? Previously, they all thought that Sun Lianqing had climbed up the relationship above, which gave him an idle job as the director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute, and the vice ministry was just hanging a name without actual power. But if everything is as Chi Tongwei said, then Sun Lianqing this identity should be relying on the scientific research capabilities of the real spell out. Sun Lianqing and Zhao Ruilong. One is a vice minister who spelled out with the accumulated merits of scientific research for the country, and the other is a rich young man who relies on his father's connections to force his way into the business. Can these two be compared? Of course, even on the background, Sun Lianqing's behind the Ministry of Science and Technology Minister Shun, and the Military Industrialization Institute Wang Lao, while Zhao Ruilong's behind only that former Handong province Han Zhaolichuan. There is no comparison at all. The choice? It seems to be calling out. Just then, Chi Tongwei's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced down, and the call was surprisingly from his own junior, Ho Liangping. This would put him in a good mood and he answered the phone directly. Hey, monkey, what's up? Senior, I just got off the plane and haven't eaten yet. Ho Liangping's voice came over. As always, the young man is righteous in springtime. Kishore let out a laugh. Why are you calling me here without dinner? It's not like you're asking me to buy you dinner, is it? That's for sure. You're my senior. It's not too much to come over and pick me up, right? Okay, send me the address. I'll take a taxi directly. Ho Liangping is this character from the time of study. Chi Tongwei has gotten used to it, but he did seem to be in a good mood today as well. Just in time to find someone to eat and drink with. Okay, I'll send you the address. I'll see you at the hotel. An hour later, Ho Liangping arrived at the Landscape Manor in a cab. Just as soon as he got out of the car, Chi Tongwei brought Gao Shaoqing up to greet him. How is it? Are you ready to be promoted and transferred back to Kyoto this time? Kitha laughed and snickered. Ho Liangping waved his hand. What transfer back? I'm just going back to report my work. I can still work at the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Capital City. Don't spread rumors to me. Kishore laughed. Beijing City? Can your family, AI, be at ease? Who doesn't know that you're just coming over here to gild the lily? And after you finish gilding the lily, you'll go back and get promoted. When he said this, Ho Liangping changed his face. Shi Hall, if you say so, I have to clarify. My Ho Liangping's work has always relied on himself, and has nothing to do with my family Xiao AI. Well, that's right. By all means, let's go and eat. This topic Chi Tongwei obviously do not want to go deep with Ho Liangping, took his shoulders and brought him to the private room. A few people came in. Gao Shaoqin immediately greeted the waiter on the food. 3 people in the room, but the table is what flies in the sky, the underground running, and even the sea swims on a complete. These things just plate can be seen that the price is not expensive. Ho Liangping put down his chopsticks and looked at Chi Tongwei warily. Shi Hall, is this meal on you or this beautiful woman, Mr. Gao? Chi Tongwei knew Ho Liangping's urbane nature and explained with a smile. I'll treat you privately, and I'll check out the menu after dinner later. With this, Ho Liangping's brow only unfolded, took a hairy crab in his hand and put it on the plate to open and peel it. That's fine. It's fine for you to invite me privately, but if this Mr. Gao invites, then it's against the rules and suspected of bribing the Anti-Corruption Bureau. This Ho Bureau is indeed interesting. Gao Shaoqin got up and poured a cup of wine for Ho Liangping, and went over to Chi Tongwei to fill the tea. Come on, monkey, it's not easy for us brothers to get together once. Come and have a drink. Seeing this, the good wine Ho Liangping naturally will not refuse. End up drinking a mouthful, slurping twice. After drinking, it was only then that he noticed that Chi Tongwei's glass was filled with tea, and instantly became a little displeased, pointing to the wine and asking, Senior brother Chi, what do you mean by that? I drink wine and you drink tea, right? No, the wine must be filled. He said that he was going to get up and fill Qi's drink. Chi Tongwei hurriedly reached out to block the glass. No, I really can't drink today. Tomorrow there are important things, have to go to a trip to the juvenile palace. This wine I won't drink. To tea instead of wine, to honor you, a cup of always okay. He stood up, filled his own cup with tea and drained it in one gulp. Ho Liangping sat down and looked meaningfully at Chi Tongwei. Juvenile hall? What are you doing in that juvenile hall? Chapter 082, Anti-Corruption Bureau. It is he, Sun Liancheng, who is being investigated. You don't know yet? Chi Tongwei is also a little surprised. He thought that Sun Liancheng thing the whole Handong province know, but look at Ho Liangping's expression. And like nothing, Ho Liangping frowned. What do you know? I'm not in Handong this month, not to Kyoto to report work. Alright, you do not sell secrets. Quickly tell me what happened in the children's palace? Qi looked at him and explained directly. Sun Liancheng, you know. I know. Isn't it the bright district governor who was previously arrested by the national security for espionage? Ho Liangping also investigated him. If not for the national security intervened, his anti-corruption bureau should have given a long time ago. That's not a good thing to say. People's Dean's son is not a spy. He's the new president of the Cosmic Science and Technology Academy, now at the vice provincial ministry level. Ho Liangping originally clamped a mouthful of food were sent to the mouth. Heard this, directly skimmed the chopsticks, incredibly looked at Chi Tongwei. What? He's become a vice provincial minister? It can't be. This thing is too outrageous. A spy who was captured by the national security, a month later changed and jumped a few levels and became a leader? Qi nodded. It's true. Secretary Sha, Secretary Dakong, and our teacher, Secretary Gao. We went together to pick up the person. People this have been in the office of the youth palace for quite a while. Ho Liangping's eyes were wide open, looking at Chi Tongwei, and then looking at Gao Shaoqin. His brain was rapidly digesting this matter. What kind of background is this? Arrested by national security and still released for promotion? He muttered in a small voice. This Sun Liancheng isn't simple. I remember. Someone even saw a telescope worth several $1 million in his house before. Hearing this, Gao Shaoqin laughed softly. Ho director, you said that telescope that I can too have the right to speak. Before I spent $5 million from the market to find a second-hand telescope, and later realized that that thing is actually our Sun Dean eliminated down. Out? $5 million for something that says it's out? Ho Liangping narrowed his eyes and thought. Gao Shaoqin didn't think much of it and smiled. Having a better telescope isn't obsolete. Ho Liangping didn't say anything, but it was obvious from his eyes that he was thinking about something. Chi Tongwei realized the change in Ho Liangping's expression and hurriedly got up to round off the scene. Come on, have another crab. This is a hairy crab from Yangcheng Lake. Monkeys love this stuff. He picked up 2 crabs and put them on Ho Liangping's plate. After that, the topic was deliberately sidetracked to discuss something else. The next day, Capital City Anti-Corruption Bureau. Ho Liangping organized everyone to come to a meeting early in the morning. Lu could also sit in front of his desk and sneered. Director Ho, I thought you couldn't look at a small place like Kyoto City and stayed in Kyoto and didn't come back. Ho Liangping knocked on the table and said righteously, as long as it's the boundaries of the Dragon Kingdom, where there's a small place and a big place. Besides, there are still so many corrupt officials in this capital city that haven't been punished, so of course I have to come back. Lu could not help but roll her eyes and stopped ignoring him. Lin Huahua moved his chair forward a few inches. Director Ho, you just said corrupt officials. Is this a new situation? The corners of Ho Liangping's mouth rose as he placed a stack of information on the table. Of course, I found out this time I came to Kyoto City. Our next target is him. Lin Huahua and Zhou Zhang stepped forward and opened the document bag. Lu could also squint and peek at that information. When the file bag was opened, the person who appeared on it was none other than Sun Liancheng, and the moment she saw this, Lin Huahua was instantly a little deflated. Director Ho, how come it's Sun Liancheng? Didn't he check it out before? Lu could also snort coldly. Let me remind you, people are now the director of the Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute, a leader at the vice ministerial level. You don't really want to investigate, do you? Director Ho. Ho Liangping stood up and unfolded the other information one by one, full of righteousness. What? You can't check again after you've checked? Besides, that wasn't exactly what we checked before. It was at best a preparatory investigation, which was preempted by the national security before we could do anything about it. Lin Huahua frowned. But the state security has checked it out, so what else do we have to check out? Ho Liangping waved his hands back and forth. That's not the way to put it. The direction of the national security investigation is different from ours. Sun Liancheng isn't a spy, but that doesn't mean he isn't a corrupt official either. We're not supposed to be going in the same direction as the state security investigation. Moreover, Sun Liancheng previously made such a big commotion. How is it that he was taken away for a trip by the state security, and turned around and became the dean of the Roche? The level is still a vice ministerial level? Lin Huahua and Zhou Zhang looked at each other, and both of them shrugged. I don't know. Director Ho means that Sun Liancheng has a background? Ho Liangping nodded. That's right. There may be a bigger tiger behind Sun Liancheng. Lu could also snort coldly. Even if there's a tiger behind him, you don't even have the evidence to arrest Sun Liancheng right now, and you're still checking the people behind him? These words, however, were like a reminder to Ho Liangping, who knocked on the table and, that's easy. If we don't have proof we'll find it. Chapter 083 Ho Liangping, I don't believe he's Sun Liancheng is really clean. You guys are also veterans of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. You shouldn't need me to say this. Without evidence we'll go and find evidence. Since Sun Liancheng he dared to blatantly use 1,000,000 astronomical telescopes. As long as we keep an eye on him, we're sure to find other clues. Lin Huahua, Lu can also do the same. The two of you from today onwards, keep an eye on Sun Liancheng for me, and report to me at the first opportunity on his every move. Ho Liangping looked at the two men and directly ordered the work. Lu also didn't say anything, but Lin Huahua was a bit dissatisfied and complained. Director Ho, you can't make me work overtime as soon as you get back, can you? And today is Tanabata. Can't you let me and Zhou Zhang have a good holiday? Ho Liangping said. You guys should have some awareness from wearing these clothes. Work well, what holiday? Otherwise, like this, switch you and Zhou Zhang to keep an eye on Sun Liancheng, and you guys can consider working overtime as a holiday. And without waiting for Lin Huahua to continue to object, Ho Liangping ended today's meeting as quickly as possible. Afternoon, Juvenile Hall. Dean Sun, tomorrow is the Military Industry Exhibition. The J5 Plus is your research achievement. How can you not attend? In that case, I'll transfer a helicopter over to pick you up now. On the other end of the phone was Elder Wang's voice. Don't. Elder Wang really don't need to. I can't come back for a few days from this past trip. I still want to stay at home with my wife lately. Besides, it's the same for you guys to go and participate. Just let me know if there's anything you need to improve on when you get back. Sun Liancheng's decisive refusal was partly because he didn't like to show his face, and partly because of some other special reasons. The address of the military exhibition in Kyoto? If you go to Kyoto, it is inevitable that you will meet with the group of old professors of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Once you meet them, it must be dragged to the laboratory to figure out the problem. In accordance with the character of the old professors, there is no 3 or 5 days. He certainly does not want to go. Sokoto, this is still easier to stay honestly in the capital state. After hanging up the phone, Sun Liancheng will be in the laboratory again, this group of young people in the second institute to settle down. He then walked out of the children's palace, just arrived at the door to see Xiao Lu to the new car's rearview mirror in the finishing of the hair, the passenger seat, but also put a bunch of pink roses. Yo, Xiao Lu, you're in a strange spirit today, holding flowers to go confess your love? Seeing Sun Liancheng, Xiao Lu immediately stood up straight, still a little embarrassed. Well, my family introduced me to a blind date earlier, and I've been looking to talk for a while, and today for Valentine's Day is the perfect day to advance the relationship. Pretty good, so what's the delay? Hurry up, don't be late. Sun Liancheng to young people of this kind of thing, always more enlightened. Xiao Lu, a 10,000-year single dog has an object, this is a good thing Their own as a leader certainly cannot delay the subordinate happiness. After Xiao Lu left, Sun Liancheng directly got into the car and went home. If it wasn't for Xiao Lu's reminder, he would have forgotten about Valentine's Day. All these years, he was busy with his scientific research and didn't spend much time with his wife, not to mention sending her anything nice, and he was a little ashamed to think about it. It's Valentine's Day. I'm having it two-way with my wife. You have the day off. The car drove to the entrance of the neighborhood. Sun Liancheng explained to Desher and got off directly. He didn't go upstairs either, but waited at the entrance of the neighborhood. And it took another 10 minutes before Li Aihua came back from work. Son, what are you doing here if you're not going upstairs? What for? Waiting for you, of course. Sun Liancheng smiled and went forward, smoothly took the bag in her hand. Usually did not pay attention, only now saw that this backpack was still 3 years ago at the roadside stall. Come on, let's go to the mall and eat at the mall. Sun Liancheng took his wife's other hand. This action gave Li Aihua all the embarrassment. Old married couple. You don't hold hands how embarrassing for others to see. Sun Liancheng, however, did not care, directly holding and not letting go. Li Aihua had no choice but to give up struggling. Why are you going to the mall for a good reason? Are you planning to buy something? You come with me. You'll know when you go. Sun Liancheng didn't say it directly, but took his wife by the shoulders and headed for the nearby mall. The place they were staying was not far from the mall. The two of them walked for 20 minutes and walked straight in, and as the duo entered, the two figures behind them followed. SKP? Sun Liancheng's spending is high enough. You haven't even brought me to this kind of mall. Lin Huahua looked up at the mall's logo and couldn't help but complain about Zhou Zhang for a moment. Zhou Zhang was embarrassed. I can't afford to come to a place like this on our small salary. Lin Huahua glared at him. Can't afford to come? What can I expect from you when you can't even afford to buy me dinner? Humph. With a belly full of anger, Lin Huahua followed the footsteps of Sun Liancheng's couple into the mall, and Zhou Zhang sighed and followed helplessly. Sun Liancheng took his wife and went directly to the Hermes counter. Old Sun, what are you buying here? Did you come to the wrong place? This is all about buying bags. Sun Liancheng tugged on her hand. Yeah, I'm just here to buy a bag. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. Li Aihua looked at the Hermes logo for a moment. Her smile was a little awkward as she whispered. Old Sun, isn't my bag fine? It still works. I know it still works, but I just wanted to give you a new one. Sun Liancheng patted his wife's hand with a calm expression. Hello, please ask what style of bag you like. We can recommend it to you from our side. The saleswoman in the professional suit stood in front of the two with a decent smile. Just look at this one and find one that's about the same size as this one. Sun Liancheng put Li Aihua's bag on the counter, to give the sales as a reference. This action, for a moment, let Li Aihua some embarrassment. Their own bag are carrying 3 years, close to the body of the part has been worn out of the paint. Suddenly be taken out of the display more or less a little embarrassed, especially the display of the place or this kind of luxury goods store. But the counter girl was obviously a trained professional as well. No look of contempt on her face, always a smile as she turned and brought over 2 bags from the counter. You can look at this curry-colored bag, and this orange one, both of which will be a good fit size-wise, and are also this year's best sellers. I think this brown one is nice. Do you like it? Sun Liancheng took out the brown bag and gestured at Li Aihua, who took it and held it in her hand, glancing at the price tag on the counter with her afterglow. Her hand almost shook when she saw that the price tag was $850,000. $850,000 for a bag? It's worth years of her salary. She hurriedly placed the bag carefully on the counter and excused herself. Old Sun, I don't really like the bags here. Let's look at something else. I know you don't want to spend money, but we have money now. The money I sent out journals before has arrived some recently, and the state even gave me a bonus a while ago, so we have more than enough to buy a bag. Sun Liancheng patted his wife's hand and gave her a reassuring look. The wife frowned. How much money can you get from your bonus? And you're spending a lot of money on telescopes and research tools and stuff, so let's not spend it all. Sun Liancheng sighed. Other people's families are wives in charge of money, but his family, his wife just take away half of the salary as a household. The other bank cards, bonuses and so on, all let him keep, and therefore, Sun Liancheng in the end. How much money, Li Aihua in fact, is not clear, and even in her concept of Sun Lianqing because of the hobby of scientific research in the hands of a very tight. He opened his cell phone bank and took it to his wife. You see, a few days ago the journal reward was issued a total of 10 million. Yesterday the state gave the scientific research bonus also arrived 20 million. Adding up to miscellaneous there are also a few million. Chapter 084, what kind of family is this? Buying $1 million bag just like that? Liaihua glanced towards her cell phone and instantly widened her eyes when she saw the account balance. 34,980,000. My god. Why so many? Sun Lianqing was breezy. It's just sending out papers, research awards, and whatever talent bonuses and so on. All told you, your husband is very lucrative in research. Liaihua swallowed her saliva and looked at the numerical balance on it and froze straight away. She knew that Sun Lianqing had been promoted, and she also knew that he was engaging in scientific research. But she didn't know that engaging in scientific research could also make money? If not for Sun Lianqing said he engaged in confidential research. She high and low to get to the bottom of it. In the end what scientific research can earn so much? Liaihua exited the banking interface and returned the phone to Sun Lianqing. Making money is one thing, but we can't be too generous. I don't like either of these bags, but since you're giving them to me, let's switch to another one. Liaihua glanced around the counter and casually fingered a small, slanted black bag. Sun Lianqing glanced over there and noticed the price tag with the word 6W written on it, and immediately understood his wife's little mind. But in the end, Sales nodded and took the black bag down and handed it to Liaihua. Ma'am, you have a good eye. This bag is also our best seller, and it complements your temperament. Liaihua took it, compared it on his body, looked at the palm-sized bag, thought of $60,000, or some reluctance, and asked, is this bag still on sale? I'm really sorry, but we don't discount any of the items in the store. The salesman smiled and explained. Liaihua held the bag in her hand. Her expression seemed a little difficult. Sun Lianqing was about to open his mouth when he heard a familiar voice. Isn't this Director Li? The duo followed the sound and a man and a woman were walking in. The man was wearing a striped polo shirt, Mediterranean hairstyle, some small stomach, and a purse in his hand, which was a local material trader Wang Mang. The woman was wearing a rose-pink dress, a head of big waves, looking quite foreign, but because of the dress, more or less through some earthy. The woman is 31 years old, named Zhao Li, and Liaihua in the same middle school teaching English. Director Li, you came to see the bag too. Jolie smiled in greeting, her eyes glancing toward the black satchel on the counter. Director Li, you're here to buy a bag too? This is too much of a coincidence. She walked over to Liaihua and greeted her warmly. Liaihua nodded and stood beside Sun Lianqing. Well, just looking around. Zhao Li and Liaihua are colleagues, but the two usually do not have a good relationship. Before Sun Lianqing was treated as a spy during that time, Zhao Li had flirted with wanting his own position in the teaching section. Now that Sun Lianqing had returned from his promotion, Zhao Li had started to ingratiate herself at school again like nothing was wrong. Wang Mang looked at Sun Lianqing with a pleasing smile on his face as well. District Governor's son. Oh no, you Dean's son. You're also accompanying Madam for shopping. Wang Mang, such businessmen, the most will is to observe the words. To Sun Lianqing's status today, as long as casually help him to say a few words, their own in the shopping mall, and even the entire Handong province can enhance a lot of the right to speak. However, Sun Lianqing was not going to ignore him and looked at Liaihua. Listen to me, that bag is no good. Look at something else. The brown one just now is fine. Honestly, Liaihua also does not particularly like this one, but this bag is already a cheaper one that she has seen so far, and the brown one just came up with more than $1 million, which she really does not want to give up. However, when Sun Lianqing's words were heard in the ears of Wang Mang's duo, they thought that Sun Lianqing thought that the bag was too expensive and was not willing to spend money. But it is understandable. This kind of officials, especially Sun Lianqing, this kind of unsympathetic officials, in addition to that little salary, how to have any money? This tens of thousands of dollars a bag, maybe half a year of his salary. Even a businessman like him to spend $60,000 to buy a bag have to be heartbroken for a while, let alone Sun Lianqing? Wang Mang's eyes rolled, knowing that his chance to curry favor had come, and he stepped forward to look at the duo. Dean's son, this bag is not quite good. Rare sister-in-law like. So, today happens to be a holiday. I bought this side to help you give sister-in-law. It's a piece of my heart as a brother. It costs a bit of money, but it's a deal that buys the favor of a vice-ministerial leader. Worth it. With that, he pulled his card out of his bag and was ready to hand it to the salesman to swipe for the check. The salesman looked at him and then at Sun Lianqing with some strange eyes. As for Wang Mang, he didn't harvest Sun Lianqing's thanks for this, but instead saw Sun Lianqing looking at a little cutie. S expression looking at him. Wang Mang did not understand the meaning of Sun Lianqing's eyes, and the next moment he saw the salesman who received Sun Lianqing earlier holding a brown bag in both hands and handing it to Li Aihua. The comparison between this little black card bag in her own hand and the brown one she was holding was as if one was a baby that hadn't reached its full term, and the other was a shapely beauty that had developed into a full-fledged woman. Just by looking at the size and material, you can tell that these two things are not in the same order of magnitude. Zhao Li also looked over with an unbelievable face. Her eyes fell on the 850,000 price tag on the counter. No way, 850,000 for a bag. But on Sun Lianqing's side, he didn't even blink. Well, this is the one. Get the check. Sun Lianqing showed his cell phone QR code, without the slightest hesitation, walked straight to the counter to settle the payment, swiped the code, and walked away, all in one go. Chapter 085, Small Official Greed. The assholes in the cadres. Looking at the departing back of the duo, Wang Mang did not react for a while. What the hell? $800,000 for a bag just to buy it? Zhao Li stared at the duo's backs with wide eyes, incredulously. Are all officials so rich now? She mumbled twice, and Wang Mang would have come back to spit by now. I poo. What clean and honest. After half a day Sun Lianqing this guy are pretending. No wonder I sent gifts before sending money to me to drive out. The feelings of the people are too little to send me too little. Do not see. Jolie rolled her eyes. No. What a big tale to play. The duo muttered and cursed their way out of Hermes. At the doorway, Lin Huahua and Zhou Zhan were able to see clearly, and Lin Huahua swallowed his saliva. That bag Sun Lianqing just bought is $800,000? Zhou Zhang nodded and shook his head. I don't know. It seems like it from listening to their conversations. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sure enough, Bureau Ho was right. This Sun Lianqing person is not simple. Lin Huahua rushed forward and walked in towards Hermes, walked right up to the counter and flashed his ID. Hello, I'm from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Please bring me the purchase record of the gentleman just now. Upon hearing the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the staff's face instantly changed and cooperated to pull out the list. The duo hastily photographed all the purchases and the bag. When this side collected the evidence, Lin Huahua dialed Ho Liangping without stopping. Ho Liangping's emotions ran high as he heard the ins and outs. I knew it. This Sun Lianqing is definitely a big fish. $800,000 or so for a bag just to buy it? The source of this money must be irregular. You guys keep staring and see what else he does. After hanging up the phone, Ho Liangping paced back and forth in the room, unable to hide his excitement. This was his first case when he came to Handong Province. If it was accomplished, he would be able to successfully establish his authority in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Sun Lianqing, don't let me down. Sun Lianqing sighed, after buying the bag, directly with his wife to a Western restaurant, to the door, but how his wife is not willing to go in. Forget it, let's go home and eat. Sun Lianqing was helpless. What? You want to save money again? You've bought all the $80-something million bags, so it's not so bad for a meal. Li Aiwa frowned. That's not true, but look at this time now. It's 9 or 10 o'clock after we've eaten, and I still have to prepare for class at night. And didn't we move to a new campus, over in the new city? We have to go out earlier. Hearing this, Sun Lianqing reacted to the fact that his wife had been assigned to work in the new campus, and while the environment and treatment were better in all aspects over there, it added at least an hour of commuting time for them. In order to make it to school by 8 o'clock, Li Aihua had to leave the house by 6:30. It's really quite tiring to toss and turn like that every day. That's easy. Let's stay somewhere else and go to the sales office in a little while. Li Aiwa was puzzled. What are you doing in the sales office? Sun Lianqing was breezy. Sell a house. Let's go to the side of your school to buy a house to go. I remember the side of the newly opened real estate. I will give a call to the side. When we finish dinner, we will go over to pick. Li Aiwa's mouth opened wide, looking at Sun Lianqing with eyes full of surprise. The house? Are you kidding me? This says buy it. Sun Lianqing took his wife by the shoulders. We have money. What are we not going to do if we don't buy a house? Let's go. We'll go too. After dinner. Also ignoring Li Aihua's objections, Sun Lianqing took his wife to the restaurant. 2 hours later, Ho Liangping held the cell phone and listened to Lin Huahua's return on the other end of the phone, even somewhat unable to believe his own ears. What? Are you sure Sun Lianqing went to buy a house? Lin Huahua said. Yeah, I'm sure. And Sun Lianqing is still settling in full. $7.8 million in full. The price of housing in the capital city is not as high as that in the north, but also because it is the new first tier, the price of housing is not cheap. The neighborhood that Sun Lianqing had purchased, because of its location and household type, plus the fact that it was still a well-decorated existing house, was considered to be a mid to high-end existence in the entire capital city. As for Sun Lianqing's side, He didn't even blink. $7.8 million in full payment, just to trip over there and said he'd buy it? Buy a 800,000 yuan bag they can still understand. That's 7.8 million. A lot of families cannot save a lifetime of savings. He's Sun Lianqing a cadre. Take the country's dead wages. Even if not eat and drink also have to save 60 or 70 years. However, now Sun Lianqing was only in his 40s. He's been working for 20 years at most. Where did he get this money? I know with my toes that it's not a clean source. In this case, you and Zhou Zhang go to the sales office to take pictures of the information and keep it as evidence. And all the bank cards under the name of Sun Lianqing and her wife. Check them all. And pull out the bank flow list for me. Unlike Ho Liangping's excitement, Lin Huahua clearly had some concerns on his side. Bureau Ho, are you sure you want to investigate? I heard that Sun Lianqing seems to have a pretty big background. And don't you forget that after he came back from Beijing City, he is now the identity of the Vice Provincial Ministry. In case the carrot is pulled out of the mud. And there are even bigger people in the back. Will not be able to close the scene? Ho Liangping frowned, clearly a little displeased with Lin Huahua's words. Do you think I, Ho Liangping, am this kind of person who is afraid of things? There is no one I dare not investigate. Sun Lianqing is nothing. Since he is the people's assholes, I must investigate, and I must investigate to the end. You do what I say first, and we'll meet tomorrow to talk about the rest. Hang up the phone. Ho Liangping sat in the chair thinking about Lin Huahua's words. To say that there is no concern is certainly not possible, but Ho Liangping is not the same. He backed by the Zhong family. On the background of the current no one than their own background is greater. With the Zhong family backing him up, Ho Liangping dares to check on people that others dare not. At this time, Ho Liangping's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It was his wife Zhong Xiaoai's. Chapter 086. No matter how big the background is it as big as our Zhong family? What's wrong with you? You've gone to Beijing and even forgotten your wife, right? Today is Tanabata. You don't even call me, and let me take the initiative to contact you. Zhong Xiaoai whined on the other end of the phone. Ho Liangping hurriedly coaxed. My dearest wife, I had planned to call you today, but I just had a bit of a work delay, and I was ready to contact you after I was busy. But who knew that you'd call first? Either that or we're husband and wife, and our hearts are in the right place. Zhong Xiaoai pouted. You're the one who's poorly spoken. By the way, what do you say about work? This is what time you still work overtime? This old G is how it is. You just returned to Beijing State let you work overtime. You wait for me, I have to talk about him to go. Hearing this, Ho Liangping hurriedly advised. Don't. It's none of old quarters business. It's my own personal investigation. I'm telling you, I may have caught a big fish this time. Ho Liangping's face was dejected. And Zhong Xiaoai asked, a big fish? Well, tell me how big. Ho Liangping said, out of the gate is more than 800,000 Hermes, but also full payment of 7.8 million to buy a house in the city. You say, dare to spend money like this, is not a big fish. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaoai acted quite plainly. Indeed it's unusual, but it's not so much of a big fish. The one you caught a while ago had over $1 billion in cash stashed away in his house. Compared to that one, this one is nothing, right? Ho Liangping waved his hand. No. You think other officials took a bribe. The money either exists in foreign banks or looking for a place to hide, for fear of being seen to have money to be reported. But this person is not the same. He went out and dared to spend so much money. So blatantly show what? That means he's not even afraid of being investigated? Not afraid of being reported? Zhong Xiaoai said. Ho Liangping nodded. Moreover, this person 2 months ago are very careful and cautious. Never so high profile, went to a trip to Kyoto, and came back not only from the district mayor to the vice ministry, but also a large amount of extra money. Blatant spending extravagance? Behind him, there's probably a bigger umbrella hiding. To be able to promote Sun Lianqing to vice ministry, how big is this umbrella? I'm afraid it doesn't even need to be said. Ho Liangping intentionally said this out loud. In fact, he also wanted to see Zhong Xiaoai's attitude. Although he is the son-in-law of the Zhong family, but in the end he is not surnamed Zhong. The background of the Zhong family cannot be used. How much can be used? Or Zhong Xiaoai said, if she put the word out, of course, he can let go of his own hands, but if she does not agree, Ho Liangping also did not have the guts to give his own in-laws to find trouble. The other end of the phone was not to be outdone, and Zhang Yi cut to the chase. A bigger umbrella? Our Dragon Kingdom is letting these assholes do the damage. Liangping, don't worry about investigating. No matter how big their background is, the Zhong family will cover for you. I don't believe it. I don't believe that anyone will dare to touch you. Ho Liangping was delighted. Worthy of being my Ho Liangping's wife? With your words, I can rest assured that I'm going to do it boldly. Sun Liancheng, right? Since you dare to be greedy, don't blame me for outing you. The following day, a military drill ground on the outskirts of Kyoto. Elder Su, with his student Wang Yu, was standing in front of the newly developed fighter jet doing the final inspection work. The military drill ground on the outskirts of Kyoto was in full swing. The summer sun was so poisonous that it shone on the tarmac on the ground. The mountains in the distance twisted slightly in the heat, as if they were also excited for the upcoming military-industrial exhibition. A flat river on the exercise field. Everywhere you can see the magnificent armored vehicles, majestic fighter jets, all highlighting the country's military strength. Elder Su stood beside his own fighter, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized every detail. Seriousness was written all over his weathered face, but his eyes shone with undisguised confidence. Xiao Zhang, check the hydraulic system again. Don't make any mistakes. Elder Su turned his head to the young engineer beside him. We're going to show old Wang and the others the strength of the first school this time, letting them know that our first school isn't called the first school for nothing. Just then, a roar came from far and near. Su Lao looked up, only to see a peculiarly shaped warplane slowly gliding towards the tarmac. Fuselage streamlined design, surface painting low-key and mysterious. Close to look, only to find that the shape of this fuselage is very familiar. It is the Dragon Country's first independent research and development of the J5. Beside the warplane, Wang Lao walked over proudly with a smirking expression on his face. Yo, old Su, you're poring over fighter jets? Wang Lao teased, but his eyes were sizing up the fighter jet behind Su Lao. Elder Su didn't let up in the slightest and mocked. What's the matter, old Wang? You know you can't win against me, so you're ready to take the sentimental route? Preparing to pull a wave of goodwill by relying on the J5's styling, right? Elder Wang didn't let go in the slightest and laughed confidently. It doesn't matter if it's sentimental or not. What matters is that you don't cry too much when you lose to me later. Su Lao was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the old Wang kid really poured out something good? But on the face is not moving. Sneer, Lao Wang ah Lao Wang. Where do you get this confidence? What exactly is the situation? A moment will not see the difference? When Wang Lao heard this, he smiled even more happily. I just love how untamed you are. I hope you keep it up in a bit. The two of them went back and forth, fighting openly and secretly, neither of them refusing to show any weakness. Just then, Shinbei paced up and down, looking at the two of them with swords drawn, and said smilingly, Aya, both of you look very confident this time. When Elder Su and Elder Wang heard this, they nodded in unison, both with a winning gleam in their eyes. The three of them walked together towards the grandstand, which was already filled with experts from various military institutes. The air was filled with tension and anticipation, as if it was about to happen. With a crisp whistle, the military industry exhibition officially kicked off. Elder Su and Elder Wang looked at each other, each secretly calculating the spectacle of winning over the other. 2 hours passed by in a flash, and the display session of the fighter jets finally drew to a close. The chief secretary of the war zone was sitting steadily on a fishing platform, his eyes like a torch as he scanned the stage for Elder Su and Elder Wang. Elder Su, Elder Wang. The chief secretary got right to the point. This project is still mainly up to you two institutes. How are the results this year? Su Lao immediately straightened his back and replied with a confident face. Reporting to the chief secretary, we have made all preparations. The first place this year is not mine. Elder Wang was also not willing to show weakness and sneered. Oh, old Su, your breath is too big, isn't it? Let's see. It's really hard to say who the first place winner will be this year. The chief secretary listened and nodded slightly. Good. I'll see what happens then. Elder Su paced forward and cleared his throat. Leaders and colleagues, this year, our institute's fighter jet has made a major breakthrough in flight speed and stealth performance. Below, please enjoy our latest achievements. With Elder Su's order, the fighter jets on the tarmac started up with a roar. The roar of the engine was deafening, and the ground trembled slightly. Everyone present held their breath, staring intently at the silver-gray behemoth. The fighter jet slowly slid to the runway, like a beast ready to go. Suddenly, it accelerated fiercely and shot into the sky with a deafening roar, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a small black dot in the sky. Various flight data were displayed in real time on the big screen. When the speed indicator jumped to 120 kilometers per hour, the scene was instantly lively. Oh my god! Someone exclaimed. This speed has surpassed the J-20. In the end, it's military industry eye. It seems that Elder Su has put in a lot of effort this year. A layer of smile appeared on the serious face of the chief secretary. Although it's only 200 kilometers faster than the J-20, this is already a qualitative leap in the field of aviation. The corners of Su Lao's mouth involuntarily rose as he listened to the exclamations of wonder that rose and fell around him. He secretly glanced at Elder Wang, and when he saw the other party's calm and self-assured expression, His heart suddenly tightened for no reason. This old fox isn't panicking at all? Could it be? Do they really have any more tricks up their sleeves? Chapter 087. Wait, where did you say the stealth technology came from? This thought fleeting, soon Su Lao calmed down. He still has a killing move is not used, even if the speed you surpassed me. Stealth performance test. I do not believe that you can be more powerful? Elder Su revealed a provocative look towards Elder Wang and continued. This time, with our modification of the Jagged Panther, the speed increase is actually just a small point. The stealth performance improvement is the key in this case. Everyone can look at the radar reflection data on this one. With that, he turned and pointed to the big screen. The large screen was displaying the radar reflection area, only to see a series of red numbers blinking, with the final number settling on 0.02. Seeing this number, everyone was shocked and the scene was abuzz. What is the concept of 0.02? This size is only equivalent to an apple, and during aviation operations, even if it is detected by radar, it will only be taken as a sparrow or some other small bird. Such a figure would certainly be a huge boost to existing fighter stealth technology. After the demonstration, Su Lao straightened his body, like a big proud peacock, and just walked back to the stands, not forgetting to fool around when he reached Wang Lao. Well, it's not too late to admit defeat. Elder Wang smiled and didn't say anything, but his face was unable to see any fear. Elder Su's chin lifted. Come on, it's still hard here. Off to the side, Shinbi asked curiously. Elder Su, the last time I went to one of your schools, I hadn't seen you guys have stealth technology. How come it's only been half a month since then and you guys have made such a big breakthrough? It can't be that you deliberately kept it from me last time. Elder Su laughed. This is not hidden from you. This technology is actually not developed by us. It was accidentally acquired half a month ago. Oh, an accident? How accidental? Shin Abe asked. Elder Su explained. Said you may not believe. Half a month ago in the city of Beijing we found a civilian car. The car every day speeding, but never been radar shot. The traffic police in Beijing City at first thought it was a bad radar, and then has been tested to know that the radar is not a problem at all. It is the car on top of the layer of the problem. Then I went to the field to test it, and that's when I realized that the layer actually did emit radar, and that the radar reflectivity of that car at that time was less than 1 in 100,000. Hearing this, Shinbi was a bit surprised and couldn't help but sigh. This is the first time I've heard of it. Now the civilian cars are so powerful. That coding automobile factory research and development? Back to report it. It should be made military. Elder Su shook his head. That's not true. It's the owner himself who adjusted it, but exactly how? He couldn't say. We can only pull the car back to the arsenal later, against the layers of research which has now come to fruition. But it is a shame to say, until now there is no way to achieve the car's stealth effect. Shinbi frowned. Can't say? How is this possible? It doesn't make sense. Right. You turn around and send someone from national security over to interrogate them. There will definitely be results. Elder Su nodded, and the two chatted enthusiastically. Elder Wang, who was on the side, was pondering as he asked towards Elder Su. Old Su, you just said it was in Jingzhou City? Jingzhou City in Hanong Province? Elder Su looked over and raised an eyebrow. Yes, Jingzhou City. What? You will not be ready to go to steal the teacher. You want to learn the technology with no need to be so troublesome. You call me a teacher, I teach you. Wang Lao didn't pick up on the conversation and continued to pursue the question. Is this car owner someone from the Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology? Elder Su frowned, recalling this place that Elder Wang had mentioned. It seems like such a place. I was going to take someone away, and it was the local police department that said something about, what with the Institute of Science and Technology being inconvenient. I was wondering when we had this unit in the Dragon Kingdom. When he said this, Elder Wang and Shinbei exchanged glances, and both of them sensed something. Shinbi smiled and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Elder Wang looked at Elder Su with a meaningful expression on his face. Old Su, TSK, I kind of know what it means to buy a box of pearls. Elder Su looked at him, confused. What the hell? What's with the buy box? Before he could ask any further questions, an announcement came over the radio. Display unit, Military Industrialization 2. Fighter model, J5+. A few people stopped fighting and all looked over to the field. Only a sharply shaped silver Jagged Panther with a smooth fuselage appeared on the field, and its shape was more of a nostalgic era compared to the new generation of Jagged Panther. The shape, however, was not unfamiliar to any of those present, and its model number had already been lightly called out. J5? Even the chief secretary murmured those two words softly. After all, the J5 once accompanied the rise of the Dragon Kingdom and is a memory imprinted in the hearts of their generation. Seeing this, Elder Su couldn't help but spit. Just get all fancy. Elder Wang didn't bother with Elder Su and stood up straight to explain to the chief secretary. This one is modified from the J5. And it sort of retains the shape of the J5 in terms of styling, but the actual performance has been changed rather drastically. The chief secretary nodded. I see that changes have been made to the gun barrels and engines, and it is indeed 2 times larger than the J5. How exactly? Let's see the display. The crowd once again dropped their eyes to the Jag Panther, waiting for the image of it taking off. And so, time passed by, waiting for a minute, but still no movement was seen. It is reasonable to say that the start button is usually pressed immediately after boarding, even if it takes time to officially start the taxi. This is because the engine ignites and the engine is bound to carry the fuselage to produce a tremor to be right. But this jet in front of me didn't react at all, not to mention trembling. Old Wang, you guys aren't going to have a malfunction before you even start this Jag Panther, are you? If that's the case, you guys might as well not pull it up. Su Lao's zygomatic bones are about to fly to the sky. The front of the worry to see this scene is swept away. Wang Lao's reaction was exceptionally calm, as if everything was expected. He looked down at the watch on his wrist. It's not time yet. Wait another 10 seconds. Elder Su frowned, only feeling that Wang Lao was playing God here, and before his next sentence could be uttered, the jet that had been silent all this time suddenly rumbled with a strong tremor. The crowd wasn't prepared for this, and was taken aback to see the jet suddenly shudder. This huge metal machine in front of him was like a gigantic monster that was currently storing up its strength, and from the initial low chirping sound, it gradually transformed into a huge rumbling sound as the airflow surged. It was only half a minute before and after, only to see a blue blaze shoot out. Rumble! With a loud bang, the Jag Panther rose into the air and shot straight up into the sky. Chapter 088. This thing is a rocket, right? What happened? Flying? This is flying? Is this thing taking off vertically? Did you guys see that? Vertical takeoff? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Labor's eyes aren't broken, are they? Really flying vertically? In the stands, some of those who couldn't hold it down poked half their bodies directly up into the sky. It's not that they don't want to believe it, but everything is so outrageous. Vertical takeoffs they had seen, but not this kind of flying. From startup to takeoff, it took less than half a minute before and after, and it was still going straight up into the sky. They understand when they say it's a rocket, but this thing in front of them, it's a fighter jet. A fighter jet going up like a rocket? No one would believe it if they told anyone about it. On the stands, Elder Su stared wide-eyed, staring straight at the remnants in the sky, his entire body looking as if he had been struck by lightning without blinking. How can flying rocketed off in a puff of smoke? He kept muttering these 2 words under his breath. Elder Wang had his hands behind his back and looked at Elder Su calmly. Shocked? Shocked is right. I had a bigger reaction than you when I saw that image. Of course, these words Wang Lao only think in the heart. On the surface he still have to hold. The more they behave as if nothing has happened, that pretending to pretend to be the more enjoyable it. Small scene. Come on, old Su. Sit down and watch. There's more in the back. Elder Su looked at the Annihilator in a daze and said stiffly. It's not just taking off. What can you do if you fly? It's not the way you take off that's important in a fighter jet? Of course, that's an airy statement, but he knows all too well himself how the way he takes off doesn't matter. It certainly doesn't matter if the battlefield is on flat land. After all, there are no restrictions on taking off and taxiing, but the reality is that takeoff scenarios you'd be hard-pressed to control 100% on the ground, and a flat, obstacle-free ground at that. What if it's a mountain? A ravine? You can't guarantee any of these factors when in combat. There are more cases where jets take off and land from carriers. Takeoffs are fine. Smooth landings are a challenge every time, because under high-speed flight, the position and distance are difficult to achieve 100% accuracy, which is a great challenge to the pilot's technical operation or a huge challenge, if the challenge is not successful, but also may face the results of the aircraft destruction. Wang Lao looked at Su Lao, although he did not say anything, but his eyes already said everything. Su Lao also felt that he said the wrong thing and sat next to him, not daring to say anything. At that moment, the data broadcast of the fighter flight sounded. Current climbing altitude 500 meters. Current climbing altitude 800 meters. Current climb rate 1,800 meters. Within half a minute of takeoff, the Jag has already sprinted nearly 2,000 meters. And that's a climb, not flying speed. The moment he heard the data, Wang Lao's eyes, which had just slowed down, once again widened, looking at the flashing numbers on the large monitoring screen and unable to speak. Rocket. This ING really is a rocket. That's how rockets fly. Is this rate of ascent of a fighter jet scientific? However, just as the shock from the speed of the climb was over, a new shock struck. Flight is smooth. Now on accelerated cruise. Current cruising speed Mach 1. Elder Su glanced at the large monitoring screen and sighed in relief after seeing the Mach 1 figure. Mach 1. Small potatoes. The self-developed Jagdpanther is still flying at least to Mach 1.5 or more. He just took a breath and in less than 2 seconds it went straight to Mach 1.2. Elder Su thought he was blind and rubbed his eyes. This next effort saw the number jump to Mach 1.4 again. Now, Elder Su was completely dumbfounded as he watched the numbers flash on the big screen. Jump from 1.4 to 1.6 and then 1.9. All the way over Mach 2 and the numbers continue to rise. Mach 3, Mach 3.5. At this moment, everyone present could no longer remain calm. They stood up one after another, their eyes staring tightly at the data detection screen, as if they were attracted by an invisible force. If they didn't have absolute trust in these monitoring devices, I'm afraid they would have wondered if they were malfunctioning, because those numbers were jumping so fast and outrageously. It was like a rocket that kept climbing, soaring all the way up from Mach 3 and finally coming to a steady stop at the amazing figure of Mach 4.5. Upon seeing this result, the entire scene was silent, followed by a chorus of voices sucking in cold air. Mach 4.4? Cruising speeds as high as Mach 4.5? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes, and their hearts were filled with astonishment and shock. To know, the old US F-22 Raptor fighter, its cruising speed can only reach 1.9 Mach, while the speed of this J5 Plus has exceeded it more than twice. This huge gap is shocking. Imagine if two fighter planes met on the battlefield. The victory or defeat could be said to be clear. A fighter plane capable of flying at such a high speed would undoubtedly be a nightmare for the enemy. At this moment, even the ever-composed chief secretary couldn't help but stand up with a look of disbelief on his face. He knows what that number means and also realizes what a huge advantage this technology will bring to the country. Elder Su trembled. How can? Here's how it's done. Reaching this speed fuselage strength simply can't withstand. It can't be done. Even if the speed is achievable, the fuselage won't hold up. Impossible. It's simply not possible. Some experts, including Su Lao, were wide-eyed at the moment, and just these few minutes had brought them more shock than the previous decades combined. Elder Wang calmly sat on his seat, crossed his legs, and just watched as Elder Su and the others revealed their terrified expressions. At the moment the mood of these people Wang Lao to understand, but every one of them have experienced, and even impossible these words, they have said no less than 10 times, but what may not be possible just unfolds before your eyes. I have to say, this feeling of pretending is cool, it's really too good. Just when the crowd thought it was over, Elder Wang slowly stood up. Don't worry, speed is only one of the most trivial of the many features of the J5 Plus. Our stealth performance has not yet been tested. The most insignificant? That's something you want to punch someone for hearing. You're at Mach 4.5 and you call it insignificant? However, the crowd was still in a state of shock, and no one cared whether Su Lao was showing off or not. They all looked towards the stealth performance data. Chapter 089 Investigation is okay? How do you end up? Only to see the large monitoring screen. At this moment is displaying the number 0.0001. The moment he saw the numbers, Elder Su almost fainted, pointing at the screen and stomping his feet repeatedly. No way. No way. How can it be 0.0001? There is a problem. That number is impossible. Previously, Su had always believed that even if Wang's jet surpassed him in speed, at least he had the advantage of stealth performance. At the moment, after seeing the number 0.0001, others were dumbfounded. At the scene, not to mention him, almost everyone was staring at the big screen without saying anything. There were too many surprises brought to them by Elder Wang today. The first one hadn't even been digested yet, and the next one was right back. Elder Wang smiled and looked at Elder Su, and said in a breezy manner, "Don't worry, this is just the radar reflective area of the Jagdpanther's coating. We still have anti-radar devices." Elder Su frowned at Elder Wang. Lightning reflection device? He was about to open his mouth to ask what it meant when Elder Wang spoke again. Mumble. Now look. Elder Su turned his head to look at the large monitoring screen, which at the moment surprisingly displayed no flight equipment detected. What was in front of me was constantly hitting the cognitive limits of those present. How can? Crazy. Must be crazy. It must be a malfunction of the monitoring equipment. How could it not be monitored? Su Lao's eyes were almost glazed over. He only felt that his brain was not working well. Why was this happening? I can't detect it. 0.0001 is outrageous enough. But this just ignores radar reflections? 10 minutes later. 10 minutes later. The figure of the fighter jet reappeared in the distant sky. It slowly landed and steadily stopped in the center of the display site. Thunderous applause erupted at the scene, and everyone was deeply shocked by this display. Ha 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 ha. This is good stuff. Elder Wang, when will you be able to mass produce this fighter? Don't forget about our Eastern war zone. High or low, get us a few dozen of them. If we go to war in it, I'll see what old Rice's gang will dare to say. Say what? Probably can't even catch up with your ass. On the scene, several commanders from the major military regions had already begun to consider the subsequent distribution of the J5+. The commander-in-chief walked quickly towards the Annihilator with an unconcealable excitement on his face. Come on, let's go check out the fighters first and see the future spaceflight overlords. He came down from the stands and walked towards the jet, with the crowd all following. The J5+ that had just finished its flight was now parked so quietly on the runway, like a silent hero returning with honor. Why haven't I seen the pilot come out? Did you guys see him? The chief secretary approached the cockpit and peered in through the glass window of the hatch, only to find it empty. The chief secretary said, Elder Wang, ask him to come over and I'll ask him about his driving experience. The flight speed broke through Mach 4.5, and the physical damage to the pilot's body from such an impact was also enormous. The fact that there was no damage to the fuselage did not mean that the pilot's body could also withstand this level of impact. Elder Wang stepped forward, reporting to Chief Secretary, this J5+ has no pilot. It uses autopilot. Unmanned? The chief superintendent and everyone else present froze, shock and disbelief in their eyes. Yes, explained Elder Wang, nodding. This fighter jet that we have developed has not only made a breakthrough in stealth performance, but has also realized fully autonomous unmanned technology. This means that in future air battles, we can reduce the risk of pilots and improve combat efficiency. Other side, Gyeongju City, Handong Province. Ho Leung-ping went straight to the leader's office after combing through the information. Quartermaster, here are the application materials. Sign for me. Ho Leung-ping handed a stack of documents to Ji Changming. Ji Changming narrowed his eyes. A search warrant? You just came back from Kyoto and you found a new corrupt official? Monkey, you are very efficient in this errand. Let's see. Who is this checking out? He picked up the document, which flipped over to the page of identity information, and when he saw the word Sun Liancheng, his hand paused for a moment, and his face suddenly changed. Sun Liancheng? The person you're investigating is Sun Liancheng? Ho Leung-ping nodded, his head full of concern. That's right. I felt that Sun Liancheng wasn't right before I went to Kyoto, and I originally wanted to investigate at that time, but things were delayed when the national security inserted a foot in the door. Ji Changming hurriedly got up and closed the office door behind him, before looking at Ho Leung-ping with an expression of hatred. Why are you investigating Sun Liancheng? For good reason. Ho Liang's flat color was subdued as he picked up the file on the table and flipped to a page of bank records. We received a report from the public that Dean Sun is suspected of accepting bribes. Here's the information on his bank cards. We checked and the two bank cards together have over $20 million in deposits. He pointed to the figure of more than 20 million above, and then pointed to the list of running water. And when he finished, he took out the small purchase ticket that Lin Huahua had captured yesterday. There's also this. Yesterday someone witnessed Dean Sun taking his wife to Hermes to buy a bag, $850,000 to say bye, and after that went to the Oriental Garden, a breath of full payment of $7.8 million to buy a house. With his salary, he couldn't do that spending power even if he went up 2 levels. Ji Changming glanced toward the information, and his eyelids visibly jumped twice when he saw the balance of more than $20 million. Even so, he flipped the information over in a gentle manner. Monkey, I know you are anxious to get credit, but this thing cannot be rushed. At least the scene cannot be checked yet. Just with a bank flow cannot prove anything. How do you know? These money must be stolen money? Ji Changming has always been more cautious, especially since this time the matter also involves Sun Liancheng. Seeing his attitude, Ho Liangping's temper will come up this time. Insufficient evidence? Just go and search. The evidence is not sufficient. These assets add up to more than $30 million. Is it not enough to prove the situation? Ji Changming also some anger. Ho Leung-ping is clearly his own subordinates. He is here to persuade him bitterly. He does not appreciate even if, but also talk like this. If not for the face of the Zhong family behind him, Ji Changming would not bother to talk nonsense with Ho Leung-ping. But at the moment, he explained patiently. I don't object if you want to investigate, but you have to investigate privately and slowly. At least don't make too much noise. Sun Liancheng is a deputy provincial leader who was transferred and ordered from above. At this level, you can't just say search, right? In case you make a scene at the door and don't find what you want. What if it's a misunderstanding? How are you going to end up after this? Chapter 090 Fat and Bold. Investigating Sun Liancheng is right. Ho Leung-ping was originally a bullish temper, and with these words, he didn't care. Seasonal inspector, what you said. I'm not afraid. I'm just a door-to-door inspection. There are problems, we catch problems. Since I'm standing in this position as the head of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, I have to be responsible for this outfit. If all the cadres are as forward-looking as you are, Who in this can even bother to do things? Ji Changming was originally good words. Who thought that Ho Liangping did not know good and bad, but even said such words? This made Ji Changming so angry that he couldn't care less about being gentle or not. Ho Liangping. You're stubborn. My word. I'm not granting this warrant. Get out. Leaving these words, he directly drove away. And there was no joy in it. Going out from the office, Ho Liangping had a black face, and Lin Huahua rushed to welcome him. How's it going? Ho, did you approve it? Lu could also glance this way and rolled his eyes. How can he approve it if you look at him like that? Old G is a shrunken head turtle and doesn't stick to the pot. He won't do such things that offend people. Ha, does that mean it's a no-go? Lin Huahua was a bit excited instead. Not going meant she didn't have to work overtime. Of course she was happy. Who knows? But Ho Liangping suddenly came. Go? Of course I'm going. You guys pack up and leave with me in a few minutes. Ha? Lin Huahua Zhou Zhan looked at each other with a reluctant face. This warrant hasn't even been granted. So we're still going? Ho Liangping's expression was firm. It's not down to make up for it later. There's always a way to work out the materials and stuff later as long as we search for something. Of course, this kind of thing Ho Liangping is not the first time to do it. He was in Kyoto when he was on the case. He also did a lot of preemptive cases, but each time he found evidence without difficulty, and in the face of great merit. This fault of formality was not worth mentioning. Juvenile Palace. This is a primer on flying machines. You probably look at it. After all, it's not a professional. A lot of things you don't know much about. You probably know what's going on. Sun Lianqing handed Qi Tongwei the 2 pieces of information. Qi nodded his head as if he had been honored. Okay, I'll look into it when I get back. After saying that, Sun Lianqing glanced at him again, always feeling that letting Director Qi learn to develop airplanes. This was a bit of a violation in any way. So frowned. Otherwise it's better. Kishore. And you don't work on the flying machine. Dean's son? What do you mean by that? Qi Tongwei was shocked and thought that Sun Lianqing was not willing to take himself to play. Sun Lianqing hurriedly explained. Relax. I mean, why don't you stop figuring out the flying machine too? Why don't I take you on a remodeling of the mandatory instruments later? I remember you have a sniper rifle in your car. Get it to the lab someday and I'll take you to remodel it. Qi Tongwei hanging heart just put down. Heard the 3 words sniper rifle. Eyes instantly wide. Vigilant look at Sun Lianqing. A sniper rifle? This was something even Gao Shaoqin didn't know about. Why would Sun Lianqing know about the sniper rifle? Ahem. That's off duty. I'm going home first. Let's talk about other things tomorrow. Sun Lianqing waved his hand, fearing that Qi Tongwei would pursue the matter of the gun, and hurriedly fled from the scene. Even if you've read the original you have to control yourself. Why doesn't this have a mouth on it? Sun Lianqing slapped himself twice on the mouth. When he got home, he saw the family's belongings spread out on the couch in large bags. You're back. The wife peeked her head in and continued folding the laundry. What are you doing? Sun Lianqing entered the bedroom, only to realize that everything in the bedroom was also packed in boxes. Packing stuff? Aren't we moving? We'll get it all done in the next couple days and then we can move. The wife folded the clothes and packed them into the suitcase. Sun Lianqing asked with a smile. Weren't you reluctant when I bought the house yesterday? Why are you in a hurry to move there now? That's not all bought well. The house is bought well. Do not live to put a waste. Li Aihua had a smile on her face, and it was obvious that she was satisfied with the house yesterday. Women are like that. They say one thing and act another. With her clothes boxed up, Li Aihua then remembered about the study, and she walked over to push out the astronomical telescope inside. Old son, what about these binoculars? Should we box them up too? Sun Lianqing looked away. In fact, there were several others before, all of which were eliminated in subsequent studies. And that's all that's left. Although I don't use it much for my current job. It was given to me by a foreign company and I can't buy it on the market. So I can keep it and continue to look at the stars or something. No need to load it. Put it away. It will be held alone for a while and the box will wear and scratch easily. Sun Lianqing briefly explained, which then went up and carried the things to the living room with his wife. When things on this side were done, the information in the study was also simply organized. And when he saw a heavy large black box on the ground, for a while Sun Lianqing was a little embarrassed. Does this safe come with or without it? There doesn't seem to be much to put away if you take it away. And if you don't take it away, you're paying for it. What's in this box? Li Aihua asked, looking at the safe on the ground after she finished working on her hands. Oh, it's just some previous scientific information. The core data previously used to contain controlled fusion was later turned over to the state, leaving some less important data inside. Forget it, don't bring it. It's weirdly heavy. Throw it over here. Sun Lianqing thought about it for a while, but gave up considering the practicality. Just then, the doorbell of the house suddenly rang. Who? He glanced toward the door, and Edward Lee shook his head. I don't know. I'll go check. Li Aiwa went over and beat the door down. The uniformed Ho Liangping and Lin Huahua, several people stood outside the door, flashing their IDs. Hello, we are staff from the Capital City Anti-Corruption Bureau. May I ask if this is Sun Lianqing's house? Li Aihua froze for a moment and looked back at Sun Lianqing. Sun Lianqing frowned as well, getting up and coming towards the door, frowning at the sight of Ho Liangping's men. Anti-Corruption Bureau? Although Ho Liangping had never seen Sun Lianqing, he had read a lot of information about him and recognized him at once, and said with a straight face, Dean Sun, right. We received a report from the public that you are suspected of accepting bribes. Now we are carrying out investigative work on you. We need to search your home. Please cooperate with us. Chapter 091, Can you afford the consequences? At the site of the military-industrial exhibition, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the ground, shrouding the entire site with a layer of golden light. Today's military equipment was a real eye-opener. The chief superintendent nodded gratefully, his gaze sweeping over the group of engineers and finally settling on Elder Wang, especially the J5 Plus developed by the Second Institute of Military Industry. The word shock is not enough to describe it. Building such a good thing, commendation, must be commended. Giving such a high evaluation, Elder Wang felt ashamed and hurriedly explained, Chief Secretary, to tell you the truth, this J5 Plus was not developed by our Second Institute. The chief superintendent froze, his brow furrowing slightly in apparent confusion. You didn't build it? The others also looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't build the annihilator that the Second Institute had been displaying for half a day? Old Wang, don't tell me you stole it from the old Maoists, do you? Su Lao's eyes stared blankly, and he didn't know how he ghosted this sentence. Not to mention, that sounds outrageous, but compared to how outrageous the J5 Plus is, it seems reasonable. Looking at the eyes of the crowd looking at him, Elder Wang was amused. How could it be stolen? Old Su, the more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. He looked to Shinbi. Shinbu, this is something you know. You explain it to everyone. At that, even Shinbi froze. Ha? You didn't really steal it from next door, did you? Wang Lao raised his eyebrows and stomped his feet in anger. What stolen? I mean, this annihilator wasn't built by our Second Institute, but it was built by our Dragon Kingdom. Shinbu, you know the guy who built the jet. The crowd all looked at Shinbi in confusion. Shinbi would be even more confused, his own head full of questions. Know what? Know what? He doesn't know who built the fighter jets. Seeing Shinbei's confused eyes, Elder Wang reminded him. Ah, the Institute of Cosmic Science and Technology. At the mention of this, Shinbi came to a realization. You mean Dean Sun? As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed, and then it dawned on him, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. Are you saying that J5 Plus was built by Dean Sun? Elder Wang nodded. Shin Abe inhaled hard and looked at Wang Abe in surprise, then at the sharp jets in the distance. For a while, it was a little hard to take in. When Wang Lao wanted to take away Sun Liansheng, he himself had received a report and probably heard about the annihilator, but he didn't think about it carefully at that time, and only thought that it was some new achievement that Wang Lao had taken a liking to. Where do you think that this achievement is not even new or not, but shaking the world? Noticing Shinbi's expression, the chief minister opened his mouth to ask, Shinbu, do you recognize this man? Shanbei took a deep breath and said slowly, it's the developer of controlled nuclear fusion, Sun Liansheng. General Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and astonishment when he heard this. It's him? The ignition test of controlled nuclear fusion. The chief secretary also visited the site in person and was impressed by the event. Hearing this reply at this moment, he was also a bit shocked for a moment. Military research and nuclear power research are two very different fields, but now the highest achievements come from the same dragon people. Controllable nuclear fusion in the front, and the annihilator in the back. Great fortune for the Dragon Kingdom. The chief superintendent pondered for a moment. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Such a talent must be invited to Kyoto, as well as the J5 Plus he developed must be promoted nationwide within half a year. Wang Lao smiled happily. It's no problem, as long as Dean Sun is in place. It's no problem for the arsenal to specialize in getting out a production line. Shin department is a difficult face. General Secretary, I'm afraid this really cannot. The Chinese Academy of Sciences at the time to stay Sun Dean. People hard not willing to, insisted on returning to the Beijing state. He only went back to the majority of the month. The Beijing state. Dean Sun is afraid that he is not willing to come. The chief superintendent frowned slightly, but then a hint of determination flashed in his eyes and he waved his hand. Since people don't want to come, move a production line to Kyoto. The production line is for the program. As long as we can get the J5 Plus online as soon as possible, What does it matter where we build it? Beijing City, Guangming District, District Committee Family House, Sun Lianqing's home. Ho Liangping bright identity after taking Lin Huahua Luke and also 2 people into the Sun Lianqing home. The 3 of them didn't care if Sun Lianqing welcomed them or not, and entered the door to take a look around. At first glance, it was a Hermes bucket bag for women, which looked heavy with some documents for lesson preparation. Ho Liangping wife Zhang Xiaoai also has a Chanel shoulder bag. That bag is not as expensive as the one in front of me, but also more than 30,000 yuan. Even so, Zhang Xiaoai is still hanging in the cupboard, cannot afford to back. After some important activities will be taken out. But Sun Lianqing family, this is not the same. 85 million bags used to load documents. Back and forth casually bumped. Repairs have to be tens of thousands of dollars. The moment he saw something, Ho Liangping's heart was happy, knowing that today there is bound to be a harvest. Probably still a big harvest. He looked away again. The house was cluttered with luggage, obviously in preparation for a move. Ho Liangping's tone was yin and yang. Dean Sun, is this ready to move? Sun Lianqing frowned. What? The Anti-Corruption Bureau is now even in charge of cadres moving? As he spoke, Lin Huahua seemed to have discovered something and shouted, Ho, there's an astronomical telescope over there. She pointed to the balcony. Before coming, Ho Liangping deliberately urged, in addition to cash, Sun Lianqing home to focus on the astronomical telescope. One is that this thing is already high-priced, and the second is that I had previously heard Gao Shaoqin mention that $5 million had bought the elimination telescope of Dean Sun. $5 million of binoculars can't even look at it. How valuable must the things in this Dean Sun's house be? At this moment, she looked over in the direction of Lin Huahua's finger. A nearly 40 centimeters large aperture telescope stood there, and on the left and right sides, there was also a 20 centimeter, 30 centimeter aperture astronomical telescope. With this outfit, the juvenile hall doesn't even have the right group. Dean Sun, it seems that you really enjoy observing astronomy. I just don't know if you'll have the chance to observe the universe in the future. With that, Ho Liangping was about to head over to the telescope. Sun Lianqing faintly said, Ho, I have no problem if you want to go over there, but a word of advice, don't move this thing. After saying so, Ho Liangping couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dean Sun, what does that mean? You dared to buy the telescope, but now you don't dare to let anyone move it? Sun Lianqing looked at him and frowned. Honestly, this young man he didn't like as he walked over to the couch and sat down, making a motion of please. I'm just reminding, if you have to move, that's fine with me, as long as you can live with the consequences. Chapter 092 Urgent Notice. Selection of Beijing State. Ho Liangping sneered. Dean Sun, you're here to talk to me about bearing results? I'd like to think that when you did something in the first place, you would have considered the current outcome as well. I'd like to see what brand of binoculars our Dean Sun is using and how valuable they are. With that, he went over toward the astronomical telescope. Really can't move. Li Aihua reached out, ready to stop the person, when Sun Lianqing waved his hand at her. Honey, it's fine. Let him move. Our law enforcement officers are videotaping and recording the whole thing. If Chief Ho really breaks it, he won't deny it. Ho Liangping glanced at Sun Lianqing and coldly grunted. What? Is Dean Sun trying to use provocation? You don't think that I won't go check if you say that, do you? If you really don't dare to search because you're worried about compensation, there's no need for me, Ho Liangping, to be the director of this Anti-Corruption Bureau. When he finished speaking, he reached right over to the largest aperture astronomical telescope and slapped his hand twice. I forgot to mention, Dean Sun, I was also a member of the astronomy club in college, and the astronomical telescope was just something I looked at a lot, and I still have one in my house. Looking at Ho Liangping's hand, Li Aihua really couldn't sit still. Chief Ho, you stop. Do you know how much it costs to calibrate this astronomical telescope once? Do you cover the cost of repairs if you take a few shots like that? Sun Lianqing patted his wife's back. It's okay, let him move, and then let him pay for it. Li Aihua angrily looked at Ho Liangping. Usually this telescope she did not dare to move a bit, for fear of breaking. Now it is good. Their own baby cannot move things. Let him. Ho Liangping this kind of huahua? Ho Liangping raised an eyebrow. Pay for it? Of course I'll pay for it if it's really broken. An astronomical telescope is just a telescope, which is so delicate. Their own movement is moving. Only gently tap twice. How can it be broken? Li Aihua glared at him. Well, Director Ho, this is what you said. This telescope will cost several $100,000 just to calibrate it once. But you remember what you said yourself. Hearing this number, Ho Liangping, several people all froze. Lin Huahua and Luke and also looked at each other, showing each other a look of watching the fun. Hundreds of thousands of dollars? Well, Dr. Sun, I was worried about finding evidence of your embezzlement, but now it's at your doorstep? Hundreds of thousands of dollars, just for the calibration? How much does this telescope cost? Ho Liangping looked at Sun Lianqing with mockery in his eyes. Dean Sun, I can't believe that you are quite rich. This telescope calibration needs hundreds of thousands of dollars? I wonder how many times a year we need to calibrate it. Sun Lianqing didn't pay attention to Ho Liangping, but looked at his wife, somewhat embarrassed. Honey, actually, I haven't been honest with you. This astronomical telescope calibration is $6 million a time. Everyone was shocked to hear this number. Calibration costs $6 million a time. This was not a one-time expense. As far as Ho Liangping knew, his own astronomical telescope in college was calibrated at least once every 2 years. Of course, that belonged to an abnormal frequency. For those who demanded more, it had to be calibrated every few months. Not much to count. If once a year, that is 6 million consumption. And Sun Lianqing's hobby of watching the stars at least maintained for 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years down. This is let's say also smashed into 30 million. Ho Liangping looked at Sun Lianqing and coldly said, Dean Sun, I have underestimated you. You're consuming this figure for the astronomical telescope alone. And the money for one calibration is the savings of several lifetimes of the common people. I'm just afraid that this telescope is also very expensive. Isn't it? Sun Lianqing faintly said. The price. It's only $70 million. The two next to it, one for 20 million and one for 30. He said it in a breezy manner. As if these weren't any money, but an ordinary number without any significance. Of course, these were indeed ordinary numbers to Sun Lianqing. These binoculars are priced at this price, but they were given away free by the brand at no cost to him. However, the fact that he did not spend any money does not prevent Ho Liangping from paying the price. Ho Liangping did not know what Sun Lianqing was thinking at the moment, and these numbers made him even more excited to hear it. The bigger the number, the bigger the embezzlement, the greater the offense, too. And it is his duty to bring out all those corrupt people one by one. All these corrupt officials will be part of his Medal of Honor. Kyoto City. City Council meeting organized by Shuriken. On the matter of cadre discipline, we must make a serious statement that all cadres should pay attention and always maintain their passion to serve the people. Xia Ruijin sat at the conference table and lectured the cadres. At this time, Secretary Bai took a phone and hurriedly walked in. He said something in Xia Ruijin's ear. Xia Ruijin was busy standing up and walked out. After walking out of the conference room, he rushed to pick up his cell phone and put it to his ear. Yes, this is Xia Ruijin. Leader, please instruct. What? It's going to be in Kyoto City? Okay, no problem. I'll deploy the job myself on my end. What? In 5 days? Fine. Understand. And we'll cooperate in place. Hanging up the phone, Xia Ruijin did not dare to have a moment's delay. Turned around and walked back to the conference room. Before the man could sit down, he spoke. Let's leave the matter of cadre discipline for now, and we'll discuss it afterward. I've received an impromptu announcement to share with you. The crowd sat upright and waited for Shuriken's later words. On the way to the meeting, hastily answered the phone and came back, before the meeting was called off. What does this mean? It shows that the things to be arranged are not only significant, but also very urgent. Shuriken spoke up. I've just been informed that the Kyoto aircraft manufacturing plant is moving to our Kyoto state. These words were like a bomb dropped into the water, instantly stirring up water waves on the calm lake. All the people present were agitated. Kyofi Manufacturing? Isn't that under the Military Industrialization Institute? How come? So suddenly? Isn't the Beijing Flying Manufacturing the place that makes the country's military airplanes? And we don't have any supporting flight bases or military research units in Beijing state. Isn't Jingfei in Kyoto? How come it chose a site in Jingzhou? Our Kyoto state is geographically located on the coast and is also hilly. So how can this be seen as unconditional? It is no wonder that everyone reacted so greatly. Really, because the positioning of the city of Beijing from the beginning is industrial production and international trade. Military manufacturing direction has not been the specialty here. And even, the entire Handong province are not a few military manufacturing enterprises. Chapter 093, Contacting Dean Sun? I can. Let me on. Shuriken pressed the back of his hand, and before the scene was completely quiet, he continued. Regarding the matter of Jingfei Manufacturing landing in Jingzhou, the above has already made a resolution. And tomorrow, the official document will be issued. I'm informing everyone now so that you can make preparations in advance. Xia Ruijin looked serious, without the slightest hint of joking, and seeing his expression, the crowd realized that this was not a discussion with them, but a clear conveyance of instructions. Hearing this, everyone in the room sat up straight and looked toward Xia Ruijin. Yes, Jingfei Manufacturing landing in Beijing state will inevitably bring a lot of impact, from the production of land, to manufacturing research and development, and then production. Upstream, midstream and downstream will lead to a large number of employment and the corresponding economic growth. This is a matter of great importance to the state of Beijing. Really should be prepared to prepare for the preparation. Li Dakong could not hide the joy in his heart, and the relevant analysis directly said a whole lot. Hearing his words, the others nodded their heads, and Gao Yuliang was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Sheridan's words. There's no time to prepare. The notice is to finalize the work accordingly, and it's been communicated from above that the landing will be completed in 5 days. Hearing this, those present were again shocked. 5 days? Are you kidding me? 5 days to build a factory? That number is simply impossible. In the midst of the crowd's confusion, Sherry Kin added, the related construction work above will be directly responsible for. What the Beijing state side has to do is to cooperate with the work. Cooperate with the above to complete the work in 5 days. Tomorrow the military side will come directly to the construction work. What we have to do today is to make the pre-construction preparations. Sherikan's eyes fell on Li Dakong. Secretary Dakong, you're the hand of the capital city. You're in charge of this matter. Li Dakong hurriedly responded. Yes, Secretary Sand. If it is the military to step in, the suburb of Shannon can be previously planned as a factory site but has not yet been implemented. Go through the procedures directly transferred to the Jingfei manufacturing. He was interrupted by Sherry Kin before he could finish. The address. Just pick the side of the juvenile palace. Isn't there a couple of lots next to the juvenile palace that are vacant? Use those. Hearing this, Lee Dakota froze a bit. Secretary Shah, the children's palace is located in the old city center, and there's really no open space on the side. Why not? If I remember correctly, isn't the Great Wind Factory right next to it? The Great Wind Factory is directly paddled over there to settle the matter of Jingfei manufacturing first. Xia Ruijin waved his hand, and his words were all irrefutable. Li Dakong, a time full of difficulties. This is not where the problem of personnel resettlement, doffing factory things involved in the level of more to go. Just the back of the Shanshui group he cannot eat. If the real paddle out, how to explain over there? Moreover, generally this kind of aircraft manufacturing plant involves military secrets, so when choosing a site to build will be especially set up in a location far away from the crowd. But the children's palace is located in the old city center. The surrounding area is full of people. It is very obvious that it is not suitable. There was no way that Xia Ruijin didn't know this basic truth. The fact that he said this place even though he knew it was inappropriate was obviously a request from above. Juvenile hall, airplane. These keywords swirled in Lee Dakota's mind and his eyes snapped open. Is it because of Sun Liancheng? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the fighter jet he saw at the aviation lecture site a week ago. Sun Liancheng's design of a fighter jet. Jingfei Manufacturing will not choose the location of Beijing State for no reason, but also come so quickly, so suddenly. That's right, Sun Liancheng, the fighter jet. Beijing Flying Manufacturing is coming for Sun Liancheng. Thinking about this, it was as if Li Dakong smelled a special signal. The situation of the doffing factory was complicated, and behind the landscape manor was Zhao Ruilong, but the current matter was an arrangement from above, involving the military. It was not so important that he could not tell the difference. After a moment's hesitation, Li Dakong nodded. Yes, Secretary Shah, I'll make the arrangements for this. I'll coordinate with the Great Wind Factory. Li Dakong agreed dryly, and for a while, the people present were a bit puzzled. That is a big wind factory, which involves the problem cannot be solved in a few words, which also involves the landscape manor, as well as Zhao Ruilong. Li Dakong has always been a non-stick pot. How suddenly obliged to take this hot potato? His behavior today was so out of character. Gao Yuliang originally waited for Li Dakong to refuse, and then he himself went along with his words and pushed the matter of choosing a site elsewhere. And at this moment Li Dakong bluntly agreed to do so, and for a moment it made Gao Yuliang not even react. Good. This matter is so arranged. Secretary Dakong, coordinate as soon as possible. After saying that, he waved his hand, obviously not ready to continue this topic of site selection, and did not give Gao Yuliang a few people the opportunity to speak, and continued to ask. Since the site is going to be in the children's palace, why don't we invite Dean Sun over and ask him personally for his opinion? Xia Ruijin turned to look at Secretary Bai was about to speak. Chi Tongwei grabbed the first to speak. Secretary Xia is right. Then I will contact Dean Sun now. The crowd looked towards him, one frowning, obviously very dissatisfied with Chi Tongwei's behavior with a curt nature. Chi Tongwei now changed the speed of the wind direction as fast enough, which turned his head on the Sun Liancheng. Although Sun Liancheng is now a vice-provincial ministerial leadership, but his Cosmic Science and Technology Research Institute is an idol. No real power. No scientific research projects of the institute is just a flower shelf. How long can the scenery, Even Chi Tongwei's teacher, Gao Yuliang, looked at him with some anger in his eyes. It is clear that he is disgusted with the student's progressive behavior. Director Chi, it's a bit inappropriate for you, a director of the Public Security Department, to pick up someone, isn't it? Li Dakong frowned and looked at Chi Tongwei and said. Everyone thought that Li Dakong was satirizing Chi Tongwei's behavior of currying favor. Who knew that? In the next moment, Li Dakong had a turn of phrase. After all, Dean Sun is the leader of our capital city. And since I'm in charge of this site selection matter, it's better for me to contact Dean Sun. Secretary Sha, I'll be out for a moment then. Li Dakong gave Sha Ruijin a greeting before he went out from the conference room. At this time, Sun Lianqing's home, the search about him is still continuing. After seeing the binoculars, Ho Liangping looked at Sun Lianqing's home again, but did not find out anything else of value. But the more he did, the more he was convinced that Sun Lianqing must have hidden the money. Like in the walls, in the refrigerator, it's the places that look like they're fine that are the bigger problems. It wasn't until they saw a safe in the study that the Ho Liangping guy's radar kicked in again. Dean Sun, what do you have in this safe?